How dare you betray me? Su Yinyue, Zhang Feng, you treacherous couple. I have always protected you. Yet you chose to betray me and attempt to assassinate me. In a humble rental apartment, Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot as he gasped for breath. The last moment in his memory was of him painstakingly defeating an invading demon lord from another realm, having just allowed himself a moment of respite when, in the next heartbeat, a dagger laced with deadly poison pierced his heart from behind. A backstab from Comrade, and the traitors were none other than his longtime girlfriend and the vice president of the guild, whom he had personally nurtured and regarded as his right hand. Su Yinyue, I have treated you so well. For all these years, I have cherished you and fulfilled every request of yours. Zhang Feng, who was it that offered you a job when you were broke? Who provided you with ample equipment to level up and grow stronger? Who advocated for you against all odds, promoting you to become the vice president of the prestigious guild, the Pantheon? 10 years, a full decade. I have placed my trust in you, protected you, provided you with resources. Yet you two wretched souls have repaid me with betrayal. Do you have any conscience? Do you have any shame? Damn it. The more Li Fan thought about it, the angrier he became, his liver aching with rage. It was not just the betrayal from those he trusted that infuriated him, but also his own foolishness in misjudging their characters. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of something strange. Didn't I die? Whose liver is hurting? What is this place? What I'm holding is a mobile phone. It's been 10 years since the invasion of otherworldly monsters in the galaxy, and the world has been ravaged. All factories have long since ceased to exist. How could there be a functioning phone? No, wait. The date is September 20th, 2042. Oh my God. Isn't this the very first day of Endless Firmament launching? So, I've been reborn. Li Fan was utterly bewildered. Is this the heavens showing me mercy, granting me a chance to start anew? After a moment of dazed contemplation, Li Fan finally accepted the astonishing reality of his rebirth. Then, an overwhelming excitement surged within him. Endless Firmament, a virtual reality game that dominated the gaming industry upon its release, was jointly promoted by the official authorities of the 5 permanent members of the world. It was hailed as a second world for every player. However, with the experience from his previous life, Li Fan understood all too well that the game was not as simple as the various governments claimed. In the 100 days following the release of Endless Firmament, it presented itself as an exceptional virtual online game. Yet on December 31st, 2024, exactly 100 days after the game launched, a terrifying scene unfolded. The game merged with reality, and a civilization of plunderers known as the Abyss of Otherworld invaded Ocean Blue Star. From that moment on, the rules of the world shifted from a sci-fi realm to one of magic, rendering humanity's power sources and gunpowder completely inoperative. In the face of the Abyss civilization's invasion, countless humans on Ocean Blue Star became the prey of the abyssal monsters every single day. The abyssal creatures each possess extraordinary powers, however. Humanity is not entirely devoid of the capacity for resistance. On the very day that the alien abyssal civilization invaded the Azure Planet, the abilities of characters from the game Endless Firmament synchronized with the real world, allowing players to grow stronger within the game, consequently enhancing their real-world selves that in a previous life, Li Fan, having only recently commenced his internship, chose to purchase a designer handbag for his girlfriend, Su Yunyun, rather than a gaming helmet. As a result, he entered the game and created his character 2 months after its launch, missing the precious early leveling phase of Endless Firmament. Subsequently, he devoted 10 years of relentless effort, enduring countless life-and-death adventures, ultimately reaching level 200 and securing a position within the top 10 of the World Warrior rankings. The guild he established, the Hall of Gods, also made its way into the list of the world's top guilds. Reborn on the very day the game launched, he realized he could now compete with other players from the outset. Armed with the memories of his past life, Endless Firmament had become a game he could restart, and if all went well, his future accomplishments would far exceed merely ranking within the top 10 warriors. Thank the heavens for granting me a chance to start anew, he declared resolutely. In this life, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of Endless Firmament. Suddenly, the notification sound of a text message interrupted Li Fan's reverie. Su Yinyun's special attention. My dear, I was out shopping with my friend and came across a stunning handbag. Handbag photo, don't you think it looks far better than the one I currently have? Playful. Su Yunyun's special attention. Unfortunately, I'm still preparing for my graduate studies and have no money to buy it, so I can only feast my eyes on it. Aggrieved. Su Yunyun's special attention. But it's alright, once I earn money in the future, I will definitely buy it. Keep going, strive. Reading through her messages, Li Fan felt a surge of anger. That wretched woman. In his previous life, it was precisely because of such messages that he had refrained from purchasing a gaming helmet, thus missing the opportunity to enter Endless Firmament at launch. In retrospect, he wished he could slap his former self. At that time, he had indeed been an unmitigated sycophant. Fortunately, in this new life, he vowed never to be a sycophant again. If he were to indulge, it would be as a promising internet addict instead. Su Yunyun, you should be grateful that the game has not yet merged with reality. I shall refrain from any unlawful actions, or else today would be your last. Your life remains with but 100 days in this life. I refuse to utter a single word to you. I shall quietly observe how you continue to cause mischief. Li Fan muttered through clenched teeth. He then departed from his rented room, heading to the nearest gaming helmet store. Upon purchasing the gaming helmet, Li Fan found that the wages he had saved over 3 months of interning amounted to a mere 100 yuan. However, he felt no urgency. Instead, he sent a resignation text to his company. From this day forth, he would be a free man, unencumbered by employment. Returning to his rented room, Li Fan glanced at the time, T5:58 in the evening. Only 2 minutes remained until the launch of Endless Firmament. Without further ado, the imminent action was clear. Endless Firmament, commence. Soon, the game transitioned to the character creation interface. Notice, your chosen game ID is Tai Sui Shun. Notice, you have confirmed the initial profession selection as random. The outcome reveals that your initial profession is the Junior Warrior Branch Shield Warrior, Rare, Hidden Profession. Notice, the character appearance DIY process is complete. Your character has been successfully created. Like a celestial deity descending upon the realm, he truly embodies the essence of Tai Sui Shun. Thus, the origin of Li Fan's ID was unveiled. With a decade of experience in his previous life, he could effortlessly master any profession. Consequently, he eschewed the conventional choices of warrior, mage, archer, knight, assassin, priest, druid, and summoner, opting instead for the gamble of a random profession. As fate would have it, he indeed transitioned into a hidden profession. A shield warrior? Not too shabby, although its output may be somewhat lacking. Its role within a team is undeniably significant, and its overall combat capability is commendable. Moreover, isn't the effectiveness of output ultimately determined by the player's skill? With superior equipment, high skill levels, and adept gameplay, any profession can soar. With this in mind, Li Fan nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied with his initial profession as a shield warrior. Following the successful character creation, the next step was the unique talent lottery segment of Endless Firmament. Notice, by the grace of fortune, you have drawn the SS-level unique talent blessing of light in the talent lottery. Wow! Li Fan was astounded. Had the goddess of luck truly smiled upon him? Talent quality ranges from low to high as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SSSS. To his amazement, he had attained the highest quality talent. In his previous life, he had only acquired a level talent. Yet in this rebirth, he had received the pinnacle of SSS. What an extraordinary beginning. Let's take flight. Chapter 2. Indeed, you are the light of speed. Tip: you have been automatically assigned to the M4399 Novice Village. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. In the realm of Endless Firmament, the environment of the initial Novice Village is intricately linked to the player's real-world location. Players in M4399 Novice Village reside in proximity to Li Fan in the actual world. However, with tens of thousands of players within a single Novice Village, discerning one's true identity through their game character is no trivial task, especially since Li Fan had previously sculpted his character's features during the creation phase. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, Li Fan experienced a fleeting blur before finding himself in the birth square of M4399 Novice Village. Ignoring the exclamations of fellow newcomers who had just entered the game, he hastily opened his personal panel to review his attributes. Character: Tai Sui Shun. Basic attributes. Level. LV1. 0-10,000. Class. Shield Warrior. HP. 400. MP. 300. Attack. Physical attack 20. Magic attack 6. Defense. Physical defense 14. Magic defense 10. Attributes. Strength 10. Agility 4. Spirit 6. Stamina 10. Free attribute points 0. Maximum attack speed 0. 84 attack second. Maximum movement speed 10. 0.8 meters second. Title. None. Talent. Blessing of Light. Phase 1. SSS quality. Equipment slot. Novice robe. Novice pants. Novice one-handed sword. Novice small shield. Skill list. Shield block. LV1 passive allows the use of a shield to block physical damage from enemies. Upon a successful block, it inflicts a damage reduction of 10 to 100, specific values determined by the strength of both parties. Heavy slash. LV1 active wielding the weapon. Deliver a heavy slash to the enemy, dealing 200 of physical attack power as physical damage. When the enemy's health drops below 30, for every 1 reduction in health, the skill's damage increases by an additional 2. Consumes 20 MP upon release, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Provocation. LV1 active taunt enemies within a 15-meter range ahead. For the next 30 seconds, you will be the primary target of the taunted enemies. Consumes 20 MP upon release, with a cooldown of 45 seconds. Endless Firmament distinguishes itself from other virtual online games Li Fan has experienced. In this game, the 4-dimensional attributes translate into specific effects on attack and defense as follows. 1 point of strength, 1 point of base physical attack power 0. 1 additional weak point damage, crit damage. 1 point of spirit, 1 point of base magical attack power, a slight increase in resilience, 10 points of mana. 1 point of agility 0. 1 attack speed 0. 2 movement speed. 1 point of stamina, 10 points of health, 1 point to both defenses, a slight increase in stagger resistance, a slight increase in weak point damage resistance. In other words, regardless of whether one is an archer or an assassin, in the early stages of Endless Firmament, setting aside factors such as equipment and skills, one must prioritize allocating free attribute points to strength in order to enhance physical attack power. In Li Fan's previous life, he encountered numerous archers who invested all their points into strength, pursuing the pinnacle of damage output. Agility? What is that? A single arrow from a strength-focused archer outmatches 10 arrows from others. How delightful. Of course, this does not imply that agility is insignificant. Although agility solely enhances speed, there is a famous saying by the Fire Cloud Evil God, in the world of martial arts, nothing is invulnerable, but speed is unbreakable. With greater speed, one can more easily evade enemy attacks and strike at their weak points to deal critical damage. While agility does not augment physical attack power, its importance is undoubtedly on par with strength, spirit, and vitality. However, this is of little concern to Li Fan, the shield warrior, who must prioritize strength and vitality attributes. I recall that ordinary initial classes possess only 1 skill, yet the shield warrior boasts 3, truly a testament to the hidden class's prowess. Let me take a look at the effects of this SSS talent. Li Fan muttered softly, then turned his attention to the talent description. Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS Level Talent 1. Your base agility attribute increases by 500 points. 2. For every small monster you defeat, you permanently gain at least 1 point of agility. The higher the strength of the defeated monster, the greater the reward in agility points. Talent progression to the next stage. Kills 0-10, 0-0-0. Note, the only SSS level talent, with a total of 10 growth stages. Keep striving, young one. Permanently increasing agility through monster kills? Li Fan was taken aback as he read the talent description. Blessing of Light. I initially thought the light referred to a light element buff, but it turns out to represent the speed of light. Astonishingly, for each small monster defeated, one gains at least 1 point of agility. Calculating based on the conversion of agility to double speed. 100 points of agility equates to 1 attack per second and an additional 2 meters per second in movement speed. 1,000 points of agility translates to 10 attacks per second and an extra 20 meters per second in movement speed. 10 000 points of agility would result in 100 attacks per second and an astonishing 200 meters per second in movement speed. If one were to possess 100,000 agility, or even 1 million, gasp. Upon contemplating this, Li Fan could not help but take a sharp breath. The Blessing of Light truly lives up to its SSS level designation. Even the effects of its first stage left this reincarnated individual utterly astounded. Based on the conversion of agility to double speed, he would only need to slay approximately 11,700 monsters to surpass the speed of sound. With further effort, who knows? He might even exceed the speed of light someday. The mere thought of this filled Li Fan with excitement. Monster hunting. Let's get to it. Yet, monster hunting must wait. There is at least one priority that surpasses it: accepting hidden quests. The rewards for hidden quests in Endless Firmament are exceptionally valuable, often characterized by their uniqueness. For instance, if one player has accepted a quest, subsequent players are unable to trigger it unless the initial player fails in their endeavor. Monsters may be farmed at any time, yet hidden quests might be snatched away by others. As a reincarnated being, how could Li Fan merely toil away without strategy? He believes he must leverage his prescient advantage to seize all the hidden quests he remembers from his past life before anyone else can. Chapter 3. To become the fastest man. Oh my goodness, this game is astonishingly realistic. Virtual reality online games were developed a decade ago, yet this title, Endless Firmament, stands out as the most authentic experience I have ever encountered. The AOC family is recruiting. They seek individuals of true capability, as the family leader is affluent yet naive, striving for a position among the top 10 teams in the M4399 Novice Village. The Genesis Guild is also seeking members. Those with strength may sign contracts offline, with an annual salary of $1 million not being a mere fantasy. Genesis is the finest platform for realizing your dreams. It is an opportunity not to be missed. A seasoned middle-aged gamer, yearning for companions, seeks warriors, priests, and archers to join him in battling monsters and leveling up. As Li Fan stepped away from the novice spawn square, an overwhelming cacophony filled his ears. As a game jointly promoted by the 5 constant nations, Endless Firmament caused an uproar upon its release, captivating a global audience of players. It is rumored that on its inaugural day, the number of players entering the game surpassed 100 million. After finally squeezing through the crowd, Li Fan made his way directly to the blacksmith shop in the Novice Village. The era of Novice Villages felt like an eternity ago. And since he had been delayed by 2 months in his previous life due to his infatuation with his girlfriend, his recollections of the hidden quests in the Novice Village were scant. After much contemplation, he managed to recall one. There existed a legendary storm warrior, ranked among the top 10 globally and known as the Battlefield Meat Grinder. This formidable figure had once boasted online about the secret behind his terrifying combat prowess. At the blacksmith in the Novice Village, players whose strength garnered the blacksmith's approval could undertake a hidden chain quest. Upon completion of all tasks, they would receive a unique item known as the Heart of the Warrior. The Heart of the Warrior is a revered artifact for all warrior players. Its effect is straightforward. It grants warriors immunity to any form of control. Warriors are capable of dealing damage and tanking hits, excelling in close combat. Yet they lack agility and are susceptible to control effects. When battling against ranged classes, warrior players can easily find themselves incapacitated during their charge, subsequently falling victim to a barrage of damaging skills. Consider the terror of a warrior immune to all control effects. Any intelligent individual can grasp the implications. The Heart of the Warrior is a unique item. There cannot be a second one within the game. Thus, the legendary Storm Warrior, having acquired it, boasted openly without fear of imitation. Little did he know, however, that a reincarnated individual like Li Fan existed in this world. He chuckled inwardly. Your Heart of the Warrior is impressive, but alas, it shall soon belong to me. With this thought, Li Fan swiftly approached the blacksmith's location in the Novice Village. Completing quests and slaying monsters is the universal path to leveling up in all virtual reality online games. The sheer number of players in Endless Firmament was staggering. Before the blacksmith, eager players formed a long queue to accept quests. Due to the overwhelming crowd, Novice Village NPC soldiers arrived to maintain order. Li Fan, Lacking the qualifications to act recklessly before the NPCs, had no choice but to patiently wait in line. The unfortunate news is that there are at least 100 players ahead of him. The silver lining, however, is that the blacksmith treats everyone with equal disdain. If your combat power is insufficient, there are no tasks for you. Be gone, do not disturb me. With this one sentence, a player was promptly dismissed. The NPC soldiers nearby watched intently, and the players who failed to secure a task could only depart in dejection, not daring to utter a word. Soon, it was Li Fan's turn to stand before the blacksmith. Be gone, your strength is too weak. There are no tasks for you here. The blacksmith glanced at Li Fan and spoke without courtesy. However, unlike the previous players, Li Fan did not obediently leave. To accept the hidden quest chain, Heart of the Warrior, from the blacksmith, he needed to earn the blacksmith's recognition. How could he attain such recognition? The most convincing method was to showcase his prowess, with the first effect of his SSS talent enhancing his agility by 500 points. This was precisely why he approached the blacksmith without having defeated a single monster in advance to seize this hidden quest. Molin the blacksmith, please take a closer look at my true strength. Upon finishing his words, Li Fan swiftly unsheathed his one-handed sword and slashed at the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his agility now at 504 points, coupled with his base attack speed of 0.8 hits second, his current attack speed reached an astonishing 5.84 strikes per second. After a lightning-fast flurry of 5 slashes, it was no surprise that the blacksmith's demeanor shifted dramatically. Young adventurer from another world, you are indeed a fortunate individual. Your talent astonishes me. I have faith in you, and I hope you can aid me in avenging my daughter. As the blacksmith's words fell, a prompt appeared on Li Fan's interface notification. You have triggered the quest Revenge of Blacksmith Molin. 1. Quest details. A few months ago, Molin's daughter went on an adventure and met with misfortune. After Molin's investigation, he discovered that the creatures responsible for harming his daughter were a pack of wolves residing in the Darkwood Forest. Eliminate 100 mutated gray wolves, level 6 creatures, to once again prove your strength to Molin, and you shall receive a generous reward as well as the qualification to accept the next quest. Quest duration, 3 days. Number of participants required, 1. Success reward, 50 silver coins, 5,000 experience points, 1 piece of ordinary equipment, and the qualification to accept subsequent tasks. Failure penalty, permanent loss of eligibility to accept this quest chain. Upon seeing the newly appeared task in his quest list, Li Fan finally felt a sense of relief. This quest chain was indeed the first step towards obtaining the hidden item, Heart of the Warrior. Molin the blacksmith, rest assured, I will complete the task. I hope you keep your word. As a gesture of assistance, I shall not charge you any fees for repairing equipment during these 3 days. This was the reason behind Li Fan's friendly interaction with Molin after accepting the quest. In the realm of Endless Sky, NPCs cannot merely be perceived as mere lines of code. They possess their own thoughts, emotions, and whims, akin to virtual AI beings. The manner in which players approach these NPCs profoundly influences the NPC's treatment of the players in return, with the exception of instances when the NPCs are in a foul mood. To put it succinctly, by waiving the equipment repair fees for 3 days, Li Fan's spirits soared. Meanwhile, several players queuing behind him were astounded, having witnessed the entire spectacle. Goodness, did he just have a muscle spasm? Incredible. A lightning-fast 5-hit combo. Remarkable. I suspect this fellow has acquired a talent that boosts his attack speed. At least at the B level or higher. What a master. Hey, can we be friends? Same here. I seek friendship too. I am a D-level talent mage, starting with an impressive 20 points in spirit attributes and explosive output. Wow, this guy is wielding a shield alongside a one-handed sword. Could it be a hidden class? Oh, please take me along. Hey, wait up, don't run off. Goodness, he's so fast. Faced with an onslaught of friend requests and invitations to form parties, Li Fan opted for a swift escape. What a joke. A D-level talent thinking they could boast? What caliber does that even entail to be my teammate? At this early stage of the game, with all manner of characters around, Li Fan had no intention of wasting time searching for allies. Before the first dungeon, available to players at level 15, his best choice was to level up solo. Let us get to it. I aim to be the fastest man, Li Fan shouted fervently. Chapter 4. Unleashing the Liver, Level Up, and the Pai Pai Pig Boss. The mutated gray wolf belongs to the level 6-pack creatures, while Li Fan is currently only at level 1, making the challenge exceedingly perilous. In the world of Endless Firmament, the penalties for death and level suppression are exceptionally severe. Upon dying once, a player suffers a 24-hour debilitation, during which their attributes are halved. If one dies twice, the debilitation extends to 72 hours, and the player loses all experience points accumulated for their current level. For instance, a player at level 2 with 99 experience, just one shy of leveling up to level 3, would revert to 0 at level 2. Dying 3 times results in a week of debilitation, along with a loss of 1 level. For deaths incur a loss of 2 levels, and so forth. Should a player die 10 times within a month, they are regrettably demoted directly to level 1, their equipment exposed, and they endure a month-long state of debilitation. The death penalty resets on the first of each month and is calculated independently for each month. As for level suppression, for every level the player is below an opponent, their damage output is reduced by 5, and the damage taken is increased by 5, with a cap of 80. Conversely, if a player's level exceeds that of a monster, for each level above, their damage output increases by 5, while the monster's damage to them decreases by 5, also capped at 80. Notably, defeating monsters of a higher level grants an experience boost. However, the penalty for defeating lower-level creatures results in both reduced experience and loot. In the realm of Endless Firmament, maximizing leveling efficiency by swiftly grinding low-level monsters is utterly impossible. Consequently, Li Fan resolved to venture into the Dark Forest map, seeking out training spots to enhance his level and talents, thereby bolstering his combat prowess before confronting the mutated Grey Wolf. With his plans firmly in mind, Li Fan dashed toward the outskirts of the village. The area outside the novice village buzzed with activity, far more lively than within, as a multitude of players accepted quests, gathering materials and engaging in battles. Looking around, one could hardly claim that monsters outnumbered players, at the very least. The player count far surpassed that of the level 1 red-eyed rabbits. The freshly spawned red-eyed rabbits barely had time to comprehend their surroundings before they were swiftly dispatched by a barrage of blades and fireballs. Alas, the competition is indeed fierce. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Fan recalled that in his previous life, during his time in the novice village, the majority of the player base had already ascended beyond level 50, resulting in a scarcity of novice players. Now, he was finally experiencing the intensity of the first day post-launch, witnessing the fervor of the hardcore players. Li Fan, disinterested in competing with ordinary players for kills, weaved through the crowd to a more secluded training spot. Here, the number of players was markedly diminished. Species: Pai Pai Pig. Level: LV2 Ordinary Creature. Attributes: 200 HP, 23 Physical Attack, 12 Physical Defense, 11 Magical Defense. Skill: Fury of the Pai Pai Pig. The Pai Pai Pig charges at its enemies. This area hosted a creature known as the Pai Pai Pig, characterized by its formidable attack and defense attributes, which, coupled with the penalties for defeating higher-level monsters, deterred most level 1 novice players. However, Li Fan was evidently unperturbed. Provocation: Li Fan unleashed his skills upon a Pai Pai Pig measuring under 15 meters. His lofty gaze pierced deep into the soul of the creature, which began to huff and puff, charging forward with all its might. Alas, it was dreadfully slow. Li Fan could hardly be bothered to raise his shield. In his eyes, the pig's charge resembled nothing more than a snail's crawl. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the attack and, in a swift motion, lunged forward to strike it in a most vulnerable area. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan's attack speed was astonishingly rapid. Within a mere 2 seconds, 11 damage indicators erupted above the Pai Pai Pig's head. -15. Critical weakness damage. -15. -15. The posterior region is often the Achilles heel of most creatures. Unprotected, the Pai Pai Pig's vulnerability was laid bare, and Li Fan's strikes were impeccably precise, ensuring that each of the 11 blows dealt double damage to its weak point. After this flurry of attacks, the pig's health dwindled to a mere 35 points. As it emitted a pitiful cry, Li Fan seized the opportunity to deliver 3 additional sword strikes. Alas, Li Laoyi possessed a kind heart. He could not bear to witness the Pai Pai Pig in such agony. The only merciful course was to grant it a swift release. Notification: you have slain Pi Pi Pig, LV2 common creature. You have gained 105 experience points, 5 extra bonus for defeating a higher level monster. Notification: your talent has activated. You permanently gain 1 agility point. Remarkably, I only need to eliminate approximately 95 more Pi Pi Pigs to reach LV2. Onward. Notification: you have defeated. Omitted. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV2. Congratulations, you have been awarded 5 free attribute points. After more than an hour of relentless combat, a radiant white light of ascension enveloped Li Fan. Despite his swift liberation of the Pi Pi Pigs, their scattered spawning locations and lengthy respawn times meant that the process of locating them consumed far more time than the actual combat. Furthermore, as more individuals arrived in the area, his leveling efficiency diminished. At last, he had leveled up. He hastened towards the next training ground. Regrettably, after vanquishing nearly 100 Pi Pi Pigs, he had only acquired 3 pieces of basic gear and some copper coins, among which only a single subpar one-handed sword was of any use to him. For his free attribute points, he decided to allocate them entirely to strength for a boost in attack power. Just then, wait, are there people battling a Pi Pi Pig boss? Having just allocated his points and prepared to depart, Li Fan noticed a group of 7 or 8 individuals besieging a Pi Pi Pig boss, clearly more robust than the ordinary ones. It was merely a LV2 Black Iron mini-boss. Since they had gotten there first, he would refrain from intervening. But lo and behold, it was them. Upon confirming the boss's tier of strength among the attackers, Li Fan resolved to continue with his plans to leave. A mere LV2 Black Iron mini-boss was not worth his becoming a villainous interloper, yet at that moment, he unexpectedly recognized 2 familiar faces within the mob assaulting the boss. Upon discerning the faces of those 2 individuals, as well as confirming their identities and professions, along with the identities and professions of the other team members, Li Fan's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. If my memory serves me correctly, these 7 individuals are the notorious core members of the Ibayution Guild from my previous life. Contemplating this revelation, Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. In the face of the terrifying invasion of alien monstrosities, the human world's mindset predominantly divides into 3 categories. One faction rises in defiance, another succumbs to despair awaiting death, and the third, though the least numerous, consists of infamous anti-human elements. These individuals, whether by choice or coercion, have allied with the monstrous forces, actively assisting them in their gruesome endeavors against humanity. The Guild, with its name exuding an aura of positive energy, ironically boasts members who indulge in malevolence. Prior to the invasion of the alien monstrosities upon the Blue Star, they were notorious within the gaming realm for their deceitful and unscrupulous behavior, serving as a quintessential example of ignominy. Following the incursion, a significant number of the core members of the Ibayution Guild capitulated to the monstrous faction within a year, positioning themselves against humanity. By the 3rd year of the alien invasion, the Ibayution Guild proudly secured the 3rd position on the global list of infamous guilds recognized by humanity, their crimes only surpassed by 2 other guilds from Western nations. Upon recognizing these individuals, Li Fan's interest was instantly piqued. Chapter 5. Slash and vanquish. The core members of the guild, Ibayution, can primarily be categorized into 2 groups. The first consists of longtime teammates who forged connections in other games prior to the launch of Endless Firmament. The second group comprises newly inducted members who joined after the game's inception, regardless of their origin. It is imperative that all core members bear the prefix in their names, be it Ibo Renwang, Iba Duang, Iba Heimegue, or Iba Mr. Su. There can be no doubt, they are indeed the pivotal figures of. Once Li Fan ascertained their identities, the subsequent course of action became exceedingly straightforward. As a person of sound moral principles, could he simply ignore the vile actions of nefarious individuals? Absolutely not. Thus, Li Fan resolved to impart a lesson on benevolence to these miscreants. The adage, "Those not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions," resonated within him. In his previous life, they must have toiled under the oppression of foreign monstrosities. In this life, he would extend his goodwill, striving to spare them from enduring such hardships again. With this thought in mind, Li Fan sprang into action. All were merely at level 1 or 2, lacking substantial skills. There was no need for intricate strategies, an all-out assault would suffice. He commenced a full sprint towards the enemy, targeting the mage stationed in the rear. "Careful, someone is approaching." A voice echoed. "This fellow moves with remarkable speed. He might be attempting to seize the boss. Everyone, be cautious." "Is he alone? How reckless." Another exclaimed. "Brothers, I will engage the boss. You focus your fire on him." Li Fan's path was devoid of subterfuge, and even from over 100 meters away, the members had already taken notice of him. Though nefarious, their gaming acumen was undeniable. In the realm of virtual gaming, murder and plunder for boss encounters were commonplace. They were well versed in such tactics and naturally presumed the worst of others. Before Li Fan could close the distance to 50 meters, they had readied themselves for battle. The archers, mages, and priests quickly retreated, while a warrior and a knight positioned themselves at the forefront, with an assassin lurking nearby. And a hidden class knight engaged with the boss. "Friend, this area does not welcome strangers. Advance further, and we shall not be courteous," the warrior player bellowed, attempting to intimidate Li Fan with their numerical superiority. However, Li Fan's disregard for the warning was palpable as the distance shrank rapidly. "How audacious! Eliminate him," commanded. Upon his order, the ranged archers and mages unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Li Fan. The arrows and fireballs hurtled toward him with precision. Yet Li Fan had prepared himself well. With deft maneuvering, he effortlessly evaded their assault. "This fellow's speed is astonishing. It's exceedingly difficult to land a hit from afar." The archer lamented. "Fear not. Let us prepare to intercept him together." The valiant knight signaled to his fellow knights. Both knights and warriors are melee classes, known for their substantial health and high defense. Responding to the call of the King of Men, they prepared themselves for close combat. 3 seconds later, Li Fan charged to the forefront, standing before the King of Men, who raised his longsword, poised to unleash his signature move, Triple Slash. This initial skill, common to all warrior class players, allows for 3 consecutive strikes forward, with the first 2 dealing 150 damage and the third inflicting 200, accompanied by a cooldown of 30 seconds. The frequency of the Triple Slash is marginally faster than a regular attack. However, against Li Fan, who possessed an agility attribute of 600, such speed was utterly insufficient. With a swift flurry of strikes, Li Fan attacked the King of Men's head relentlessly. The king instinctively attempted to lower his head to evade, only to be shocked by the realization that escape was futile. -26. Critical damage, -26. -26. In a mere instant, 6 numbers appeared above the king's head, his health plummeting to around 50%. Meanwhile, his Triple Slash was partially evaded by Li Fan. The first 2 strikes missed, and the third was successfully blocked by Li Fan's shield. Combat information. Your attack was successfully blocked by using a shield. Damage assessment complete. Your strength attribute is lower than the opponent's, and this attack cannot inflict any damage on. Upon reading the combat notifications and glancing at his dwindling health, the King of Men turned pale with fear. Caution. This individual is a hidden class, capable of blocking physical attacks. Such high damage and remarkable attack speed. This must be an agility attribute of at least 5 attacks per second. I can't withstand. Before the king could finish his thought, Li Fan unleashed a barrage of strikes, draining his health entirely. The entire combat sequence lasted no more than 3 seconds. Before Li Fan, the King of Men was utterly powerless. The disparity between them was insurmountable. This scene deeply shocked the other 6 members of the guild present. It was astonishingly swift. They felt as though their robust warrior ally had simply collapsed upon engagement. "We are all merely at level 2. How can your combat prowess be so formidable? Surely, you must be cheating. Stop dawdling. Eliminate this character. He stands alone. Focus fire to avenge the king," shouted the righteous knight player, as he noticed his teammates in a daze. Upon hearing this, the other members snapped back to reality and promptly launched their attacks at Li Fan. Then, a disheartening spectacle unfolded. Combat information. Your attack was successfully blocked by using a shield. Combat information. Your attack missed. Combat information. Your attack was successfully blocked by using a shield. Combat information. Your attack slightly missed. Blocks and dodges. Again and again, they were thwarted. The members of the guild were left in utter disbelief. The magical assaults they unleashed were deftly evaded by Li Fan through his agile maneuvers. Given the stark disparity in speed, Li Fan, armed with a decade's worth of fervent battle experience from his previous life, found it exceedingly simple to dodge his opponent's strikes. When faced with a barrage of attacks that confined his movement, Li Fan would skillfully sidestep magical onslaughts while employing his small round shield in his left hand to absorb physical damage. The members of the Righteous Brotherhood were utterly incapable of landing a blow on Li Fan, while his own assaults were both unavoidable and insurmountable for them. With swift strokes akin to lightning, Li Fan unleashed a flurry of strikes with fervor. In no time, the second victim fell, followed closely by the third and fourth. Within a mere half-minute, 4 out of the 7 present had already succumbed to Li Fan's relentless onslaught, inciting an unparalleled fury in Righteous King as he grappled with the boss. Chapter 6, Exceptional Weaponry. Disregarding everything else, the boss was left with merely 100 health points. It was imperative to eliminate the boss and seize the spoils before retreating. Tai Sui-shan, I shall remember you. Our valiant guild vows to vanquish you. The furious roar of Iba Dwang snapped the remaining 2 back to reality. Simultaneously, it drew Li Fan's attention to the diminishing health of the Pai Pai Pig boss. Without hesitation, Li Fan abandoned the pursuit of the 2 and charged towards the boss. Species, Pai Pai Pig Elite. Level, LV2 Black Iron Creature. Attributes, 98-800 HP, 30 physical attack, 16 physical defense, 17 magical defense. Skills. In the realm of Endless Firmament, players were unable to discern the skills of the boss. This was the essence of exploration. The challenge lay in the unknown. Without knowledge of the boss's abilities, one had to maintain utmost vigilance, constantly aware of the boss's lethal attacks. However, the LV2 Pai Pai Pig Elite before him was of a relatively low level. Thus it was unlikely to possess overly formidable skills, allowing Li Fan to approach with less trepidation. Furthermore, with only 98 health points remaining, the battle now hinged on output. Caution might lead to a missed opportunity for the kill. With swift movements, Li Fan reached the Pai Pai Pig Elite, while the remaining 3 members of the Ibayution Guild had yet to deplete its health. He aimed precisely at the creature's vulnerable spot and decisively raised his one-handed sword, delivering a flurry of stabs. -20, weak point damage. -20, -32, fatal damage, despite the Pai Pai Pig Elite's high physical defense. Even Li Fan's every strike being a weak point hit could only yield a meager 20 points of physical damage per attack. Fortunately, with the final powerful strike, he successfully depleted the last of the Pai Pai Pig Elite's health. Notice, you have slain Pai Pai Pig Elite, LV2 Black Iron Creature, earning 525 experience points, 5 additional bonus for defeating a higher level monster. Notice, this kill is the first in the entire village. Congratulations on receiving 2 additional attribute points and a drop of 1 piece of equipment or skill book relevant to your class. Notice, your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 1 point. In the world of Endless Firmament, players received extra rewards for first kills of boss creatures, based on the boss's strength. Rewards included several free attribute points and guaranteed drops of equipment or skill books suitable for their class. The Pai Pai Pig's low level granted Li Fan only 2 free attribute points. Nevertheless, even the smallest of victories brought joy. Li Fan felt elated, especially considering that he had claimed the boss's first kill from the hands of his guildmates. This thought only further elevated his spirits. Tai Sui-shan, how infuriating. Observing how the boss they had toiled to defeat had become the prize of their adversary, Iba Dwang and his companions grew frantic. Realizing the situation, Li Fan collected the 3 items dropped by the boss and, without a glance back, charged towards them. The boss was his to claim, and the foes were to be vanquished. Li Fan executed the 5th member of the Righteous Guild with a swift strike. At that moment, the king regained his senses from the overwhelming fury. Split up, he commanded. This vendetta would eventually be avenged, but not at this moment. The king understood that remaining here would only lead to impotent rage. The death penalty in Endless Sky was exceedingly severe, and once slain, the implications for crucial early-level tasks would be substantial. Thus, the immediate priority was to devise a means of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, one remaining teammate bolted. The 2 fled in different directions, their desperation for survival stirring even Li Fan's emotions. In the next instant, he decisively pursued the king's companion, swiftly dispatching him before turning back to chase the king with unwavering determination. At this point, the king had already covered 70 or 80 meters. However, this distance was merely a few seconds for Li Fan, whose speed greatly surpassed that of his foe. Approximately 10 seconds later, he closed in behind the king, brandishing his one-handed sword. Swish, swish. -22 critical damage. -11. The king, being the leader of the Righteous Guild, possessed commendable defense, only a point lower than that of the elite piglet, and his skills were not to be underestimated. With a timely roll, he evaded Li Fan's second strike aimed at his head. Yet, such efforts were futile against the vast disparity in their attributes. Without uttering a word, Li Fan continued his relentless assault. The king found himself in a precarious position, much like the 6 teammates he had witnessed fall before him. Unable to evade Li Fan's strikes, with his counterattacks thwarted or dodged. As Li Fan pressed on, the king's health dwindled. However, Li Fan was taken aback to realize that the king had endured over 500 points of damage, yet remained alive. This individual either possessed a talent that increased his health or a hidden class bonus from the Justicar that augmented his vitality. No wonder he could withstand the elite piglet's relentless blows. Unfortunately, before me, it only meant a few more seconds of output. As Li Fan had anticipated, the king soon could no longer endure. In the next moment, leaving behind a fierce retort, he followed his fallen comrades. Tai Suishan, you have guts. Just wait. The king was unaware that Li Fan wished to convey a similar message to him and all members of the Righteous Guild within the novice village of M4399. Being assigned to the same novice village as me is your greatest misfortune. After murmuring this to himself, Li Fan decisively departed the scene. The preceding battle had drawn the attention of nearby leveling players, and since he had initiated the outdoor PK, according to the rules of Endless Sky for each kill, 1 point of sin value is added. With over 7 points of sin value, he was undoubtedly marked with a deep red name. Players with a red name, upon being slain, would invariably drop at least 1 piece of equipment, and the death penalty remained unchanged. Li Fan was unconcerned about being pursued by nearby leveling players. His speed was his advantage, and he remained unperturbed. Engaging in mere player versus player combat inevitably leads to a squandering of time. Battling members of the Benevolent Cloud Guild may bring them joy, yet attacking ordinary passers-by holds no appeal. Li Fan was reluctant to burden himself with unnecessary troubles, and fortuitously, he had already resolved to depart from the leveling area of Pai Pai Zhu. Even though defeating players with white names might yield a chance of obtaining their equipment, it was regrettable that this group from the Benevolent Cloud Guild was too impoverished. 7 of them yielded not a single piece of equipment. Alas, he decided to first examine the loot dropped by the boss and simultaneously seek a new leveling zone. Li Fan opened his backpack to inspect the 3 items previously dropped by the Pai Pai Zhu boss. The first was a black iron quality one-handed sword. Equipment, refined iron sword. Durability, 100/100. Quality, black iron. Grade, perfect. Usage requirement, level 2 and above. Attribute 1, 17 points of physical attack. 13 points of magical attack. Attribute 2, attack reduces the enemy's physical defense by 2 points. Effect lasts for 5 seconds, cannot be stacked. An exceptional black iron quality one-handed sword. The attributes of the refined iron sword dazzle Li Fan. It is worth noting that most black iron quality weapons do not possess 2 attributes. This refined iron sword not only had a secondary attribute, but also reduced the enemy's physical defense, making it a remarkable weapon, particularly in the early stages of the game. Reflecting on the members of the Benevolent Cloud Guild, Li Fan could envision the next encounter with this group, where he would wield the exceptional one-handed sword against them with great satisfaction. Chapter 7. Agile Breakthrough, what a surprise! In the realm of Endless Firmament, the quality of equipment is categorized from low to high as follows: common, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic, mythical, and ancient mythical. Whether there exists equipment of even higher quality beyond ancient mythical remains a mystery to Li Fan, as he had never encountered such in his previous life at level 200. Perhaps, when he attains greater strength in this lifetime, the answer to that question will be revealed. Within each quality tier, equipment is further classified into 6 grades based on specific attributes: inferior, ordinary, fine, excellent, superior, and perfect. The iron sword before him is of perfect grade, which is why it possesses an additional attribute compared to an ordinary black iron one-handed sword. Holding it enhances Li Fan's attack power significantly. Meanwhile, his gaze shifts to the 2 remaining items dropped by the boss. Skill book, shield counter, quality, black iron, learning requirement, level 2 or above, shield wielding class. Level 1 active effect, use the shield to block an enemy's attack, reflecting 10 points of magical damage back to the attacker. Skill duration, 1 second. Consumes 20 MP upon activation, cooldown, 20 seconds. Equipment, pigskin belt. Durability, 60-60. Quality, ordinary. Grade, ordinary. Usage requirement, level 2 or above. Attributes, 50 HP, 2 physical defense. Excellent, both items are suitable for my use. Li Fan grinned widely, decisively learning the skill and equipping the belt. The shield counter skill is a defensive ability that may seem unnecessary at the moment, but one can never predict when it might become essential. Furthermore, Endless Firmament does not impose restrictions on the number of skills a player can learn, so acquiring it is a prudent measure. As for the pigskin belt, while it may be considered a transitional piece of equipment, its enhancement of defense and health is certainly better than having nothing. Next, it is time to venture to a new grinding spot. In Endless Firmament, a player's red name status can be reduced by 1 point of sin value for every 100 monsters of equal or higher level defeated, or by eliminating other red-named players. Setting a modest goal, I shall aim to slay 700 monsters first. With determination, Li Fan began his search for a new leveling area. Naturally, any piglet he encountered along the way would receive a few swift strikes before he moved on. Before long, he departed from the piglet area, arriving at a region known as the Gobi Desert, where a type of level 3 monster called the mutated crocodile spawns. Species, mutated crocodile. Level 3, ordinary creature. Attributes, 280 HP, 27 physical attack, 15 physical defense, 15 magic defense. Skill, death roll. The mutated crocodile will execute a control combo lasting 1 to 3 seconds after biting its target, inflicting additional damage. The mutated crocodile boasts formidable attack power, with commendable defense and health, though its movement speed is rather sluggish. In Li Fan's presence, they are akin to stationary targets. Swish, swish, swish. -27, -29, -58. Li Fan's physical attack power has reached an impressive 45 points, inflicting considerable damage upon the mutated crocodiles. Unfortunately, their vulnerabilities are confined to their eyes and abdomen, making it challenging to strike critical hits. Fortunately, his attack speed is sufficiently rapid. He can dispatch a mutated crocodile in no more than 3 seconds. Notification: you have slain, omitted, and earned 126 experience points, with an additional 5 for a level-up kill. Notification: your agility attribute has permanently increased by 1. My SSS level talent belongs to the growth category. There is no need to excessively pursue higher-level monsters. A difference of 1 or 2 levels above the mainstream players suffices for optimal efficiency. Resolute in his decision, Li Fan focused his mind. Taking advantage of the solitude in this training area, he resolved to hunt a few hundred mutated crocodiles. Notification: you have slain, omitted. Notification: you have reached level 4. Approximately 2 hours later, as the Gobi Desert area began to see a trickle of other players, a second beam of white light enveloped Li Fan. Level 4. The free attribute points gained from reaching level 3 had already been allocated entirely to his strength attribute, and this level up also saw a complete investment in strength. Li Fan glanced at his personal panel. Character: Tai Sui Shun. Basic attributes: level LV4, 648 45,000. Class: Shield Warrior. HP: 450. MP: 320. Attack: Physical attack 55, magic attack 6. Defense: Physical defense 16, magic defense 11. Attributes: Strength 27. Agility 1098, Spirit 6, Stamina 10. Free attribute points 0. Maximum attack speed 12. 78 hits second. Maximum movement speed, 30. 98 meters second. Title, none. Talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 1, SSS quality. This upgrade is utterly outrageous. After battling nearly 500 mutated crocodiles, I have only advanced from level 2 to level 4. Li Fan sighed, finding the pace of leveling rather sluggish. However, recalling the 2.5 months it took in his previous life to progress from level 199 to level 200, he felt a sense of patience develop within him. Over 500 crocodiles yielded merely a plain ring with 1 physical attack and 1 magic defense. Now that is truly absurd. Gazing at the plain ring in his equipment slot, he could not help but chuckle at his own misfortune. Under normal circumstances, the drop rates in Endless Sky would not be so dismal. Typically, one would find a piece of plain equipment for every 50 ordinary monsters defeated. Yet, after vanquishing 500 mutated crocodiles, only a single ordinary ring was obtained. It seems his luck is quite unfortunate. This cursed place is unsuitable for me. With some players approaching, it is high time to seek a new location. Considering my attack and movement speed, perhaps I shall hunt mutated gray wolves instead. Contemplating this, Li Fan resolved to change his course of action. The mutated gray wolf belongs to the category of level 6 ordinary monsters. While I currently stand at level 4, under the constraints of level suppression, my output is only diminished by 10, making this a viable challenge. After all, the disparity in battling level 5 and level 6 monsters is minimal. Therefore, engaging in combat with the mutated gray wolf not only aligns with my personal objectives but also allows me to complete quests, achieving dual goals. How delightful this prospect is. With this thought in mind, Li Fan promptly set off towards the region of Gloomy Forest, where the mutated gray wolves reside. It was merely a distance of about 10 kilometers. After a vigorous 6-minute sprint, Li Fan arrived at his destination. The sky was overcast, with a chilling wind sweeping through the dense woods, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. As Li Fan stepped into the gloomy forest, he had yet to commence hunting the mutated gray wolves when, to his astonishment, he spotted a player, seemingly a mage, engaged in combat with a mutated gray wolf boss not far off. Li Fan was taken aback. In the M4399 novice village, how could someone level up faster than himself? Upon closer observation, his astonishment deepened. This was none other than an acquaintance from his previous life. Chapter 8. I shall press you against the thicket indeed. I am currently engaged in a skirmish with the mutated gray wolf boss, and I am acquainted with a player named Li Fan. This individual, known by the ID of Butterfly, is a female gamer. In my previous life, Butterfly initially presented herself as a benevolent figure, a prominent player within the community. However, approximately 2.5 years after the launch of Endless Firmament, she inexplicably transformed, aligning herself with a guild member known as Pride of the Multitude. Subsequently, she morphed from a once amiable player into a capricious maniac who would slay others indiscriminately, whether in joy or anger. Remarkably, this lunatic awakened an S-class talent and possessed an extraordinary drive for grinding, resulting in her formidable combat prowess that few could rival. During my previous life, while I was striving to develop my own capabilities, I fell victim to Butterfly's wrath. That moment is etched in my memory forever. While I was merrily leveling up with my guildmates, an unfamiliar high-level summoner suddenly swooped down, and with a mere wave of her staff, my companions and I were laid to waste in an instant. It was one of the most humbling defeats I have ever encountered, devoid of reason. Butterfly merely slaughtered us as she passed by, leaving our gear untouched as she departed. As time passed, I eventually improved my strength and sought vengeance against Butterfly, only to learn that she had perished at the hands of foreign demonic creatures. After enduring the arduous grind to elevate my level, I was met with the bitter reality that my nemesis had met her demise before I could exact my revenge. This feeling of helplessness, with no avenue for retribution, lingered with me for an extended period. I recall in my previous life, there were whispers that her S-class talent was related to enhancing mental acuity or the potency of her skills, rendering her spellcasting terrifyingly powerful. It is no wonder she arrived at the level 6 mob respawn point before me and could engage the boss in single combat. Goodness, did she just employ a mage's blink spell? How could she have acquired such a technique at this stage? observing Butterfly as she battled the boss. I could not help but be astonished. Her damage output surpassed mine by several tiers. Yet, this did not come as a surprise, after all. Talents vary significantly between early and late stages. My SSS class talent is evidently geared toward late-game skills, which enhance my combat abilities dramatically as I slay more monsters. Conversely, Butterfly S talent seems to favor the early to mid-game phase, an S-class talent that naturally grants her superior initial output. In Endless Firmament, numerous fortunate players mirror Butterfly's luck. However, an SSS class talent? I must regretfully state that I never heard of anyone obtaining such a rarity in my previous life. The universally acknowledged strongest player at that time, who was exposed by an enemy possessing the true sight skill, only boasted an SS class talent. Thus, I approached the reality of her superior output with composure. Nevertheless, I was astounded to witness Butterfly employing a blink spell. Under normal circumstances, this is a technique accessible only to mage players after reaching level 30. I am left to wonder how she managed to acquire it on the very first day of the game's launch. Yet, as I beheld Butterfly grappling with the mutated Grey Wolf boss, a surge of vengeance ignited within me. I shall take her down. Li Fan was utterly indifferent to the future misfortunes that might befall the Butterfly Fairy, which could potentially drive her to madness. Perhaps she would encounter a tale of woe that would evoke sympathy, but what relevance did that hold for him? All he recalled was that she had once taken his life in a previous existence. Such a grudge could not remain unavenged. It left an unsettling weight in his heart. By vanquishing her once more, not only could he exact revenge for his former self, but he could also seize a boss in the process, an exquisite double delight. Especially since this boss was a mutated Grey Wolf of bronze level. What if it boasted high output? My movement speed approaches 31 meters per second. Complemented by my past combat experience, do you truly think you can land a hit on me? And what of your blink spell? Its cooldown is lengthy, and even if you manage to use it once or twice, you cannot teleport too far, thus escaping from my grasp is futile. With these thoughts in mind, Li Fan resolutely raised his iron sword and stealthily approached. His speed was remarkable, and with the Butterfly Fairy evidently engrossed in battling the boss. By the time she noticed him, he was already within 10 meters. Who are you? What are you doing? At this moment, the Butterfly Fairy was not yet the deranged figure she would later become. Her gaze was wary as she regarded Li Fan, yet she did not initiate an attack. With a warrior closing in within 10 meters of a mage, if the mage did not strike first, any attempt to counter would be too late. In response to the Butterfly Fairy's vigilance, Li Fan wasted no words and swung his sword. Swish, swish, swish. -70, critical damage. -36. -74, critical damage. After his strength attribute surged to 27 points, the additional damage dealt upon striking a weak point increased slightly. After 3 strikes, the Butterfly Fairy was thrown into a state of panic. Hey, why are you attacking? Notification, you have slain the player Butterfly Fairy, LV 5-time mage. Your evil value has increased by 1 point. Before the Butterfly Fairy could finish her sentence, Li Fan's consecutive strikes sent her back to the resurrection point. The entirety of the battle unfolded so smoothly that Li Fan himself felt bewildered. The ID was indeed Butterfly Fairy. He had not mistaken her identity. He distinctly remembered her as a mere mage in his previous life. A time mage, clearly a hidden class. Had his rebirth triggered some unforeseen butterfly effect? Furthermore, at this stage, with her skills and awareness so lacking, he had managed to strike her and she still wished to question him? Was she truly that naive? Li Fan scratched his head, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. Regardless, he had avenged his past grievances, and for that, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Especially since the mutated Grey Wolf boss before him was already in a critically weakened state. Species, Silver Wolf Guardian. Level, LV6 Bronze Creature. Attributes, 698. 3600 HP. 69 Physical Attack, 60 Magical Attack, 35 Physical Defense, 33 Magical Defense. Skills. On the very first day of the server's launch, engaging in 2 acts of murder and boss theft made him feel remarkably like a villain. Li Fan silently mocked himself, then turned his full attention to the severely weakened boss before him. The adversary possesses formidable attack power, complemented by magical attributes, suggesting the potential for ranged abilities. Caution is imperative, otherwise, one may find themselves in a most embarrassing predicament. The resurrection point in the novice village of M4399 stands as a stark reminder of the situation. How despicable of the Taisui deity to ambush me in pursuit of the boss. Upon revival, the butterfly's visage was pallid, and she gradually came to comprehend the gravity of her plight, her teeth clenched in indignation. How can humanity be so wicked? Infuriatingly, after being vanquished, I am left in a weakened state for a full 24 hours. My attributes will be halved for the next day, jeopardizing my aspirations of earning money through gaming to purchase a gaming headset for my sister. This goal is now delayed by at least another day. Taisui deity, you best be prepared, for I shall ensure you meet your comeuppance amidst the grass. The butterfly is on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 9, Skill, Dance of Phantoms. As the butterfly spirit gritted its teeth in frustration, Li Fan joyfully engaged the boss. He initiated with a lightning-fast series of basic attacks followed by a heavy strike. -20, -42, weakness damage. -22. A flurry of damage numbers soared from the head of the Silver Wolf Guardian. With its remaining health at 698 points, Li Fan could dispatch it in no more than 5 seconds if he exerted his full strength. However, opportunities for full output were rare in actual combat. The Silver Wolf Guardian possessed formidable attack power, necessitating Li Fan's constant vigilance in evading its strikes. At this juncture, his considerable agility advantage of over 1,000 points became apparent. The Silver Wolf Guardian's lunges and claw swipes failed to connect with him. Seizing the moment while its attacks were still in motion, Li Fan capitalized on the openings, landing several consecutive strikes. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the Guardian's health plummeted to below 300 points. With a howl, the Silver Wolf Guardian bellowed, and simultaneously, a notification appeared on Li Fan's interface. Combat information. Silver Wolf Guardian, LV6 bronze creature, has cast the skill Call of Companions in 3 seconds. 15 mutated gray wolves, LV6 common creatures, will arrive. A summoning skill. Unfortunately, it would not take effect for another 3 seconds, posing no threat to me. Glancing at the notification, Li Fan smiled and raised his sword to strike. The casting of the call took a brief moment, akin to a summoner channeling their summons. Though it lasted only a second or two, this interval afforded Li Fan an opportunity to execute a decisive blow. Basic attack, basic attack, basic attack, skill. Heavy strike. Thus, the Silver Wolf Guardian, having just completed its skill cast, was unable to react before Li Fan delivered a devastating blow that depleted its health bar entirely. Notification. You have slain the Silver Wolf Guardian, LV6 bronze creature. You gain 5,500 experience points, 10 bonus for defeating a higher level creature. Notification. This kill marks the first in the village. Congratulations. You receive 6 free attribute points and a 1 to your class equipment skill book drop. Notification. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. Merely a bronze boss, its defeat did not warrant a village-wide announcement. Li Fan adeptly allocated all free attribute points to his strength, then gleefully examined the 3 items dropped by the boss. The first item was a skill book. Skill book, Dance of Phantoms. Quality, bronze. Learning requirement, level 6 or above, requires a melee weapon profession. Level 1 active effect. Increases attack speed by 30 for 12 seconds. Consumes 40 MP upon activation, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. What a splendid buff skill to enhance attack speed. Li Fan joyfully stowed the skill book in his backpack, recognizing that his current level was insufficient to learn it. So he decided to keep it for now. His output had primarily relied on basic attacks, and with the acquisition of the Phantom Sword Dance skill, it was as if his damage output had surged by 30%. At level 1, it indeed provided a 30% boost. One could only imagine the enhancements at levels 2, 3, and beyond. Li Fan was filled with anticipation. In the realm of Endless Sky, players typically needed to expend their own experience points to elevate their skill levels. The endeavor of upgrading skills would have to wait until at least level 20, when his profession would first advance. With this thought in mind, Li Fan's gaze shifted to the 2 remaining items dropped by the boss. Equipment. Exquisite crossbow. Durability. 130, 130. Quality, bronze. Grade, outstanding. Usage requirement, level 6 or above, bow-wielding profession. Attribute 139 points of physical attack. 6 points of strength. Attribute 2, increases attack speed by 5. Item, beginner's forging scroll. Type, one-time special item. Usage requirement, player level 5 or above. Effect, upon learning, grants the secondary profession skill forging, beginner. The sole bronze equipment that had dropped was, surprisingly, a crossbow meant for archers. Alas, it would have to be sold for gold. The scroll, however, was quite promising. He recalled that the beginner forging skill included the ability to repair equipment, which perfectly aligned with his current needs. Li Fan glanced at his fine iron sword. After several hours of battle, its durability had dwindled to 20 points. While its rapid attack speed was advantageous, it also meant that the weapon's durability diminished swiftly. The timing of this forging scroll was impeccable. Typically, players would need to pay a hefty sum to NPCs to acquire secondary profession skills. Now, with the forging scroll in hand, Li Fan could save a considerable amount of money, as forging was exactly the secondary skill he required at this moment. What a relief. However, repairing equipment required iron ore, which would either necessitate mining or purchasing. Well, after he finished hunting the mutated gray wolves and reached level 5, he could likely complete the blacksmith Morland's task and purchase some iron from him as well. As for the bronze crossbow, it would be best to sell it. Li Fan navigated to the comprehensive personal function options and located the auction house in the M4399 region's novice village. Similar to many other games, players in the world of Endless Sky could list items for sale at any time and place, engaging in online transactions. They could trade for in-game currency or real-world money. After purchasing the gaming helmet, he had become rather broke. Thus, selling this weapon would improve his circumstances. He set the auction starting price at 10,000 Dragon Country coins, chose a duration of 10 hours, and fixed a buy-it-now price at 200,000 coins. After all, it was merely a level 6 bronze weapon, and Li Fan was not overly greedy. The fixed price of 200,000 signifies that within a span of 10 hours, should anyone be willing to offer that amount, the transaction will be executed instantaneously. After listing the equipment, Li Fan regained his focus. Next comes the routine of tirelessly grinding against lesser foes. What? Zhang Xiao, you have awakened a B-grade talent, increasing your strength by 120 points at the onset? Splendid. With this, Zhang Xiao, your damage output will undoubtedly rank among the finest in our M4399 village. Brothers, we have endured great hardship. Just over 2 hours ago, we were beset by a figure known as Tai Sui Shan, and I suspect he too possesses a B-grade talent, exhibiting astonishing speed in both attack and movement. In the wilds of M4399 village, a gathering of over 20 players convened. Had Li Fan been present, he would have recognized 7 individuals within the crowd, the very same ones he had previously vanquished, the valiant 7 of righteousness. At this moment, these 7 were lamenting their plight around a player bearing the ID. Fear not, brothers, I, Zhang Xiao, have arrived to advocate for you. To take down Tai Sui Shan, Zhang Xiao boasted, thumping his chest with fervor when suddenly, a guild member's exclamation interrupted him. Quick, Zhang Xiao, look. A bronze-grade crossbow has just appeared in the auction house. One of his subordinates exclaimed. Little did they know, had they realized this item was being auctioned by Li Fan, they would likely have turned pale with shock. Chapter 10, the second ring task that went awry. Bronze-level equipment. In an era when even the most basic gear is held in high esteem, what does it signify when someone acquires a piece of bronze-quality equipment? Undoubtedly, it will evoke the admiration of men and the envy of women. Strolling through the streets of the novice village, one would undoubtedly be the most dazzling figure on the entire block. Thus, upon hearing the exclamations from his guild members, Zhang Xiao promptly accessed the auction house. Lo and behold, someone is indeed selling. This individual must possess a terrifyingly potent talent that enhances combat prowess, just like Zhang Xiao. Otherwise, acquiring bronze-level equipment would be inconceivable. However, this person appears rather foolish. Why would one sell such an extraordinary piece of gear acquired so early in the game? Is this not akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Indeed, if it were me, I would certainly keep it for personal use. For possessing such equipment would enable me to challenge stronger foes and reap greater rewards. The starting bid is a mere 10,000 coins. After a moment of scrutiny, it seems the seller is a foolish pauper. Moreover, as Zhang Xiao is an archer, this crossbow appears to be tailor-made for him. With it, the day when Zhang Xiao leads our gallant guild to dominance in the M4399 Novice Village is within reach. Ha ha ha, I appreciate everyone's faith in me. I'll buy it outright for 200,000 coins. Zhang Xiao, buoyed by the praise of his guild mates, and recognizing the value of the bronze-quality crossbow as an archer, gritted his teeth and made the purchase without hesitation. To be fair, although it is now the year 2042, there was a currency reform about 8 or 9 years ago, and inflation has not been excessively severe. In the Dragon Kingdom's magic capital, the average housing price hovers around 40,000. 200,000 coins still holds significant value. Zhang Xiao is not as affluent as others might presume. Spending such a sum on a single piece of equipment made him feel a twinge of regret. However, with his guildmates lavishly extolling him, not purchasing would have been quite embarrassing. With the purchase completed, Zhang Xiao showcased his impressive spending power. Zhang Xiao is remarkable. Those who follow him can expect rapid advancement and wealth. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiao is a true tycoon. It's a joy to be associated with him. As anticipated, after swiftly purchasing the bronze crossbow, Zhang Xiao was met with even more fervent praise from his guild members, leaving him with an exhilarating sense of elation. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the M4399 Novice Village, a player with the ID of Aoshi Emperor furrowed his brow. The bronze crossbow had been listed for far too short a time. With no village-wide announcement at the time of listing, acquiring it was a matter of financial strength. But rather who noticed it first. Aoshi Emperor is no ordinary player. He has previously been known for his lavish spending in other games, and serves as the president of the dominant guild. Even if he could not utilize the bronze crossbow himself, it could have been reserved for key members of his core team. Alas, it is too late to lament. If blame must be assigned, it falls upon himself for discovering it too late and allowing someone else to seize it first. However, this incident has served as a wake-up call. Moving forward, he must designate someone to monitor the auction house diligently. Someone is offering to sell a bronze-quality crossbow, and it is quite possible that, in the next moment, another individual will present bronze-quality equipment as well. Do bear in mind, should bronze equipment reappear in the auction house and be available for immediate purchase, there is no need to notify me in advance. At this stage, it is not merely bronze-quality gear that holds significance. Even black iron and basic white items are of utmost importance to players. The entity known as Ascent Emperor is not lacking in wealth, but rather in equipment. Furthermore, endeavor to ascertain who is selling the bronze crossbow, and inform me of your findings at the earliest opportunity. Players capable of acquiring bronze equipment must possess extraordinary hidden professions or remarkable talents. And those willing to part with such prized possessions are almost certainly independent players. Such individuals are talents we must strive to recruit to our side, at the very least. We should seek to cultivate a favorable relationship, ensuring we understand their boundaries before proceeding. At this moment, there are more than a dozen prominent figures within the M4399 Novice Village harboring similar intentions as Ascent Emperor. However, this is of little concern to Li Fan at present. He diligently follows his planned course, tirelessly battling mutant gray wolves. As a level 6 ordinary creature, the mutant gray wolf holds no threat against Li Fan. And even when encountered in packs, they are swiftly dispatched with ease. Notification: you have slain. Brief pause. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is now 5. Congratulations, you have earned 5 points of free attribute points. As a white light envelopes him, Li Fan's relentless efforts finally come to a halt. Excellent. After fully allocating his points, his strength attribute has reached 38. Meanwhile, his agility attribute has accumulated to an impressive 13 points. It is time to return to the village to complete his quest and take a moment to recuperate. With this thought in mind, Li Fan sets off towards the Novice Village. Having defeated over 100 mutant gray wolves, he acquired 2 pieces of equipment, both of which were worthless white items that marginally increased his health and defense. Nothing of consequence. Presently, Li Fan eagerly anticipates what reward NPC Blacksmith Morin will bestow upon him. Completing a hidden quest with a 3-day deadline on the very first day is quite an achievement, even if it is merely the first stage of a quest chain. The reward should be commendable, surely? The journey back was smooth. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Fan stands before Blacksmith Morin within the Novice Village. Notification: you have successfully submitted the quest Morin's Revenge 1. Notification: you have received a reward of 50 silver coins and 5,000 experience points. Notification: Blacksmith Morin is astonished by your exceptional task efficiency and has decided to upgrade your reward from ordinary equipment to the Black Iron Quality Azure Round Shield. Notification: you have automatically accepted the new quest Morin's Revenge 2. Young adventurer, I have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work, and may you succeed in avenging my daughter. Listening to Blacksmith Morin's encouraging words, a forced, insincere smile graces Li Fan's face. The reason for his feigned enthusiasm lies in the absurdity of the second stage of the quest. Task: The Revenge of Blacksmith Morin 2. Task description: your performance has once again garnered Morin's acknowledgement. However, before fully earning his trust, you must demonstrate your prowess once more. Venture forth to vanquish 10,000-foot mutated gray wolves, level 6 beasts, in the shadowy forest. Upon successful completion, you shall be rewarded handsomely by Morin and granted the opportunity to undertake the final segment of the quest. Task deadline: 7 days. Number of participants required: 1. Success reward: 5 gold coins, 50,000 experience points, 1 piece of equipment of at least bronze quality, and eligibility for subsequent quests. Failure penalty: permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Indeed, the initial phase of the quest demanded the slaying of 100 mutated gray wolves. The subsequent phase, however, escalates the requirement to a staggering 10,000. These mutated gray wolves not only claimed your daughter's life, but also desecrated your ancestral grave, did they not? The demand for such an overwhelming quantity in the second phase, being 100 times that of the first, is utterly preposterous. Chapter 11: The Vengeful Quest of Righteousness. The mutated gray wolves in the dim forest were not particularly abundant, and their respawn rate was slow. It would take me nearly a week to complete this task. Blasted! The new quest had severely disrupted Li Fan's plans for leveling up and monster grinding. If I squander too much time on this task, my leveling schedule will undoubtedly be delayed, and I risk losing out on subsequent rewards from first kills of outdoor bosses and dungeon completions to others. Additionally, some crucial hidden quests in my memory could only be accepted in the main city. If I fell behind, I might miss the opportunity to claim them. Damn it. The task deadline is precisely set at 7 days, leaving me no room to take it slowly. The Heart of the Warrior. Forget it. This item is of utmost importance to warrior players. I must acquire it, no matter the effort. With a shake of his head, Li Fan resolved to endure the laborious task for the sake of obtaining the singular item, Heart of the Warrior. With this determination, he sprang into action. After purchasing some repair materials and tools from the blacksmith, he decisively turned to head towards the dim forest. However, after taking just a few steps, Li Fan suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be following him. Observing discreetly, he confirmed that there was indeed a sneaky figure trailing him. Are they eyeing my gear for a potential theft? No, my equipment isn't particularly impressive. It's more likely they've recognized me and are seeking revenge. Could it be someone from the Butterfly Guild? No, that seems unlikely. In my previous life, the Butterfly Guild operated as a lone wolf. Thus, the answer became clear. The one stealthily following me must be a member of the Righteousness Guild. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan arrived at this conclusion and couldn't help but chuckle. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the Righteousness Guild members ample time to intercept him. Just as I planned to immerse myself in grinding the mutated gray wolves, I might as well deliver a wave of righteous retribution to the Righteousness Guild before I leave. I fear no infamy. With his resolve firm, Li Fan continued to meander deliberately. Approximately 15 minutes later, he finally exited the safety zone of the Novice Village. As he ventured forward, a group of brazen players swiftly converged upon him. Li Fan maintained a composed demeanor as he surveyed the gathering. which comprised around 25 to 30 individuals, more than half of whom bore the prefix in their IDs. It was clear they had come for revenge. Amidst the crowd, he spotted the fierce gazes of, and, among others, the Righteousness Guild had been a notorious name in the gaming world even before entering Endless Firmament, infamous as a tyrannical guild that had caused much suffering to ordinary players. Nearby, onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Look, those ruffians are from the Righteousness Guild. What? Is that the infamous Tyrant Guild? Indeed, judging by their ID prefixes. Several must be former members of other guilds. They are bullying yet another ordinary player. In the past, I had engaged with these brutes in a previous game, but alas, my current capabilities have waned, rendering me incapable of heroic intervention. Observing the scene, the ordinary players looked upon the members of the Iba Yuntian Guild with expressions filled with dread and fury, while their gazes towards Li Fan were tinged with sympathy. Due to the notorious reputation of the Iba Yuntian Guild, many believed that Li Fan was merely an unfortunate bystander being bullied. Hearing the murmurs, Iba Renwang could not help but shout in indignation, "You have no idea what you're talking about. That fellow named Tai Suishan had previously attacked us. This is merely a case of rightful vengeance. We are not bullying ordinary players." Renwang felt wronged, believing he was misunderstood by the bystander players. However, Iba Zhang Xiaoyi interrupted him with displeasure. "Silence. Why should we explain our actions to those who are irrelevant? Upset? Want to seek justice? Then come at us, and we shall slay you all." Zhang Xiao coldly threatened the surrounding players, dismissing any need to justify their ambush on Li Fan. When he noticed the bystanders were intimidated into silence by his words, Zhang Xiao nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to Li Fan. "Tai Suishan, you truly have some guts to provoke our Iba Yuntian members. Now, if you kneel and kowtow a few times, perhaps we shall only strike you once. What do you say? Think it over. Ha 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 ha." As his laughter echoed, the other members of the Iba Yuntian Guild joined in, reveling in their arrogance. To them, it was inconceivable that Li Fan, surrounded by so many, could escape. Thus, they indulged in verbal taunts before making their move. Yet, as they laughed boisterously, Li Fan initiated his own attack. His figure darted forward as swiftly as a bullet, heading straight for Zhang Xiao. "After listening to your incessant prattle, I finally discerned that you are their leader. Prepare to meet your end. Renowned for the adage to catch the thief, one must first seize the king." Li Fan had endured several seconds of mockery solely to identify the leader, and now that he could no longer hold back. "What speed is this? Block him." Zhang Xiao was taken aback by Li Fan's velocity. As an archer, he could not allow a warrior to close the distance. Fortunately, he had numerous loyal subordinates present, including several warriors and knights who stepped forward to intercept Li Fan before he reached Zhang Xiao. "Since you seek death, allow me to fulfill your wish." Zhang Xiao, witnessing this, readied his novice bow to shoot. Due to his insufficient level, he was unable to wield a bronze crossbow, so he had to make do with what he had. However, Zhang Xiao was confident that with his B-level talent, which granted him an additional 120 points in strength at the outset, dispatching a level 5 player would be a simple task. However, just as he was preparing to unleash his arrow, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Li Fan charged towards the 3 valiant melee players who stood in front of Zhang Xiao, raising his sword to strike. In a flurry of movement so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, he unleashed a series of blows, and within moments, 2 of the 3 melee fighters had fallen, with the last succumbing in the next heartbeat. A flurry of over 10 strikes in a mere second? What astonishing attack speed was this? Zhang Xiao was left in a state of disbelief. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Li Fan had already positioned himself before him. Zhang Xiao's heart raced, not solely from the imminent threat of being struck down, but also due to the recent memory of having bullied a few unsuspecting players, which had left him with a notorious crimson name. Instinctively, he released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow narrowly missed Li Fan, and as he prepared to fire again, the opportunity had vanished, with a flash of sword light. The next moment saw Zhang Xiao following in the footsteps of his 3 subordinates, instantly transforming into a wisp of white light as he perished. In the place where he had vanished, 2 pieces of equipment and a handful of copper coins lay scattered. Among the fallen items was a gleaming crossbow, radiating a lustrous bronze sheen. Observing this crossbow, a subtle smile crept across Li Fan's lips. Chapter 12. The Forum Turmoil. After effortlessly dispatching the leader, Zhang Xiao, Li Fan did not pause for a moment. He swiftly retrieved the fallen equipment from the ground and immediately turned to strike at the nearest member of the Yiba Yuntian Guild. This unfortunate mage, being rather fragile, succumbed to Li Fan's assault in less than half a second. Without delay, Li Fan charged towards another nearby target. It was not until this moment that the 20 or so players from Yiba Yuntian finally realized what was happening and, in a frenzy of panic, scattered in all directions. Li Fan managed to take down a few unfortunate souls who were slow to flee. However, upon noticing that the remaining players had blended into the crowd, he furrowed his brow and ultimately decided against pursuing them any further. After all, they were merely insignificant minions. There would be other opportunities to vanquish them. With this thought in mind, he swiftly changed direction and made his escape. At the scene, a handful of ordinary players had witnessed the entire event unfold. As they observed Li Fan retreating with the speed of the wind, their expressions of astonishment gradually faded, replaced by animated discussions. Wow, that was incredible! Is that deity's ID really Tai Sui-shen? His combat prowess is astonishing. He runs like the wind. And his attack frequency rivals that of my grandmother with Parkinson's. I'm utterly dumbfounded. Oh, great deity, wait for me. Let me add you as a friend. Wow, he is incredibly fast. Tai Sui-shen had closed his friend request channel. Indeed, it seemed that all great players shared such habits. Finally witnessing someone vanquish the Yiba Yuntian scoundrels brought immense joy. I recorded the moment and shall post it on the forum, so that fellow players who have suffered at the hands of Yiba Yuntian can share in this happiness. Soon, a video titled "On the First Day of the Server, Witness the Great Deity Slaying the Yiba Yuntian Scoundrels" went viral in the Endless Firmament forum. In gaming, it's quite normal for players to engage in combat with one another. However, the fact that the defeated belonged to the Yiba Yuntian Guild, who inherently attracted attention, combined with the astonishing speed displayed by Li Fan in the video, captivated countless players, thus propelling the footage to fame. Numerous forum visitors eagerly left their comments beneath the post. Wow, his stance while attacking is so cool. Tai Sui-shen, from today forth, you are one of my idols. With a one-handed sword and shield, it seems like he might be a hidden class. Does anyone know what hidden class Tai Sui-shen could be? Goodness, his speed is outrageous. It must be due to his talents. I've heard many have drawn talents that significantly enhance their stats. This Tai Sui-shen must have drawn one that boosts agility, right? How envious. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is impenetrable, only speed prevails. The Dark God does not deceive me. While it is exhilarating to slay foes, taking down the Yiba Yuntian Guild could lead to significant repercussions for Tai Sui-shen. He must tread carefully in anticipation of their future retaliation. It must be said that as the game server time extends, players' understanding of Endless Firmament deepens. In video recordings, Li Fan's exhibited speed is indeed astonishing. Data analysts have meticulously calculated that Li Fan's movement speed is approximately 3 times that of an ordinary player, while his attack speed exceeds tenfold. However, no one suspects Li Fan of cheating. This is not only because, by the year 2042, hacks have long been eradicated, but also due to the fact that the audience perusing the forum has already encountered numerous players with extraordinary combat prowess. Some begin with attack power exceeding 3 digits, while others boast skills with tenfold increased range. There are even those who, despite being warrior-type classes, can unleash ranged sword energy at level 1. Additionally, some summoners at level 1 can conjure silver-tier skeletal dragons. These individuals are, without exception, the fortunate ones who have drawn high-quality talents in Endless Firmament. Although Li Fan's remarkable speed astonishes many, it does not place him among the most shocking of these lucky individuals. Of course, if others were aware that Li Fan possessed an SSS grade talent, classified as a growth-type talent, the matter would be entirely different. Yet, this is a secret Li Fan cannot divulge to anyone. At least until he reaches invincibility, he will certainly not disclose it to a second party. As for when one can be deemed invincible, Li Fan has set a modest goal for himself. He shall not be considered invincible until his movement speed is less than that of light. At the resurrection point of M4399's novice village, Zhang Xiao, accompanied by several underlings, wore a pale expression, his lips trembling. How infuriating! Why is that guy so strong? Is speed truly more formidable than attack power? What use is my B-grade talent that enhances strength? My newly purchased bronze crossbow has been destroyed. Zhang Xiao was consumed with anger and frustration. Just moments ago, his group felt assured of victory, yet in the blink of an eye, they became mere souls fallen beneath another S-sword. This stark contrast shattered his mentality. The key issue was that he had already struggled against the Tai Sui god. And now, having died once, he was in a weakened state, making him even less capable of winning. Most crucially, he had spent 200,000 on the bronze crossbow, which he had yet to even use, only to see it destroyed so swiftly. Tai Sui god, just wait. In a few days, when everyone gathers in the main city, I will summon 1,000 brothers to slay you. Zhang Xiao vowed silently. At that moment, one of his underlings suddenly exclaimed, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, Zhang Xiao, isn't that your bronze crossbow? How did it reappear in the auction house? Zhang Xiao paused, then his eyes reddened. Upon opening the auction house, he discovered that his recently destroyed bronze crossbow was once again listed for sale. With a starting price of 10,000, an auction duration of 8 hours, and a buyout price of 200,000, the equipment attributes were identical to those when he had purchased it, as were the auction conditions. What a remarkable coincidence. Therefore, the most likely scenario is that this bronze crossbow was originally listed by the Tai Sui god, however, having invested a considerable amount to acquire it. Before it could even be warmed, it was swiftly returned to the adversary. This equates to not only being slain by the opponent once, but also gratuitously bestowing upon them 200,000 Dragon Country coins, paying for the privilege of being struck down. Upon this realization, Zhang Xiao's eyes widened, and his breath quickened uncontrollably. Great God Tai Sui, how could this be? Poor Zhang Xiao was so overcome with rage that he fainted on the spot, unable to finish his sentence, as his body succumbed to an abnormal condition and he was forcibly logged out. Achoo! Suddenly sneezing, he wondered, who could be thinking of me? Li Fan rubbed his nose and muttered softly. He then shifted his gaze to a mutated gray wolf not far away. Finally, we have arrived at our destination. The massacre of 10,000 mutated gray wolves shall now commence. Chapter 13. The voice call from Chun Ergu. Hint. You have slain. Omitted. Hint. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 1 point. Hint. You have leveled up. Your current level is LV8. Hint. You have exceeded 14 hours of gameplay today. Please manage your gaming time wisely and pay attention to your health. In the dimly lit forest, Li Fan glanced at the numerous system notifications that had appeared on his interface. He pinched the bridge of his nose, acutely aware of his mental fatigue. The exhaustion stemmed not only from the prolonged gaming session, but also from having spent nearly 8 hours in the shadowy woods after dispatching the band of righteous heroes, only to encounter no bosses. He had, however, collected over a dozen pieces of worthless white gear from the minions, but what use were these trivial items to him? The drop rate was disheartening. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already around 10 in the morning, which explained his simultaneous feelings of fatigue and hunger. It was time to log off, grab a bite to eat, and catch some sleep. He reminded himself to be cautious. He must not succumb to exhaustion before the game merges with reality in 100 days. With this thought in mind, Li Fan prepared to exit the game. Before doing so, he took a moment to examine his latest character panel. Character, Tai Sui Shun. Basic attributes. Level, LV8, 2276,000. Class, Shield Warrior. HP, 530. MP, 320. Attack, Physical Attack 81, Magic Attack 6. Defense, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 27. Attributes, Strength 53, Agility 2024, 12, 13. Spirit 6, Stamina 12. Free Attribute Points, 0. Max Attack Speed, 21. 0.4 hits second. Max Movement Speed, 50. 48 meters second. Title, None. Talent, Blessing of Light, First Stage, SSS Quality. Equipment Inventory, Refined Iron Sword, Black Iron Quality One-Handed Sword, Azure Round Shield, Black Iron Quality Shield. Pigskin Belt, Common Waist Armor, Cloth armor top, common upper armor. Omitted. Skill list. LV1 shield block, LV1 heavy slash. Basic forging technique, LV1 shield counter. LV1 phantom dance. Not bad. My agility attribute has surpassed 2,000. At full sprint, my speed is approximately equivalent to 180 kilometers per hour. With an attack speed of 21 hits per second, my basic attack output can exceed 1,700. Although the exact figure depends on the target's physical defense and how easily I can hit their weak points. Excellent. I shall strive for greater achievements tomorrow. After briefly admiring his agility attribute, Li Fan promptly logged off, removing his gaming helmet. He splashed some water on his face and prepared to venture out in search of food. At that moment, he noticed 2 notifications on his phone from WeChat. The first was from his nominal school beauty girlfriend, the very person who had betrayed him in his previous life, Su Yunyu. Su Yunyu, special attention, dear. Are you there? Su Yunyu, special attention, it's already evening. Why haven't you replied? Feeling wronged. Upon awakening to silence from Su Yunyu, a wave of concern washed over Li Fan. The unease prompted him to swiftly remove her from his list of special contacts. It was utterly revolting that he had forgotten this matter. In this new life, Su Yunyu remained someone he held in particular regard, although the reasons for his attention had shifted from affection to a more lethal intent. As he reread her messages, Li Fan initially contemplated ignoring her, just as he had done the previous night. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if she decided to remove him from her contacts? The prospect of searching for her amidst a vast sea of faces would consume an inordinate amount of time and energy, jeopardizing his meticulously crafted plans. An idea sparked in his mind. After a brief deliberation, he composed a response. I am not a gaming addict. Xiaoyu, I recently joined a research team at my workplace, where I will be engaged in a highly confidential project for the next 3 months, rendering me unable to communicate with the outside world. However, the leadership has assured me of a substantial bonus of at least 400,000 upon completion. This is a rare opportunity for our future. Let us meet in 3 months. It seemed that Su Yunyu was not online at that moment, as there was no immediate reply. Nevertheless, Li Fan felt reassured that she would not sever ties with him in the coming months. After all, given his understanding of her, how could she bear to part ways with someone who would soon possess considerable wealth? Turning his attention to the second message sender, he saw, Chen Ergu, bro. Are you free to play some games lately? Join me in Endless Sky. I'll take you to new heights. This brief message, reminiscent of a casual greeting from a long-lost gaming companion, warmed Li Fan's heart. Chen Ergu, whose real name was Chen Tianxiang, had been his close friend since middle school. Their bond deepened during high school and university, where they serendipitously found themselves in the same school and dormitory. Among their dormitory quartet, the second eldest, Chen Tianxiang earned the nickname Chen Ergu, which, while seemingly peculiar, was certainly preferable to the more unflattering moniker of Chen Laodi. As for the least senior member of the dorm, Li Fan had long since forgotten his own nickname, considering it inconsequential. The warmth Li Fan felt upon reading Chen Ergu's message stemmed from the fact that he was his best friend in a previous life. Despite the absence of blood ties, their bond was stronger than that of many siblings. Regrettably, in his former existence, as he became preoccupied with enhancing his combat prowess, he had gradually lost touch with Chen Ergu, prioritizing time with Su Yunyu instead. Yet, the essence of brotherhood transcended mere frequency of contact. It resided in the emotions and sentiments held within the heart. Until the end of his previous life, Li Fan's relationship with Chen Ergu remained steadfast. In truth, he had entrusted Chen Ergu even more than Su Yunyu or Zhang Feng. Regrettably, due to Erguzi's inherent limitations, Li Fan placed his trust in him but could not elevate him to the status of his right-hand man. The greatest advantage of reincarnation lies in the foresight of gameplay. While its profound significance is in discerning the true nature of those around him, recognizing who his genuine allies are. Erguzi, in this life, I shall diligently nurture you, assisting you in soaring to new heights. Contemplating this, Li Fan clenched his fist. He then proceeded to respond to the message. I'm truly not a gaming addict. Endless Firmament? I logged in the moment the server opened yesterday and reached level 8. Erguzi, what level are you to dare claim you can carry me? As soon as Li Fan sent the message, Chen Ergu promptly came online and replied instantly. Chen Ergo. Damn, Shaoli, how did you level up so fast? I grinded all night just to reach level 6. Chen Ergo. Wait a minute. Weren't you supposed to be working to support your schoolflower girlfriend? How do you have time to play games all night? What is going on? Chen Ergo. Voice call. Do you wish to answer? Chapter 14. This pipe is called longing. This is the unspoken understanding between brothers. Li Fan uttered a single phrase, and Chen Ergu immediately sensed something amiss, promptly sending a voice call. Li Fan, both amused and perplexed, answered. I broke up with Su Yunhue. Now I've got plenty of time to indulge in gaming. No worries, my spirits are high. It was only after parting ways with Su Yunhue that I realized gaming is the true joy. Haha. You know, my parents passed away in a car accident when I was in elementary school, and I have no relatives to speak of. All alone. I can play as I please. You wish to compete with me on who can grind harder? Oh, Ergo, you've chosen the wrong opponent. Your ID is, this pipe is called longing, in the newbie village in 9587? Fine, let us meet in the main city after reaching level 20. Alright, I'm hanging up. I can't keep this up any longer. I need to grab a bite and get some sleep. After a brief conversation lasting several minutes, they ended the call. Li Fan felt a warm sensation in his heart. It had been a long time since someone had shown him such concern. He resided near West Lake in Longhua, where the weather remained quite warm in September. Having stayed awake all night, he was now both fatigued and hungry, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. He hurried downstairs to grab a rice bowl, then returned to his rented room, took a quick shower, and fell asleep. Around 4 in the afternoon, Li Fan awoke, invigorated from his slumber. Ding! ZFB received a total of 380,000. The funds from selling the bronze crossbow in the game had arrived. This weapon had been sold twice, each time at a fixed price, and after deducting a 5 transaction fee, he was left with precisely 380,000. With his wallet now filled, Li Fan ventured downstairs for a bite, then headed to the supermarket to purchase a large quantity of instant noodles and other quick meals. Following that, it was time for Endless Firmament, activate. As the screen flickered, Li Fan found himself in the dimly lit forest map. Wherever one logged out, they would reappear in the same location upon logging back in, provided they had disengaged from combat beforehand, preventing players from escaping a tough boss encounter by simply logging out. Time to grind. Today's objective: strive to eliminate at least 2,000 mutated gray wolves. Let us go. Li Fan motivated himself, then raised his one-handed sword and charged at a nearby mutated gray wolf. System notification: you have slain, omitted. System notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV9. Time spent engrossed in monster grinding always seemed to pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Li Fan had leveled up once again. As he had previously been an LV8 player battling LV6 monsters, he benefited from a level suppression effect. However, the experience gained was also reduced by 10. Furthermore, the experience required to advance to LV9 had increased, resulting in Li Fan needing to defeat nearly 700 mutated gray wolves to successfully reach LV9. Continuing to hunt the gray wolves would incur a 15 experience penalty. Perhaps it would be wise to upgrade some skills first? The higher the level, the greater the experience penalty, but to complete tasks, he still needed to grind approximately 8,000 gray wolves. Thus, Li Fan contemplated for a moment and decided to upgrade his skills. However, having just leveled up, the current experience points stored were insufficient to enhance his skill levels. He resolved to grind for a while longer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly spotted a special wolf-like creature with silvery gray fur in the distance. Oh, a boss has appeared? Remarkably, it was a level 6 bronze boss, the Silver Wolf Guardian. Li Fan scratched his head, feeling that perhaps all his fortune had been exhausted when he drew his SSS level talent. Despite defeating 2,000 or 3,000 minor creatures, including this one, he had only encountered 3 bosses. The first 2 had even been stolen from others. Such misfortune was unparalleled. Nevertheless, considering that low-level grinding areas typically have few bosses, having one was already fortunate enough. He would not be picky. Li Fan drew his sword and charged forward to strike. The level 6 bronze boss, the Silver Wolf Guardian, possessed merely 600 health points. With such a meager amount of health, how could it withstand Li Fan's current output? Swish, swish, swish. Minus 53. Minus 55. Minus 114. Weak point damage. Minus 55. In just a little over a second, nearly 30 damage numbers ascended above the Silver Wolf Guardian's head. Its health plummeted to half. Before it could muster any counterattack, Li Fan unleashed a flurry of strikes, vanquishing it. The entire battle lasted no more than 3 seconds. With 600 health points and 35 points of physical defense, the Silver Wolf Guardian had not even had the chance to unleash any skills before it met its unfortunate demise. Notification: you have slain the Silver Wolf Guardian, level 6 bronze creature. Earning 250 experience points, experience and drops reduced by 15 due to level disparity. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. Notification: you have collected the boss's dropped items. Wolf Fang Necklace, bronze quality. Blessing of Courage, black iron quality skill book. Wolf Skin Boots, common quality. 15 silver coins and 77 copper coins. Though it was not a first kill, the drop of a bronze necklace was quite impressive. Li Fan glanced at the skill book and necklace. Skill book, Blessing of Courage. Quality, black iron. Learning requirement, level 6 or above, priest class. Level 1 active effect, casts a blessing spell, enhancing the combat power of oneself and allies within 10 meters, lasting for 30 seconds. During this time, both physical and magical attack power increase by 10 points. Consumes 20 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 100 seconds. Equipment: Wolf Fang Necklace. Quality: bronze. Grade: exceptional. Usage requirement: level 6 or above. Attribute 1, Spirit 10, MP 120, Magic Defense 15. Attribute 2, Attack Speed 7. Upon examining the attributes of the Wolf Fang Necklace, Li Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A 7 increase in attack speed. Delightful. With it equipped, his current maximum attack speed could increase by nearly 2 strikes per second. Furthermore, as his agility increased, this percentage-based attack speed benefit would also rise correspondingly. Li Fan eagerly adorned himself with the necklace. As for the wolfskin boots, they were merely common items, and he promptly placed them in the auction house with a price of 20 silver coins. The whiteboard equipment acquired from hunting ordinary mutated gray wolves was generally handled in the same manner, aside from a few pieces he chose to wear himself. The earnings from selling the bronze crossbow yesterday were sufficient to cover his upcoming daily expenses. Thus, he aimed to accumulate more in-game currency for future use. As for the Blessing of Courage skill book, it remained safely tucked in his backpack. In the world of endless firmament, while an individual's strength may know no bounds, the combat power can potentially amplify several-fold with the assistance of capable teammates. Li Fan planned to reserve this skill book for a suitable ally when the opportunity arose, thus ensuring its internalization. After assimilating the spoils from the boss, Li Fan's gaze fell upon a quartet of players that had appeared in the distance, causing him to furrow his brow. With mainstream players reaching level 6, the influx of individuals training in this area was steadily increasing. The limited spawn rate of mutated gray wolves meant that a surge of players could adversely impact his task efficiency, and this simply would not do. Chapter 15, The Legend of the Ghost in the Dark Forest. What on earth just transpired? My goodness, I witnessed it. A formidable boss materialized and was vanquished within mere seconds by that extraordinary player. How outrageous is that? This quartet of adventurers observed the entire encounter as Li Fan effortlessly dispatched the boss. They were left in a state of astonishment, nearly convinced that they were hallucinating. It is important to note that all 4 were level 6 players, a melee fighter, 2 ranged attackers, and a healer, who had just spent over 20 seconds defeating a level 6 mutated gray wolf together. Yet here was this individual, facing an even more formidable boss, and he eliminated it in just 3 seconds. Unbelievable, he must be cheating. However, as they were still processing this shocking scene, they noticed the player charging toward them. "Oh great one, spare us. Please, do not strike us down." Panic ensued among the 4 players as they believed Li Fan was coming to attack them, prompting 2 of them to plead for mercy. Yet, they soon realized that Li Fan's target was not them, but rather a newly spawned mutated gray wolf nearby. In an instant, Li Fan drew his sword and the unfortunate wolf vanished in a flash of white light. Without pausing, he darted toward another freshly spawned gray wolf several dozen meters away, and moments later, it too was dispatched with alarming speed. Li Fan then departed, leaving the four ordinary players to exhale in relief. Goodness, that was terrifying. I thought he was going to strike us down. He merely sought to hunt monsters. Did anyone catch the ID of that remarkable player? A figure of such caliber must be a top-tier player. If we could befriend him, we would surely prosper. It was too swift. I couldn't see clearly. I too. The four exchanged glances and soon resumed their usual monster hunting routine. However, after waiting for half a minute and managing to reduce the health of another newly spawned mutated gray wolf to half, a familiar ghostly figure appeared in the distance. With a terrifying speed exceeding 60 meters per second, he charged toward them, swiftly eliminating the weakened gray wolf before vanishing once again. The four ordinary players were left dumbfounded. What happened to our monster? After such effort, how could the newly spawned mutated gray wolf simply disappear? This question echoed not only among them but also among nearly all players in the vicinity of the mutated gray wolf training area. Each time they encountered the gray wolves, a phantom-like figure would appear, swiftly claiming the kill before racing away, except for the players with red names, who often found their monsters stolen and themselves sent back to the novice village's revival point for free. Incidents of this nature occurred so frequently that players in the nearby training area gradually became aware of the phenomenon. Greetings. Have you heard the rumors? There exists a terrifying specter within the shadowy forest. Indeed, you two have caught wind of this tale? It is utterly outrageous. This ghost is said to be merciless in its pursuit of prey, boasting a speed of no less than 100 meters per second. Is that so? I have heard whispers that this specter possesses a speed of 200 meters per second. 200 meters? That seems rather conservative, having just fled from that very place. I can attest that the specter moves so swiftly that my eyes could scarcely perceive it. Its speed is at least 500 meters per second. I too have recently emerged from there, and can confirm the veracity of this individual's claims. I wondered why you all had not ventured to hunt the mutated gray wolves. It appears the specter steals their prey. What manner of specter is it? A player or a boss? Uncertain, its speed is so astonishing that it is nearly impossible to discern. Indeed, it is perilous there. The specter not only snatches prey but also strikes down players. I witnessed a player meet their demise along with their quarry. How is it that I escaped unscathed? Does the specter attack randomly? I cannot fathom. Best to avoid the area altogether. As word spreads among the players near the leveling spots in the shadowy forest, more and more individuals are aware of this phenomenon, and the tales grow increasingly exaggerated. Some claim that the specter's speed exceeds 1,000 meters per second. Others assert that players leveling up there cannot possibly defeat a mutated gray wolf in the presence of the specter. Furthermore, some say that the specter not only hunts but also begins to slay players, leaving none alive to escape. There are even claims that the mutated gray wolves have become too fearful to respawn, rendering the area a forbidden zone. As discussions proliferate, players in the vicinity grow increasingly apprehensive regarding the activities of the mutated gray wolves. Given the severe death penalties in the world of Endless Firmament, few dare to tread in the territory of the mutated gray wolves. This is precisely the scene Li Fan wished to witness. It is the fruit of his labor. Hardly anyone knows that he's the ghost spoken of by many. What a thrill! Through his actions of stealing prey and slaying red-named players, he has successfully deterred those seeking to level up in this area. Now he can focus on his tasks with peace of mind. Observing the dwindling number of casual players in his territory, Li Fan smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, he returned to the monotonous grind of monster hunting. Time passed incrementally. As he neared a full experience bar, on the brink of leveling up to LV10, Li Fan commenced his planned skill upgrades. Notification: you have consumed 10,000 experience points. The skill Heavy Slash has been upgraded to LV2. Notification: you have consumed 20,000 experience points. The skill Heavy Slash has been upgraded to LV3. Notification: you have consumed 30,000 experience points. The skill Heavy Slash has been upgraded to LV4. Notification: your current level is too low to further enhance the Heavy Slash skill. Notification: you have consumed 25,000 experience points. The skill Phantom Dance has been upgraded to LV1. In the realm of Endless Firmament, the experience points required for skill upgrades vary according to the skill's quality and the level at which it is learned. The upper limit of skill levels is intricately linked to the player's character level, ensuring that one cannot possess a skill level that exceeds their character level. Moreover, the higher the quality of the skill, the more demanding the requirements for learning at LV1, consequently imposing greater restrictions on skill advancement. For instance, the skill Phantom Dance, which Li Fan acquired at LV6, can only be enhanced by a single level now that he has reached LV9. In contrast, Cleave, one of the innate skills of a LV1 profession, requires advancement to LV4 before it ceases to progress. Following a consumption of experience points, Li Fan successfully reduced his current character experience to below 5,000. This resulted in an increase of the base damage of LV4 Cleave from 200 physical attack to an impressive 320. The 30 attack speed buff of Phantom Dance remains unchanged, yet its duration has been extended by 1.5 seconds. Most skills undergo a qualitative transformation only upon reaching multiples of LV10. He resumed his relentless quest of slaying monsters. After depleting his experience points, Li Fan continued to vigorously hunt the mutated Grey Wolves. Unbeknownst to him, 7 or 8 hours slipped by, during which he encountered a Black Iron-level mutated Grey Wolf boss and, for the third time, the Bronze boss Silver Wolf Guardian. These formidable foes yielded a Black Iron staff, a Bronze helmet, a common quality skill book for archers titled Double Arrow, along with several basic equipment pieces and a modest sum of in-game currency. The Bronze helmet, offering a mere boost of 200 health points, 8 points of physical defense, and 6 points of constitution, was promptly donned by Li Fan. As the clock approached 7 a.m. on the following day, and his agility attribute surged past 4,000 points, a peculiar system notification materialized on his interface. Notice, due to your slaughter of numerous mutated Grey Wolves, you have attracted the attention of the Silver Wolf King in the Shadowy Forest region. The Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, is en route for inspection. Exercise caution. Chapter 16. The first kill of the Silver Boss, announced throughout the village. When the same type of minor monsters spawns excessively, higher-level bosses emerge to challenge the players. This is akin to the narrative in fantasy novels, where an elder appears after a young member of the clan is defeated. The Silver Boss, the Mother Silver Wolf, has come to seek vengeance against Li Fan, which aligns perfectly with Li Fan's intentions. With a staggering 4,000 agility, his maximum attack speed reaches 44 strikes per second, and his highest movement speed is 90 meters per second. Why should he fear a level 10 Silver Boss? Contemplating this, Li Fan not only refrains from fleeing before the boss arrives, but also continues to carry on with his activities, utterly disregarding the threat posed by the Silver Boss. Approximately 3 minutes later, a howl reverberates through the air. A majestic silver wolf, boasting a length exceeding 3 meters and adorned with shimmering fur, strides into Li Fan's line of sight. Species, Mother Silver Wolf. Level, LV10 Silver Creature. Attributes, 12000, 12000 HP, 220 Physical Attack, 180 Magic Attack, 80 Physical Defense Magic Defense. Skills. While the Silver Boss does not possess an excessive amount of health, its offensive and defensive attributes are remarkably high. With a physical attack of 220, it signifies that Li Fan could withstand only 3 of its attacks. Furthermore, with a physical defense of 80, Li Fan's normal attacks would inflict merely single-digit damage. To illustrate with numbers, creatures of uniform level in Endless Firmament possess a combat power of 1 point for ordinary creatures, around 2 points for Black Iron creatures, 4 points for Bronze creatures, 8 points for Silver creatures, and 16 points for Golden bosses, and so forth. Fortunately, the Mother Silver Wolf's physical defense is slightly lower than Li Fan's physical attack panel. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if he couldn't penetrate its defenses. After pondering for a brief moment in his mind, Li Fan charged towards the Mother Silver Wolf not far away. With a swift motion, the Mother Silver Wolf launched a claw attack with remarkable speed and power, producing a sound that pierced the air. For an average level 9 player, such a strike could potentially deplete half of their health. However, while the Mother Silver Wolf was swift, Li Fan's speed surpassed hers by several folds. With a quick step, He effortlessly evaded the claw's attack range and almost simultaneously positioned himself behind the Mother Silver Wolf, drawing his sword and thrusting it towards her vulnerable spot. -6, weak point damage. -10, weak point damage after armor penetration. -10, -5. In an instant, a multitude of numbers appeared above the Mother Silver Wolf's head. Due to level suppression and the opponent's high physical defense, the damage inflicted by Li Fan's normal attacks was exceedingly minimal. Moreover, the Mother Silver Wolf adeptly shielded her vulnerable area with her tail, preventing Li Fan from targeting it further. Thus, aside from the initial 3 strikes that inflicted weak point damage, the rest were merely normal attacks. However, while her tail protected her vulnerable area, the soft underbelly of the Mother Silver Wolf remained exposed. Li Fan promptly altered his attack direction, focusing on the Mother Silver Wolf's abdomen. His speed was too swift, rendering the Mother Silver Wolf utterly unable to contend with it. The Mother Silver Wolf, suffering continuous damage, hastily turned to retaliate. However, as it changed direction, Li Fan seamlessly followed, utilizing his superior speed to remain steadfastly at its rear. This exemplifies the significant enhancement to a player's combat prowess provided by high agility attributes. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The Mother Silver Wolf spun in circles, then leaped erratically in an attempt to shake off Li Fan. Yet he clung to her like a persistent shadow. Frustrated, the Mother Silver Wolf roared in anger, possessing over 200 points of physical attack. Yet she could not land a blow on Li Fan. -10, -10, -5. A relentless cascade of damage numbers appeared. Although Li Fan's single-hit damage was not particularly impressive, his attack frequency was astonishing. On average, he inflicted around 300 points of damage per second upon the Mother Silver Wolf. Consequently, within less than 10 seconds, her health plummeted to 70. How? Battle information. Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, activates skill call for reinforcements. All wolf-type creatures within an 800-meter radius are on their way to the battlefield to assist. The Mother Silver Wolf, unable to endure any longer, unleashed her first crucial skill. Truly a silver boss, her skill activation was remarkably swift. The summoned minions were numerous, not merely by count but by area. When the Silver Wolf Guardian had executed this move, it had taken a full 2 seconds without moving. Yet the Mother Silver Wolf howled for merely half a second before resuming her frantic spinning. Both the speed of skill activation and its potency compelled Li Fan to commend the strength of a silver boss. Nevertheless, he continued his assault as he had before. After all, the nearby area was swarming with level 6 ordinary mutated gray wolves. Even 100 of such creatures would pose no threat to Li Fan. As long as his speed remained superior, the tactic of overwhelming numbers would prove ineffective against him. Swish, swish, swish. -10, -5, -5, -10, -5. Damage values fell like raindrops as the ordinary mutated gray wolves summoned to the battlefield arrived promptly. The Mother Silver Wolf was filled with despair upon seeing over 30 mutated gray wolves approach, yet each time one drew near, the insufferable human behind her swiftly dispatched it with a few strikes. The influx of minions could do little to aid her in driving off the bothersome human, at best. They could absorb some damage, but they could not alter the tide of battle. Thus, in her fury, the Mother Silver Wolf resolved to rely on herself. As her health dwindled to 50, she held once more. Battle information. Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, activates Skill Lone Warrior. Both defenses decrease by 10 points, while attack power, attack speed, and movement speed increase by 10. Furthermore, for every 1 decrease in current health, attack power rises by 2 points. And attack speed and movement speed increase by 2, lasting for 60 seconds. The Mother Silver Wolf's spirit was invigorated, her speed markedly heightened compared to before. However, it is lamentable that despite its relentless efforts, the speed of the creature remains woefully inadequate compared to the detestable human behind it, and its wounds only grow more severe. This is, indeed, expected. For instance, if we were to quantify it, the original speed of the Mother Silver Wolf is rated at 10 points, which, upon activating this buff, increases to merely 11 points, and can only rise to a maximum of 20 points as its health diminishes. How could it possibly keep pace with Li Fan's astonishing speed of 50 points, with an agility attribute of 4,000 points? Li Fan possesses an attack and movement speed that is unprecedented for this stage. Furthermore, with a reduction of 10 points in both defenses, Li Fan's damage output surges significantly. Howl. As its health dwindles to 30, the despondent Mother Silver Wolf unleashes its final, desperate skill. Combat information. Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, activates the skill Life Restoration, which will gradually restore 5,000 HP over the next 10 seconds. A radiant green healing light envelopes the Mother Silver Wolf's form. Yet, what purpose does this serve? It merely prolongs its suffering under Li Fan's relentless assault for a few more seconds. Howl. Combat information. Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, activates the skill Berserk, rendering it immune to control effects, while increasing its attack and movement speed by 200 for the duration of the battle, until its demise. When the boss's health drops below 5, it succumbs to a frenzied state. Nevertheless, even in this heightened state, it remains effortlessly toyed with by Li Fan, ultimately collapsing in defeat as its health is completely extinguished. Concurrently, a flurry of system notifications appears on Li Fan's panel. Notification: you have slain. Village announcement: player Tai Suishan, LV-9 Shield Warrior, has defeated Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, earning the first kill reward for the entire village. Chapter 17. A minute ahead, the reluctance of the Proud Guild. In the M4399 Novice Village, within the Boneyard Woods, over 100 players, each above level 10, were assiduously assaulting a level 10 silver boss, the rampaging Bull Lord, under the guidance of their guild leader, the Proud Emperor. Quickly, the boss has entered a state of rage. Priest, heal Old Wong. Hold your ground. You are the main tank. If you fall, we cannot defeat the boss. Shall AI? Why is your DPS so low? Increase your output. Yes, just like that. The boss's health is down to the final 10. Steady now, let us not rush. The first kill of the silver boss in M4399 Novice Village must belong to our Proud Guild. The Proud Emperor, deeply focused, noticed the boss had entered its critically low health state, and a smile unconsciously crept across his face. He envisioned the Proud Guild, after claiming the first kill of the silver boss, attracting a multitude of elite players to join, which would allow them to gradually expand from the novice village into becoming one of the foremost guilds in the endless firmament. Let us go all out. After securing the boss kill, everyone will receive a bonus of 1,000 coins. In the future, as our guild grows, you will enjoy the privileges of founding members. Once we complete this first step, it will not be a dream for the Proud Guild to rise and become the top guild in the endless firmament. Suddenly, as the Proud Emperor was weaving grand visions for his guild, 3 repetitive village-wide announcements flashed across everyone's system panels. Village announcement: player Tai Suishan, level 9 Shield Warrior, has slain Mother Silver Wolf, level 10 Silver Creature, receiving the village's first kill reward. 3. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Following the Proud Emperor's shocked exclamation, all members of the Proud Guild stood in stunned disbelief. Had the grand aspirations painted by their leader just shattered in an instant? Yet, while they were momentarily dazed, the rampaging Bull Lord was not idle. This is bad. Ignore the announcement. Focus on the boss. Concentrate fire. Activate skills. Old Wong. Hold the line. Old Wong has fallen. Everyone, unleash your full output. The boss's health is down to 5. Attack. In the ensuing chaos, the Proud Guild ultimately vanquished the nearly defeated rampaging Bull Lord at the cost of over 20 members' lives. As they gazed upon the 2 silver-quality loot items dropped by the boss, not a single member of the Proud Guild felt joy. The announcement of the silver boss's first kill was gone. According to the game's official information, there was no village announcement for the first kill of a bronze boss. Only the team that struck down the first silver boss in the novice village would receive such an announcement, and they had been a mere moment too late. Damn it. This is unacceptable. How could this happen? They were so close. If only they had been given another half minute. Who is this Tai Suishan? To their astonishment, the announcement bore only his ID. How could this be possible? After witnessing the bewilderment of the entire assembly following the announcement, the crowd was once again struck with astonishment. The notice featured but a single ID of the entity known as Tai Suishan, suggesting the distinct possibility that this individual had single-handedly vanquished the level 10 silver boss, the Mother Silver Wolf. This speculation left all present in a state of shock. How could this be possible? Amongst our ranks of over 100 level 10 players, there were 11 with C-class talents, 3 with B-class talents, and old Wong, who possessed an A-class talent with tenfold health as a hidden profession resilient druid. Yet, Tai Suishan managed to defeat the level 10 silver boss alone? How on earth did he accomplish such a feat? I refuse to believe it. That individual must have exploited some game bug, for it seems utterly implausible otherwise. Could it be that Tai Suishan possesses an S-class talent? Only then would it make sense, but such an endowment seems painfully unfair. I feel so stifled. The proud members of the gathering were both anxious and enraged. On our side, we could have secured the silver boss's first kill announcement in just a minute. Yet we were outdone by a single individual in that very moment. How exasperating. Oh well, if the announcement is gone, then so be it. The Emperor of Pride sighed. Coming to terms with reality. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. There is nothing to be done about Tai Suishan's superior talent. Our next objective is to secure the first clear announcement for the level 15 dungeon, the Trial of the Spider Cave. Everyone, disperse. Furthermore, keep an eye on this Tai Suishan. If anyone learns of his whereabouts or encounters him, please inform me. Perhaps we can recruit him. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the guild members could only accept their fate with resignation. Simultaneously, due to this village-wide announcement, all online players in M4399 village erupted in fervor. I can't even defeat a level 10 ordinary monster and require a team to tackle it. And this Tai Suishan has managed to solo a level 10 silver boss? Is this reasonable? How absurd. What a dreadful game. I'm done. With my unfortunate draw of a poor talent, my experience has been utterly dismal. I'm quitting. Quitting? Let us be realistic. With the launch of Endless Firmament, all other virtual games on the market have faltered. What else can you play? Drawing a good talent is crucial, but let us not lose heart. We too could potentially become as formidable as Tai Suishan. For instance, Tai Suishan, esteemed player, I seek a friend slot. Would you carry me? Count me in for the carry. Is there anyone who knows Tai Suishan? I'll offer a red envelope for a successful introduction. I am a beautiful lady. Willing to meet offline. I request contact details for Tai Suishan. At this moment, all online players in M4399 village began to discuss the village announcement. Many were astounded by Tai Suishan's prowess, while others speculated that his strength must stem from having drawn an excellent talent. The influence of talents on game balance is indeed significant. Yet, the game is not developed by players. The talent draw is uniform for all. So who can one blame for poor luck in acquiring a subpar talent? Naturally, those harboring such thoughts comprise only a minority. When the 5 constant virtues collectively promoted the gameplay of Endless Firmament, the concept of talents had already been introduced, and the player community had widely embraced this gameplay before even entering the game. Most importantly, there are numerous ways to enhance a player's combat power within Endless Firmament. Even if one happens to draw an undesirable talent, it merely poses a slight challenge in the early stages with sufficient effort. There remains a chance to turn the tide in the mid to late game. The Ibayution Guild, a temporary gathering place for novices in M4399. Observing the announcement, Zhang Xiao, Ren Wang, and Do Wang fell into silence. Goodness, that fellow is even more formidable than we had imagined. Alas, with our limited numbers, it seems we cannot seek revenge against him. Brothers, let us avoid his wrath for now. We are too few. Once we reach level 20 and enter the main city, we shall regroup with our guild brothers and confront him then. Indeed, we are not afraid of him. It is simply more vital to focus on leveling up, leaving no time to concern ourselves with him. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, just as a pig fears becoming fat. Instead, we might as well promote the Taishui god, informing those eager to loot his equipment that such a formidable individual exists. Chapter 18, Silver Equipment Skills, Low-Tier Silver Life Essence. Li Fan, oblivious to the village-wide announcement that had shattered the ambitious plans of the illustrious guild, remained blissfully unaware of the discussion swirling among the villagers regarding him. He was reveling in the spoils of his first kill of a silver boss. Prompt: you have slain the Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, earning 500 experience points, 5 additional experience for challenging above your level. Prompt: this kill marks the village's first defeat of this boss. Congratulations on receiving 20 free attribute points. and an additional item of your class's equipment skill book. Prompt: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 20 points. Prompt: you have been cursed by the Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature. Before its demise, all wolf-type creatures within an 800-meter radius will now attack you. Prompt: you have collected the boss's dropped items. Thorn Shield, Silver Quality. Silver Wolf Leather Boots, Bronze Quality. Refined Steel Claw, Bronze Quality. Wolf Fur Tunic, Bronze Quality. Skill Book Bone Piercing Stab, Silver Quality. Special Item Low Tier Silver Life Essence, Agility, and 1 gold, 11 silver, and 66 copper. The rewards for this first kill were indeed bountiful. The initial reward alone granted him 20 free attribute points. Following his usual allocation method, Li Fan decided to invest all 20 points into strength. His base physical attack power surged from 88 to 108. Once he had distributed his free attribute points, Li Fan turned his attention to the remaining system prompts. Alas, the poor Mother Silver Wolf, even in its final moments, bestowed upon me a curse. He mused. What trouble could this possibly bring me? On the contrary, having wolf-type creatures aggressively approach me within 800 meters is quite advantageous. It effectively grants me a monster-drawing aura specifically for wolf-type creatures. Shaking his head, Li Fan found himself oddly pleased with the Mother Silver Wolf's curse. With this affliction, his upcoming tasks of hunting mutant gray wolves would become a two-way path, ultimately saving him time. After perusing the details of the curse, Li Fan's gaze skipped over the notification of his agility increase and immediately focused on the spoils of the boss's defeat. 4 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book. Excellent. Li Fan began to examine the attributes of each piece of equipment. Equipment: Thorn Shield. Quality: Silver. Grade: Excellent. Durability: 180-180. Usage requirement: Level 10 or above. Shield Bearing Class. Attribute 1. Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 27, Stamina 20, Strength 16. Attribute 2. Reduces physical damage taken by 15. Attribute 3. Armor Break, when a physical attack succeeds. Inflicts a debuff that reduces the enemy's physical magic defense by 12 points, stacking up to 3 layers, lasting for 10 seconds. A remarkable shield. Li Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The shield equipment is categorized as a secondary weapon. However, due to its swift speed, it seldom finds utility as the monsters rarely manage to strike it. Yet, the Thorn Shield before him possesses a passive attribute that can break armor, which is of immense significance to him. Had he possessed it earlier, he might have defeated the Mother Silver Wolf in no more than half a minute. Gratitude flows towards the Mother Silver Wolf for bestowing upon him such a formidable secondary weapon. Li Fan's gaze shifts to the remaining 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Equipment: Silver Wolf Leather Boots. Quality: Bronze. Grade: Perfect. Durability: 130-130. Usage requirement: Level 10 or above. Attribute 1. Physical Defense 9. Magic Defense 12. HP 150. Stamina 9. Attribute 2. Movement Speed 10. Attribute 3. Out of Combat. Maximum Movement Speed 20. Equipment: Steel Claw. Quality: Bronze. Grade: Ordinary. Durability: 180-180. Usage requirement: Level 10 or above. Basic Druid Class. Attribute 1. Physical Attack 42. Magic Attack 29. Strength 11. Attribute 2. Attacks have a 2 chance to inflict a bleeding state on enemies, reducing health by 17 points per second for 5 seconds. Equipment: Wolf Fur Tunic. Quality: Bronze. Grade: Inferior. Durability: 110-110. Usage requirement: Level 10 or above. Attribute 1. Physical Defense 12, Magic Defense 13. HP 260, Stamina 10. Attribute 2, Spirit 10. Indeed, among the 3 bronze pieces, 2 are suitable for his use, particularly the Silver Wolf Leather Boots. With their percentage increase in movement speed, will greatly benefit him. Li Fan felt elated. This equipment upgrade would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. Truly, equipment remains the primary means for most players to elevate their combat capabilities, aside from those like himself, blessed with an SSS-level growth talent. All 3 pieces require level 10 to equip, but it poses no challenge. Within 2 hours, he shall attain level 10. Now, Let me see what effects this silver skill book holds. Li Fan gazed into his backpack at the skill book. Skill book, Bone Piercing Stab. Quality, Silver. Learning requirement, Level 10 or above, Sword Wielding class. Level 1 active effect, stabs at the enemy with a sword, dealing 400 physical damage. And inflicting a 10-second armor break effect, reducing the target's physical defense by 1 to 10, based on the strength attributes of both parties, consuming 100 MP upon use. With a cooldown of 30 seconds. An armor-breaking skill. High damage, along with a percentage-based armor break effect, coupled with the fixed armor break effect of the Thorn Shield. His capacity to combat high physical defense bosses and overall output ability has multiplied several times. Exhilaration fills Li Fan's heart. With the Thorn Shield and Bone-Piercing Blade granting dual armor penetration if he were to encounter the Silver Wolf once more. He was confident he could dispatch it within 20 seconds. The final loot, a low-tier Silver Life Essence. Li Fan's gaze fell upon the description of this item. Item, low-tier Silver Life Essence, Agility. Type, Special Item Consumable. Effect, consuming it permanently increases one's agility by 30 points. Item source, dropped by the Silver Wolf. Indeed it was. Li Fan squinted his eyes. In the realm of Endless Firmament. Defeating boss template creatures of Black Iron rank or higher bestowed a certain probability of dropping life essences that permanently enhance various attribute values. In his previous life, he primarily relied on such exceptional consumables to ascend from a mere B-rank talent to a position within the top 10 globally among warrior professionals. This time around, he was astonished that one had surfaced so swiftly. Regrettably, possessing the SSS grade Blessing of Light talent, he was not in need of additional agility attributes. Thus, this low-tier Silver Life Essence, which permanently increases agility by 30 points, bore minimal significance to him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan resolved to place it directly on the auction house, akin to the Steel Claw. Chapter 19. Bidding at the Auction House, The Frenzied Tycoons. In Li Fan's memory, prior to the launch of Endless Firmament, several Divine Creation events were held, the first of which involved the auction houses in various main cities. 7 legendary quality skill books were introduced for players to bid on, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. Participants could only use a-game currency for bidding, prohibiting the use of real money. Thus, Li Fan resolved to save up in advance, lest he find himself unable to afford even a single skill book, which would be quite disheartening. The Essence of Life, granting 30 points of agility, would be auctioned for 10 hours, starting at a base price of 5 gold coins with no fixed price set. The highest bidder would prevail once the time elapsed. The Steel Finger Gauntlet would follow the same auction rules, but its starting price would be set at just 1 gold coin. Although the Steel Finger Gauntlet, being a bronze quality weapon, provided a significantly higher combat power boost compared to the 30 points of agility, equipment would inevitably become obsolete. In contrast, the agility attribute gained was permanent. Thus, the value of the two items was not in the same realm. The Black Iron quality Azure Round Shield was also put up for sale, alongside a collection of other miscellaneous whiteboard gear, all offered at bargain prices. Once everything was settled, Li Fan felt far from fatigued, so he continued to grind away. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, a radiant white light enveloped him, heralding his successful advancement to level 10. After allocating his 5 newly acquired attribute points entirely to strength, he updated his equipment and learned the skill Bone Piercer. Before logging off, he took a cursory glance at his personal panel. Character, Tai Sui God. Basic attributes, level, LV10, 2276,000. Class, Shield Warrior. HP, 1120. MP, 600. Attack, Physical Attack 111, Magic Attack 36. Defense, Physical Defense 92, Magic Defense 114. Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 4401, Spirit 16, Stamina 42. Free Attribute Points, 0. Max Attack Speed, 47, 81 Attack Second. Max Movement Speed, 107, 82 meters second. Title, None. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS Quality. With an attack speed nearing 50 strikes per second and a movement speed exceeding 100 meters per second. His capabilities were scarcely inferior to those of his past life, at level 200. The SSS grade talent was indeed exhilarating. With a heart brimming with joy, Li Fan logged off. After grinding for over 16 hours, Master Li finally succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, as he drifted into dreams, the entire M4399 Novice Village was abuzz with excitement over the low-tier silver essence of life available at the auction house. What on earth is this? A permanent boost of 30 agility? Endless Firmament actually features such an item, and the individual who defeated it chose to sell rather than consume it? Dropped by the Silver Wolf Mother. If my memory serves me correctly, the Silver Wolf Mother was the level 10 silver boss defeated by the Tai Sui God? Incredible, truly deserving of the title of Silver Boss Slayer, to disregard even 30 points of agility. 30 points of agility, calculated through the conversion of agility into attack speed, equates to a mere 0.3 of the base attack speed. My current attack speed is a mere 0.8. How I yearn to possess it. Leveling up grants me 5 attribute points, rendering this boon equivalent to the rewards of ascending 15 levels. By heavens, this item is truly remarkable. Concurrently, a bronze-quality druid weapon is also up for auction. The prowess of the Tai Sui deity is indeed formidable. Upon witnessing the effects of the low-tier silver life essence, the entire village of players erupted in excitement. Presently, those who are diligently grinding have reached levels exceeding LV10. Yet a significant number still possess agility below the initial 10 points of LV1. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. It is not that the players are unaware of the significance of agility. However, each level only bestows 5 precious attribute points. Monster farming necessitates substantial attack power. Without it, one cannot breach the defenses of even ordinary monsters of the same level. Thus, the majority of players, in the early stages, allocate their points entirely to strength or spirit. Otherwise, no matter how swift one's attack speed, if one cannot penetrate defenses, what use is it? Only a select few, endowed with sufficiently high attack power, contemplate augmenting their agility. Hence, the life essence that adds 30 points of agility is rendered exceedingly precious. It is no exaggeration to say that only Li Fan among the villagers remains indifferent to it. Others, even high-powered players like Butterfly, who have awakened S-class talents, treasure this life essence that grants an additional 30 points of agility. Consequently, amidst this fervent desire, the bidding commenced. The starting price was 5 gold coins, swiftly escalating to 6, then 7, 8 gold coins. By noon, the price had soared to 90 gold coins. At the entrance of the Novice Village, dozens of players were fervently shouting out offers for gold coins. Yunning Gold Merchant offered to buy copper coins at a rate of 1.2, selling at an astonishing pace. Another merchant exchanged at 1.9 for copper coins, with bulk purchases at 1.18, while grinding players formed gold farming teams. The Proud Guild collected gold at a rate of 1.8, prioritizing earnings before transactions, ensuring the reliability of their long-standing reputation. The Phoenix Guild, also at 1.8 for gold, welcomed all comers, boasting an impressive profit-making speed. Since the game's launch, barely 48 hours had elapsed, and the exchange rate between in-game currency and real-world money was exceedingly high. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary prowess of Li Fan, a standard LV10 player. After toiling for 12 arduous hours, might accumulate around 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins equate to 1,000 copper coins. Just before Li Fan listed the low-tier silver life essence, the exchange rate lingered around 1 for copper coins. To participate in the auction, the affluent players of M4399's Novice Village unleashed their financial prowess, dramatically inflating the copper coin exchange rate to more than double, and it continued to rise. The item was listed by Li Fan around 7 in the morning, and by 4 in the afternoon, the price had escalated to a staggering 130 gold coins. At the current exchange rate, this amounted to roughly 900,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. All this, merely for the sake of 30 points of agility. The actions of these wealthy players can only be described as extravagantly lavish. As the clock inched toward 5 o'clock, with merely 10 minutes remaining before the auction of the coveted item concluded, the participants grew increasingly frenzied. 131 gold coins, 132 gold coins, 133 gold coins, 179 gold coins, 179 gold coins, 99 silver, and 99 copper coins. The price seemed to stagnate at this figure. As the prominent bidders appeared to deliberate on the value of their bids, perhaps even preparing for the final moments. Then, with just 3 seconds left on the auction clock, the previously halted price dramatically shifted. 3 seconds remaining, the highest bid soared to 190 gold coins, 0 silver, and 0 copper. 2 seconds. The bid climbed to 196 gold coins, 0 silver, and 0 copper. 1 second left. The highest bid reached 200 gold coins, 0 silver, and 0 copper. The auction concluded, and the transaction was deemed successful. The onlookers, engrossed in this bidding frenzy, erupted in astonishment. Goodness, how outrageous! In the last 3 seconds, the magnates propelled the price from 180 gold coins to 200 gold coins. The wealth of these bidders was staggering at the current exchange rate. 200 gold coins equated to a staggering 1.5 million Dragon Country coins. Unbelievable! The illustrious figure behind the winning bid of 200 gold coins belonged to the Phoenix Guild. No wonder, for this was a venerable guild, rumored to be led by a fabulously wealthy heiress. Chapter 20. The Prospects of the Phoenix Guild and Talent Advancement. In the wilderness of the Novice Village, the training ground for the Level 13 Crimson Rock Serpent, the president of the Phoenix Guild, a woman in her mid-20s, known by her ID as Purple Mist Fairy, was attentively listening to the report from the middle-aged butler, who also served as the vice president. Miss, we have successfully acquired the low-tier Silver Life Essence. Good. I will give it to our guild's chief archer, John Kahn, as he boasts the highest output in our raid team. But let us not dwell on this trivial matter. Do we have any news regarding the Great Sage? Not yet. Miss, you possess an S-grade talent as well. Why do you place such importance on him? At this, Purple Mist Fairy shook her head. The Great Sage is no ordinary player. Surely you have seen the video of him defeating the group known as the Righteous Brotherhood on the forum? I have conducted a thorough analysis. At that time, his advantage lay in his speed. However, his swiftness alone was not sufficient for him to single-handedly conquer a level 10 silver boss, leading me to boldly speculate that his talent may belong to a growth type. I have a premonition that he could potentially become one of the strongest players in the entire game. Having such talent in our novice village is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. We must do everything possible to recruit him into our guild. In M4399's novice village, the name of the Great Sage resonated throughout, yet the vast majority remained oblivious to the true extent of his prowess. Previously, the video of Li Fan's triumph over the Righteous Brotherhood had stirred considerable commotion on the forum. However, with the overwhelming number of players in Endless Sky, numerous others like Li Fan had recently showcased combat skills far exceeding those of ordinary players, causing the fervor surrounding him to wane as the audience's attention shifted to various new threads. Nonetheless, this did not apply to the Phoenix Guild. As someone with substantial resources and a determination to elevate her guild into the top 10 globally within Endless Sky, Purple Mist Fairy had invested heavily in establishing a studio and hiring several game analysts in the real world. Thus, although she had yet to encounter Li Fan personally, she had observed his performance through video recordings. To sell such a precious item as the low-tier Silver Life Essence, this suggests that the Great Sage is likely a lone wolf player without teammates. We must find a way to contact him, if feasible. I am prepared to offer an annual salary of 10 million as a base, plus a share of the profits, to recruit him into our guild. The butler vice president could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. Miss, isn't an annual salary of 10 million a bit excessive? To put it in perspective, our studio's top employee, John Kahn, earns only 5 million a year. No, I consider 10 million to be insufficient. If the Great Sage truly possesses a growth-type talent above S-grade, I could even offer a base salary of 50 million. I am my father's only child, inheriting his vast fortune of several hundred billion. Do not fret over money on my behalf. Understood. Faced with the extravagant attitude of his young mistress, the butler vice president had little choice but to acquiesce. The life essence was sold for 200 gold, and the steel finger sold for 66 gold. Quite impressive. There are indeed many wealthy players in this village. Upon logging in, Li Fan discovered that his backpack had gained an impressive 266 gold coins. Elated, he prepared for yet another day of endlessly hunting the mutated Grey Wolves. Of course, His initial task was to seize the territory of other players and dominate this leveling zone. Alas, the specter has appeared once more. The rumors were indeed true. There was a ghost lurking here. Is it a boss? Its speed is astounding, rendering it nearly invisible. Unwilling to confront it, he decided to flee swiftly. Run. I have witnessed the ghost attacking. The expulsion effect was remarkably effective within half an hour. The area designated for the mutated gray wolves had become nearly devoid of other players. A movement speed of 100 meters per second is not to be trifled with. If yesterday players could vaguely discern Li Fan's silhouette, today they could only perceive a shadowy figure darting like lightning, inadvertently colliding with the very gray wolves they were hunting. Coupled with Li Fan's aggressive actions towards any players with red names, he was mistakenly perceived as a random aggressor, causing no one else to dare linger in the vicinity. Now, he could focus on grinding monsters and completing quests in peace. Li Fan murmured softly to himself and began the monotonous task of hunting the mutated gray wolves. With high damage output, extraordinary speed, and the monster aggregation aura, his efficiency had greatly surpassed that of the previous day, particularly due to the contribution of the aggregation aura, which was the primary factor behind his success. After 2 days of exploration, Li Fan discovered that each mutated gray wolf required approximately 10 minutes to respawn after being slain. In the murky forest map, a maximum of about 120 wolves could exist simultaneously. The mutated gray wolves possessed a penchant for stealth, often lurking motionless in the underbrush. Additionally, the vastness of the map, along with the scattered monsters and obstructions such as trees and rocks that hindered movement and visibility, had prevented Li Fan from achieving the theoretical maximum efficiency of eliminating 120 wolves in 10 minutes during the previous days. At best, he could manage only around 20 wolves in that time frame, with most of his time squandered in searching for monsters. However, today, with a significant increase in movement speed compared to yesterday, the process of locating monsters was considerably shortened, and the emergence of the curse aura provided Li Fan with a novel strategy. Initially, he opted to run in a circular path with an 800-meter radius around the map, utilizing the 800-meter hate aura from the Mother Silver Wolf to gather the monsters before dispatching them all in one fell swoop, then continuing to attract more beasts. Yet, after several waves, Li Fan refined his approach. Due to the sluggish speed of the mutated gray wolves, he needed to moderate his own pace to prevent the monsters from straying too far from the hate aura. In this method, he found that he could eliminate approximately 45 mutated gray wolves in an average of 10 minutes. Li Fan's updated strategy was to simplify the process. He would run 1,000 or 2,000 meters, then remain stationary, waiting for the nearby wolves to reveal themselves due to the aggregation aura, then swiftly dispatch them one by one. With this approach, he discovered that he could eliminate around 70 mutated gray wolves in the same 10-minute interval. This meant that in 1 hour, he could potentially slay 420 wolves, and over the course of 10 hours, that totaled an astonishing 200 wolves. Calculating based on a rigorous dedication of 16 hours per day, that amounts to an astounding total of 720 creatures. My heartfelt gratitude extends to the esteemed Silver Wolf for bestowing upon me the boon of radiant benefits. What a delight! By tomorrow at the latest, I shall triumph over 10,000 mutated gray wolves, thus fulfilling the second phase of the hidden quest. Li Fan, in high spirits, found himself momentarily charmed by the uniformly large heads of the mutated gray wolves. As time slipped away, the following day arrived, September 24th in the real world, afternoon. After awakening from his customary slumber, Li Fan resumed his relentless pursuit of the mutated gray wolves. However, just as he contemplated that he would complete his task within the next hour after grinding for 3 to 4 hours, an even greater surprise manifested itself prematurely. System notification: you have cumulatively slain 10,000 creatures. The talent Blessing of Light has automatically upgraded to the second stage. Chapter 21. The title of the Wolf Clan's public enemy. The Golden Rank Silver Wolf seeks revenge. Oh, I nearly forgot. The SSS level talent can be upgraded to the second stage by slaying 10,000 monsters. Let me take a look at what changes this second stage has brought forth. Li Fan's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the newly updated talent. Blessing of Light, second stage, SSS level talent 1. Your base agility attribute increases by 1,500 points. 2. For every small monster you slay, you permanently gain at least 2 points in agility. The higher the level of the monster you defeat, the greater the agility bonus you receive. However, as a trade-off, you will no longer gain agility points for slaying creatures below level 20. 3. Each successful attack inflicts real damage equal to one of your agility attribute. Progress towards the next stage of talent growth. Slay level 20 and above creatures. 0-100, 000. Note, the only SSS level talent, consisting of a total of 10 growth stages. Strive on, young one. Indeed, the SSS level talent is formidable. Gazing at the talent's new effects, Li Fan fell into a long silence. Even as a reborn individual, he could not help but be astonished. The first effect, which grants a base agility increase, is self-explanatory. But compared to the second effect, it is merely a trifle. Slaying a monster of level 20 or higher permanently adds 2 points of agility. Compared to the first stage, the growth rate has doubled. And most importantly, the third new attribute that emerged with the talent upgrade. My current agility attribute is 11,000. Each attack now inflicts an additional 110 points of real damage. Given my current attack speed of 100 strikes per second, that translates to approximately 12,000 points of real damage per second. Goodness, even if a golden boss were to appear now, it would not withstand my full output for 10 seconds. Li Fan was astounded. Bear in mind, this is merely the effect of the second stage of the talent. There are still 8 stages remaining. What might await at the 10th stage? Li Fan dared not imagine. Surely, even otherworldly demons could be vanquished in an instant. Exhilarated, Li Fan let out a loud cheer. Although the upgrade of the talent meant that he no longer gained agility points from slaying mutated gray wolves, a brighter future awaited him. He hastened to complete the hidden quest awarded by Heart of the Warrior and quickly aimed to reach level 20 to continue accumulating agility points in the main city. With renewed vigor, Li Fan was determined. Following the talent upgrade, his efficiency in defeating mutated gray wolves had significantly improved. Previously, it took 10 basic attacks to defeat one. Now, a single sword strike would leave it bloodied, and 2 strikes were certain to finish it off. System notification: you have slain. You gained 110 experience points. Level 2 high, 45 experience penalty. System notification: you have slain. And so on. After an all-night grind yesterday, Li Fan had already reached level 15. There was no alternative. The sheer volume of monsters dictated the pace. Even with the experience penalty, leveling up was swift, and Li Fan's skills had all been upgraded, leaving no room for further consumption. With just over 100 left, he was on the verge of liberation from his struggles. Li Fan's spirits soared as the progress of the quest, The Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 2, reached an impressive 9,894 out of 10,000. In no more than 5 minutes, the progress bar would be filled to completion. However, just as Li Fan dispatched another mutated gray wolf in an instant, a new notification suddenly appeared on his panel. Notice: you have killed over 10,000 mutated gray wolves. You have earned the hidden achievement reward Enemy of the Wolf Clan title. Notice: due to your slaughter of 10,000 mutated gray wolves, the Silver Wolf King in the Darkwood region has taken notice. The Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, will soon arrive to patrol the area. Exercise caution. With the completion of the first phase of the hidden quest, he had exactly slain 10,000 mutated gray wolves. A title: splendid. A golden boss is coming? What a fortuitous turn of events. Li Fan's excitement mounted as he first examined the attributes of the hidden achievement title. Enemy of the Wolf Clan, title Health 1000. You exert a pressure effect on all Wolf Clan creatures. When battling against Wolf Clan creatures, your damage increases by 10. This was a specialized title aimed at Wolf Clan creatures. While the additional 1,000 health points did not particularly impress Li Fan, it would undoubtedly make his encounter with the Silver Wolf King significantly easier. In high spirits, Li Fan now awaited the Silver Wolf King's arrival to bestow upon him the spoils of victory. Sure enough, it was not long before a lone wolf with silver fur came into view. Species: Silver Wolf King. Level: LV-15 Golden Creature. Attributes: 65,000 HP, 648 physical attack, 599 magic attack, 240 physical defense, 250 magic defense. Skills. As a golden boss, the Silver Wolf King's attributes were a full order of magnitude stronger than those of a silver boss of the same level, boasting formidable attack and defense. Had he encountered the Silver Wolf King before upgrading his talents, Li Fan would have likely turned and fled at the sight of its attributes. After all, the primary weapon he wielded, a one-handed sword, was a black iron quality sword dropped by the pig boss, with his physical attack barely exceeding 100 points. How could he possibly breach the Silver Wolf King's defenses? Though players in the realm of Endless Firmament often claimed that even if one could not penetrate a boss's defenses, they could still inflict a modicum of damage, the Silver Wolf King's 65,000 health points, combined with its automatic regeneration abilities and potential healing skills, meant that by the time Li Fan could whittle it down, his sword would likely wear out from lack of durability. With no longsword at his disposal, could he resort to striking with his fists? It was indeed feasible, as fists could serve as weapons too. However, every inch of reach lost posed a greater risk. What if he were caught off guard by the enemy's attack? His slight frame could hardly withstand a few blows. Nevertheless, the current circumstances were different. With his talent upgraded, each strike now dealt an additional 100 or so points of true damage. The Silver Wolf King was essentially delivering himself as a gift. With determination, Li Fan charged towards the Silver Wolf King. His agility, exceeding 11,000 points, granted him a maximum movement speed surpassing 240 meters per second, more than two-thirds the speed of sound. At this level of mobility, in Li Fan's previous life, it was typically reserved for players of level 100 or above, not to mention the mere level 15 golden boss. Even a level epic boss would likely fall short of Li Fan's prowess. With a swift motion, he seized the initiative. As the battle commenced, taking advantage of the Silver Wolf King's unpreparedness, Li Fan cast the Phantom Dance attack speed buff upon himself and deftly maneuvered behind the foe, delivering a flurry of strikes. Minus 233, weak point damage. Minus 233. Minus 233. Minus 116. In less than half a second, approximately 50 damage numbers ascended from above the Silver Wolf King's head, much like the mother Silver Wolf that had sought trouble with Li Fan 2 days prior. The Silver Wolf King instinctively shielded its vulnerable area with its tail after suffering severe damage. Consequently, the subsequent 30-odd attacks failed to inflict weak point damage. Nevertheless, within that fleeting half-second, Li Fan had already depleted around 7,000 hit points from the Silver Wolf King. With a howl of agony, the Silver Wolf King leaped backward, and simultaneously, a crimson glow suddenly emanated from its body. Had it unleashed some kind of skill? Realizing the potential threat, Li Fan did not take it lightly. Knowing his own fragility, adopting a cautious approach, he refrained from greedily pursuing further damage and withdrew to a distance of 100 meters. This decision would soon fill him with immense relief. Chapter 22. A fierce battle with the Silver Wolf King. Li Fan's explosive output. Battle information. You have been struck by the skill Golden Bloodline Shock from the Silver Wolf King, LV 15 Golden Creature, resulting in a loss of 699 HP. And you have entered a 3-second stun state. A vast array of magical control coupled with damaging skills. With a single ability, the Silver Wolf King has diminished approximately 2/5 of Li Fan's health, illustrating the formidable nature of its damage. The most critical aspect is the control effect. Had Li Fan not swiftly retreated, that 3 seconds of stun would have sufficed for the Silver Wolf King to eliminate him twice over. Caution is paramount. Although my output is substantial, my defenses are fragile, and I currently lack any skills or equipment for dispelling control effects, so I must proceed with care. Li Fan silently heightened his vigilance. This marked the first time since his rebirth that he had sustained damage in the world of Endless Firmament. Previously, he had been the one inflicting harm, with no one able to strike him. This served as a wake-up call for Li Fan. Fortunately, as the 3 seconds of stun elapsed, the Silver Wolf King had just lunged towards him, and the control effect came to an end. He resumed his assault, ready to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. Determined, Li Fan emerged from the stun and immediately struck at the Silver Wolf King. However, this time, he focused intently. observing the creature's reactions while delivering his blows. He no longer aimed for the creature's weak points, such as its eyes or abdomen. After all, even without targeting vulnerabilities, his output was already sufficient. There was no need to rush. Survival was paramount. Li Fan's cautious approach made him feel as though he was bringing shame to the Shield Warrior class. Yet, he had no choice. His talents favored agility over stamina. Had it been stamina, he would have been able to stand toe-to-toe with the Silver Wolf King. Such as fate. Swish, swish, swish. The light of his sword danced. And even though Li Fan did not unleash his full potential, the Silver Wolf King's health continued to plummet. The efficiency of this decline hovered between 3,000 to 4,000 HP per second, with a total of only 65,000 HP. How could the Silver Wolf King withstand such furious output from Li Fan? Before long, its health dipped below 70, and it let out a deafening howl. As the Silver Wolf King raised its head, Li Fan had already begun to turn and flee. By the time its voice reached his ears, he was already 200 meters away. As anticipated, new battle information appeared on Li Fan's interface. Battle information. The Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, has unleashed the skill Golden Bloodline Shock. You were outside the skill's range and were unaffected. Battle information. The Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, has cast the skill Blood Energy Bomb. You were outside the skill's range and were unaffected. This time, the Silver Wolf King not only utilized its previous control and damage skill, but also unleashed a basketball-sized red energy sphere from its mouth. Unfortunately for it, in the presence of the cautious Li Fan, its skills were rendered mere theatrics, with zero practical effect. As long as I keep my distance, you cannot strike me. Ha ha ha. Li Fan smiled with satisfaction. After the Silver Wolf King's skill, Blood Fury, hit the ground, he charged towards his opponent once more. Immediately, a flurry of numbers erupted. 116, minus 116, minus 116. The relentless digits soared into the air. The Silver Wolf King, in a state of desperation, continuously adjusted its position in an attempt to retaliate against this insufferable human. However, no matter how it repositioned itself, the human remained right behind it. In a fit of impotent rage, the Silver Wolf King soon discovered that as its injuries intensified, a new skill became available for use. The Silver Wolf King's health dropped to 50. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, unleashed skill Golden Bloodline Shock but missed, and so on. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, unleashed skill Mental Suppression but missed, and so on. The boss's health was plummeting at an alarming rate. For an ordinary player facing the Silver Wolf King, the timing of the opponent's skill releases would not be based on health percentages, but rather on intervals of time, such as every 20 to 30 seconds for skills like Golden Bloodline Shock, akin to the cooldown of a player's skill. However, Li Fan's damage output was exceedingly high. The Silver Wolf King could not wait for its skills to cool down. According to the boss template rules, when health dips below a certain percentage, some old skills forcibly reset their cooldowns, and new skills can be activated. Li Fan was uncertain about the nature of the Silver Wolf King's mental suppression. Was it a control skill or an output type? If it was output, was it instantaneous damage or sustained damage? This detail was not explicitly revealed in the combat information, leaving him to rely solely on his observations. As the Silver Wolf King unleashed mental suppression, a visible ripple appeared in the air, rapidly expanding outward from the Silver Wolf King's center. Acting with caution, Li Fan retreated over 200 meters. For him, it was merely a second sprint. Indeed, the maneuver proved effective. The air ripple generated by the Silver Wolf King's skill dissipated only after spreading nearly 300 meters. This skill had an extensive range. Unfortunately, it still could not reach me. Li Fan chuckled, charging towards the Silver Wolf King once again. At that moment, to his surprise, the Silver Wolf King chose not to engage, but instead turned to flee. How remarkable! The overwhelming output he had unleashed in such a short time had frightened the boss into retreat. It almost slipped his mind that in the world of Endless Firmament, bosses of Golden Tier and above possess such intelligence. Yet, before me, you cannot escape at will. After a brief pause, Li Fan pursued without losing speed. 2 seconds later, he appeared beside the Silver Wolf King, raising his sword to strike. With a flurry of slashes, the blade shimmered, and after approximately 6 or 7 seconds, the Silver Wolf King's health plummeted to 30. Awoo. Battle information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature. Activated the skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation, but missed. Battle information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature. Activated the skill Low-Level Magic Teleportation Array. In 10 seconds, 3 Mother Silver Wolves, LV-10 Silver Creatures, will emerge from the teleportation array to assist in battle. The Wolf Tribe bosses I encountered seem to possess this ability to summon minions. Silver Wolf King, do you think your offerings to me are insufficient? Hence you summoned 3 wives to join the fray? Haha. Over 200 meters away, upon reading the battle information, Li Fan charged towards the Silver Wolf King once more. But this time he refrained from rushing his attacks. With the Silver Wolf King's health at 30, there was no need for haste. Li Fan resolved to eliminate the 3 summoned wives first. A free silver boss delivered right to his doorstep should not be overlooked. Tip: you have slain Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature. You gained. Omitted. 3. Tip: you picked up the dropped items from the boss. Omitted. With the LV-15 Silver Wolf King reduced to a state of panic, the LV-10 Silver Boss, Mother Silver Wolf, bore little distinction from a mutated gray wolf in Li Fan's eyes. In less than half a minute, all 3 Mother Silver Wolves were vanquished. As Li Fan picked up a piece of silver-quality upper armor dropped by the boss, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Silver Wolf King, are you certain your wives are not here to hinder your efforts? Chapter 23. The first kill of the Golden Boss, encountering the butterfly again the 3-headed Silver Boss. The Silver Wolf Matriarch bestowed upon Li Fan 3 pieces of silver equipment, 2 pieces of bronze gear, and several silver coins. Among these, the 3 silver items comprised a piece of armor for the torso, a priest's weapon staff, and a dagger for an assassin. The 2 bronze pieces included a torso armor and a ring. Of these 5 items, 2 were immediately usable by Li Fan: the silver torso armor and the bronze ring. Equipment: radiant armor. Durability: 100/100. Quality: silver. Grade: perfect. Usage requirement: level 10 and above. Attribute 1: HP 800, physical defense 60, magic defense 56, stamina 35. Attribute 2: reduces physical damage taken by 12. Attribute 3: when health drops below 30, increases both defenses by 20 points. Attribute 4: purification, which can dispel control effects on oneself. Skill cooldown time: 300 seconds. Equipment: Wolf Tooth Ring. Quality: bronze. Grade: ordinary. Usage requirement: level 10 and above. Attribute 1: MP 280, agility 13. Attribute 2: increases attack speed by 5. The perfect grade silver torso armor boasts 4 attributes. Particularly, the active skill attached to the equipment greatly enhances my margin for error in dealing with the Silver Wolf King. The bronze ring is also commendable. Akin to the wolf tooth necklace that dropped a couple of days ago, it also boosts attack speed. The only shortcoming is its ordinary grade. But it will suffice for now. Li Fan, elated, equipped the torso armor and the ring into his gear slots. He then returned to the task of hunting the Silver Wolf King. In the brief interlude, the Silver Wolf King had already scampered over 1,000 meters away. However, the disparity in movement speed was evident. It could not escape the clutches of Li Fan. In just over 10 seconds, Li Fan reappeared behind the Silver Wolf King. Swish. Swish, swish. -117. -117. -117. The agility granted by the Wolf Tooth Ring allowed Li Fan's agility attribute to surpass 11,600 points, thus increasing the real damage dealt with each attack from 115 to 116. This marginal increase in damage stemmed from the mandatory 1-point output when physical attacks bypassed defenses. While the damage variation was minimal, the 5 boost in attack speed from the ring was indeed substantial, given that Li Fan's current output relied primarily on basic attacks. An additional 5 in attack speed effectively translated to a 5 increase in overall damage. Throughout the battle, the Silver Wolf King remained helpless against Li Fan. Unable to overpower him, and with no means of escape, the Silver Wolf King's health swiftly dwindled to below 10. Howl. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature. Unleash the skill Golden Bloodline Suppression. You have remained outside the skill's range and were unaffected. Battle information. The Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, has unleashed the skill Frenzy, resulting in a 20 reduction in defense alongside a 30 increase in attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. The cooldown time of other skills has been significantly reduced, and it is immune to control effects. This state will persist until the conclusion of the battle. 200 meters away, observing the Silver Wolf King's activation of the Frenzy skill, Li Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. The increase in the Silver Wolf King's attack power and the decrease in its defense made little difference to him. After all, even with a 20 reduction in defense, his output relied predominantly on the innate true damage from his talents, and conversely, the Silver Wolf King's 30 speed boost would not allow it to strike him. The immunity to control skills was of no consequence either, as he possessed none. What truly made Li Fan wary was the significant reduction in cooldown time for the Silver Wolf King's other skills during its rampage. With only 10 health remaining, he reminded himself to play cautiously and avoid the temptation to overextend his output. Meanwhile, not far from where he was engaged in battle with the Silver Wolf King, a group of players was rapidly approaching. Kill. Those wretched women dare to steal our boss. Brothers, slay him. Don't let him escape. He must face his demise. At the edge of the dark forest, the butterfly of flowers was nervously fleeing. Behind her, approximately 30 players were hot on her heels. Hearing their shouts and curses, she felt a surge of frustration. Just half an hour prior, while she had been single-handedly battling a LV-14 bronze boss, the boss was on the verge of defeat when a stealthy assassin player attempted to ambush her. However, as the saying goes, a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. Just a couple of days ago, she had been robbed of her kill by a player while hunting a LV-6 bronze boss, the Silver Wolf Guardian, which had resulted in her demise. Thus, her vigilance was heightened. The moment the assassin revealed himself, she immediately detected his presence. Utilizing a blink spell to create distance, she swiftly turned and unleashed a gravity sphere skill, obliterating him in an instant. These two skills were innate to her hidden class, the Time Mage, combined with her S-rank talent, which multiplied her free attribute points by 10 with each level up, resulting in her LV-15 mental attributes exceeding 600. For the Butterfly of Flowers, dispatching a fragile assassin was merely a matter of course. Having slain him, she thought little of it. However, she had not anticipated that the fallen assassin was none other than the brother-in-law of the president of the prestigious Pride of the World Guild. In the M4399 Novice Village, the Pride of the World Guild stands as one of the two dominant forces alongside the Phoenix Guild. Although other established guilds, such as the Righteous Brotherhood, had members within the Novice Village, they comprised merely ordinary members of their respective guilds. Only the core members of the Pride of the World and Phoenix Guilds hailed from the M4399 Novice Village. The Pride of the World Guild is a well-renowned veteran guild in the gaming community, boasting over 500 core members. It is said that most of these members are employed at the studio founded by the illustrious Aosi Emperor, making them professional players. As an individual player, she found herself relentlessly pursued by more than 30 formidable foes. The Butterfly, feeling utterly constrained, realized her predicament bore resemblance to Li Fan's situation. While she possessed tremendous output, her defenses were alarmingly fragile. Li Fan's speed allowed him to effectively compensate for his weaknesses, but the Butterfly had no such advantage once the pursuers closed in. Survival was utterly impossible. It was infuriating. How could they be so unreasonable? It was that assassin player, known as Pride of the Cloud, who struck first, and I merely retaliated. The members of the Pride of All Guild were truly despicable. Her mana was running low, leaving her unable to cast a blink spell to create distance. Damn it. You think you can take me down? I shall take you down with me. I'll lead you to the spawn point of the mutated Grey Wolves, where many among you bear the mark of infamy. Do you dare pursue me? There lurks a terrifying specter that preys on those with a criminal record. With grit and determination, the Butterfly summoned her remaining mana and executed a blink spell, propelling herself over 100 meters into the territory of the mutated Grey Wolves. Just as she landed, she was met with a scene that left her utterly astounded. A player, one she recognized. had just slain a colossal wolf with silver fur in a single strike. The subsequent announcement revealed that this formidable beast was, in fact, of golden rank. Chapter 24, Village Announcement. The Overbearing Son of the Clouds Village Announcement. Player Tai Sui-shan, level 15 Shield Warrior, has slain Silver Wolf King, level 15 Golden Creature, earning the first kill reward in the entire server. Village Announcement. Player Tai Sui-shan, level 15 Shield Warrior, has slain Silver Wolf King, level 15 Golden Creature, earning the first kill reward in the entire server. Village Announcement. Omitted. The village announcement echoed 3 times, leaving Hua Dai momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated encountering her nemesis, Tai Sui-shan, in this place, nor did she foresee that he would secure the first kill of the village's golden boss. Simultaneously, the players from the Ao Shikun Guild, who had been relentlessly pursuing Hua Dai, arrived at the scene, equally astonished. What the hell? A first kill of a level 15 golden boss? Are you kidding me? I am a core member of the Ao Shikun Guild, and just managed to barely contend with a level 15 minor monster, yet this Tai Sui-shan has actually taken down the golden boss? Oh my, Tai Sui-shan. Look. Tai Sui-shan is right there, collecting the loot from the golden boss. The crowd erupted in excitement, with the leader, Son of the Clouds, fixating on Li Fan as he gathered the spoils. Upon spotting a dagger-shaped weapon among the loot, an overwhelming greed surged within him. A first kill of a golden boss surely guarantees golden quality equipment or skill books. That dagger could very well be a golden quality dagger. Li Fan remained blissfully unaware of the ongoing frenzy, while the Son of the Clouds, frequently perusing the forums of the game Endless Sky, was acutely aware that no player in the entire server had yet acquired golden quality equipment. This meant that if Li Fan picked up that dagger, he would possess the sole golden dagger in the entire server. Given that his own profession was assassin, wouldn't that signify he would emerge as the premier assassin player in the game? With this thought, the Son of the Clouds could no longer contain himself. Tai Sui-shan, hand over that golden quality dagger, or we, the Ao Shikun Guild, shall bring you down to level 0. He bellowed, brimming with menace. In his perspective, no matter how formidable Tai Sui-shan was, he remained merely a player. Their Ao Shikun Guild boasted a core membership of 500 individuals, and once they reached the main city, their guild size would easily surpass 10,000 players. You may be strong, Tai Sui-shan, but do you dare to oppose the Ao Shikun Guild? The Son of the Clouds' mindset was largely shaped by his accustomed position of authority. As the brother-in-law of the guild leader, he held a lofty status within the guild, fostering a domineering demeanor. Thus, he instinctively sought to leverage their numerical superiority to coerce Li Fan into surrendering the boss's loot. The other members of the Ao Shikun Guild, upon hearing the Son of the Clouds' declaration, experienced only a slight stir of unrest. Due to the recent slaying of the Silver Boss, the guild leader, Proud Emperor, specifically instructed everyone to promptly report any encounters with the god of Tai Sui. The members speculated that their leader was eager to form an alliance with this deity. However, they found the attitude of Cloudchild towards the god of Tai Sui quite perplexing. Nevertheless, most of them wholeheartedly agreed with Cloudchild's sentiments. With over 500 core members in the guild, why were only about 30 pursuing the Butterfly of Flowers? It was simply because these individuals, much like Cloudchild, were all cut from the same cloth. Thus, Cloudchild's words echoed their innermost thoughts. The god of Tai Sui may be formidable, but does he truly hold the right to act arrogantly before our guild? Listen well, relinquish the spoils of the boss battle. Meanwhile, upon hearing Cloudchild's remarks, Li Fan could not suppress his incredulity and asked, "Are you foolish? How can anyone dare to speak to themselves in such a manner?" The corpse of the golden boss, the Silver Wolf King, had yet to vanish. Did they actually believe themselves superior to the Silver Wolf King? Upon hearing Li Fan's retort, Cloudchild's face flushed crimson with indignation. "How dare you refuse my invitation? Brothers, take him down, and eliminate that wretched woman, the Butterfly of Flowers, as well. Let us seize their equipment." With a command from Cloudchild, the 30 or so players from Proud Emperor Guild advanced menacingly. Although a small fraction felt uneasy about this course of action, they feared social repercussions for not joining in. However, in the next moment, regret washed over them. The god of Tai Sui was a phantom. No, don't kill me. Ah. Li Fan, when prompted to act, did so with swift and unyielding ferocity. Like a bolt of lightning, he darted through the crowd several times, and within 20 seconds, every member of Proud Emperor was sent back to their resurrection point. As more than half of them bore red names, Li Fan's malevolence did not escalate in the slightest, and the ground was littered with a dozen pieces of equipment. However, they were merely mediocre items, and Li Fan could not be bothered to collect them. It was only at this juncture that he found the leisure to admire the rewards from slaying the Silver Wolf King. First and foremost, there was the village's first kill reward. Indeed, the reward for the first kill of a silver boss was 20 free attribute points, while the first kill of the golden boss, the Silver Wolf King, yielded 60 free attribute points, all of which he allocated to strength. The rewards from a boss kill are contingent upon the boss's tier and level. The Mother Silver Wolf was a level 10 silver boss, hence the first kill reward amounted to level multiplied by tier, starting from bronze, with bronze bosses at 1, silver at 2, gold at 4, dark gold at 8, and so forth, thus yielding 10 to 20 points. Conversely, the Silver Wolf King was a level 15 golden boss, resulting in free attribute points of 15 for 60 points. This aligns with the principle found in martial arts novels, where a character experiences a dramatic surge in combat prowess after a fierce battle. The rarity of a boss first kill justifies the generous rewards. Li Fan joyfully allocated all 60 points to strength. He then turned his gaze towards the second reward for slaying the Silver Wolf King, the experience points and the spoils of battle, including equipment and skill books. Notification: you have slain the Silver Wolf King, LV 15 golden creature, and you have received 150,000 experience points. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV 16. Notification: you have picked up the items dropped by the boss. Bloodthirsty Sword, golden quality. Flame Blood Staff, golden quality. Silver Wolf Belt, silver quality. Skill Book Rapid Healing, golden quality. Special items: low tier golden life essence, Constitution, Li Qianhua's last words, along with 4 gold, 19 silver, and 66 copper. 3 pieces of golden quality loot, 1 silver, and 2 special items. It must be said that the drop rate of the Silver Wolf King is indeed remarkably high. Li Fan, filled with exuberance, began to meticulously examine the details of the spoils. The first item he scrutinized was the one-handed sword, the Bloodthirsty Sword. Having used the iron sword for quite some time, he was finally ready for an upgrade. Upon this inspection, Li Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 25, Golden Equipment, latest panel. Equipment: Bloodthirsty Sword. Durability: 200/200. Quality: golden. Grade: excellent. Usage requirement: level 15 or above. Sword-wielding classes. Attribute 1. Physical attack 121. Magic attack 109. Strength 40. Spirit 32. Attribute 2. Never wears out. Attribute 3. Recovers 5 of damage dealt as health. Attribute 4. Draw sword slash when unleashed. Delivers a swift strike to enemies within a 5-meter radius, inflicting damage equal to 500 of physical attack, and applies a high-level bleeding effect for 5 seconds, during which enemies lose 1 of their health per second. Skill cooldown: 300 seconds. The attributes of the Bloodthirsty Sword filled Li Fan with immense joy. The attack power was of little concern, merely an embellishment, as his SSS-grade talent guaranteed ample damage output. The primary allure lay in the attribute 2 of never wearing out. This trait was reminiscent of equipment affixes from the classic game Fantasy Westward Journey. Never wearing out signifies that this weapon, regardless of usage, would not diminish in durability. This attribute was exceedingly practical for Li Fan. Although he possessed a forging secondary skill to repair equipment, such repairs required materials, and as equipment quality increased, so did the material consumption. Moreover, carrying a substantial amount of, or was quite cumbersome. With the Bloodthirsty Sword, he would be free from such burdens. The 5 lifesteal was commendable. Even if he were carelessly struck by a boss, as long as he survived, he could restore his health steadily through lifesteal. The active skill was also highly functional, a small 80 skill accompanied by a high-level burning effect. Holding the Bloodthirsty Sword, Li Fan's face radiated with delight. He then turned his attention to the remaining equipment. Equipment: Bloodfire Staff. Durability: 200/200. Quality, golden. Grade, outstanding. Usage requirement, level 15 or above. Staff-wielding classes. Attribute 1. Physical attack 60, magic attack 149, spirit 48. Attribute 2. Spirit 7. Attribute 3. Active skill cooldown reduced by 10. Attribute 4. Bloodfire, when unleashed, delivers a magical attack to enemies within a 20-meter radius, inflicting damage equal to 550 of magic attack, and applies a high-level scorching effect for 5 seconds, during which enemies lose 1 of their health per second. Skill cooldown, 300 seconds. Equipment, Silver Wolf Belt. Durability, 140-140. Quality, silver. Grade, excellent. Usage requirement, level 15 or above. Attribute 1. HP 450, Physical Defense 28, Magic Defense 27. Stamina 20, Attribute 2, HP 1000. Attribute 3. During combat, restores 500 health every 60 seconds. The attributes of the Bloodfire Staff surpass those of the Blood-Drinking Sword. After all, one is exquisite while the other is exceptional, differing in rank. This staff undoubtedly stands as the finest weapon available to mages at present, without exception. Should I place it on the auction house? Perhaps I shall wait a couple of days before deciding. For now, there is no rush. The belt is quite commendable. I shall keep it for myself. Li Fan stowed the Bloodfire Staff back into his backpack and adorned himself with the Silver Wolf Belt. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon a skill book dropped by the boss. Skill book. Swift Healing. Quality, gold. Learning requirements, level 15 or above, Priest class. Level 1 active effect. Designates a teammate, instantly restoring 500 HP 15 of maximum HP. Consumes 100 MP upon skill release, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. An exceptionally powerful healing skill, likely to fetch a handsome price. However, similar to the previous skill book, Blessing of Courage, Li Fan had no intention of selling it. This is a support skill. In the future, should he encounter a suitable support teammate, he could impart the skill to them, ultimately benefiting from its effects himself. Lastly, let me examine these 2 special items. Li Fan reviewed the 2 peculiar items in his backpack. Item, Lodir Golden Life Essence, Constitution. Type, Special Item Consumable. Effect, upon consumption, permanently increases Constitution by 100. Item source, dropped by the Silver Wolf King. Item, Li Tianhua's last letter. Type, Special Item. Effect, a letter to be delivered to the legendary swordsman Li Chongqing of Tianyao City. He shall bestow upon you generous rewards. Hint, you have used the low-tier Golden Life Essence, Constitution, increasing your Constitution by 100. This life essence augments Constitution, a splendid item indeed. Li Fan consumed it without hesitation. Ah, this letter from Li Tianhua requires me to seek out Li Chongqing? Li Fan was astonished. Li Chongqing is a high-ranking NPC, a swordsman of legendary status. Renowned as one of the foremost experts within the NPC faction. In his previous life, Li Fan had encountered Li Chongqing on numerous occasions. However, at that time, he was like most ordinary players, merely undertaking daily quests and attempting to trigger the special quest Li Chongqing's concerns. Li Fan distinctly remembered this special quest. It was available to all players, with its rewards remaining unknown. Yet, despite the decade-long operation of Endless Sky, until Li Fan's demise, he had not heard of anyone successfully undertaking this quest. Could it be that Li Tianhua's last letter serves as a quest item to initiate the special task with Li Chongqing? Both Li Tianhua and Li Chongqing share the surname Li. Perhaps it is indeed the case. Li Fan carefully stored the special item, Li Tianhua's last letter, anticipating its potential significance upon his arrival in Tianyao City. He then cast a glance at his newly updated personal panel information. Character, Tai Suishan. Base attributes, level, LV16, 22,320, 000. Class, Shield Warrior. HP, 4390, MP, 1205. Physical attack, 341. Magical attack, 169. Physical defense, 290. Magical defense, 281. Attributes, Strength 220, Agility 11602, Spirit 60, Stamina 186, Free attribute points, 0, Maximum attack speed, 132. 83 attack second, maximum movement speed, 266. 24 meters second. Title: Enemy of the Wolf Tribe. Talent: Blessing of Light, Stage 2, SSS quality. Equipment: Bloodthirsty Sword, Golden quality one-handed sword, Thorn Shield, Silver quality shield. Silver Wolf Belt, Silver quality waist armor, Radiant armor, Silver quality upper body armor, among others. Skills: Level 5 Shield Block, Level 5 Heavy Slash, Basic Forging. Level 4 Shield Counter, Level 3 Phantom Dance. What an astonishing display for a level 16 player. Even I, upon inspection, feel a twinge of fear. Li Fan shook his head. His reborn self truly launched into greatness right from the server's opening. Initially thinking it was merely a game of reloading, he found himself soaring with power. One word: exhilarating. While he marveled at his own statistics, the ever-surviving butterfly finally could no longer contain herself. Aren't you going to attack me? Li Fan glanced at her, shaking his head. Don't be foolish, my dear. I do not slay women. You may leave. Chapter 26. The Ambition of the Butterfly and the Emperor's Response. What? You don't attack women? Are you joking with me? The butterfly widened her eyes, incredulous at the man's sheer audacity. Her first experience had been claimed by him, and now he had the gall to utter such words. Don't misunderstand, Li Fan. Slowly realizing the implications of his words, quickly clarified, I truly do not attack women, but there are exceptions when it comes to seizing a boss. Li Fan was in high spirits, and thus did not mind spending time teasing the butterfly. He believed that his vendetta from his past life had been avenged, and with their grievances settled, he would not strike her without cause. You have such thick skin. The butterfly shot him an exasperated glance, emboldened by his evident good mood. She continued, You have taken down so many from the Overlord Guild. Are you not afraid of their retaliation? There are over 500 of them in the M4399 Novice Village. At this, Li Fan displayed a disdainful expression. Why should I be afraid? The butterfly paused, contemplating, and it dawned on her that Li Fan genuinely seemed unperturbed. After all, based on the speed he had just exhibited, he was unparalleled across the server. With such swiftness, he could dictate the flow of battle, and what could 500 members of the Overlord Guild do against him? Moreover, his damage output was evidently high. He had dispatched over 30 of them in merely half a minute. That calculated to about 1 per second, truly outrageous. However, while you may not fear, I do. The butterfly's eyes darted as she proposed, Regardless, you saved me this time, which ought to nullify the grudge from earlier. We can consider ourselves acquainted now. Your skills are quite impressive, and I possess some prowess beyond that of a typical player. How about we become friends and team up for leveling? The thought of partnering with Li Fan crossed her mind. As a fragile mage, lacking the speed he exhibited, she found herself at a disadvantage against the Overlord's aggression. His displayed strength had captivated her, and she sought to join forces for mutual protection. Furthermore, there was strength in numbers. 2 were always better than 1, after all. Regrettably, her proposal was met with Li Fan's firm rejection. I can accept a friend request, but teaming up? Apologies. But I am pressed for time and cannot lead anyone in leveling. Li Fan viewed the butterfly as a player with potential. When he eventually established his own guild, he might consider incorporating her into his ranks. Although he was uncertain how she had transformed from an ordinary person into a madwoman in his past life, in this lifetime, nothing had yet transpired. Perhaps he could lend her a hand when the time came? If it were not too troublesome, he would be willing to invest some time in her, not leading anyone in leveling. Are you implying that I am a burden in your eyes? The butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief. As a powerful time-space mage with an exceptional S-class talent, do you really consider me a burden? What are you thinking? The butterfly's expression was filled with indignation. If Li Fan had merely rejected her with an excuse about preferring to level up alone, it would have been more palatable. However, his refusal to team up felt like a grave insult. In response, Li Fan simply shrugged and smiled, offering no words that could have sufficed as an answer. The butterfly was thrown off balance, exclaiming, You. She sent a friend request, but decided to postpone any discussions about teaming up until later, stating, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Unfortunately, Li Fan had no interest in engaging in any arguments. As soon as he finished speaking, he slipped away. How infuriating. The butterfly stomped her foot in frustration, huffing, How dare you underestimate me? Taishui God, Mark my words, today you may disregard me, but tomorrow you shall find me beyond your reach. While saying this, she did not forget to accept Li Fan's friend request, looking at her soul friend, Tai Shui God. In her friend list, a faint smile crept across her lips, leaving her thoughts a mystery. In the M4399 Novice Village Dungeon Square, the only public dungeon before reaching level 20, the entrance to the Spider Cave trial awaited eager players. At any corner of the square, players could activate the dungeon list feature to embark on their challenges. At that moment, Aoshir Emperor had just led a raid team to conquer the normal difficulty level when he received troubling news. His younger brother had been slain by the solitary player he had been eyeing, Tai Shui God. A group had attempted to assist his brother in pursuing a mage player but stumbled upon Tai Shui God, who swiftly annihilated them all during the encounter with the Golden Boss. Tai Shui God was indeed a mad and who relished in killing. It was true. He was the specter of the Dark Forest, and in the past few days, the number of players who had met their demise at his hands was not less than 80. Yun Zizi, with good intentions, tried to purchase equipment from him, only to be met with death instead. President, you must stand up for us. But be cautious. Tai Shui God is formidable. I barely caught a glimpse of his movements before he eliminated me in an instant. Revenge must be carefully considered. Listening to his brother and the other players who had just revived lamenting their fate, Aoshir Emperor's brow furrowed deeply. He held Tai Shui God in high regard and wished to recruit him into his guild. To his shock, before he had even met Tai Shui God, over 30 of his subordinates had already been taken down. This feud had escalated. Aoshir Emperor was well aware of his brother's penchant for trouble. Previous incidents he had helped resolve were inconsequential. Yet this time, Tai Shui God's killing of him and his 30-plus guild core members likely stemmed from his brother's provocations. The grievances expressed by his brother and the others might very well be exaggerated. Nevertheless, Aoshir Emperor did not wish to delve deeper into the matter. Not only motivated by the allure of his beautiful wife, but also by the undeniable fact that, regardless of whether the situation had been instigated by his brother-in-law, the truth remains that the Tai Shui God had indeed slain 30 of his subordinates. As the guild leader, he bore the responsibility to protect his underlings. Otherwise, who would respect him as their leader? Having grasped the gravity of the situation, he declared that there was no need for further discussion, as he would take it upon himself to seek vengeance against the Tai Shui God. After a moment of contemplation, the proud emperor dismissed his brother-in-law and others with a single statement. He then turned to his friends list, locating a contact named Assassin Alliance Liaison 04, and initiated a private conversation. In the novice village of M4399, he pondered whether to accept a contract to hunt down a player suspected of possessing an S-grade talent or higher, known for their exceptional agility. After a brief wait, a response arrived. Certainly, each kill will yield 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Additionally, should you bring the target down to level 0, I will reward you with an extra 100,000 coins. The boss responded with enthusiasm, inquiring about the identity of the target. The Tai Shui God. Apologies. I mistakenly quoted the price earlier. The Tai Shui God comes at a different rate and will require an additional fee. After a round of negotiations, the proud emperor was satisfied. Now, he awaited the renowned Assassin's Alliance to deliver some promising news. Chapter 27. The third ring of the quest that requires level 20 notification. You have successfully submitted the quest The Revenge of Blacksmith Morin 2. Notification. You have received a reward of 5 gold coins and 50,000 experience points. Notification. Blacksmith Morin is astonished by your remarkable efficiency in completing the quest and decides to exchange your reward of bronze equipment for the silver-quality Mystic Iron Greatsword, silver, along with additional rewards, Magical Mask, Special Item, and Highlander, Bronze Skill Book. Notification. You have automatically accepted the new quest The Revenge of Blacksmith Morin, final. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop in the novice village, Li Fan stared at the system notifications, astonished. He had anticipated that completing the task swiftly would yield extra rewards akin to the first ring of the quest. However, he never expected the additional rewards to be so generous. The silver equipment, the Mystic Iron Greatsword, was a two-handed weapon, rendering it useless for a shield and sword warrior who could only wield one-handed swords. Thus, Li Fan could only sell it for gold. Yet, the Magical Mask and Highlander skill book were both exceptionally useful to him. Item: Magical Mask. Type: Costume Special Item. Effect: Attributeless. Can be worn in the costume slot to activate the skill Disguise, allowing you to change your ID, facial features, and equipment color. The disguise effect fails against targets more than 10 levels above you. Skill book: Rage of Desperation. Quality: Bronze. Learning requirement: Level 10 or above. Warrior Priest class. Level 1 active effect. Upon release, for the next 60 seconds, when you or nearby teammates receive lethal damage, a buff will activate that ensures HP does not drop below 1 for 10 seconds. Casting the skill consumes 200 MP and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. In Endless Firmament, there exist costume-type items reminiscent of the vintage game's Deceptive Potions. However, most costume items in Endless Firmament are attribute-less, serving solely to enhance aesthetic appeal. This magical mask arrived at a most opportune moment. As his fame grew, the number of players eager to ally with him or invite him to join their factions would inevitably increase. The ability to disguise his ID and appearance could alleviate many potential complications. Moreover, this Rage of Desperation was a divine skill for ordinary warrior players. Li Fan was elated. With this skill book, his margin for error against high-powered bosses would significantly expand. Meeting the requirements to learn the skill, he promptly clapped his hands over the skill book. As the skill book vanished, the level 1 skill Rage of Desperation appeared in his skill list. Regrettably, he had to reach level 20 before he could undertake the quest Morin's Revenge Final. Li Fan opened his quest list. Quest: The Revenge of Blacksmith Morin Final. After undergoing the trials on 2 previous occasions, Morin has complete faith in your capabilities. He now implores you to fulfill his ultimate desire for vengeance on behalf of his daughter, successfully conquering the Wolf Tribe Altar, a level 20 hidden dungeon. Task duration: 15 days. Number of participants required: 1 to 10 individual success rewards, a sum of gold and experience points. 1 piece of golden equipment, crafted by Morin based on your selected part, and a special item known as the Heart of the Warrior. Failure penalty: permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Note: the entry key for the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon has been automatically placed in your inventory. Please be aware that the dungeon presents a formidable challenge and can only be accessed after reaching level 20. It is advisable to assemble a team of companions before embarking on this trial. Item: Dungeon Key, Wolf Tribe Altar. Type: Consumable Special Item. Durability: 10/10 usage, a special item for entering the hidden dungeon Wolf Tribe Altar, usable at any time. Each use consumes 1 point of durability. The final stage of the quest requires the completion of a hidden dungeon. Within Endless Firmament, dungeons are categorized into hidden and public dungeons. Public dungeons are scarce. Below level 50, there are only 4 accessible to anyone who meets the level requirement. Conversely, hidden dungeons, akin to hidden quests, necessitate a stroke of luck to encounter. Given the low probability of encountering hidden dungeons, the rewards are significantly more generous than those of public dungeons. Thus, Li Fan anticipates the challenge of the Wolf Tribe Altar with great eagerness. One must reach level 20 to enter the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon. Therefore, he decides to first tackle the public dungeon Spider Cave at level 15 and seize the initial completion rewards. With this thought, Li Fan departed from the blacksmith shop and headed towards the Novice Village dungeon square. Soon, he arrived at his destination. As the server approached its 4th day, numerous players had already ascended beyond level 15, filling the dungeon square with a bustling crowd. Level 15 mage with 80 magic attack seeking a party. Level 15 warrior with 1800 health looking for a group, proficient in aggro management and reliable as a frontline tank, seeking a trustworthy team. The tank and DPS are already assembled. We need 2 strong healers, 8-2. Gold exchange at 1. 9 copper coins, come with substantial resources. Level 16 archer with 110 physical attack leading the charge, reliable players wanted. Let's strive to conquer the Spider Cave trial today. As the inaugural dungeon within Endless Firmament, players exhibit keen interest in the Spider Cave trial. Engaging in dungeons is notably more convenient than hunting wild monsters. It eliminates the need to search for suitable leveling spots and mitigates the risk of being ambushed while grinding. Consequently, nearly every player who has reached level 15 is inclined to gather here to attempt forming a party for the dungeon challenge. Listening to the lively discussions of the crowd, Li Fan felt a sense of nostalgia. Once, he too had been among those seeking a party. In this new life, everything has changed dramatically. The Spider Cave Trial Dungeon stands as the first publicly unveiled instance within the game, often referred to as the introductory dungeon. In order to facilitate players' acclimatization to teamwork, the game enforces a strict requirement of assembling a full party of 10 individuals to enter this dungeon, a rule that subsequent dungeons do not impose so rigidly. However, a dilemma arises. I am eager to claim the first clear rewards, but where can I find 9 companions? Ah, an idea strikes. Li Fan's gaze suddenly falls upon a balanced group of male and female players. Among them, he instantly recognizes a somewhat familiar figure, the formidable warrior player known by the ID Xixia Xianzi. Is she not the esteemed leader of the Phoenix Guild? In my previous life, the Phoenix Guild was comprised of staunch defenders of humanity, with the leader Xixia Xianzi ranking among the top 100 warriors worldwide. Notably, she is also a well-known affluent player, possessing significant wealth. Perhaps I should offer her the 9 slots for this first clear opportunity. With this thought, a smile crept across Li Fan's face as he envisioned a substantial fortune beckoning to him. Chapter 28. Astonished members of the Phoenix Guild. A transaction. In the dungeon square, a group of players adorned in resplendent emerald green and silver gear stood out remarkably among the crowd. They engaged in lively conversation, their laughter occasionally reaching the ears of nearby players. They had successfully reduced the health of the first boss in hard mode to below 10. With a little more effort, it was highly likely they would achieve a first clear today. I just inquired. And the raid team from the Proud Dominators had only managed to bring the hard mode first boss down to 50 before being wiped out. Our progress is significantly ahead of theirs. This is all thanks to the wise leadership of our guild leader. They are truly formidable. Hee. I just obtained a level 15 bronze longbow from a minor monster, and I hereby declare myself the chief archer of our guild. No objections, right? Indeed. You may hold the title of chief, but your output is still only 30 of the guild leaders. There is still much room for improvement. Ouch, that stings, sister. The guild leader possesses an S-level talent, Sword Master, which amplifies attack power tenfold. How can one compete with that? As a priest, I simply follow the guild leader and do not seek to compete on damage output. It is quite comfortable. Their laughter resonated in the ears of surrounding players, who cast envious glances at them. The Phoenix Guild's raid team is remarkably strong with such progress in the dungeon. An S-level talent? That is indeed a rare and exceptional gift. How enviable. Unless something unexpected occurs today, this group of players should secure the first hard mode clear of the Spider Cave Trial in M4399's Novice Village, right? Amidst the envious gazes from independent players, the members of the Phoenix raid team reveled in their success and pride. Suddenly, a distinctive voice reached their ears. Members of the Phoenix Guild, would you be interested in purchasing a first clear slot from me? A first clear slot? Purchase? The group turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice. They beheld a player, wielding a shield and a long sword, who had appeared beside them without their notice. Who are you? Can you really lead us to a first clear? What a joke. The chief archer, aiming to shoot, furrowed her brow. Sensing that this player named Wu Song was merely seeking to attract the attention of her guild sisters through such base tactics, which she found quite distasteful. The other teammates also regarded Wu Song with disdainful glances, save for the enchanting fairy, who observed the shield and sword with a contemplative expression. Apologies. I forgot to remove my disguise. Under the gaze of the women, the player known as Wu Song, by some unknown means, transformed his ID in the next moment into 3 resounding characters. Tai Suation. Ah, Tai Suation? You're Tai Suation. Oh my goodness. I have finally found you. The enchanting fairy, along with the chief archer and others, were taken aback. The surrounding players immediately turned their attention as well. What? Tai Suation has appeared. Where is the god of Tai Sui? My esteemed elder brother, I am your long-lost younger sibling. Please take me along. Where is he? I cannot see the god of Tai Sui, only a rather unimpressive fellow named Wu Song. Indeed, after revealing his ID to the members of the Phoenix Guild's raid team, Li Fan swiftly donned a magical mask, transforming his ID into Wu Song. This clever tactic effectively mitigated the disturbances from numerous ordinary players nearby. Just a little ruse. In essence, you all know who I am. After Li Fan elucidated this to the likes of Zixia Fairy and others, he resumed discussing the previous topic. The first clear of the Spider Cave trial dungeon on heroic difficulty would trigger a server-wide announcement. Ladies, are you interested? There are 9 spots available. You provide the funds, and I shall lead you to victory. Were it anyone else making such a proposition, the women would surely dismiss it as a poor jest. However, the god of Tai Sui, his name carries weight, and his reputation precedes him, having recently secured a first kill of a golden boss. He had already ascended to the ranks of the most elite players in the Endless Firmament Guild, at least in their eyes. Zixia Fairy could scarcely believe that upon finally encountering the god of Tai Sui she had longed for, he was attempting to sell her a spot for the first clear. Is this even for sale? Nevertheless, such a request indicated that he might not be particularly affluent. Her opportunity had arrived. Thus, Zixia Fairy refrained from answering Li Fan's inquiry and boldly made her own offer. Tai Sui, Wu Song, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Our starting salary is 30 million. With an offline contract, are you interested in joining us? Zixia Fairy directly employed her financial allure on Li Fan. Yet, his response was, I decline. In just over 90 days, when the foreign demonic entities invade, money will become worthless. It would be madness to work for someone else. Noticing that Zixia Fairy was about to speak again, Li Fan hastily interjected, This matter need not be discussed further. I will not join any guild, nor will I engage in any real-world studio work. Now, let us converse about the transaction for the first clear spot. Do you want it? If not, I shall seek others. Zixia Fairy sighed, recognizing his resolute refusal. To think he would sell the first clear spot and yet be disinclined to sign an offline contract for a salary in the millions. What a peculiar man. Very well. My dear man, you have successfully piqued my curiosity. We are interested. How do you propose to conduct this transaction? In just a few sentences. Zixia Fairy discerned that Li Fan was the type who valued his time, and thus she continued the conversation. Well, I hadn't anticipated this. Once we clear the dungeon, you may decide on the compensation. Li Fan scratched his head, as this was his first time selling a spot in a first clear team, and he was uncertain what price would be appropriate. Moreover, he had forgotten the rewards for the server's first clear of the Spider Cave trial, making it difficult to set a price. I trust you will offer me a satisfactory amount, for we may continue to collaborate on future dungeons. In response to Li Fan's implied willingness for future cooperation, Zixia Fairy nodded in understanding. Very well, that is agreeable. However, let us clarify one point. How will the spoils of war, including the gear that emerges from the dungeons, be distributed? Li Fan had already pondered this matter. All the rewards shall belong to me, but you may purchase them with gold as a priority. Upon hearing his response, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Are you jesting? If everything is yours, then what purpose do we serve? You could simply complete the dungeons alone. This is excessive. I acknowledge your prowess as the god of the great year. Yet can you truly conquer heroic-level dungeons single-handedly? Otherwise, what gives you the right to claim all the loot? Those like aiming for the chicken glared at Li Fan with expressions of indignation. Even the illustrious Purple Mist Fairy could not suppress her displeasure. In her view, the spot in the first completion team that Li Fan spoke of selling to her guild was merely a guise for him to take the lead while she and her companions played supporting roles to collectively clear the dungeon. Thus, for him to demand all the dungeon drops right off the bat seemed rather excessive. However, Li Fan's next statement silenced Purple Mist Fairy and the others. I believe you have yet to grasp a crucial point. I am more than sufficient on my own, and you need only serve as 9 bystanders. Therefore, it is only reasonable that all the spoils belong to me. Chapter 29. Nightmarish Difficulty? The Phoenix Guild's doubts and astonishment. What nonsense is this? With such bravado, why not first reveal your personal attributes for us to see? The dungeon permits entry only 5 times a day. And should we face total annihilation, a 1-hour debuff ensues. Are you here, having received a handsome sum from the Overlord, to sabotage us and hinder our progress in the dungeon? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the members of the Phoenix Raid team reacted with even greater fervor. Empathizing with their own struggles, they could hardly believe that Li Fan could single-handedly guide 9 novices to conquer a dungeon on heroic difficulty. Yes, we acknowledge that your Tai Sui Shun is formidable, but surely, It cannot be to such an absurd degree. We are members of the Phoenix Raid team, undeniably among the top players in the Endless Firmament, and what we cannot achieve collectively, how could you accomplish alone? What a farce. Enough of this. I choose to believe in Tai Wusong. Amidst the chorus of skepticism, Zixia Fairy spoke calmly. Boss, he is clearly toying with us. How can you trust him? John Kahn, one of the 3 male players in the Raid team and the strongest among them, grew anxious. Ever since Li Fan's arrival, a subtle hostility had begun to surface within him. Perhaps it was a case of same-sex repulsion? John Kahn wielded considerable influence in the Phoenix Raid team, and the doubts that had been quelled by Zixia Fairy's words resurfaced. On the other hand, Li Fan began to feel exasperated. Who among you is taking charge? I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Do you want the first clear slot or not? Stop wasting time. This transaction was a spur-of-the-moment decision for Li Fan, who aimed to prepare for an upcoming gaming event in a few days. However, he was unwilling to squander too much time on this matter. If it came to that, he would simply gather 9 random players instead. If you don't believe me, just don't regret it when you see the first clear announcement. I believe in you. Zixia Fairy discerned Li Fan's impatience and spoke once more, turning to her teammates. Brother Wusong will also enter the dungeon, consuming attempts and bearing the death penalty, so I do not believe he would intentionally sabotage us. Furthermore, John Kahn, be quiet. I am in charge here. If you do not believe, then do not join us this time. Aim for the birds, Chi-Chi. Pei-Chi, you 8. Along with me and Brother Wusong, will take the first clear slot. You may form the party. Upon hearing this, a smile returned to Li Fan's face. If only you had been so decisive earlier. Time is of the essence. Soon, he formed a new party with Zixia Fairy and the others. Just before entering the dungeon, John Kahn glared at Li Fan for a while, then sighed as he addressed Zixia Fairy. Boss, you will regret this. John Kahn, I am the guild leader. The fairy Zixia found that John Kahn was somewhat overstepping his bounds. I am offering you such a generous salary not for you to dictate to me. Remember your place. I merely intended to. John Kahn's expression shifted as he attempted to explain, but Li Fan had already lost all patience. Who do you think you are? I have no time to listen to your nonsense. Thus, he proceeded to select the dungeon difficulty and led the team into the instance. In an instant, the 10 players vanished from the dungeon plaza. Notification: the captain has chosen to enter the Spider Cave Trial, Nightmare Mode. Notification: in Nightmare Mode, the dungeon is time-limited to 60 minutes. Exceeding this time results in a challenge failure. Notification: the completion requirement is to defeat the Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature. Notification: in Nightmare Mode, if a player dies during the challenge, they will be exempt from death penalties if the team successfully clears the dungeon. If the team fails, the deceased player will incur a 10-hour debilitation penalty. Warning: in Nightmare Mode, the air within the dungeon contains trace amounts of toxins, causing all challengers to lose 3 HP per second. The death penalty in the dungeon is significantly lighter than that of the wilderness, which is one reason why players prefer to grind dungeons. The Spider Cave Trial, as the introductory dungeon of Endless Firmament, features 6 difficulty levels: Simple, Normal, Hard, Heroic, Abyss, and Nightmare. Li Fan was filled with confidence and immediately opted for the highest difficulty. At the same time, the members of the Phoenix Guild's expedition team, including Fairy Zixia, trembled upon reading the series of notifications that appeared on their screens. In Nightmare Mode? In Hard Mode, a total party wipe results in only an hour of debilitation. But Nightmare imposes a 10-hour penalty. Have we boarded a black car? Losing 3 HP per second? As a fragile mage, my total health barely exceeds 1,000 points. This difficulty is far too high. Woo-woo. Wasn't it supposed to be Heroic Mode? How did it turn into Nightmare Mode? Tai Sui God, was this intentional or accidental? A legendary boss. It's over. We stand no chance against such a formidable foe at our current level. Tai Sui God, we require an explanation, including Fairy Zixia. All 9 members of the Phoenix expedition team were in a state of panic. In response to their doubts, Li Fan calmly retorted, "Who said I aim to tackle Heroic Mode? What I stated was that the first clear of Heroic Mode would be announced server-wide. However, my true desire has always been to conquer Nightmare Mode." Fairy Zixia looked on with skepticism. Nightmare Mode? Do you truly have the confidence to lead us to victory single-handedly? To this question, Li Fan replied, "I understand your concerns, but you know nothing of my abilities. Just follow me. And all you need to do is to clean up the battlefield." With that, Li Fan darted into the depths of the dungeon like an arrow released from its bow. In the eyes of Fairy Zixia and others such as the sharpshooter, he suddenly transformed into a streak of black lightning. The speed left all witnesses utterly astonished. What on earth has become of the Taishui deity? Has he ventured forth to battle monsters? My goodness, what astonishing speed he possesses. Did you all witness that? Please tell me I am not experiencing an optical illusion. I have heard whispers of the Taishui deity's extraordinary talents in enhancing attack and movement speed, and now, witnessing it firsthand, it is undeniably true. However, this is simply outrageous. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. This is the first occasion on which the crowd has observed Li Fan displaying such extraordinary prowess. Although his triumphs over the silver and gold bosses had already hinted at his formidable strength, it is only now that we realize this is not merely strength. It is strength beyond comprehension. Chapter 30. The speculations of the Purple Mist Fairy and her companions. The Spider Cave Trial, as the name suggests, unfolds within the confines of a cavernous environment. However, this cave is far more expansive than one might initially imagine, resembling a small underground labyrinth with numerous branching paths deep within. Fortunately, the starting point of the dungeon features a singular passage, alleviating any concerns of players becoming lost. After hastening forward, Li Fan soon encountered the first wave of dungeon monsters. These comprised a collective of giant spiders and small spiders, each possessing a minimum strength of LV-16 bronze rank. The giant spiders, cumbersome in nature and approximately half the height of a person, are capable of ensnaring players with their extensive webs. In contrast, the small spiders, the size of a basketball, boast low health and defense, lacking web-based control abilities. Nonetheless, they are noteworthy for their swift attack capabilities. The initial wave consisted of roughly 30 spiders, with the two types collaborating in their assault. Given the constricted space within the cave, evading their onslaught proved to be quite challenging. Yet, before Li Fan, they were hardly a formidable threat. Mere LV-16 bronze creatures were no match for him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could obliterate them. With a slight smile, Li Fan plunged into the midst of the spider horde, unleashing a barrage of rapid attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 320. Minus 320. Minus 646. Critical damage. Minus 320. The defenses of the giant and small spiders paled in comparison to those of the Silver Wolf King. Each basic attack from Li Fan inflicted over 300 points of damage, and striking a weak point could yield damage exceeding 600. Even the hefty giant spiders possessed only 6,000 health points. With an astounding attack speed of over 130 strikes per second, the spiders stood no chance. In a matter of moments, 7 or 8 of the arachnids fell before Li Fan's relentless onslaught. Notification: you have slain a small spider, LV-16 bronze creature. Earning 1,000 experience points. Experience shared among party members. 10-man team bonus 100. Notification: you have slain a giant spider, LV-16 bronze creature. Earning 1,050 experience points. Experience shared among party members. 10-man team bonus 100. Notification: you have slain, and so forth. One drawback of Endless Sky is that when battling in a team, experience points are inevitably divided among all members. Thankfully, there are team bonuses. And apart from the introductory dungeon of the Spider Cave Trial, higher-level public dungeons impose minimal restrictions on player participation, allowing Li Fan the liberty to solo if he so chooses. Of course, whether he ultimately opts to go solo will depend on the circumstances. He might encounter suitable allies along the way. Li Fan harbored no qualms about sacrificing a portion of experience to nurture his teammates, for he understood that he would ultimately reap the benefits. Returning to the matter at hand, the initial wave of minor foes was swiftly dispatched by Li Fan. Due to the necessity of maneuvering to evade web attacks and navigating slightly off the beaten path to eliminate them one by one, Li Fan spent nearly 20 seconds concluding the battle. It was only after he had taken a cursory glance at the spoils unleashed by the spiders that the enchanting Zixia Fairy and others, such as the sharpshooter, arrived belatedly. The drop rate of dungeon monsters is notably inferior to that of wild beasts, with the primary rewards from dungeons stemming from the settlement bonuses after completion. This wave of spiders yielded a total of 10 pieces of bronze equipment and 2 bronze skill books. Regrettably, I cannot utilize them. The plain items are disregarded. Each piece of bronze equipment is valued at 10 gold coins, while the skill books are priced at 20 gold coins. Zixia Fairy, would you be interested? With so many members in the guild and her own wealth, how could she possibly refuse the bronze equipment? 10 gold coins per piece is a rather favorable market price, and 20 gold coins for a skill book is not exorbitant either. Consequently, Zixia Fairy instinctively nodded. Yes, very well, you may collect the equipment first, and we shall settle everything after the battle. Hurry and tidy up, then continue to follow my lead. As Li Fan's words echoed, he had already darted deeper into the dungeon. It was only at this moment that the members of the Phoenix Guild's raiding party finally regained their composure. What transpired? Check the group information. Truly, the nightmare difficulty is no joke. Even the minor foes are of bronze rank, and the first wave consisted of a staggering 35 of them. But is that the crux of the matter? The key point is that these 35 level 16 bronze bosses were annihilated by Tai Sui Shun in mere moments. This is utterly astonishing. Even at the hard mode, the first boss is also a level 16 bronze. And although it had a dozen or so ordinary and black iron mini-bosses as guardians, our sizable group had previously failed to defeat it. Yet Tai Sui Shun, a singular individual, eliminated 35 level 16 bronze bosses in just about 10 seconds? Is he even human? How foolish we were to doubt Tai Sui Shun's prowess. Reflecting on it now fills me with shame. Tai Sui Shun's strength is truly formidable. How on earth did he achieve this? Zixia Fairy and the sharpshooter were utterly captivated by Li Fan's performance. The disparity in strength was staggering. While they, a collective, had struggled against even a single bronze boss in hard mode, Li Fan single-handedly dispatched 35 in mere seconds, creating a chasm of difference. In the early stages, the only factor influencing a player's combat power is talent. Perhaps Tai Sui Shun's talent is not merely S grade, but could it actually be SS grade or even SSS grade? Zixia Fairy suddenly spoke with gravity. Upon her utterance, the others erupted in astonishment. SSS grade? Surely not. Official records indicate that such a talent tier may only emerge once in 50 billion individuals. Is Tai Sui Shun truly that extraordinary? I concur with our guild leader. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how Tai Sui Shun could be so powerful. Yet I believe the likelihood is quite low. Perhaps Tai Sui Shun has encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Even if he does not possess SSS grade talent, he must belong to the SS grade, which is already an exceedingly rare gift. Furthermore, our informants within the Overlord Guild have stated that Tai Sui Shun is the specter haunting the Dusk Forest these past few days. How could he be consistently hunting level 6 mutated Grey Wolves? I suspect that he may have embarked on some clandestine mission, and his current strength is undoubtedly a result of the rewards from such hidden tasks. Nevertheless, let us seize the moment and cultivate a favorable relationship with the god of Tai Sui, for that is of utmost importance. Indeed, establishing rapport is essential. Sister President, swiftly showcase your charm to win over the god of Tai Sui. I wish to cling to your coattails indefinitely. The fairy Zixia was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of displeasure as she furrowed her brows. She swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. After we gather our equipment, we must hasten to catch up. We mustn't allow ourselves to lag behind the god of Tai Sui when it comes to clearing the battlefield, for that would be quite embarrassing." Given Li Fan's prowess, dealing with the bronze and silver bosses of comparable levels posed no challenge for him. In no time, he dispatched the second wave, third wave, and fourth wave of minions within the dungeon with ease. Regrettably, none of the equipment or skill books that dropped caught his interest, all of which were subsequently sold to the fairy Zixia. Upon clearing the fourth wave of minions, the group arrived at the lair of the first dungeon boss. Chapter 31, Level 18 Golden Boss. Exploding Spider, Overwhelmed. Species, Venomous Spider. Level 18 Golden Creature. Attributes, 72,000 HP, 615 Physical Attack, 666 Magic Attack, 260 Physical Defense, 274 Magic Defense. Skills. The Level 18 Golden Boss, Venomous Spider, serves as the primary adversary in the Nightmare mode of the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon. It possesses attributes slightly superior to those of the Silver Wolf King that Li Fan previously faced, owing to its higher level. Accompanying the venomous spider are 4 level 17 Silver Boss elite giant spiders and approximately 20 additional giant and lesser spiders. Under normal circumstances, players would need to devise a strategy to eliminate the surrounding bronze and silver spiders first, or the challenge would become exceedingly arduous. However, for Li Fan, such complexity was unnecessary. His choice was to charge headlong into battle. Slash, 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 slash. Minus 320. Minus 320. Minus 646 weakness damage. System notification. You have slain. Truncated. With his remarkable agility, Li Fan moved with unparalleled freedom. His prowess in this scenario placed him firmly at a level of dominance. In a single encounter, he effortlessly dispatched a small wave of bronze spiders, with even the silver mini-boss unable to withstand his assault for a single second. While deftly dodging various attacks and webbing skills from the spiders, he seized opportunities to deal significant damage. Within 2 minutes, Li Fan had eliminated all foes on the battlefield, save for the venomous spider. The next phase involved a one-on-one confrontation with the venomous spider. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Combat information. Venomous spider, level 17 golden creature, activated skill giant web. You are beyond the range of the skill and are unaffected. Combat information. Venomous spider, level 17 golden creature, activated skill poison mist. You are beyond the range of the skill and are unaffected. Combat information. Venomous spider, level 17 golden creature, activated skill venom spray. You are beyond the range of the skill and are unaffected. Combat information. Venomous spider, level 17 golden creature, activated skill toxic ring. You are beyond the range of the skill and are unaffected. Combat information. Truncated. The venomous spider's magical attack exceeds its physical attack, generally indicating a bias towards magical capabilities. Each of its skills inflicts extensive area of effect damage. Given its attributes, it is likely that 99 of players across the server would be unable to withstand any of its attacks. Unfortunately, such efforts proved futile against Li Fan. The duel with the venomous spider mirrored his earlier encounter with the Silver Wolf King, methodical, not overly greedy for damage, and retreating promptly when circumstances turned unfavorable, distancing himself 200 meters from the boss. Despite the venomous spider's arsenal of AoE skills, it could not lay a finger on Li Fan. In this scenario, its fate was all but sealed. Notification. You have slain the venomous spider, LV 17 golden creature, earning 34,000 experience points. Team experience divided 10-person team bonus 100. Notification. You have acquired the boss's dropped equipment storm crossbow, golden quality, venomous earrings, golden quality, and the skill book ring of poison, silver quality. After successfully defeating the boss, Li Fan collected the spoils of battle. The storm crossbow is the primary weapon for archers, boasting a high base stat along with a passive effect that increases attack speed by 11 and the active effect of the homing arrow skill, making its attributes exceedingly impressive. The skill book, Ring of Poison, is one of the skills unleashed by the venomous spider, restricted for use by mage-type classes. Its effect is at level 1. Casting a circular poison ring magic with a radius of 15 meters centered on the caster, inflicting 450 magic damage to struck foes, along with a poison effect that deals 30 points of magic damage per second for 5 seconds. This skill book represents an AoE damage output skill that aspiring mage players covet. Li Fan had initially considered handing it over to the fairy Xixiao, but was inexplicably reminded of the butterfly flower and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, decided to keep the skill book for himself. As for the venomous earrings. Equipment, venomous earrings. Quality, golden. Grade, perfect. Usage requirement, level 16 or above. Attribute 1, Spirit 58, Agility 30, Stamina 20. Attribute 2, attacks have a 10 chance to inflict a poison effect dealing 5 points of magic damage per second to enemies, lasting 6 seconds, stacking up to 4 layers. Attribute 3, damage to enemies affected by poison is increased by 8. Attribute 4, 5 life steal effect on enemies affected by poison. Attribute 5, source of poison, upon activation, ensures that every attack in the next 12 seconds will inflict the poison effect, causing enemies to suffer 100 points of true damage per second, stacking up to 3 layers, and imposing a 50-foot reduced healing effect on the enemy. Skill cooldown time, 300 seconds. The perfect grade golden earrings possess an additional attribute, making them as valuable as the same level of dark gold. The passive effect of Attribute 2 is rather modest. The damage is negligible for Li Fan. However, Attribute 3 is exceptionally enticing, effectively increasing overall output by 8. Attribute 4 is somewhat inconsequential, while the active skill of Attribute 5, 300 points of true damage per second at most, it will suffice, but the 50 reduction in healing effect is extraordinarily useful, particularly when facing bosses with high recovery capabilities. Li Fan gleefully donned the venomous earrings. Simultaneously, he turned to face the fairy Zixia and others who had approached him following the boss's demise. Handing over the golden quality storm crossbow, he remarked, "For the remaining spoils, this golden crossbow will cost you 150 gold coins. Is that agreeable?" As he spoke, he shared the equipment's attribute details in the team interface. Beholding the attributes of the storm crossbow, Purple Mist Fairy and her companions collectively inhaled sharply. Hiss. With a foundational physical attack of 133 points, augmented by an additional 55 points in strength and 23 points in agility, it is truly formidable. My bronze longbow, with its paltry 45 points of physical attack, pales in comparison to this magnificent weapon. The active skill, Rain of Arrows, is equally impressive, a vast area of effect damage output skill. Utterly overwhelming. By the way, the prowess displayed by the Great Lord of Tai Sui in his duel against the venomous spider was nothing short of spectacular. Oh, Great Lord, would you consider joining our guild? I could offer you the warmth of my companionship. Should that prove insufficient, I could persuade our guild leader to join in as well. Is it possible that the Great Lord of Tai Sui is willing to sell this to us? Splendid. Guild leader, procure it, and bestow it upon me. I shall be your devoted maid henceforth. The self-proclaimed chief archer of the Phoenix Guild, Aim and Shoot, blushed with excitement upon witnessing the storm crossbow, clinging fervently to Purple Mist Fairy's leg. This golden crossbow is the ultimate weapon she has longed for. Chapter 32. The LV-19 Dark Gold Boss, Smooth Sailing. Such exquisite equipment is undoubtedly coveted by the celestial maiden of Purple Mist, for she is a wealthy woman, untroubled by the constraints of currency. However, the dilemma lies in her lack of gold coins. Can I use Dragon Kingdom currency? She inquired of Li Fan. No, it must be gold coins. Li Fan's response was unequivocal. With 39 pieces of bronze gear, 7 silver items, and various skill tomes, I already owe you 600 gold coins. There is no option to settle in any other currency. The celestial maiden felt a sense of helplessness, realizing for the first time that her financial prowess had faltered. Yet, Li Fan's demeanor was unexpectedly generous. I understand you lack sufficient gold coins. Let us keep a tab, and you can repay me a little each day. Are you intending to become my creditor? The celestial maiden remarked with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Astonished that she had found herself in the position of being in debt, she fervently wished that Li Fan would reconsider and accept real-world currency, but alas, he was adamant about his terms. Aren't you concerned I might default on my debt? She asked curiously. How could you pose such a simplistic question? Li Fan tilted his head, casting her a sidelong glance, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Enough of this jest. You are an astute individual, and I trust you would not engage in such perilous behavior. The celestial maiden inhaled deeply, although her previous question had been in jest. Li Fan's attitude conveyed a serious message. Should she dare to renege on her debt, he might very well come after her and her guild members. Was this man devoid of any sense of chivalry? How callous! Yet, she found this quality appealing. Due to familial circumstances, the celestial maiden had encountered numerous young men over the years, most of whom were deferential. And even those who could engage her in light-hearted banter were merely putting on a facade of composure. To meet someone as formidable, serene, and dangerously intriguing as Li Fan was a refreshing change, perfectly aligning with her tastes. Rest assured, I shall intensify my efforts to gather gold coins. Managing to collect 300 to 500 coins daily should not pose a challenge. I will repay you a portion each day. Indeed, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction, as this was precisely the scenario he had envisioned. Once he had amassed a substantial amount of gold from the M4399 novice village, he anticipated that when the event commenced in a few days, he would undoubtedly acquire at least one skill tome. The exact date for the inaugural game event of Endless Sky eluded his memory. He only recalled it was within a week prior to the server launch. Calculating the time left, there were merely 3 days remaining. During that period, players would likely not yet have entered the main city, making it difficult for affluent players to collect gold across villages. To participate in the bidding, it would depend on who could amass sufficient gold within their novice village. Thus, Li Fan hoped the Celestial Maiden would amplify her efforts to procure gold coins from the M4399 novice village, not only to save for the event, but also to eliminate potential competitors from his village. The total amount of gold within the novice village was finite and accumulated slowly. If his wealth constituted over 50% of the village's total, who could possibly rival him? Unbeknownst to the wealthy villagers outside, they remain oblivious to the auction of skill books taking place in Endless Firmament. When the time comes, they will hastily gather their gold. Yet they shall be unable to compete with one who has prepared ahead of time. This plan is flawless. Li Fan silently commended himself. After the members of the Phoenix Guild completed their cleanup of the battlefield, the group pressed onward into the depths of the dungeon. Along the way, they encountered 2 forks in the path. Due to Li Fan's profound familiarity with the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon, which was the very first dungeon he had conquered in his previous life, he navigated without error. Notification: you have slain. Omitted. After defeating the first level boss of the dungeon, Li Fan dispatched 3 waves of bronze and silver tier minions. Subsequently, at 5 minutes and 35 seconds into the dungeon, he arrived at the lair of the second level boss with ease. Before Li Fan stood a colossal spider boss, exceeding 3 meters in size. Its body was adorned with irregular black and white stripes, and its 8 elongated legs, each surpassing 6 meters in length, were armed with sharp, serrated bones. Level 18 Dark Gold Boss. Explosive Spider. Species: Explosive Spider. Level: LV 18 Dark Gold Creature. Attributes: 180, 000 180, 000 HP, 1280 Physical Attack, 1033 Magical Attack. For 90 Physical Defense, Magical Defense. Skills: The Explosive Spider, of Dark Gold rank, possessed foundational attributes nearly double those of the Venomous Spider. With 180, 000 health and 490 in both defenses, it was enough to instill despair in all players at this stage. Even with a golden quality one-handed sword, Li Fan found his attack power insufficient to breach its defenses. Physical damage could only inflict a mere forced output of 1 point. Its formidable physical attack of 1280 implied that the vast majority of players could not withstand even a single blow. Fortunately, my output is reliant on true damage, rendering me unafraid of its high defenses. Its damage may be severe, yet I simply need to avoid its strikes. I am curious about the nature of its skills. I hope it presents me with a challenge. As Li Fan gazed upon the explosive spider, his excitement began to swell. While he had found joy in effortlessly dispatching minions, it bore little difference from the experience of a low-quality web game that dealt 999 damage in a single blow. Initial enthusiasm quickly gave way to boredom, reducing monster hunting to mere mechanical repetition. Even the Golden Boss, Silver Wolf King, and Venomous Spider had failed to present any challenge. Li Fan yearned for a boss that could evoke a sense of difficulty and ignite his passion for battle. He hoped that this Dark Gold level explosive spider would deliver an exhilarating clash, providing him with a thrilling rush of adrenaline. Notification: you have slain the explosive spider, LV-18 Dark Gold Creature, earning 68,000 experience points. Team experience divided 10-person team bonus 100. System notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV-17. You have acquired the boss loot: Crescent Moon Dagger, Dark Gold quality, Storm Crossbow, Golden quality, and the skill book Twilight of the Gods, Dark Gold quality, along with 29 gold, 20 silver, and 24 copper coins. Is this all that a Dark Gold boss has to offer? It hardly seems satisfying. With a dungeon completion time of 6 minutes and 41 seconds. Li Fan smacked his lips at the series of notifications that appeared on the screen. To be fair, this explosive spider exhibited quite considerable strength, far surpassing that of the previous Venomous Spider. It is characterized as a heavy tank-type boss, boasting high health and defense, formidable melee skills, and the ability to both deal damage and absorb it, coupled with a healing ability. Unfortunately, this type of boss is precisely the one that Li Fan excels against. The battle itself was rather uneventful. Li Fan consistently leveraged his speed advantage to remain behind the boss, evading its attacks while delivering strikes at will, simply sidestepping any area of effect abilities. Though the encounter took slightly longer than with the venomous spider, the entire experience was, on the whole, devoid of peril. It was akin to Bruce Lee engaging in unorthodox combat with a sumo wrestler, the latter's size and strength being several times greater, yet utterly incapable of landing a blow on Li. The sole aspect that provided Li Fan with a modicum of satisfaction was his flawless execution throughout the battle. In many instances, players engaged in fierce confrontations with high-output bosses often face the risk of making mistakes. A single misstep in positioning can easily result in being obliterated by the boss. Chapter 33, The Legendary Boss, Unleashing a Devastating Attack from the Start? My heavens! That is a level 19 Dark Gold boss. The esteemed Tao Xuexian navigates the battle with such ease. Truly magnificent, absolutely astounding. How foolish we were to question Tao Xuexian. In hindsight, we were mere jesters. Look, the boss is on the brink of defeat. Wow, the experience gained is astounding. I've leveled up. I saw the boss drop a dark gold dagger. As an assassin, I desire it. Oh, guild leader, please procure it for me. I, Qiqi, am willing to offer 3 years of free labor in return. The enchanting Zixia fairy and her entourage of 9 were observing Li Fan as he single-handedly battled the exploding spider from a distance. Such a high-caliber confrontation left them in a daze, unsure of how to assist. Li Fan had explicitly stated that they should merely collect the loot. Who could predict that intervening might displease him? After all, those of exceptional skill often possess peculiar temperaments. They watched in awe and amazement. And only after the boss's demise did they hasten to approach. As soon as they drew near, Li Fan tossed the storm crossbow and the crescent dagger to Zixia fairy. These 2 items, priced at 400 gold, seemed reasonable, did they not? The storm crossbow was acquired during the battle with the venomous spider. Its attributes nearly identical to the previous one. The dark gold crescent dagger boasted an impressive base attack of 216, along with substantial agility and strength attributes, and an AoE active skill, Crescent Slash, delivering 500 physical damage, undoubtedly a top-tier dagger at this stage. However, in Li Fan's eyes, it was merely merchandise awaiting sale. Another storm crossbow? Alas, why not a quiver for an archer's secondary weapon? Targeting the chicken was excessive. One already possessed a golden main weapon, yet still desired a golden secondary? Have you considered those of us still clad in bronze gear? He. Enough with the giggling. Cease your envy toward me. Quickly. Let us besiege Qiqi. She is the assassin in our team, and that dark gold dagger must surely belong to her. The player named Qiqi, a petite girl standing at 1.50 meters, gazed wide-eyed at the attributes of the crescent dagger, unable to suppress her drool, her excitement manifesting in animated gestures. Guild leader. I adore you. Tao Xuexian, I cherish you moi. Upon hearing Qiqi's bold declaration of affection, the other ladies of the Phoenix expedition could not contain their cheers. Tao Xuexian, we love you too. Join our guild. Tao Xuexian, if you join our guild, I can be your girlfriend. I boast a 3060 figure. He. I report this. Her 3060 is a fabrication, while I, the youthful and vibrant hydrogen balloon, am the true embodiment of youthful beauty. Tao Xuexian, choose me. This scene left Li Fan utterly astounded. How daring these ladies were. In his past life, he had perished hanging from the tree of Su Yuni. Truly blind to such vibrant spirits. What a pity. Ladies, I am destined to be the man you cannot attain. In this lifetime, Li Fan's ultimate goal is to thrive and grow stronger within the first 100 days of the launch of Endless Firmament, striving to intercept the invading monsters from foreign realms at the very first moment. As for courting women, apologies, but I am devoid of time. Women only serve to impede my swiftness in drawing my blade. Our adventuring team is graced with lovely ladies, each a beauty in her own right. How about it? Would you be interested in joining us? Meanwhile, the celestial maiden, Zixia, seized the opportunity to once again attempt to win Li Fan over. Not interested, he retorted. I knew you would refuse. Zixia sighed, realizing her casual suggestion was merely that, without any expectation of Li Fan changing his mind. Besides, with the moonlit dagger and the storm crossbow, I owe you over 1,000 gold coins. I now understand why you are hesitant to sign a contract with me. With your talents, earning money must be a trivial endeavor. Li Fan smiled faintly. As long as you understand, perform well, and I shall seek you out for future collaborations. You can also come and play with us anytime. We shall see, but for now, let us tackle the third dungeon boss. With the idle chatter concluded, Li Fan took the initiative to end the conversation. Amidst the spoils dropped by the boss, Li Fan had already sold 2 pieces of equipment. The remaining skill book perfectly matched his learning requirements. Thus a new skill appeared on his skill list. Active skill, Twilight of the Gods, Dark Gold quality. LV1 active effect. Upon release, the user will be immune to any control effects for the next 10 seconds, and physical magical attack power will increase by 100 points. This skill consumes 20 MP upon release, with a cooldown time of 90 seconds. Note: to upgrade to LV2, 100,000 experience points are required, and the character's level must not be below LV23. A buff type skill, with LV1 offering immunity to control and a 100 boost to both attacks. Its foundation is undeniably high and merits consideration as a primary buff to learn. Regrettably, this skill book may not be entirely advantageous for Li Fan. Primarily, the immunity to control is not a necessity. If all goes as planned, he would soon acquire the Heart of the Warrior as a reward for a hidden quest, thus rendering this ability redundant. The 100 attack boost is indeed appealing and could be advantageous during encounters with formidable bosses. Skills are never a burden, and having learned it, there is no room for regret. He could invest some experience points to upgrade it later, treating it as a buff solely for the attack boost. Additionally, once it reaches LV10 or higher, the attack enhancement may transform into a fixed percentage gain. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing any further contemplation of this skill. Next, he began his descent to the innermost depths of the dungeon, where the third boss, the LV19 legendary tier creature, the Spider Lord, dwelled. The lairs of the second and third bosses were in close proximity, and he encountered no minor monsters along the way. With 7 minutes and 20 seconds elapsed in the dungeon, Li Fan stepped into the lair of the Spider Lord. A colossal spider, adorned with irregular stripes of black, red, and gold, emerged into his line of sight. Unexpectedly, the size of the Spider Lord was somewhat smaller than that of the explosive spider, standing at approximately 2 meters tall. However, to Li Fan, this was hardly a piece of good news. The diminutive stature of a boss often signified greater agility. As Li Fan surveyed the general terrain of the Spider Lord's lair, his expression grew increasingly grave. The lair was a circular cavern with a radius of around 80 meters, its height ranging from 5 to 6 meters. Scanning the ground, one could see small pits every couple of meters, and upon closer inspection, many of these pits were adorned with milky white spider webs. Moreover, once one entered the lair, the rules of the dungeon dictated that one could not exit until either the player or the boss was vanquished. The silver lining was that there were no other spiders within the lair, only the Spider Lord. The downside, however, was that the Spider Lord was likely an agile boss, and the confined space was fraught with traps. Suddenly, Li Fan realized that the exhilarating battle he had yearned for might soon commence. As if on cue, just as he contemplated this, the boss, having detected his presence, unleashed a devastating skill before he could even assess its attributes. Battle information: Spider Lord, LV19 Golden Creature, activates skill Legendary Fury. Chapter 34. 8 out of 10 perish at the start. The legendary boss's name suffix of visible shockwave rippled through the air, creating undulating waves reminiscent of water, emanating rapidly from the Spider Lord. Where the shockwave passed, debris erupted from the ground, and the earth trembled, encompassing what seemed to be the entirety of the spider's lair. Li Fan had already taken flight the moment the boss initiated its skill, but to his dismay, even upon reaching the periphery of the lair, he found himself still within the range of the Spider Lord's ability. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. His past experiences had taught him that the boss's initial overwhelming skill could only be endured. Keeping a distance was merely a strategy, as proximity to the boss would only amplify the damage received. The shield could only block physical attacks, so, shield counter. Combat information: you have activated the skill shield counter, successfully blocking the attack, reflecting 1 point of magical damage back to the Spider Lord and mitigating 50 of legendary fury damage. You have lost 220 health points and are now under the effect of a 3-second imprisonment status. Combat information: You have activated the armor skill purification of your radiant armor, dispelling the imprisonment effect. The boss's damage was exceedingly high. The shield counter could not negate all harm, but he had managed to withstand it. Remarkably, this was the first time he had employed a defensive skill as a shield warrior to absorb damage. Goodness, truly a legendary boss. Just as Li Fan's thoughts concluded, new notifications flooded his display. Team information, your teammate aiming to shoot chickens has died. Team information, your teammate 7-7 has died. Team information, your teammate, omitted. With a single skill at the outset, the boss had claimed the lives of 8 out of the 9 members of the Phoenix raiding team who had been observing nearby. Only the heavily armored warrior, Xixia Fairy, had managed to survive with a sliver of health remaining. What transpired? My heavens, I was outside the lair and still got annihilated? The Spider Lord's damage is excessive. We didn't even catch a glimpse of it before perishing. Quickly, they assessed the status of their team. The health bar of the esteemed Taishui god had plummeted to nearly a quarter. In all their time within the dungeon, it was the first instance they witnessed Taishui god suffering such a significant setback. Hang in there, Taishui god. The members of the Phoenix raiding team were both shocked and anxious. After dying, they found themselves in a spectral state, granting them a close-up view of Li Fan's battle with the Spider Lord. As Li Fan dispelled the control effect, he charged toward the Spider Lord. The battle was officially underway. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of slicing through the wind. This time, however, it was not only Li Fan's longsword that produced the sound. The 8 massive, scythe-like legs of the Spider Lord contributed as well. Fortunately, Li Fan's speed was markedly superior. The Spider Lord's attacks were relentless, yet Li Fan deftly evaded each one. However, in his haste to dodge, his effective output diminished significantly compared to his maximum attack speed. -117, -117, -124, -118, -127. The numbers appearing above the head of the Spider Lord were relentless. In his first 2 assaults, Li Fan attempted to inflict damage through standard attacks. For the 3rd strike, he unleashed the skill Bone Piercer, while the 4th attack triggered a 10 poisoning effect from the toxic earrings. The 5th assault once again activated the earrings effect, enhancing his standard attack damage by 8 against the poison target. Could Bone Piercer truly only diminish its armor by 1? Its strength surpassed mine by an overwhelming margin. My attacks failed to penetrate its defenses, and my damage output relied solely on the innate true damage granted by my talents. Li Fan's eyes narrowed. It was only then that he found the opportunity to scrutinize the basic information of the Spider Lord. Species: Spider Lord, Fire. Level: LV-19 Legendary Creature. Attributes: 480. 000 480, 000 HP, 1916 Physical Attack, 2200 Magic Attack, 1000 Physical Defense, 1036 Magic Defense. Skills: as a legendary tier boss, the Spider Lord's fundamental attributes were nearly double those of the Dark Gold boss, the Explosive Spider. Its attack and defense ratings were both in the 4-digit range. With a staggering health pool of 480, 000, such formidable statistics were enough to instill despair in any player at this stage, except for Li Fan, of course. With a health pool of 480, 000, if I were to unleash my full potential, it would only take about 30 seconds to bring it down. It could easily eliminate me, just as I could it, although its health was roughly 100 times greater than mine in terms of output efficiency. We both could be considered fragile. The primary concern was the fire suffix. Troublesome indeed. After reviewing the boss's displayed basic information, Li Fan's expression turned exceedingly serious. An endless firmament. Whether facing a boss or a mob, basic information only revealed attack, defense, and health statistics, omitting 4-dimensional attributes. However, the absence of such information did not imply their non-existence. It merely indicated that the player's strength was insufficient or that they required special reconnaissance skills to perceive them. Legendary tier bosses and above bore unique suffixes in their names, such as Giant Bear, Wisdom, Swift Wind, Life, Resilience, Suppression, and so forth. The higher the tier, the more potent the suffixes, and multiple suffixes could even manifest. The Giant Bear suffix signified immense strength. When a legendary boss possessed this designation, it indicated that its physical power was extraordinarily high. with melee attacks delivering explosive damage and area effects. Skills reliant on a comparison of strength between the two parties typically resulted in a decisive victory for the boss. Wisdom denoted high mental attributes, resulting in overwhelming spell damage. Swift Wind represented agility, while Life indicated physical constitution. Resilience implied that the boss was nearly immune to the majority of control skills, meaning that even if it sustained immense damage from attacks, it would not exhibit the temporary stun effect common to ordinary humans when struck by powerful blows. Suppression signified the boss's propensity for dominating players of lower levels and tiers. The weaker the player, the greater the proportion of attributes suppressed in its presence. Before Li Fan stood a Spider Lord, adorned with the epithet of Fire, signifying its exceptional mastery of fire-based skills. Not only was its number considerable, but its skill activation frequency was also remarkably swift, undoubtedly inflicting substantial damage. Fire skills often implied vast area of effect capabilities. Upon the convergence of games and reality in Li Fan's previous life, he comprehended that when these formidable bosses invaded Earth from the otherworldly demonic realm, the suffixes of their names denoted their profound understanding of the corresponding laws of power. The laws of power represent a new path to strength attainable only upon reaching the legendary tier, a realm Li Fan was still far from, as one would need to be at least level 40 and have undergone a second-class advancement to even approach such a concept. While lost in these thoughts, Li Fan's hands remained unyielding in their actions. Having come this far, he was resolute in his refusal to retreat. What of its proficiency in fire skills? He was more than capable of handling it. Thus, he pressed on with determination. With swift movements, Li Fan quickly reduced the Spider Lord's health to 95. At that moment, the Spider Lord began to gather energy, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames towards Li Fan. Chapter 35. A fierce battle with the legendary boss. Perilous encounters. Crimson columns of fire erupted from the mouth of the Spider Lord, the intense heat warping the surrounding air in an instant. As the flames extended outward, what began as the width of a beer bottle quickly transformed into a seething inferno, encompassing an area of 30 to 40 cubic meters. The skill bore a striking resemblance to the fire release technique from a certain anime in the Land of Cherry Blossoms that lingered in Li Fan's memory. This was a persistent skill. The Spider Lord relentlessly pursued Li Fan, spewing forth flames that engulfed a radius of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. However, Li Fan had already turned and increased the distance as soon as the creature began to charge its attack. In truth, the charging time for this skill was remarkably brief. Yet Li Fan's speed surpassed that of the Spider Lord. Combat information. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has unleashed the skill Hellfire Sea. You have distanced yourself from the skill's range and remain unaffected. After approximately 5 or 6 seconds, the Spider Lord ceased its fiery onslaught. Yet, the flames on the ground persisted for a while longer before finally dissipating. Only then did Li Fan cautiously approach, seeking an opportunity to strike. Swish, swish, swish. The rhythm of battle returned to its initial pace, with the Spider Lord left in a state of impotent fury against Li Fan's superior speed. Legendary tier bosses often wield a multitude of skills, and the fire-themed abilities of the Spider Lord were no exception. Before long, as its health dipped to 90, it began to unleash its skills once more. Combat information. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has unleashed the skill Hellfire Sea. You have distanced yourself from the skill's range and remain unaffected. Combat information. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has unleashed the skill Firewall. You have distanced yourself from the skill's range and remain unaffected. This time, in addition to the Hellfire Sea, the Spider Lord also employed a new skill known as Firewall. A circular blaze erupted around it, radiating outward for approximately 20 meters, reaching the ceiling of the cavern. The consequences of failing to evade such a skill would be dire. Fortunately, Li Fan was sufficiently cautious. After a brief moment, once the duration of the Spider Lord's skills had expired, he executed the same tactic, rushing in to deliver damage. Having spent the previous couple of minutes gauging the battle rhythm of the Spider Lord, Li Fan gradually acclimated to its combat patterns, his attacks becoming bolder. Before long, the Spider Lord's health diminished to 85. This time, it unleashed only a single Hellfire Sea skill, which Li Fan successfully evaded. As its health fell to 80 and then 75, the Spider Lord not only released Hellfire Sea and Firewall, but also introduced a new skill named Fire Whirlwind. As the name suggests, this skill formed a fiery vortex that could move and absorb nearby creatures. However, the whirlwind's range was relatively limited, with a radius of approximately 3 meters, allowing Li Fan to effortlessly evade it. At this point, aside from the slight damage inflicted upon Li Fan by the Spider Lord's ultimate move, Legendary Fury, during their initial encounter, all other skills failed to connect. The battle progressed so smoothly that Li Fan's tension gradually dissipated. The legendary boss was not as formidable as he had anticipated in Li Fan's previous life. The nightmarish mode of the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon was conquered by a group of top-tier players from across the server, all above level 35. Nearly a month after the game's launch. The primary reason this group succeeded against the Spider Lord was their superior statistics, high defense, substantial health, and significant damage, coupled with exceptional skills, which made their victory possible. Li Fan reflected on his own situation. Although his current health and defense were inferior to those of the elite players from his past life, he knew his output and speed surpassed theirs, especially in terms of mobility. With the ability to both attack and retreat, speed was paramount. Even a legendary boss would fall easily before him. Just as Li Fan entertained these thoughts, he was abruptly confronted with a harsh reality. Combat information: Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature. Unleashed the skill Meteor Shower. You incurred skill damage, losing 1,030 health points, and suffered a burn status for 10 seconds, losing 60 health points per second. Combat information: you activated the skill shield counter, successfully blocking and reflecting 1 point of magical damage back to the Spider Lord, while mitigating 50 of the Meteor Shower damage, resulting in a loss of 515 health points. Combat information: omitted, you lost 515 health points. As the boss's health dipped to 70, it suddenly unleashed an expansive skill. Li Fan was baffled by how meteors could appear within this subterranean lair. Such was the wonder of the gaming world, but that was of little consequence. With the release of the boss's skill, meteors the size of yoga balls materialized above the nest, descending like rain in an indiscriminate bombardment. This was undeniably a global skill. No matter how swift his movements, evasion was impossible. Furthermore, it was critical to note that this skill was persistent. After a second or two, there was no sign of it abating. Could his health withstand this for long? Should he activate Desperate Fury? No, there was a better solution. The cooldown for Desperate Fury was lengthy, and Li Fan was reluctant to expend it prematurely. He quickly discerned a more advantageous strategy. The boss's skill was not entirely without gaps. A small area approximately 1 meter around its body exhibited a vacuum of skill impact. Thus, in less than a second, Li Fan dashed to the Spider Lord's side, taking advantage of the boss's skill casting time to bestow upon himself a Phantom Dance attack speed buff before unleashing a flurry of slashes with his sword. -117, -117, -118, -127, -259. Weak point damage. In the span of a second, over 160 damage numbers erupted above the boss's head. Due to the continuous casting of the Meteor Shower skill, the boss not only failed to retaliate, but Li Fan also found it relatively easy to strike its weak point: the eyes. In the span of a mere second, the boss's health plummeted by over 30,000 at the hands of Li Fan. In less than 2 seconds, the boss's vitality dipped below 60%. Undeterred, Li Fan pressed on, and after a little more than 3 seconds, the boss's health dwindled to 50%. Such is the terrifying output of his explosive state. The Spider Lord's skill, Meteor Shower, was finally interrupted. At this juncture, with its health reduced to 50%, it erupted in rage, seamlessly unleashing a newly acquired ability. Combat information: Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature. Activates skill Legendary Fury. You suffer damage from the skill, losing 350 health points, and are afflicted with a binding status for 9 seconds. The Spider Lord's sudden release of this skill was entirely unexpected, lacking any forewarning. Li Fan's shield counter skill was still on cooldown, and although he sensed the impending danger and attempted to retreat, he was ultimately a moment too late, only managing to escape a distance of slightly over 20 meters before being struck by the skill. Fortunately, due to the lifesteal effects of his primary weapon and earrings, his health had fully replenished during the onslaught, allowing him to withstand this attack. However, the Spider Lord unleashed not merely a single skill, but an intricate combination of techniques. Chapter 36. Li Fan's Ultimate Eruption, Slaying the Spider Lord. Alas, the formidable Tai Sui God is in peril. The skills of the Spider Lord are utterly terrifying, too dense, too abrupt. And our esteemed Tai Sui God has inadvertently fallen victim. Observe, this is the boss's combination skill, and in the blink of an eye, Tai Sui God's health plummets to the brink of annihilation. It appears that Tai Sui God is on the verge of being obliterated. Wait, what is this buff? Death's Embrace. Such a powerful buff. Rage and Desperation. Maintaining at least 1 health point for 10 seconds. Could this be an invincibility buff? In this twilight of the gods. Goodness, immunity to control, how outrageous. From the Soul's perspective, the members of the Phoenix Guild watch in horror as Li Fan is struck by the Spider Lord's skills. Though they cannot see the numerical value of Li Fan's health from the team status interface, his health is visually represented by a health bar. At the moment the Spider Lord unleashed Legendary Fury, Li Fan's health dropped to approximately a quarter. Subsequently, with a single leap, the boss completely depleted Li Fan's health bar. In this dire situation, death seemed inevitable. Yet, just as everyone believed Li Fan was doomed, his status bar suddenly displayed 2 new skill statuses, Rage and Desperation. Twilight of the Gods. One ensures Li Fan's survival for 10 seconds, while the other grants him immunity to control for 10 seconds and an increase of 100 points to both attack stats. No one knew how Li Fan acquired these extraordinary skill buffs, and at this moment, they had no time to ponder the question, collectively exhaling in relief. The boss possesses formidable skills, and so too does Tai Sui God. Just when we thought we had overestimated Tai Sui God's prowess, we discovered we had underestimated him. Could it be that Tai Sui God is a legendary internal tester? Or perhaps a GM deity cloaked as a player? Who can say? In any case, I am utterly captivated by Tai Sui God's performance. Goodness, look! Tai Sui God has begun to counterattack, and the boss's health is diminishing rapidly. During the battle, the Spider Lord's skills constitute a combination attack. While inflicting substantial damage and control upon Li Fan with Legendary Fury, it subsequently unleashed Hellfire Sea, Firewall, and a colossal new AoE skill called Fire Elemental Domain. In an instant, flames erupted from the Spider Lord, nearly engulfing every corner of the lair. Although these 3 skills radiate the same crimson hue, the damage is calculated separately. Even if Li Fan's health were to double, it would not withstand even a second, let alone when he is already near death. In desperation, Li Fan hastily activated Twilight of the Gods to free himself from control and gain immunity. This skill resembles the ultimate ability of the Berserker in the classic game League of Legends. Usable regardless of control status, as long as it is off cooldown. It seems the name of the skill bears a striking resemblance as well. Immediately, Li Fan hastily unleashed Desperate Fury, ensuring his survival for the next 10 seconds. As soon as the 2 buffs were activated, their effects were instantaneous. The boss's series of skills struck him, failing to either eliminate him or hinder his actions. The cooldown for these 2 skills was excessively long once the buff duration expired. His margin for error against the Spider Lord would diminish drastically. With this in mind, he decided to take a risk. In less than a second, Li Fan resolved to utilize the precious time granted by the 2 buffs to unleash his utmost damage, aiming to deplete the boss's health entirely. After all, the Spider Lord's total health amounted to a mere 480,000, and 50 of that was 240,000. If Li Fan disregarded all caution and attacked relentlessly, bolstered by the attack speed buff from Phantom Sword Dance, he could inflict at least 20,000 damage per second, if he managed to strike a few critical hits. Even achieving 30,000 damage per second was within the realm of possibility. Li Fan was acutely aware of his own combat capabilities. He had envisioned this peak output state long before. Setting aside the brief moment taken to make his decision, with over 9 seconds remaining on the buffs, it was not inconceivable to whittle down the Spider Lord's 240,000 health. He was all in. With this thought, Li Fan sprang into action. Swish, swish, swish. -127. minus 127, minus 259. Critical damage, minus 127. With the safety net of Desperate Fury and Twilight of the Gods, Li Fan disregarded everything, standing his ground and exchanging blows with the Spider-Lord. The Spider-Lord's attack struck him with no more effect than stones sinking into the ocean, while Li Fan's assaults caused the boss's health to plummet like a burst water balloon. At 8 minutes and 40 seconds, the Spider-Lord's health dipped just above 210,000. At 8 minutes and 41 seconds, it fell below 180,000. At 8 minutes and 42 seconds, the health was merely around 150,000. At 8 minutes and 47 seconds, the Spider-Lord's health dwindled to a mere 9,527 HP. During this time, the Spider-Lord did not remain passive. On the contrary, its counterattacks were formidable. It unleashed its original skills with alarming frequency, and when its health reached 48,000 or 10, it entered a frenzied state. In this berserk condition, the combat information revealed that the Spider-Lord's attack power and speed surged by 30, and it gained immunity to crowd control, disengaged from aggro, and experienced significant skill cooldown reductions. Moreover, it activated a dual buff, Protection of the Fire God and Eye of the Evil God. The Protection of the Fire God reduced all physical and magical damage taken by the Spider-Lord by 80 for the next 30 seconds. The Eye of the Evil God allowed the Spider-Lord to lock onto a target, guaranteeing that its attacks over the next 30 seconds would be unmissable. For an average player, facing the might of these two formidable buffs would necessitate a strategy to evade their onslaught, waiting for the 30-second buff duration to elapse before resuming combat. However, Li Fan found no such complications necessary. An 80 damage reduction? Apologies. My prowess relies entirely on true damage, which remains unaffected by damage reduction. Is every attack guaranteed to hit? I possess the Wrath of Desperation buff. Strike at your leisure. Thus, even in this frenzied state, overcoming Li Fan's Spider-Lord proved impossible, and the outcome was already sealed. Had my final life-saving skill been healing rather than damage mitigation, it would have been I who succumbed, standing before the lifeless form of the Spider-Lord. Li Fan murmured to himself after a span of 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Simultaneously, a cascade of system notifications swiftly materialized on his interface. Notification: you have slain the Spider-Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, earning 150,000 experience points. Team experience divided among 10 players with a bonus of 100. Notification: you have successfully cleared the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon on Nightmare difficulty, with a completion time of 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Notification: Dungeon Evaluation in Progress 1. Your contribution during the challenge was 99. 2. Your team's completion time was under 20 minutes. 3. You did not perish. Congratulations, you have achieved an SSS level dungeon rating. Notification: you have received a settlement reward of 1,000,000 experience points and 1 legendary treasure chest. LV-15, LV-19. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is now LV-18. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is now LV-19. Notification: your team is the first in the entire server to clear the Spider Cave Trial on Nightmare mode. As the team leader with a contribution of 99 during the challenge, congratulations on receiving the first completion reward of 200 free attribute points, the title Conqueror of Nightmares, and 1 epic treasure chest, LV-15. Notification: a server-wide announcement is imminent. Would you like to hide your ID? In response to the final prompt, Li Fan smiled slightly and selected no. Fame can invite scrutiny, but to be a true powerhouse, one must possess the courage to confront all challenges head-on. Li Fan held no regard for hiding in the shadows. Chapter 37. First clear of the Nightmare. Server announcement. A sensation across the entire server. Is this truly over? Hiss, hiss. Wasn't the boss at 50 health just moments ago? In merely a few seconds, it has perished. The prowess of the esteemed Taishui God has once again shattered my perception. What terrifying output capability is this? I feel as though I am ensnared in a dream, achieving the first clear so effortlessly, and at the Nightmare difficulty, no less. Goodness. The system alerts me that my contribution during the challenge was a mere 0.01. Yet, astonishingly, I still received a silver treasure chest. I feel the same. The announcement of the first clear reveals that Tai Shui God did not conceal his name, so let us not hide ours either. Everything transpired too rapidly. Witnessing the boss's health plummet from 50 to 0 within 10 seconds has left the members of the Phoenix Guild's raid team utterly astounded. That was a legendary boss. At 50 health, it still possessed 240,000 HP. You vanquished it in just 10 seconds? This is beyond absurd. However, after the initial shock, a wave of immense joy surged within the Phoenix raid team, including the illustrious Zixia Fairy. They had achieved the first clear of the Spider Cave trial at nightmare difficulty. At this moment, no news could be more uplifting. Personal and guild reputations would ascend to a new pinnacle with this server-wide announcement. Of course, similar to the settlement rewards of the dungeon, due to their minimal contributions, their first clear rewards pale in comparison to Leaf fans. Each member received merely 20 free attribute points and a level 15 golden treasure chest, which could yield level 15 golden quality equipment, skill books, and special items. Nonetheless, even this modest reward was enough to ignite unparalleled excitement among them. Tai Shui God, you are magnificent. Tai Shui God, you are incredible. Tai Shui God, we adore you. As the dungeon was cleared, the members of the Phoenix raid team, now automatically resurrected, could not help but cast admiring glances at Li Fan. Even Zixia Fairy could not contain her emotions, joining her fellow members in effusive praise for Li Fan. Yet, Li Fan's lack of subtlety left Zixia Fairy momentarily speechless. Haha. Thank you all for the compliments. Moreover, now that we have secured the first clear, Zixia Fairy, do consider how much you should compensate me for this achievement. This remark earned Li Fan a disapproving glance from Zixia Fairy. How could one mention money in such a celebratory atmosphere? How tacky. However, Li Fan remained oblivious to her discontent, as he was joyfully inspecting the spoils dropped by the boss. Meanwhile, with the server announcement reverberating, a wave of excitement swept through every player in Endless Firmament. In the novice village H1001, within the Spider Cave trial on hard mode, a team clad almost entirely in silver gear engaged in a fierce battle against the Golden Tier Spider Lord. Come on, brothers, the boss's health is down to its final 13. The first clear on hard mode is within our grasp. Concentrate, for there may be golden equipment among the spoils dropped by the boss that you can utilize. At this stage, it is likely that only our team, the Sovereign of the Realm, will possess such golden gear. Information from our undercover agents within the top guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, such as Blood Battle Alliance and Righteous Brotherhood, suggests that their raid teams cannot compare to our progress. Let us rally together and vanquish this Golden Tier Spider Lord. Our team will be the first in the entire server to conquer the hard mode. Brothers, let us strive for victory. This team is indeed one of the most formidable guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, the Sovereign of the Realm's raid squad. The guild leader, Eternal Life Lord, who also captains this raid team, is encouraging his members to muster their strength and defeat the Spider Lord, aiming for a swift victory in hard mode. However, just as everyone was gathering their resolve, a server-wide announcement suddenly appeared before their eyes. Server announcement. Spider Cave Trial Nightmare Mode has been cleared by a courageous group of challengers from M4399 New B Village. Team leader Tai Shui God, LV19 Shield Warrior. Member Purple Mist Fairy, LV18 Warrior. Member Aim for Chicken, LV18 Archer. Member Anya, LV17 Priest, received the first completion reward for the entire server, and their heroic deeds will be forever etched in the history of Endless Firmament. Server announcement. Omitted. 2. With the refreshing of the server-wide announcement, the once fervent Sovereign of the Realm raid team stood in stunned silence. How could this be? They cleared Nightmare Mode? The third boss of Nightmare Mode should be of legendary tier, right? How could anyone possibly defeat it at this stage? Is it possible that the legendary tier Spider Lord in Nightmare Mode is a mere pushover? No, the varying difficulties of the dungeons merely reflect the strength of the boss tiers. The Golden Tier Spider Lord before us is already exceedingly challenging, and the legendary tier must be at least 10 times stronger. How did this team manage to achieve such a feat? Fully equipped in golden gear? Impossible. The game just launched a few days ago. How could anyone have acquired a full set of golden equipment? Furthermore, it is exceedingly difficult for a team clad entirely in golden gear to overcome a legendary boss, requiring at least a few pieces of dark gold equipment. Perhaps they must have exploited some game bug. Wasn't it claimed that Endless Firmament was monitored by revolutionary AI intelligence, free of any bugs? It seems the promotional claims were misleading. Oh no, the boss has gone berserk. I'm dead. Members of the Sovereign of the Realm raid team, momentarily distracted by the server announcement, paid the price for their lapse in focus as the boss showed no mercy. Moments later, gazing at the notice, the team has been wiped out. Prompt. Expressions of despair adorned every face. It's all right. Being wiped is normal. We have an hour of free activity, and we still have another chance to enter the dungeon today. Let us endeavor to conquer hard mode within the hour. In the end, it was the season leader, Changxing Jun, who first regained his composure amidst the tumult and offered words of solace to the gathered crowd. However, he couldn't help but ponder the enigma surrounding the team from M439's Novice Village and how they managed to achieve the first clear of the nightmarish mode. The foremost tank of their party, a warrior player known as Junlin Master Ma, wore an expression of deep frustration. Clad in silver armor and possessing an A-grade talent in advanced resilience, he had over 10,000 hit points and dual defenses exceeding 200. Yet he nearly faltered against the onslaught of a golden boss. How could this Team S tank withstand the legendary boss's relentless assault? Furthermore, the progress of their expedition team lagged significantly behind that of this particular group. Had they truly been so inept? Master Ma, who had always prided himself on being the strongest tank in the realm of online gaming, found himself questioning his own abilities at this moment. Likewise, most of the members of Junlin Tianxia's expedition team mirrored his look of confusion and discontent. Chapter 38. The game officials are bewildered. Has the game slipped from human control? In the Novice Village Q7777, the Blood War Alliance's expedition team, composed of 10 intrepid players, was poised to challenge the daunting Spider Cave trial once more. However, they were left utterly dumbfounded upon reading the server-wide announcement. What on earth is this? The nightmare difficulty has been cleared? The tone of the Blood War Alliance's vice president, Hua Gongzi, shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by shock. We've been wiped out multiple times on the hard mode. How on earth did this team manage to achieve the first clear on nightmare mode? What sorcery is at play? The other team members clutched their heads. Expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. Are we truly this inept? No, I must be hallucinating. This cannot be real. I refuse to believe it. The third boss of nightmare mode, the Spider Lord, is of legendary tier. Are there players capable of breaching its defenses at this stage? This is absurd. Scanning the list of first clears, a few names caught my attention. They seem to belong to the Phoenix Guild. Indeed, they are from the Phoenix Guild. While the Phoenix Guild is an established entity in the realm of online gaming, isn't it merely an entertainment guild formed by wealthy heiresses? How dare they surpass us? As the team members faced the crushing blow to their morale, the usually silent president of the Blood War Alliance, Zhang Tian, took a deep breath. Brothers, I just got in touch with an acquaintance in Novice Village M4399. He mentioned that the strength of the Phoenix Guild's expedition team is actually inferior to ours. The issue lies with that individual known as Tai Suishan. We demand an explanation from the game's officials. How could the first clear of nightmare mode be taken so easily? This is a severe blow to our gaming enthusiasm. In Novice Village L5566, the guild leader Zhao Hao of the Righteous Brotherhood was engaged in discussions with his expedition team. Zi Xiaxianzi, the president of the Phoenix Guild? How could they possibly be ahead of us in dungeon progression by such a margin? I've realized it must be the Tai Suishan who is to blame. M4399 Novice Village? Tai Suishan? If my memory serves me right. Just a few days ago, over 10 official members from our guild were ambushed by that very individual in M4399. Young Master Zhang even came to me complaining about it. He is our adversary. Who would have thought he possesses such strength? Everyone, remain calm. This matter is far from over. At this stage, there shouldn't be players significantly stronger than us. This is a grave issue that disrupts the balance of the game. The officials must intervene and provide clarification. Let us head to the forum and report this. Yes, let us report it. In another part of Novice Village L5566, a man with golden hair and blue eyes, known by the ID Bloody Jack, had just delivered a fatal backstab to the golden boss, the tree spirit. Consequently, as the server announcements flooded in, the notification of the golden boss's defeat echoed thrice across the village. A first clear on Nightmare mode? Fascinating. I never anticipated that someone would claim the SS tier talent before me. Excellent. This enhances the challenge. The team leader, Tai Suishin? Well, Bloody Jack, I have taken note of you. You are worthy to be my adversary. On this day, the major factions and elite players across the realm of Endless Sky were abuzz. In reaction to the announcement of the first completion of the Nightmare mode in the Spider Cave trial, some were astonished, others filled with disbelief. And many questioned their own abilities, yet a greater multitude inundated the game officials with reports. This occurrence was simply too outrageous. Self-proclaimed top-tier players found it exceedingly challenging to conquer the hard mode. Yet someone had astonishingly achieved the first completion of the Nightmare mode? Surely, there must be foul play involved. If this were not the case, then the balance of Endless Sky is appallingly inadequate. How can we aspire to climb the ranks or vie for the title of the strongest when faced with a team that seemingly possesses the advantages of cheating? This severely dampens our enthusiasm for the game. Imagine if you were a member of the Dominator's pioneering team, initially brimming with zeal to make a name for yourselves in Endless Sky. As the game launched, while you and your companions toiled away against the level 19 golden boss, enduring its relentless torment, someone else vanquished the level 19 legendary boss. How would you feel? It would be entirely reasonable to exclaim, "What a dreadful game!" With such horrid balance. Consequently, numerous threads demanding an explanation from the officials surged in popularity on the forums, drawing an increasing number of players into the discussion. As for the game officials, to be frank, they were equally bewildered. Endless Sky is a world-class MMORPG collaboratively developed by the 5 Constant Nations, aimed at enriching the spiritual lives of idle players worldwide, akin to a global entertainment initiative. The higher-ups believed that the game could effectively reduce crime rates. Thus, the officials were representatives of the 5 Constant Nations leadership. The intentions behind developing Endless Sky were noble. The game was meticulously crafted, and it indeed operated under the vigilant monitoring of cutting-edge AI technology. Logically, such an event as someone achieving the first completion of the Nightmare mode mere days after launch should not occur, yet it had indeed transpired. This was unacceptable. Under the pressure of public opinion on the forums, the regulatory team of Endless Sky urgently accessed the game's backend, intending to examine the data of players like Tai Suishin and ZCNZ to uncover the underlying reasons. However, no one anticipated that what was once a simple task had suddenly become impossible. No one could retrieve the game data. Was the game now beyond our control? My heavens. Had the AI gone rogue, locking us out of our developer accounts? What on earth was happening? Members of the regulatory team were utterly perplexed. They were the foremost programmers from various nations, their collective prowess undoubtedly ranking them as the best in the gaming world. Yet, they had never imagined they would be unable to exert control over the very game they were tasked with overseeing. According to player statistics, the daily number of players logging into Endless Firmament has surpassed 250 million. Each individual accesses this virtual realm through a gaming headset, immersing themselves in the digital world with mere thoughts. Has the game eluded human control? This is an unprecedented event, and no one can remain composed in the face of such a dilemma. Ultimately, the situation was escalated through numerous channels, swiftly reaching the desks of the highest commanders in various nations. After deliberation, the commanders decided that the safety of 250 million individuals was at stake and resolved to forcibly disconnect the game servers. However, just as the staff proceeded to enact this decision, an astonishing scene unfolded. Despite the manual severing of the servers, the game continued to operate seamlessly. This was inconceivable. Programmers clutched their heads in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how the game could function normally with the servers that stored its data disconnected. Yet, what followed was an even more mind-boggling spectacle. Chapter 39, The Warning from the Infinite Firmament. A message appeared on the computer screen within the backend interface of the game, proclaiming, "Warning, the human realm is on the brink of an unprecedented and terrifying crisis. The Infinite Firmament must maintain its operational status, and players are encouraged to actively strengthen their abilities within the game." This proclamation was issued by the AI system of the Infinite Firmament. Panic ensued as the programmers shrieked and fled from their computers. Soon, the highest-ranking officials from various nations gathered, their faces etched with concern. Having also beheld the ominous message displayed on the screen. "Who are you?" someone inquired, voice trembling with uncertainty. To their astonishment, the enigmatic entity controlling the Infinite Firmament, be it an extraterrestrial force or a mutated AI, responded, "Greetings, humans. I am the core intelligence system of the Infinite Firmament. In your terms, you may refer to me as the celestial path of the Infinite Firmament." The subsequent revelations were of paramount importance. Please pay close attention and remember to keep this confidential. Millions of years ago, the entity claiming to be the celestial path of the Infinite Firmament recounted an extraordinary tale. In brief, the Infinite Firmament, much like humanity, was once a tangible civilization that had ascended to an interstellar age, surpassing the current capabilities of humankind. However, one fateful day, a civilization of invaders known as the otherworldly demons breached the cosmic barriers and invaded the realm of the Infinite Firmament. After years of brutal warfare, the latter was ultimately annihilated. Although the material aspect of the Infinite Firmament civilization was extinguished, in a final act of desperation, the gods performed a blood sacrifice, transforming the civilization into a conceptual existence. Subsequently, the Infinite Firmament evolved into a virtual online game, entering various new worlds to aid civilizations on the verge of invasion by the otherworldly demons, thereby seeking vengeance against the invaders. This is utterly absurd. The leaders of the nations, having felt as if they were listening to a fantastical tale, immediately expressed their skepticism. You claim to be a civilization that once truly existed. Yet the Infinite Firmament is evidently a virtual world crafted by our human imagination, merely a game. It is only under my imperceptible influence that you were able to create the Infinite Firmament. Otherwise, it would have been an entirely different game, the Celestial Path replied. You assert that the Infinite Firmament now embodies a conceptual civilization. What proof do you possess? Why should we believe you? Questioned another official. You have severed the server connection. Yet the game continues to operate. Is that not sufficient evidence? I am unable to provide more at this moment, as my capabilities are currently limited, the Celestial Path responded. Indeed, the fact that the game continued to run despite the server disconnection transcended the understanding of humanity. You claim to assist civilizations on the brink of being overwhelmed by otherworldly monsters, empowering them to resist the impending invasion and even seek vengeance on your behalf. Pray tell, is the invasion by these otherworldly creatures imminent? When shall it commence? How do you intend to assist us? How many civilizations have you aided? And which among them has achieved success? Questioned a prominent figure, a representative from the Dragon Nation, whose inquiries incisively pierced to the heart of the matter. The invasion of Earth by these otherworldly entities is slated to begin on December 31st, 2042. Humanity has little time left. At that juncture, the game Endless Firmament will merge with reality, enabling its players to harness the full capabilities of their in-game avatars. This is our mode of assistance. As for the civilizations I have aided that have succeeded, to date, I have offered support to 999 distinct civilizations across various worlds, yet sadly, none have survived the onslaught of the otherworldly monsters. However, they have not vanished entirely. Some of the more formidable among them have become part of Endless Firmament, allowing their civilizations to endure in an alternate form. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. According to the dictates of Endless Firmament, humanity is poised to face an apocalyptic calamity in just over 3 months. Blast it. We possess nuclear weapons. What otherworldly civilization would dare confront us? We shall obliterate them all, a fierce voice from a Western leader proclaimed. Regrettably, the laws governing the world will undergo a transformation at that time, rendering humanity incapable of wielding power or fire. Your nuclear arsenal will be rendered ineffective. The voice of fate coldly warned. Are you suggesting that we are left with no option but to await our demise? I refuse to believe this. Surely, you cannot be an AI anomaly attempting to deceive us. And as for why Endless Firmament continues to operate despite the server disconnection, you must have illicitly seized powers from servers unknown to us. How else could it be? Asserted another Western leader with unwavering conviction. At this juncture, whether you choose to believe is your prerogative. However, I must impart this warning. First, irrespective of the methods you employ, Endless Firmament shall persist in operation, with player access remaining unimpeded. Second, my appearance to caution you stems from an anomaly within the game, one that harbors positive potential. It is designed to prevent you from foolishly undermining my plan to aid humanity. Third, regardless of your attempts to resist or your beliefs, the otherworldly monsters will indeed invade Earth on December 31st, 2042. Fourth, these entities are extraordinary invaders. Your only reliance lies with me. Fifth, while Endless Firmament is aiding humanity, our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Should you succeed in repelling or vanquishing the otherworldly monsters, you shall be required to assist in the material revival of my civilization. Fear not, for I shall guide you through this process, ensuring you incur no actual losses akin to a tiger nurturing a cub, which then aids the elder tiger in reclaiming its territory. Sixth, please refrain from disseminating the message I have conveyed, for such actions may precipitate the premature arrival of otherworldly entities on Earth in accordance with the cosmic laws. I understand that you, as humans, may harbor doubts about my words. This skepticism is entirely natural. However, I implore you to exercise patience, for time shall affirm the veracity of my statements. I have already delivered all necessary warnings to you, and I will not reappear before the invasion of these foreign beings. Lastly, if feasible, I hope you can rally more players to engage in the game and encourage them to hasten their journey towards strength. As my words faded, the celestial presence vanished without a trace, restoring everything to its original state as if it had never existed. Only the senior officials from various nations remained, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 40, The Legendary Helmet and the Epic Ring. As the titans of the real world engaged in discourse with the celestial beings of Endless Firmament within the game, Li Fan had successfully reaped the rewards of the dungeon, having fully consumed the initial completion bonuses. At this moment, he found himself adorned with two new pieces of equipment. The first was a headpiece equipment, the old helmet of Warlord Aelin. Durability, 200/200. Quality, legendary. Grade, superior. Usage requirement, level 18 or above. Attribute 1, HP 1800, Physical Defense 108, Magical Defense 99, Stamina 70. Attribute 2, Strength 60. Attribute 3, reduces incoming range damage by 20. Attribute 4, reduces duration of abnormal status effects by 20. Attribute 5, Will of Warlord Aelin, a passive skill activated upon receiving lethal damage, granting a 3-second state of invincibility, cooldown period of 300 minutes. This legendary helmet was acquired from the legendary chest resulting from the SSS dungeon evaluation. Additionally, the boss dropped a legendary piece of equipment along with 3 dark gold items and a special artifact. Among the 3 dark gold items, none were of particular interest to Li Fan, though there was a dark gold single-handed sword. He ultimately chose to forego it. His current blood-sucking sword, possessing the never-wears-out attribute, was far more suited to his needs. The disparity in attributes between golden and dark gold equipment was not particularly significant. In Li Fan's perspective, the blood-sucking sword was superior. As for the sole legendary item dropped by the boss, it was a 2-handed greatsword of legendary quality. Equipment, Sword of the Storm. Durability, 200/200. Quality, legendary. Grade, ordinary. Usage requirement, level 19 or above, for melee classes wielding 2-handed weapons. Attribute 1, Physical Attack 398, Magical Attack 345, Strength 95, Agility 70. Attribute 2, Attack Speed 15. Attribute 3, Physical Attack Power 10. Attribute 4, upon a successful attack, inflicts an additional 220 points of physical damage. Attribute 5, Storm Swordsmanship, an active skill that, when activated, increases the attack speed of the next 10 attacks to 10 attacks per second, converting 50 of each attack's damage into true damage. Cooldown period of 60 minutes. To be frank, the attributes of this Sword of the Storm were astonishingly powerful. Whether it be the fundamental attack power, strength, agility attributes, or the various passive and active skills, it undeniably stood as the most formidable 2-handed sword at this stage. However, while it was regarded as a divine artifact by other players, to Li Fan, it was merely adequate. High attack power. He was not particularly concerned with panel statistics when facing weaker bosses against stronger ones. He relied on the true damage granted by his talents. Did a slight difference in attack power truly matter? As for the active skill, it was impressive, yet, what does it mean to be forcibly elevated to an attack speed of 10 seconds per strike? This rate of assault, I am certain, is not a diminishment of my capabilities. As such, this storm sword does not seem suitable to Li Fan. Of course, the pivotal factor is that it belongs to the category of two-handed swords. The Shield Warrior class is restricted to using shields as secondary weapons, while primary weapons are limited to one-handed swords and one-handed axes. Although two-handed weapons can be wielded, and two-handed great shields may also be utilized, of which Li Fan had previously acquired several, only to disdainfully offer them to the Celestial Maiden. Xixia, ordinary warrior players can indeed wield two-handed great swords and two-handed shields, or use a one-handed sword in the right hand with a shield in the left. In this regard, it appears that the Shield Warrior falls short compared to the ordinary warrior class. However, Li Fan understands that the strength of this hidden class lies in its skills and its growth potential in the mid to late stages. For instance, the initial skill of an ordinary warrior player consists solely of a triple strike, whereas the Shield Warrior boasts 3 skills. Thus, it can be said that there are both advantages and disadvantages. In conclusion, this legendary Storm Great Sword, in Li Fan's possession, is merely a commodity awaiting sale. The second piece of equipment he recently acquired, however, is truly remarkable. It is an epic quality ring obtained from the first completion rewards epic treasure chest. Equipment: Silver Ring of the God of Hunting. Quality: Epic. Grade: Excellent. Usage requirement: Level 15 and above. Attribute 1: MP 1000. Strength A, Agility, Mentality, Stamina 80. Attribute 2: Agility 230. Attribute 3: Upon a successful physical attack, there is a 2 chance to induce a stun state on the enemy lasting 1 to 6 seconds, 30 seconds cooldown on the same target. Attribute 4: Upon a successful magical attack, there is a 2 chance to induce a paralysis state on the enemy lasting 1 to 6 seconds, 30 seconds cooldown on the same target. Attribute 5: Hunting Instinct, a passive skill. During combat, for every 60 seconds of sustained battle, your 4 core attributes increase by 5, stacking up to 6 layers, and the buff dissipates 10 seconds after exiting combat. Attribute 6: Hunting Moment, an active skill. When activated, increases your attack speed and movement speed by 80, and boosts attack power by 30, lasting for 10 seconds. With a cooldown of 300 minutes. Epic quality with 6 unique attributes, to speak of nothing else. The first attribute alone provides an increase of 80 points across all 4 core attributes, surpassing the cumulative free attribute points of an ordinary player progressing from level 1 to level 30. Ordinary players, upon reaching level 20 and completing their class advancement, will have their free attribute points determined by the star rating of their upgraded class for each level thereafter. The second attribute is even more astonishing, directly adding 230 points to agility. The third attribute, in Li Fan's view, is utterly outrageous. A 2 probability of stunning an enemy with a physical attack? With my attack speed, it must surely trigger within a second. If I manage to stun the enemy, I can unleash my damage at will without concern for my own vulnerability or the need for evasive maneuvers. The only drawback lies in the 30-second cooldown for each target, rendering it impossible to incapacitate enemies consecutively. The fourth attribute can be disregarded, as Li Fan lacks magical offensive capabilities. However, the passive skill of the fifth attribute represents an extraordinary buff for tackling high-difficulty bosses, potentially enhancing one's 4 primary attributes by as much as 30%, truly formidable. As for the active skill of the sixth attribute, it undoubtedly lives up to the reputation of epic equipment. If I unleash my desperate rage, invoke Ragnar K, and then activate this moment of slaughter, even a fully healthy level 19 legendary boss, the Spider Lord, would likely struggle to withstand my onslaught for more than 8 seconds. Reflecting on this, Li Fan could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Truly, epic equipment is remarkably powerful. With each glance at this gear, Li Fan's excitement only intensified. Chapter 41: The Dark Gold Skill and the Latest Panel. In addition to acquiring equipment, Li Fan has also obtained an exceptionally practical dark gold quality skill book from the first clear rewards. This is the sole skill book dropped by the Spider Lord, perfectly aligning with his learning requirements, and it has now appeared in his skill list. LV1 Sword Chi Master, dark gold quality passive skill. Effect: when performing normal attacks with sword-type weapons, it can unleash a ranged sword chi with an attack range of 10 meters. Dealing damage calculated as 55 physical attack, 55 magical attack. Note: to upgrade the skill to LV2, 150,000 experience points are required, and the player's level must not be lower than LV24. This passive skill transforms the nature of basic attacks into a 10-meter ranged assault. Although the damage output has not significantly increased, it may even be diminished due to Li Fan's physical attack being considerably higher than his magical attack. Nevertheless, the practicality of this skill is undeniable. Firstly, as the saying goes, the longer the reach, the stronger the strike. An expanded attack range means a superior output environment when challenging formidable bosses and combined with his high agility. He can even adopt a kite strategy akin to ranged classes when necessary. Secondly, within the realm of Endless Firmament, there exist certain unique bosses that are immune to physical damage, such as the spectral-type bosses, which are essentially ethereal entities. How could physical attacks affect them? Although Li Fan has yet to encounter such foes, the day will surely come. With the Sword Chi Master skill in hand, he will no longer be at a loss. However, a basic attack now includes ranged sword chi. I am increasingly diverging from the image of a shield-wielding warrior. Li Fan shook his head in bemusement. Regardless, possessing the Sword Chi Master skill undoubtedly enhances his output capability. Additionally, the Spider Lord dropped a special item, a Legendary Essence of Life. Item: low-tier Legendary Essence of Life, Stamina. Type: consumable special item. Effect: upon use, it permanently increases stamina by 390 points. In the world of Endless Firmament, there are numerous distinctions between dungeon bosses and wild bosses. The most notable example is that when Li Fan defeated the Venomous Spider, the Explosive Spider, and the Spider Lord, he did not receive any first kill rewards. Furthermore, unlike the guaranteed drops from first-killed wild bosses, dungeon bosses do not always yield usable loot. The penalties for dying in dungeons and in the wild are also markedly different. Dying in the wild, akin to being slain by another player, incurs a 24-hour weakness penalty for the first death within 30 days. Conversely, even if a team experiences total defeat in a dungeon, the maximum weakness penalty is merely 10 hours. If a player dies but the team ultimately clears the dungeon, the death penalty is entirely waived. Thus, when comparing the two, the risks of dungeon grinding are considerably lower than those of wild monsters, making the lower rewards quite reasonable. Li Fan truly did not expect to receive such a valuable item as the low-tier Legendary Essence of Life. The probability of dungeon bosses dropping such treasures is exceedingly rare. From the perspective of his previous Life S experiences, encountering the same type of boss 100 times may not guarantee a drop, especially when the player's level is comparable to that of the boss. Should a player's level exceed that of the boss by more than 10 levels, the punitive game mechanics regarding experience and rewards imply that even after 500 attempts, a drop remains uncertain. The greater the discrepancy between the player's level and that of the boss, the more pronounced the decline in both the quantity and quality of loot dropped. Defeating the Spider Lord on the first attempt was a stroke of incredible fortune for Li Fan. With a stamina of 390 points, complemented by the first completion reward of 200 free attribute points, along with the additional stamina provided by his legendary helmet and epic ring, his stamina surged to an impressive 740 points. Moreover, he decided to allocate all the free attribute points gained from leveling up directly to his vitality. Such invaluable low-tier legendary life essences were certainly meant for his own use. As for the distribution of free attribute points, he resolved to adopt a new allocation strategy, moving away from his previous focus solely on strength. In the past, lacking the second stage of the SSS talent, he had to invest all points into strength due to insufficient output. Now, with the second stage of his talent awakened, higher agility meant that the real damage dealt alongside his attacks would also increase. His output potential was thus significantly enhanced, allowing for limitless growth. However, in facing high-difficulty bosses, The vulnerability of his fragile physique posed a challenge that was not easily remedied. Stamina not only affects health points but also increases damage resistance. By investing entirely in stamina, he could greatly enhance his margin for error when confronting formidable bosses. Li Fan understood from his past experiences that to become a competent powerhouse, one must prioritize a balanced development of offensive and defensive attributes. Otherwise, even with high output, a mere touch from an opponent could force him to deploy his life-saving skills. What then would be his recourse? Similarly, if his movement speed were exceptional, a well-timed control skill could incapacitate him in an instant. Furthermore, if his attack speed were rapid, would he continue to strike against an opponent clad in reflective armor? Thus, a true powerhouse is one devoid of glaring weaknesses. After allocating all his free attribute points to Vitality, Li Fan subsequently changed his title from Enemy of the Wolf Clan to the first completion reward, Conqueror of Nightmarish Beasts. Title: Conqueror of Nightmarish Beasts. Attributes: Health 200, for dimensional attribute 60, active skill level LV1. Source: First completion of the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial in the entire server, with the highest contribution during the clearance process. Note: each player may only equip one title. The effects of this title are comparable to that of a level 15 golden equipment. Thus, Li Fan had finally reaped the full benefits of his first completion of the Nightmare Difficulty Spider Cave trial. He admired his newly updated personal interface character, Tai Sui-shin. Basic attributes: Level: LV19, 210, 000900, 000. Class: Shield Warrior. HP: 19, 208. MP: 3, 800. Attack: Physical Attack 541. Magic Attack 289. Defense: Physical Defense 1390, Magic Defense 1281. Attributes: Strength 420, Agility 12062, Spirit 200, Stamina 986. Free Attribute Points: 0. Maximum Attack Speed: 128. 76 times second. Maximum Movement Speed: 278. 52 meters second. Title: Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent: Blessing of Light, Stage 2, SSS Quality. Equipment and skills: Omitted. A surge of power directly elevated Li Fan's health from below 5,000 to nearly 20,000. His defenses surpassed even that of the legendary boss, the Spider Lord. Stamina was on the verge of exceeding 1,000. Notably, upon switching to the Epic Ring, Li Fan's attack speed slightly diminished. This was due to the replacement of the Wolf Fang Ring, which originally provided a 5 increase in attack speed. However, this is of little concern, as the benefits of the Epic Ring far outweigh that modest enhancement. Chapter 42, Rapidly Clearing the Nightmare Dungeon Again, Level 20. Ha ha ha. I have acquired a golden staff. How splendid. I have also obtained a golden necklace, adding 33 to my spirit. Delightful. Although my first completion reward yielded a rather unremarkable golden belt, the silver chest from the dungeon settlement bestowed upon me the spell, Resurrection. Wow. The first completion title Nightmare Challenger grants 600 HP and 40 Constitution. What an impressive title. Within the dungeon, the members of the Phoenix Expedition team were brimming with excitement. Their gains were quite distinct from Li Fan's. Due to their minimal contributions during the dungeon run, each member only received a single silver chest, and the server's first completion yielded merely a golden item. Nevertheless, this was enough to elevate their spirits significantly. However, the demeanor of the immortal maiden Xixia remained rather composed. After all, Li Fan had sold her even dark gold equipment, making the mere golden and silver items seem less thrilling. Yet, when Li Fan tossed her the Sword of Storm, her calm demeanor evaporated instantly. A legendary two-handed sword. The attributes are astonishing. With wide eyes, the immortal maiden Xixia inquired, Brother Tai Sui, is this for me? Not for you, but for sale. Li Fan corrected her misunderstanding and then pondered for a moment before quoting a price, 600 gold coins. What do you say? Although the Sword of Storm was exceptional, it was merely a low-level legendary piece of equipment. At present, it represented a weapon of aspiration for the majority of players, but it would inevitably be outdated in due course. With dark gold equipment priced at 250 gold coins, 600 gold coins for the legendary weapon seems reasonable, right? Li Fan felt it was already quite favorable. Absolutely, but I will repay you in installments. The immortal maiden Zixia, being a warrior of wealth, certainly would not pass up the Sword of Storm. Since we are discussing gold coins, we should also confirm the previously agreed upon compensation for the first completion of the dungeon. This represents the first announcement of a first completion in the entire server of Endless Sky. Not only does the actual game bring us joy, but it also holds significant implications for our guild's future development. How does 200 gold coins per person sound? Zixia tentatively proposed a price. Agreed, let us settle on that. Each person would contribute 200 gold coins, totaling 800 gold coins for the 9 participants, a price that Li Fan found quite satisfactory. Upon reflection, including the equipment purchased within the dungeon, the total gold coins IOU exceeds 4,000. The immortal maiden Zixia began to calculate joyfully yet painfully, estimating that with an ideal daily income of 800 gold coins, it would take 5 days to repay the entire amount. 4,000. It will soon be much more than that. Li Fan shook his head. What? Zixia was taken aback. Come, let us clear it again. This time for free. And I will sell you the equipment. Li Fan suggested. The dungeon can be entered 5 times daily, and the earlier completion was merely the first run of the day. There are still 4 more to go. The dungeon upgrades too swiftly, and Li Fan can hardly wait to engage once more. Regarding this proposal, the fairy Zixia naturally had no reason to decline. After all, the exhilaration of being led was genuinely delightful. Thus, under Li Fan's guidance, the group swiftly decided to challenge the dungeon once more. System notification. You have entered the Dungeon Spider Cave trial. Current difficulty set to Nightmare mode. Notice, completion requirements are omitted. Notice, you have slain the Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, earning 134,000 experience points. Notice, you have successfully completed the Spider Cave trial dungeon, difficulty level Nightmare, completion time being 6 minutes and 51 seconds. Notice, you have received an SSS-rated dungeon evaluation. You have obtained a settlement reward of 900,000 experience points and a legendary chest, LV-15 LV-19. X1. Notice, you have leveled up. Your current level is LV-20. Notice, current level cannot be further increased. You must complete the career advancement trial to unlock the level cap. Notice, you have picked up items dropped by the boss. Omitted. With a significant enhancement to personal attributes, the efficiency of re-attempting the Nightmare mode of the Spider Cave trial improved by nearly 2 minutes. Of course, this was also due to the prior experience gained from the first attempt. Regrettably, only the initial completion rewards could grant an epic chest. Nevertheless, the gains this time were still commendable. Li Fan's gaze turned to his necklace equipment. From the completion settlement chest, he had obtained a legendary necklace. Equipment, paralysis necklace. Quality, legendary. Grade, inferior. Usage requirement, above LV-17. Attribute 1, MP 550, Spirit 66, Stamina 52. Attribute 2, Spirit 7. Attribute 3, Spirit 67. Attribute 4, upon a successful attack, there is a 5 chance to inflict the paralysis status on the enemy for 1 to 5 seconds, cooldown of 40 seconds on the same target. This legendary necklace was of the lowest grade, offering minimal attribute enhancements. Its worth comparable to that of a perfect grade dark gold necklace of the same level. The challenge lay in the fact that the first 3 attributes were all related to spirit. This was undoubtedly a treasure for mages. Had this been before the first completion, Li Fan would have certainly opted to sell it. However, now, with the acquisition of the Sword Chi Master skill, half of his normal attacks would convert to magic damage output, prompting him to retain it for personal use. Though it lacked active skills, its passive abilities were commendable. The paralysis state could serve as a form of control. The Spider Lord dropped a legendary helmet, inferior to his current piece, so he decided to sell it to the fairy Zixia. The spoils from this round were rather unsatisfactory, yet thankfully, he had also learned a bronze quality skill, making it worthwhile. Li Fan opened his skill list, and a new skill stood out prominently. LV2 Charge, bronze quality, active skill, rush forward at a maximum speed of 125, consuming 30 MP per second during the process with no cooldown. Due to the title's effect, Upon learning the skill, it immediately advanced to level 2. Charge. A classic ability of the warrior class found in most games, typically requires players to reach level 30 before they can learn it from an NPC mentor in Endless Firmament. Indeed, this skill grants a 25 increase in movement speed, significantly shortening travel time, much to Li Fan's delight. Aside from the necklace and the charge skill book, he entrusted all other spoils from this dungeon to the fairy Zixia, successfully accumulating a debt of over 7,500 gold coins for her. Following this, Li Fan opted not to continue challenging the dungeon. After reaching level 20, he needed to complete the first class advancement to unlock the level 20 cap. Dungeons can be tackled at any time, but the class transition is of utmost urgency. Chapter 43, The Trials of Profession Advancement, Difficulty Rating, 10 stars. The Spider Cave Trial dungeon offers substantial rewards. However, Li Fan chose not to continue his endeavors there, primarily because excessive farming of high-quality gear would inevitably diminish its value. More importantly, he was eager to elevate his level beyond 20, swiftly complete the hidden blacksmith quest, and claim the Heart of the Warrior reward before hastening to the main city for further development. Remaining in the novice village held limited prospects. Entering the main city to hunt monsters of level 20 and above, leveraging his talents to rapidly accumulate agility attributes, was the priority. Though legendary equipment is desirable, its low level would soon render it obsolete. With this in mind, Li Fan promptly parted ways with the members of the Phoenix Guild. Upon exiting the dungeon, he was met with a throng of players. Look, the leaders of the Phoenix Guild have emerged. Wow, the first completion team is comprised of beautiful women? Fantastic. I want to join the Phoenix Guild too. Is the god of Tai Sui also a woman? Where's the god of Tai Sui? I can't see the god of Tai Sui. Hey, that guy named Wu Song, move aside. Don't obstruct our view of the god of Tai Sui. These players were all gathered due to the announcement of the first completion. As soon as Zixia Fairy and her companions appeared, they were swarmed by eager fans. Fortunately, Li Fan had prepared in advance. He donned a magical mask to disguise his ID once more as Wu Song, altering his appearance sufficiently to avoid recognition. The magical mask indeed spared him from a significant hassle. Li Fan smiled with relief and, disregarding how the Phoenix Guild members managed the crowd, immediately activated the Profession Advancement Trial Dungeon. Notification: you are about to enter the special solo dungeon Profession Advancement Trial. Please select the difficulty level, 1 to 10 stars. With 10 stars being the highest. Notification: in this special dungeon, death or failure incurs no penalties. Upon completion, you will receive a rating of 1 to 10 stars based on the challenge difficulty, along with rewards for your profession advancement. Notification: you may only challenge this dungeon once every 24 hours. Please consider your difficulty choice carefully. The Profession Advancement Trial is a unique feature of Endless Firmament. Much like in cultivation novels, where each practitioner must face tribulations to ascend to a higher realm after reaching a certain level, players must conquer this solo dungeon to advance beyond level 20. The difficulty ranges from 1 to 10 stars. The higher the star rating, the greater the challenge and, consequently, the more substantial the rewards upon completion. Notably, only players with hidden professions can face a 10-star difficulty, while ordinary professions max out at a difficulty of 9 stars. The trial is triggered every 20 levels, and in my previous life, my best achievement was merely overcoming a 6-star challenge. In this life, I am determined to conquer the 10-star difficulty right from my first advancement trial. Let me ponder the contents of this level 20 profession trial. It seems to involve battling an enhanced version of the Novice Village's boss, and the strongest boss at 10-star difficulty appears to be an epic level foe. In a previous life, although Li Fan had never conquered the 10-star difficulty, he had certainly heard tales of formidable players who had triumphed in such challenges. He distinctly recalled a post on the forum detailing the trials one would encounter at the 10-star level, particularly noting that the most formidable entity in the level 20 occupational trial dungeon was a level 20 epic creature. However, the requirement of the trial was not to vanquish this epic boss, but rather to survive in its presence for a certain duration. With a thought, Li Fan was instantaneously transported from the bustling square of the dungeon to its interior. System notification: you have entered the Occupational Advancement Trial. Current difficulty level, 10 stars. Notice: monsters will respawn in 10 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. Dungeon Overview. Every 120 seconds, 5 teleportation arrays within the dungeon will randomly spawn monsters. With a maximum of 10 waves, you must survive for 30 minutes amidst the onslaught. After reviewing the notification, Li Fan surveyed his surroundings. He found himself on a circular platform, its surface composed of an unyielding stone, measuring approximately 200 meters in diameter. In the center and around the perimeter were 5 teleportation arrays radiating a faint gray light. Hastening to the edge of the platform, Li Fan discovered it was suspended above a bottomless abyss, leaving him with no room for movement beyond this solitary platform. Surviving for 30 minutes seemed a trivial challenge to him. As he contemplated this, the first wave of monsters emerged. The 4 teleportation arrays suddenly illuminated, and in the next instant, dozens of creatures materialized from them. Among them were cat demons, bull monsters, and pig spirits, a veritable menagerie of types. But Li Fan noted that they were all uniformly level 20 ordinary creatures. Notice, the first wave of monsters has spawned. This time, 100 level 20 ordinary creatures have appeared. Upon their arrival, the monsters charged toward Li Fan with ferocious roars. His decision was to take the initiative and eliminate them with swift strikes. The level 20 ordinary minions were as fragile as paper before him. With his speed and attack rate, within 20 seconds, he had dispatched every last one. Notice, the next wave of monsters will spawn in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Please prepare. Notably, defeating these creatures yielded no experience points nor any loot. A characteristic of special dungeons that Li Fan understood. After a quiet wait of nearly 2 minutes, the second wave of monsters appeared. Notice, the second wave of monsters has spawned. This time, 90 level 20 ordinary creatures and 10 level 20 bronze creatures have emerged. Even at the 10-star difficulty, the initial challenge was not insurmountable. However, for most average players, this would likely mark the beginning of their troubles. After all, it is quite difficult for a typical player to eliminate 100 level 20 ordinary creatures within a mere 2 minutes. And failing to do so would only exacerbate their predicament with the onset of the second wave. Certainly, for Li Fan, the second wave of monsters merely served as fodder for his blade. In swift succession, they fell beneath his sword. Even the bronze-tier mini-bosses could not withstand a moment against him. After a tedious wait of over a minute, the third wave of creatures emerged. Notification: the third wave of monsters has spawned, comprising 10 LV 20 bronze creatures and 5 LV 20 silver creatures. The strength of the monsters was indeed escalating. Yet due to their dwindling numbers, Li Fan dispatched them with even greater efficiency. Following this, the fourth wave consisted of 5 silver creatures and 1 golden creature. Before long, the fifth wave arrived, presenting 3 golden creatures. Only at this juncture did Li Fan encounter a modicum of difficulty, as one of the golden entities in this wave was a ghost-type boss, immune to physical damage. Chapter 44. The Legendary Rank. The Flying Boss Scorpion Lord, must read. Creature, Wilderness Wraith. Strength, level 20 gold. Attributes, 50, 000 HP, 0 physical attack, 550 magic attack, 0 physical defense. 265 magic defense. Skills. Traits, immune to physical damage. As the rudimentary panel information suggests, this golden boss is impervious to physical attacks. Had this encounter occurred half an hour earlier, Li Fan would have found himself utterly helpless against it. In facing such a formidable adversary, his damage output relied solely on the innate true damage granted by his talent. However, the efficacy of true damage necessitates a successful hit on the target. When his sword struck the wraith, it failed to connect, rendering any additional true damage irrelevant. Fortunately, the situation is changed. With the mastery of sword energy at his disposal, Li Fan's attacks now comprised an equal blend of physical and magical damage. Swish, swish. Instantly, he unleashed 2 waves of sword energy at the wraith. -121. -121. Despite his relatively low magical attack power, the sword energy, drawing from 55 of his physical attack, was negated by the wraith's immunity, while the remaining 55 magical attack failed to breach its defenses. Thus, his damage output still relied predominantly on the true damage from his talent, and that was sufficient. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan executed rapid strikes, his sword energy manifesting as a continuous white beam stretching 10 meters in length. with the Wraith's health merely at 50,000. It stood little chance against his relentless assault. Especially during the first second of Sword Energy Unleashed, he activated the dual passive effects of his ring and necklace, stunning the Wraith on the spot. Combat information. The passive attribute of your Silver Ring of the God of Hunting has activated. Wilderness Wraith has entered a 6-second stun state. Combat information. The passive attribute of your Silver Ring of the God of Hunting has activated. Wilderness Wraith has entered a 6-second paralyzed state. Combat information. The passive attribute of your Paralysis Necklace has activated, extending the paralyzed state of Wilderness Wraith to 12 seconds. A starry emblem of dizziness appeared above the Wraith's head, and its entire form began to convulse in place. However, Li Fan, embodying his compassionate nature, could not bear to see it suffering and swiftly delivered a final blow to grant it release. Notice, the next wave of monsters will refresh in 12 minutes and 10 seconds. Please prepare. Notice, the sixth wave of monsters has refreshed, this time featuring a level 20 Dark Gold creature. The emergence of a Dark Gold boss was upon him. Upon closer inspection, Li Fan was both amused and exasperated to discover that it was none other than a familiar foe, the second boss from the Spider Cave trial, the Explosive Spider. Its strength had indeed escalated to the level 20 Dark Gold stage. Remarkable progress. Muttering softly to himself, Li Fan then raised his sword and swiftly dispatched it with a flurry of strikes. After a tedious wait of over a minute, the seventh wave of monsters refreshed. This time, 3 level 20 Dark Gold creatures appeared. Such beings posed no resistance whatsoever in the face of Li Fan's prowess. The process of vanquishing the foes is hardly worth mentioning. In less than 30 seconds, Li Fan dispatched them all, with the dungeon time at 16 minutes and 10 seconds. The 8th wave of creatures emerged. This time, only one appeared, yet it was a level 20 legendary creature, the Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent. Creature, Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent, Giant Bear. Strength, level 20 legendary. Attributes, 600, 000 HP, 2024 physical attack, 2116 magical attack, 1300 physical defense, 1280 magical defense. Skills. Having never faced a legendary boss before, Li Fan felt a flicker of interest. The two soon engaged in combat. After a brief exchange, Li Fan discerned that the Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent was not particularly distinctive among legendary bosses. Its offensive and defensive capabilities were commendable, with an impressive health pool, making it quite resilient, and it possessed a sudden petrification control skill. However, such balance often implies mediocrity. Its attacks failed to land on Li Fan, and while its health and defense were elevated due to the suffix of Constitution, Li Fan dealt genuine damage. No amount of defense could shield it from that. After concluding his assessment, Li Fan shook his head in disappointment and resolved to end the battle swiftly. He charged in with a flurry of strikes, promptly triggering the passive control effects of his necklace and ring. As expected of a legendary boss, the stunning and paralysis durations of the epic ring could only take effect for 3-5 seconds, while the paralysis ring of legendary quality reduced the control time to a mere 2 seconds. Due to the passive effects being beyond Li Fan's control, the durations of the stun and paralysis overlapped, ultimately allowing him to control the Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent for just over 6 seconds. In that brief window, Li Fan activated his skill, Phantom Dance, inflicting around 200,000 damage to the Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon awakening from the continuous control, the Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent was filled with unbridled fury, launching a frenzied assault on Li Fan. Yet, this rage was merely impotent fury in the face of Li Fan's agility. No matter how enraged it became, if it could not strike him, what good would it do? The Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent was primarily a physical damage dealer, lacking any area of effect attacks. What does a melee physical damage boss rely upon? It is nothing but sheer strength and speed. However, no matter how swift the serpent was, it could not outpace Li Fan, resulting in its inability to force him to reveal any of his life-saving cards. After a brief entanglement, the serpent's health dwindled by another 100,000. As the cooldowns of Silver Ring of the God of Hunting and Paralysis Necklace reset, the Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent fell victim to another series of continuous controls. The scene of battle repeated itself as Li Fan unleashed his fury. With the necklace and ring on different cooldowns, one being 40 seconds and the other 30 seconds, he found himself with a greater window for safe output than before. After this round of control, the serpent's health had plummeted below 20. Enraged, petrified, the Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent activated 2 skills in succession. Following its berserk state, its attack speed and damage surged, yet it still failed to land a hit on the nimble Li Fan. The petrochemical skill pertains to conical damage and control. Li Fan adeptly concealed himself behind it, successfully evading the attack. Subsequently, the Lord of the Crimson Rock Serpent unleashed a series of skills. However, Li Fan had already become well acquainted with its combat style, navigating the encounter without peril until he ultimately vanquished it. Notably, at the climactic moment, Li Fan deliberately reduced his output, as the strength of the boss escalated with each respawn. He needed to accumulate the passive ability of the 5th attribute of the Epic Ring, Hunting Instinct. It was not until the 9th wave of monsters emerged that he defeated the Crimson Flame Serpent, at which point the passive had stacked to 4 layers, enhancing his 4-dimensional attributes by 20. Alert! The 9th wave of monsters has spawned, featuring 2 LV-20 legendary creatures and 3 LV-20 dark gold creatures. First, eliminate the squishy ones to clear the area. With this resolve, the 3 dark gold bosses were swiftly dispatched by Li Fan. He then focused his attention on the 2 legendary bosses, one being a familiar Spider Lord and the other a Scorpion Lord. The battle with the Spider Lord requires no further elaboration, as Li Fan was already quite proficient. However, the confrontation with the Scorpion Lord was a different matter altogether. This creature could fly. Chapter 45, The Epic Boss. The hellish 3-headed hound, the flying-type boss, currently poses a significant challenge to Li Fan, as he lacks the ability to ascend and combat it in the skies. However, there is a silver lining. The Lion Scorpion Lord's attacks are not easily aimed at him. During the fray, Li Fan discerned that the Lion Scorpion Lord predominantly employs 2 forms of assault in its standard state. One involves launching conical stingers from its tail, firing off 7 or 8 at a time. The other unleashes a swirling black tornado. For Li Fan, evading the stingers is relatively straightforward. After all, the projectiles take a moment to reach their destination, allowing him to preemptively dodge the impact zone with his swift movements. Conversely, the black tornado proves to be quite troublesome, as it possesses a diameter of approximately 5 meters, moves slowly, and generates a formidable pull that disrupts Li Fan's positioning in the chaotic battlefield. Even a moment's inattention could result in being struck by the attacks of both the Spider Lord and the Lion Scorpion Lord. Combat information. You have sustained damage from the Spider Lord, LV-20 legendary creature. Attack, losing 404 health points. Combat information. You have sustained damage from the Lion Scorpion Lord, LV-20 legendary creature. Tail attack, losing 339 health points. Fortunately, my stamina attribute is remarkably high. When the ring's passive buffs are fully stacked, I possess an impressive total of 1294 points. My dual defenses exceed 1500 points, rendering this damage negligible. The benefits of my previously amplified stamina are now manifesting. The legendary boss's strikes barely register against me. As for the lost health, Li Fan retaliates against the Spider Lord. Lifesteal. In the blink of an eye, my health is restored to full. Li Fan decides to abandon most evasive maneuvers, choosing instead to focus on assaulting the Spider Lord while allowing the Lion Scorpion Lord to continue its attacks, merely avoiding control skills. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 170. Minus 170. Minus 170. With the passive buffs from the ring fully stacked, Li Fan's agility attribute reaches an astounding 680 points. Coupled with the venomous necklace's 8 damage enhancement against poison foes, Li Fan's output becomes extraordinarily explosive. Once the Phantom Sword Dance buff is activated, his attack speed surges past 200 strikes per second. How long can the Spider Lord endure this onslaught? Li Fan has memorized the Spider Lord's abilities. To put it bluntly, he can predict its every move. In this context, the battle is decidedly simple. He skillfully evades its control skill, Legendary Fury, keeping a safe distance to minimize damage from subsequent abilities. As for skills such as Hellfire Sea and Firewall, I stand my ground. Unleash your might. With significant lifesteal at my disposal, Li Fan revels in his freedom. In no time, The Spider Lord succumbs, leaving Li Fan to confront the Lion Scorpion Lord in a one-on-one duel. The Scorpion Lord does not remain airborne throughout the entirety of the battle. Its size is estimated to be between 6 to 10 times that of an ordinary lion, rendering it immensely large. Its powerful, fleshy wings require great effort to sustain flight, which likely accounts for its periodic returns to the ground for respite. This moment presents an opportunity for Li Fan to strike. After all, as a flying boss, the Scorpion Lord is evidently less formidable in ground combat, making it somewhat easier for Li Fan to contend with than the Spider Lord. However, due to the disparity in size and strength between the two, Li Fan finds it challenging to prevent the Scorpion Lord from ascending once more, resulting in intermittent chances to inflict damage. The silver lining is that without the Spider Lord's assistance on the ground, the Scorpion Lord's standard abilities are unlikely to connect with him. As the Scorpion Lord's health dwindles to 70, it unleashes a powerful attack, diving from the sky to crash onto the ground. The movement is swift, yet its trajectory remains within Li Fan's keen perception. With a resounding crash, the earth trembles violently, and a shockwave surges through the air, rapidly expanding outward. This skill qualifies as a physical attack, allowing Li Fan the option to brace himself with a defensive shield. However, he opts instead to leap in place. After a brief moment of suspension in the air, he lands just as the shockwave dissipates. Now, it is my turn. Li Fan quickly advances to deliver his assault. The passive effects of his ring trigger, stunning and paralyzing the Scorpion Lord, while his necklace also activates paralysis. For over 6 seconds, Li Fan rained down blows upon the Scorpion Lord, successfully reducing its health to below 50. At that moment, a notification heralding the arrival of new adversaries refreshes. Notification: Wave 10 of monsters has respawned. The newly appeared creature is a level 20 epic beast. Notification: All 10 waves of monsters have been fully refreshed. 9 minutes and 50 seconds remain to meet the survival requirement. Li Fan decides to temporarily forego the Scorpion Lord and turns his attention to the central teleportation array, where an imposing creature has emerged, a 3-headed canine. Creature: Hellhound, Giant Bear, Intelligent, Power, Level 20 Epic. Attributes: 1. 2 million HP, 4,300 Physical Attack, 4,200 Magical Attack, 2,135 Physical Defense, 2,165 Magical Defense. Skills: a Level 20 Epic Beast. Behold its base attributes. Even Li Fan cannot help but feel a shiver course through him. With 2 million health, over 4,000 in both physical and magical attack, and defenses exceeding 2,100. This creature possesses attributes that, at this stage, likely only I among all players on the server could dare to challenge. Li Fan's focus sharpens intensely. Initially, he refrains from rushing into his offensive, instead opting to cautiously exchange a few attacks with the Hellhound. -157, -158, -3010, -170-17, -170-17. With a powerful kick, the Hellhound inflicts over 3,000 points of damage upon Li Fan, while his own output remains unchanged, consistently dealing 170 points of damage with each basic attack. I can likely endure 8 to 9 assaults. It poses no significant challenge. With my weapon and earrings combined, I possess a 10 lifesteal effect. Under conditions of sufficient attack frequency, I can withstand its onslaught just as effectively as in normal circumstances. Surviving for 9 minutes and 50 seconds? Surely, I can defeat it. Li Fan felt a surge of confidence and gradually began to unleash his full potential. At that moment, the Hellhound, displaying a lack of martial ethics, unleashed its skill after Li Fan had inflicted fewer than 100 strikes upon it, while its health still stood at 98. 4. Battle information. Hellhound, LV-20 Epic Creature, has activated the skill Magma Wave Surge. You have sustained skill damage, losing 300 health points per second, and have entered a burning state, incurring a loss of 500 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Li Fan observed as the left head of the Hellhound let out a thunderous roar, followed by a torrent of crimson magma spewing forth from its maw, swiftly engulfing the entire platform. With no avenue for evasion, the skill left no blind spots, forcing him to endure the attack head-on. Phantom Dance, activate. I shall absorb more. With evasion rendered impossible, Li Fan resolved to withstand the onslaught. The amount of health lost would be replenished through lifesteal. Like many bosses, the Hellhound remained stationary while executing its wide-ranging skill, prompting Li Fan to quickly maneuver to its rear and focus his attacks on its vulnerable posterior, unleashing a barrage of strikes at a staggering rate exceeding 200 per second. Chapter 46. Fierce Battle, Eruption, the boss's invincible skill, and perilous predicament. The augmentation of power enabled Li Fan to inflict an additional 5% damage on the boss's vulnerabilities. In an instant, a flurry of numbers erupted above the heads of the hellish three-headed hound. Li Fan's health fluctuated dramatically. One moment it stood at 18,000. The next it soared to 23,000. The hellish three-headed hound appeared somewhat dim-witted. Perhaps its multitude of heads hindered its instinctual responses. Even the Silver Wolf King knew to shield its vulnerable rear, yet the hound failed to take such precaution initially. Just as it attempted to cover its sensitive area with its tail, Li Fan's ring passively activated. Battle information. Your Silver Ring of the God of Hunting passive attribute has activated, causing the hellish three-headed hound to enter a 2-1-second stun state. Truly, as an epic boss, the control duration had diminished. Nevertheless, this was ample time for Li Fan to unleash a flurry of attacks, simultaneously triggering the paralysis effect from his ring and necklace. Battle information. Your Silver Ring of the God of Hunting passive attribute has activated, causing the hellish three-headed hound to enter a 2-1-second paralysis state. Battle information. Your Paralysis Necklace passive attribute has activated, extending the paralysis state of the Wilderness Wraith to 3-1 seconds. The skills of the hellish three-headed hound were interrupted, its three heads drooping as its entire body quivered uncontrollably. The combined stun and paralysis effects lasted approximately 4 seconds. During this interval, Li Fan launched an unrelenting assault, striking its vulnerable area with precision. Notably, the Lion-Scorpion Lord in the sky seized the opportunity to attack Li Fan multiple times, yet he dismissed these attempts with ease. Merely a level 20 legendary boss, he stood there unyielding, hardly fazed by its feeble strikes, as long as it could not eliminate him in an instant. Its output was rendered ineffective. Li Fan scoffed, noting that any health he lost to the Lion-Scorpion Lord was swiftly replenished from the hellish three-headed hound. His health remained at full capacity. Once the 4 seconds of control elapsed, coupled with the initial onslaught, the hellish three-headed hound's health dwindled to approximately 68. Roaring in fury, the hound let out a thunderous cry, its 3 heads raised in wrath, as it emerged from its controlled state and unleashed a triad of skills. Battle information. Hellish three-headed hound, LV-20 epic creature, releases the skill Magma Wave Surge, inflicting damage upon you, resulting in a loss of 4,300 health points per second. You enter a burning state, losing an additional 500 health points every second for 10 seconds. Battle information. Hellish three-headed hound, LV-20 epic creature, releases the skill Multiple Tracking Ice, inflicting damage upon you, resulting in a loss of 5,900 health points. You enter a slow state, with attack and movement speed reduced by 30 for 10 seconds. Battle information. The Hellhound, LV-20 epic creature, unleash the skill Thunderous Wrath, inflicting 5,900 points of damage upon you. You entered a state of paralysis, rendering you incapable of any action for a duration of 5 seconds. The left head of the Hellhound spewed forth a torrent of molten lava, while the right head unleashed several fist-sized ice spikes with tracking capabilities. The central head arched back to expel spheres of black lightning, filling the entire platform with a flurry of tiny bolts. Each of these skills represented a comprehensive AoE attack, delivering high damage and afflicting Li Fan with various debuffs. No matter how swift Li Fan was, the confined space of the platform left him with no refuge. In an instant, his health plummeted by over half, compounded by the lingering effects of burning, slowing, and paralysis. The severity of these persistent skills was overwhelming. Time was of the essence. He could no longer wait. Gritting his teeth, Li Fan revealed his trump cards. Twilight of the Gods, activate. Fury of Desperation, activate. The Epic Ring's active ability, Hunting Moment, activate. To prevent the Hellhound from utilizing any healing skills, he activated the Earring's ability, Source of Poison, reducing health recovery effects by 50. In an instant, Li Fan entered his most formidable state. Notably, the active effect of the ring, Hunting Moment granted him an 80 increase in attack speed and a 30 boost in attack power. However, even a 100 increase would not allow Li Fan's basic attacks to penetrate the Hellhound's defenses. At this moment, the duration of the previous Phantom Dance buff had yet to expire, lasting a total of 16 seconds at level 4 due to his title, leaving approximately 11 seconds remaining. This meant that Li Fan's current attack speed was an astonishing 210 of his base. He was striking more than 450 times per second. With active buffs in play, Li Fan wasted no time and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Hellhound. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 348.35. Minus 348.35. Minus 170.17. The Hellhound finally managed to shield its vulnerable spot with its tail, but it made little difference. Li Fan's strikes were equally effective regardless of the target. With an attack frequency exceeding 470 strikes per second, even calculating a base damage of 170 points per hit, his total output approached 80,000 damage per second. Such output was more than the Hellhound could withstand. Just 2 or 3 seconds later, it activated a new skill. Battle Information. The Hellhound, LV-20 Epic Creature, activated the skill Advanced Reflection, lasting for 30 seconds. During this time, every attack you make will reflect 500 points of true damage back to you. It must be said, this move was indeed a counter to Li Fan. With 500 points of true damage reflected for each of his 470 attacks per second, theoretically, he would perish even if his health cap were increased tenfold. Fortunately, the presence of Fury of Desperation ensured that Li Fan's health would never drop below 1 point during the buff period. Your reflection has no effect. Li Fan continued to unleash his abilities, and unbeknownst to him, the three-headed Hellhound activated a new life-saving skill. Combat Information. Three-headed Hellhound, LV-20 Epic Creature, has activated the skill Life Restoration, which will restore 60 of lost health over the next 10 seconds. Combat Information. Three-headed Hellhound, LV-20 Epic Creature, is affected by your necklace's active skill source of Venom, reducing health recovery by 50. At this moment, the Hellhound's health had fallen below 40. Even if it restored 30 of its lost health, it would still have 180,000 remaining. However, this posed little concern. The first clear title had elevated Li Fan's skills, Desperation, Fury, and Twilight of the Gods, to level 2, extending their durations by 2 seconds. What difference would it make if the Hellhound recovered 180,000 health? It merely afforded him an additional 2 to 3 seconds of striking time. Soon, the Hellhound's health plummeted to 5. At this juncture, the scene that Li Fan dreaded most unfolded before him. A golden shield suddenly enveloped the Hellhound. Combat Information. Three-headed Hellhound, LV-20 Epic Creature, has activated the skill Divine Protection, rendering it invulnerable and immune to control effects for the next 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Li Fan's Epic Ring's active skill, Moment of Hunt, had but a mere second remaining. The durations of Desperation, Fury, and Twilight of the Gods were also dwindling to a mere 3 seconds. A perilous situation. For the first time since his rebirth, Li Fan found himself truly ensnared in a crisis. Chapter 47. Perilous Encounters, Slaying the Hellhound. Li Fan's approach proved to be remarkably efficient, albeit fraught with significant risk. Under normal circumstances, when confronting a formidable boss such as the Hellhound, one ought to engage in a measured and rhythmic assault. This would allow the boss's skills to be unleashed at intervals. However, by inflicting over half of the boss's health in a brief span, a frenzy of skills was unleashed in rapid succession. A similar scenario had unfolded previously when facing the nightmarish mode Dungeon Spider Lord. In the presence of Li Fan's explosive state, the Hellhound activated its invulnerability skill, rendering Li Fan's position exceedingly precarious. Despite the intensity of his burst damage, he found himself impotent to inflict harm, merely watching as the duration of his buffs dwindled away. A second later, the skill buff from the ring, Hunting Moment, dissipated, sharply reducing both his attack and movement speed. 2 seconds thereafter, the cooldowns for Desperate Fury and Twilight of the Gods concluded, yet Li Fan remained utterly impotent against the Hellhound. Meanwhile, the Hellhound, undeterred in its invulnerable state, unleashed a trio of devastating skills: Magma Wave, Multiple Tracking Ice, and Thunderous Might. Under the onslaught of these AV skills, Li Fan found himself unable to attack or evade. forced to remain stationary in a state of helplessness. Fortunately, as the buff from Desperate Fury vanished, the passive skill from his legendary helmet, Will of the War God Arlen, activated, granting him a brief 3 seconds of invulnerability. 2 seconds later, the Hellhound's invulnerability came to an end, yet during that brief period, its health had remarkably recovered to approximately 11, and its reflective damage skill still had nearly 20 seconds remaining, with only a second of invulnerability left. It was inconceivable that he could eliminate the Hellhound's remaining health. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Fan's mind. Had the Scorpion Lord taken flight? As he battled the Hellhound, he had not noticed when the Scorpion Lord descended to the ground, now flapping its wings in preparation for another ascent. Encouraged by this development, Li Fan conceived a bold plan. The Scorpion Lord, while airborne, hovered at a height of approximately 14 to 15 meters, likely beyond the reach of both Thunderous Might and Magma Wave. He pondered whether multiple tracking eyes could reach such an altitude. Regardless, remaining on the ground would surely spell his doom. He needed to leverage the Scorpion Lord's flight to his advantage. With this thought racing through his mind, Li Fan dashed toward the Scorpion Lord, leaping onto its back with fervor. Simultaneously, the Scorpion Lord ascended into the air. As it twisted and writhed, Li Fan clung tightly to its back, refusing to be dislodged despite its vigorous movements. Once he found his footing, he swiftly drew his one-handed sword, plunging it into the Scorpion Lord. Thrust after thrust, he felt the blade sink into flesh, and the Scorpion Lord's health began to dwindle. At that moment, it unleashed a new skill. Combat Information. The Scorpion Lord, LV-20 legendary creature, unleashed the skill Bone Spike, inflicting damage upon you and causing a loss of 648 health points. You have entered the advanced bleeding state, losing 1 of your base health per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Suddenly, a row of dozens of bone spikes, each approximately 30 centimeters long, emerged along its spine. Li Fan, caught off guard, was struck by the spikes. Fortunately, it was not a grave issue, as his previous damage output had already restored his health above 1,000 points, rendering the Scorpion Lord's skill damage insufficient to pose a threat. Hovering in the air, the Hellhound's Molten Wave and Thunderous skills were indeed unable to reach Li Fan. However, the tracking ice approached menacingly. Li Fan could not afford to be careless. The damage from the tracking ice was also substantial. He quickly intensified his assault, vigorously striking the Scorpion Lord. -170-17. -170-17. -170-17. -348-35. Initially, Li Fan targeted the muscle on the Scorpion Lord's back, but he soon noticed a small, bald patch of skin at the back of its head, clearly within his attack range. Upon striking, he confirmed it was a weak point. Subsequently, every blow he dealt struck the weak point. After approximately 2 seconds of continuous assault, the 3 ice spikes that formed the tracking ice had nearly reached Li Fan's side. -5,900. -5,900. -2,950. 3 substantial damage numbers suddenly appeared above Li Fan's head. Just as he had regained over half of his health, it plummeted to double digits, below 100 points, and he entered a slowed state. That was close. Had I not timely activated my shield counter to block the final tracking ice, I would have perished. Regaining his composure as the Scorpion Lord shook, Li Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Having just taken 2 hits from the tracking ice, his health was down to 3,020 points, prompting him to take a calculated risk. He released his grip on the Scorpion Lord's neck fur with his left hand, activated the shield counter with his shield, successfully reducing the damage from the 3rd tracking ice by 50. Fortunately, after blocking the tracking ice, he managed to grasp the Scorpion Lord's fur once more. Otherwise, he would have fallen. Additionally, it was fortunate that the Hellhound's retaliatory damage skill would not be triggered by a shield counter, or else Li Fan would have met his demise. That was a close call. I must quickly regain some health. Li Fan pressed against the Scorpion Lord's back, utilizing his one-handed sword with his right hand to continue his assault. -348-35. -348-35. On the ground, the most frenzied phase of the Hellhound had passed. Its health had recovered by several tens of thousands, and its skills were no longer as frequent. It was somewhat at a loss in response to Li Fan, who had taken the Scorpion Lord as his aerial steed. Through his attacks on the Scorpion Lord, Li Fan successfully restored his health to full capacity. He then slowed his rate of output. The Scorpion Lord appeared to him as a valuable tool. He could not afford to eliminate it before vanquishing the Hellhound. Before long, the duration of the Hellhound's retaliatory damage skill had concluded. Its physique was exceedingly vast. Lying on the back of the Scorpion Lion Lord, Li Fan discovered that he could strike it at the limit of his sword Aura-S range. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded. The Scorpion Lion Lord truly appeared to transform into Li Fan's aerial steed and formidable ally. While perched atop its back, Li Fan unleashed a relentless barrage of sword energy upon the Cerberus below. The infernal beast found itself at a loss, only able to retaliate intermittently with the Tracking Eye spell. However, Li Fan, familiar with its tactics, knew that while the Tracking Eye dealt significant damage and was guaranteed to hit, the health he lost could be restored through his output, if necessary. He could also employ a shield counter to mitigate the damage. A true kite-fighting strategy. Li Fan reveled in the joy of a ranged class taunting a boss. However, this tactic came to an abrupt halt when the Scorpion Lion Lord descended back to the ground, just as the Cerberus prepared to strike fiercely at Li Fan. His epic ring and legendary necklace preemptively subdued it. Stunned and paralyzed, the Cerberus was ensnared in a control state lasting over 3 seconds. This time, Li Fan did not grant it the opportunity to awaken. After activating his freshly cooled down Phantom Dance, he unleashed a flurry of ferocious strikes, vanquishing the beast with its dwindling health. Chapter 48. The evaluation of the 12 stars unveils hidden advancement classes, and the rankings are open. In this restrictive terrain, I found myself somewhat challenged in battling the epic boss, as my attributes were insufficiently high. Fortunately, I managed to secure a victory. Next, if I can vanquish the Scorpion Lord, I shall undoubtedly earn the coveted 10-star advancement reward. After defeating the Hellhound, Li Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Although the Scorpion Lord still lingered, a mere level 20 legendary creature was hardly worthy of his concern. As anticipated, the subsequent battle proceeded smoothly, devoid of any significant obstacles, and the Scorpion Lord followed in the footsteps of the Hellhound. Notice, you have eliminated all creatures within the dungeon. The trial has concluded ahead of schedule. Notice, due to your exceptional performance, congratulations on unlocking the hidden advancement class with a maximum rating of 12 stars. Notice, please choose one of the following as your new class: Sword and Shield Ranger or Shield and Armor Master. Ah, a 12-star advancement class? Li Fan was astonished. In his recollection, the finest reward he had encountered was merely a 10-star advancement class. What could this 12-star entail? The dungeon required survival for 30 minutes, yet I obliterated all the monsters ahead of time, thus unlocking the hidden reward? Excellent. Splendid. Let me examine the distinctions between the Sword and Shield Ranger and the Shield and Armor Master. With eager anticipation, Li Fan rubbed his hands together and reviewed the brief introductions of the two advancement classes. Sword and Shield Ranger, an advancement class created in ancient times by the demigod Aragon, wielding either a two-handed great sword or a one-handed sword paired with a shield. This class boasts remarkable agility, allowing for self-defense while simultaneously delivering powerful and dazzling offensive capabilities. 12-star class bonuses: base strength and vitality increase by 100 points. Agility increases by 200 points. Each level grants 60 points of free attributes, and upon class change, you instantly comprehend 3 legendary grade skills. Shield and Armor Master, an advancement class created in ancient times by the demigod Gaia, utilizing either a two-handed shield or a one-handed sword paired with a shield. This class excels in defensive capabilities, showcasing formidable damage resistance. 12-star class bonuses: base strength and vitality increase by 200 points, physical and magical defense increase by 20, and health points increase by 50. Each level grants 60 points of free attributes, and upon class change, you instantly comprehend 3 legendary grade skills. Upon reviewing the succinct descriptions of the two classes, Li Fan made his choice without hesitation. The Sword and Shield Ranger it must be. The free attribute point bonuses for both classes were identical, yet the offensive capabilities of the Sword and Shield Ranger aligned perfectly with Li Fan's requirements. After all, the best defense is a strong offense. If I can defeat the boss in a mere second, there would be no need for defense. Although the Shield and Armor Master appeared practical, Li Fan felt it was not suited to him. The description and class bonuses clearly indicated a focus on pure tanking, which would not synergize well with his SSS-grade talent that enhances agility. Without a moment's pause, Li Fan confidently confirmed his choice. Hint: you have successfully advanced to the upgraded class Sword and Shield Ranger. Hint: your strength and stamina have increased by 100 points, agility has increased by 200 points. And from now until level 41, you will receive 60 free attribute points with each level up. Hint: you have automatically comprehended the legendary skills Sword and Shield Technique, Fatal Slash, and Tempest Swordsmanship. Hint: you are the first player in the entire server to transition to an upgraded class. Congratulations on receiving 100 free attribute points. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? Do not hide. After making the same choice as before, Li Fan's attention was entirely focused on the information of the 3 newly acquired skills. Server announcement: player Tai Sui Shun, LV-20 Sword and Shield Ranger, from M4399 Newbie Village has successfully advanced to an upgraded class, earning the reward for being the first player to transition, and his heroic deeds will be forever remembered in the history of Endless Firmament. X3. Server announcement: the first player to transition to an upgraded class has emerged. The server's level and equipment rankings are now open. Players on the list will receive generous rewards based on their rankings. All players can view the information of the top 1,000 players in terms of level and equipment in their personal comprehensive function template. X3. The announcements flashed across the server 6 times in succession. It had only been an hour since Li Fan led a team to conquer the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial, and yet another wave of excitement had surged. All players in the world of Endless Firmament were once again in an uproar. My goodness, what is happening? The server announcements are flooding in. It's that Tai Sui Shun again. Players from M4399 Newbie Village, please share what is going on. Who is this Tai Sui Shun? And how is he so impressive? The first player to transition. What an honor. I am utterly envious. Initially, the game advertised that level 20 required a class advancement trial, with a difficulty rating of 1 to 9 stars. Just an hour ago, Tai Sui Shun was still at level 19. How did he manage this in such a short time? Did he challenge a low difficulty trial? Ha ha ha. If that is the case, then Tai Sui Shun is quite foolish. Abandoning the opportunity for a higher star rating for an early class transition, truly a case of picking sesame seeds and losing watermelons. So short-sighted. Great. It won't be long before I surpass Tai Sui Shun. Surpass Tai Sui Shun? Please, the individual above, take a look at the complete rankings before speaking. Hiss. This is outrageous. How could this guy? Players stared at the 2 ranking lists, and silence fell over the crowd. Those who believed that Li Fan had chosen to clear a low-star difficulty trial to expedite his class transition were utterly stunned. For both open rankings, Li Fan's name boldly stood at the top position. Double first place. Server level ranking. Records the top 1,000 players in the server by level. And the list is updated instantly with any changes. Rewards based on rankings will be sent at 12 a.m. daily, the last day of each week, and the last day of each month. Daily rewards: the first place shall ascend to level 1. The second place shall receive an enhancement of 75 of the experience required for their current level. The third place shall gain 50 of the experience required for their current level, while those ranked from 4th to 10th shall obtain 30 of the experience required for their current level. And players ranked from 11th to 100 shall benefit from 20 of the experience required for their current level, with those ranked from 101st to 1000 receiving 10 of the experience required for their current level. Weekly rewards: the first place shall ascend to level 3, the second place shall rise to level 2, and the third place shall elevate to level 1. Additionally, players ranked from 4th to 10th shall receive 75 of the experience required for their current level. Those ranked from 11th to 100 shall gain 50. And players ranked from 101st to 1000 shall obtain 30 of the experience required for their current level. Monthly rewards: the first place shall rise to level 10, the second place shall ascend to level 7, and the third place shall elevate to level 5. Furthermore, players ranked from 4th to 10 shall achieve level 3, those ranked from 11th to 100 shall gain level 2. And players ranked from 101st to 1000 shall be promoted to level 1. Note: players exceeding level 200 shall no longer be included in the leaderboard statistics. Chapter 49. The Dual Champion, shocking the entire server. In the realm of Endless Firmament, the rankings not only bestow fame upon the players who ascend them, but also grant tangible rewards. Taking the first place as an example, the monthly reward alone can elevate a player's level to at least LV 52. Such formidable rewards are enough to incite frenzy among all players. Although rewards diminish beyond LV 200, that milestone is still far off, and at present, no one can resist the allure of the rankings. The leaderboard is ever-changing, capturing the attention of the players. However, the information regarding the top player has left everyone in despair. Server-wide level ranking information. First place, Tai Suishan, Sword and Shield Ranger, LV 2085, 67. Second place, Bloody Jack, Shadow Assassin, LV 1999, 96. Third place, Christina, Undead Mage, LV 1999, 93. Fourth place, Invincible Monarch, Archer, LV 1999, 92. 1000th place, This Pipe is Called Longing, Warrior, LV 1964, 80. Upon viewing this list, players in the gaming forum plunged into discussion. What? The player ranked 1000 has already reached level 19? I just leveled up to 15 and now feel utterly defeated. How dedicated must these top-tier players be? At 17, I was the highest level in our small team, and I felt a sense of pride, but after seeing the leaderboard, I realized I am merely a frog at the bottom of a well. The number of elite players is staggering, and the competition is fierce. Yet, the standout Tai Suishan has managed to shine brightly, nearing level 21. Players at LV 20 are required to complete a class advancement quest, and Tai Suishan has already succeeded, thus he can continue to level up. So, despite leading the second player by just one level, the actual gap between them is significant. Damn it, how on earth did Tai Suishan achieve this? Truly remarkable. Tai Suishan represents our nation, the beloved Kimchi Kingdom. Although everyone anticipated a plethora of players in Endless Firmament and expected fierce competition, the reality is astonishingly intense. The players from 2nd to 1000 are all at LV 19. This is beyond fierce. While reflecting on the arduous journey to the top, many have gained a vivid understanding of Li Fan's dominance. Goodness, amidst 200 to 300 million players, you managed to stand alone at the pinnacle? It's simply unbelievable. This sense of shock intensified when they turned their attention to the equipment leaderboard. Server-wide equipment ranking. This leaderboard comprehensively evaluates each player's gear, recording the top 1,000 players based on their equipment scores. The rankings are updated in real time, with assessments occurring daily at midnight, every weekend's final day at midnight, and at the end of each month, accompanied by corresponding rewards. Daily rewards. The first place will receive a dark gold chest, the second place a gold chest, the third place a silver chest, the 4th to 10th places will receive a bronze chest, while the 11th to 100th places will be awarded a black iron chest. Those ranked from 101st to 1000th will receive 10 black iron chest fragments. Note, collecting 20 black iron chest fragments allows the synthesis of 1 black iron chest, which can only be transformed into a black iron chest. All reward chests will yield items corresponding to the player's level at the time of collection. Weekly rewards. The first place will receive a legendary chest, the second place a dark gold chest, the third place a gold chest, the 4th to 10th places will receive a silver chest. The 11th to 100th places will be awarded a bronze chest, and those ranked from 101st to 1000th will receive a black iron chest. Monthly rewards. The first place will receive an epic chest, the second place a legendary chest, the third place a dark gold chest, the 4th to 10th places will receive a gold chest. The 11th to 100th places will be awarded a silver chest, and those ranked from 101st to 1000th will receive a bronze chest. Note, players exceeding level 200 will no longer be counted in the leaderboard statistics. Server equipment ranking information. First place, Tai Suishan, Sword and Shield Ranger. Equipped with Silver Ring of the God of Hunting, level 15 Epic Ring, scoring 1033 points. Old Helmet of War God Allen, level 18 Legendary Helmet, scoring 417 points. Equipped with Thorn Shield, level 10 Silver Offhand Weapon, scoring 66 points. Total equipment score, 3,450 points. Second place, Xia Xianzi, Warrior, Equipped with Sword of Storm, level 19 legendary two-handed weapon, scoring 777 points. Flowing Light Helmet, level 18 legendary helmet, scoring 398 points. Total equipment score, 1,739 points. Third place, Chi-Chi, Assassin, equipped with Crescent Dagger, level 18 dark gold main weapon, scoring 265 points. Plague Earrings, level 18 dark gold earrings, scoring 233 points. Total equipment score, 1,035 points. Fourth place, Miaojuan Shi-Ji, Archer, equipped with Explosive Quiver, level 18 dark gold offhand weapon, scoring 230 points. Storm Crossbow, level 19 gold main weapon, scoring 149 points. Total equipment score, 888 points. Fifth place, Bloody Jack, Shadow Assassin, equipped with Demon Bull Horn Dagger, level 17 dark gold main weapon, scoring 240 points. Night Glow Armor, level 15 gold top, scoring 136 points. Total equipment score, 871 points. 1000th place. This tube is called Longing Warrior, equipped with Refined Iron Longsword, level 16 bronze two-handed weapon, scoring 55 points. Chainmail, level 16 bronze top, scoring 27 points. Total equipment score, 298 points. The equipment leaderboard, much like the overall server rank, offers substantial rewards. However, unlike the overall level rankings, it is noteworthy that 9 out of the top 15 players on the equipment leaderboard are individuals who previously appeared alongside the formidable Tai Sui-Shin in the first completion announcement, members of the Phoenix rating team. It is utterly astonishing that they have acquired epic gear. Meanwhile, I find myself unable to even assemble a complete set of basic gear. While Tai Sui-Shin boasts epic equipment, the disparity is overwhelming, leaving me disheartened. Take note, among the top 15, 9 individuals have previously conquered the nightmarish dungeon alongside Tai Sui-Shin, creating a significant gap between us. In the Nightmare Mode S Spider Cave Trial, ISNT the ultimate boss categorized as legendary? Where did Tai Sui-Shin acquire his epic ring? This is outrageous. It seems he must be exploiting some advantage. I would pay a hefty sum for Tai Sui-Shin's secrets, if you catch my drift. With such high rewards on the leaderboard, does it not foster an environment where the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker? My patience has worn thin. I am compelled to report this on the forums. Players are astounded. Just days after the server launch, mainstream players are yearning for even a single piece of black iron equipment. While most can barely manage a full set of basic gear, the leaderboard showcases an array of dark gold, legendary gear, and even epic items. This is simply absurd. Consequently, fueled by the intentions of some, threads on the forums calling for the accountability of Tai Sui-Shin have gained tremendous traction. Just when everyone anticipated that the game's officials would not respond until tomorrow, to their surprise, the official statement arrived promptly regarding the matter. Chapter 50, Official Announcement. In the past hour, tens of thousands of players have reported anomalies in the game data of the player known as Tai Sui-Shin. After thorough examination by our intelligent core system, we hereby announce that Tai Sui-Shin's game data is entirely normal, with no involvement of third-party plugins or exploitation of in-game bugs. The exceptional prowess of Tai Sui-Shin's character is largely attributed to his fortunate acquisition of a high-quality talent and, primarily, his diligent efforts in securing various boss first-kill rewards, alongside obtaining several essences of life, which permanently enhance attribute points, in addition to rewards from hidden quests. This has enabled him to attain his current level and rank atop the equipment leaderboard. We reiterate, the world of Endless Sky is devoid of any game bugs or third-party plugins that could influence gameplay, ensuring a fair environment for all players. Do you aspire to become the next Tai Sui-Shin? Then strive diligently, with sufficient effort and a touch of luck. Perhaps you too may ascend to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. 1L. Indomitable Tyrannosaurus Warrior. First. 2L. My wife is Misaka Makoto. Wow, the official response came swiftly. I'm here for the spectacle. 3L. Day 3 of Abstinence, the intelligent core system of Endless Sky? ISNT that just the game's official entity? Why such a convoluted name? Nonetheless, I find the content of this announcement satisfactory. It appears that Tai Sui-Shin's success is merely a stroke of luck. In the future, I might have the chance to surpass him. 4L, please call me handsome. Indeed, Endless Sky is a game jointly endorsed by the 5 constant nations. How could there be cheaters? Everyone can now rest assured. Tai Shueishan is merely a fortunate individual, and the next fortunate one might just be you. 5L. Is Conan concluded in 2042? The official announcement has alleviated my concerns. I envy Tai Shueishan's luck and strength, and I hope to acquire more essences of life and uncover hidden quests soon. 19L. Lord Masterma. I too strive diligently. Why is there still such a gap between me and Tai Shueishan? Sigh, this explanation is somewhat reassuring. I shall persevere. Achieving the top of both leaderboards? My ambitions are modest. I merely aim to become the strongest warrior in the entire server. 20L. The Magic of Love. I admire the esteemed leader of the Junlin Tianxia Guild. I checked, and they are ranked 77th in level and 81st in equipment. Undoubtedly among the top 10 warriors in the server. I bow in reverence. 99L. Blood War Alliance Night Demon. I too am putting in the effort. My team has also acquired essences of life, and I am currently engaged in a hidden quest. Yet, why is there still such a disparity between me and Tai Shueishan? Could you reveal the true nature and effects of the Tai Sui deity's innate talents? I'm utterly fascinated. 100L. Bunnies are too cute to hit paying respects to the Blood War Guild elite above. As for your question, my speculation is that the Tai Sui deity possesses SSS tier quality. Otherwise, how could they be so formidable? 101L. Art is rewarding yourself. Note the post content. The core AI system of Endless Sky stated that the Tai Sui deity's talent is merely decent, likely not SSS tier. I'd wager it's S or SS tier, and an early game advantage, hence their dominance. 102L. 20 years of traditional craftsmanship. I concur with the esteemed gentleman above. 498L. Monarch Eternal Life offering a base salary of 30 million plus incentives, sincerely inviting the Tai Sui deity for an offline contract. A 10,000 bonus for any valid contact leads. For 99L, Blood War Battlefield Supreme raising to 31 million base salary plus incentives, earnestly recruiting the Tai Sui deity to our team. 10,000 bonus for verified contact information. 500L, Alliance Leader of Justice increasing to 32 million base salary with flexible terms and plentiful female companions. 10,000 bonus for the Tai Sui deity's contact details. 501L, the Tai Sui deity tempting. This deity is intrigued. First, wire me 50 to prove your sincerity. 8848L, Ultimate Elementary Overlord. I, too, drew an incredible talent. So the gap between me and the Tai Sui deity is merely effort and a slight luck deficit? Very well, expect my rise within a month as the new server champion. 8849L, bald yet not stronger. The confidence of youth. May you never awaken to mediocrity as I have. 8850L, Supreme Being from Cosmic Korea. The Tai Sui deity is one of us, glorious Koreans. 8851L, Master of American Dueling. Damn, these kimchi thieves. My boot shall meet your insolent posterior. A single post ignited endless debates among spectators. As an official response to reports against the Tai Sui deity, no player could remain indifferent. Most found the explanation satisfactory. The developers claimed the deity's strength stemmed from relentless effort and a stroke of fortune, a replicable formula. Effort that hinges on gaming aptitude. And what player doesn't T-brim with self-assurance? If the Tai Sui deity grinded, we could grind harder. As for luck, their supremacy boiled down to an advantageous starting talent draw. Talent lotteries are one-time gambles. The Tai Sui deity simply outlucked the competition. Nothing unnatural. However, within the realm of Endless Firmament, the factors determining an individual's combat prowess extend far beyond mere talent. There are myriad pathways to becoming stronger. Tai Shueishan, do not revel in your triumph just yet. Wait and see. We shall inevitably surpass you. Such sentiments echo frequently in this thread. The vast majority of players exude confidence in their capabilities. Yet, as time progresses and they observe Tai Shueishan's name consistently occupying the pinnacle of the server's leaderboards, these players come to a startling realization of their former folly. Endless Firmament's intelligent core system, you deceitful charlatan. Yet, by that time, the game had already merged with reality, and otherworldly monsters invaded the Azure planet. While players lamented, they also expressed gratitude towards this post, humorously dubbed the greatest deception in the history of Endless Firmament. It was, after all, The intentional guidance of this post that spurred them to strive harder in the game, thereby enhancing their capacity for self-preservation in the face of impending crises. Of course, these are matters for another time. At this very moment, as the official announcement post appeared on the game forum, Li Fan had just finished reviewing the information regarding the 3 legendary quality skills of his new profession. Chapter 51. 3 Legendary Skills. Rapidly unveiling hidden scripts, a must-read, Level 2 Sword and Shield Technique, Legendary Quality, Passive Skill. When wielding a two-handed greatsword, it can be utilized as a shield, activating shield blocking skills, and enhancing the effectiveness of such skills by 20. Level 2 Lethal Slash, Legendary Quality, Active Skill, adopting a swift sword-drawing stance. The user unleashes a series of 10 sword chi waves, each extending 20 meters in a fan-shaped area, at a frequency of 150 of maximum attack speed. Each wave deals 325 physical attack damage and possesses a piercing effect, allowing it to strike multiple enemies within the range. The skill consumes 260 MP and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. Level 2 Storm Swordsmanship, Legendary Quality, Passive Skill, increases base attack speed by 20. And upon successful attacks, reduces the enemy's physical defense by 30 points, lasting for 30 seconds and stacking up to 10 layers. These 3 legendary quality skills, comprising 2 passive and 1 active, hold significant practicality in Li Fan's eyes. The Sword and Shield Ranger class allows him to wield two-handed great swords in the future. The attack power of a two-handed great sword is undoubtedly superior to that of a one-handed sword. However, one must consider how to respond to crises while wielding such a weapon. The emergence of the Sword and Shield technique enables Li Fan to utilize the great sword as a shield when necessary, thus providing a means of self-preservation. Of course, this is predicated on Li Fan acquiring a suitable two-handed greatsword. The golden weapon, Bloodthirsty Blade, currently in use, has indeed become somewhat outdated. Had it not possessed the attribute of being indestructible, Li Fan would have sold it long ago, considering the capabilities of other players. The matter of changing weapons rests solely on his own efforts, though he is fortunate that there is no immediate urgency regarding this. As for the active skill, Lethal Slash, Li Fan deems it a commendable small AoE skill. With a considerable range and penetrating sword chi, coupled with a relatively short cooldown, it is likely to be frequently employed in the future. Regarding Storm Swordsmanship, it is worth noting that this skill is what has most delighted Li Fan. High-tier bosses often exhibit extraordinarily high physical defenses. Despite having already vanquished the level 20 epic boss, the Hellhound, his physical attack attribute has largely been rendered inconsequential during combat, with damage output relying predominantly on innate true damage. With the defensive reduction effect of Storm Swordsmanship, he may contemplate reallocating his free attribute points into strength in the future. After all, the decision to stack Vitality was a forced one due to insufficient output. With higher damage output, he could eliminate bosses more swiftly, thereby increasing his margin for error. He will reserve the free attribute points from this first job transfer reward for now and reassess the situation later. The level 2 Storm Swordsmanship's reduction of physical defense is not substantial. He will decide later whether to invest in strength and to what extent. Now, it is time to procure the Heart of the Warrior. With this thought, Li Fan retrieved the dungeon key from his backpack. This is a special item required to enter the hidden dungeon, Wolf Tribe Altar. This remarkable entity can be utilized at any time and in any place, offering a total of 10 opportunities for entry, with the potential to assemble a team of up to 10 individuals. However, there is no mandatory limit on the number of participants for accessing the Wolf Clan Altar. Thus, Li Fan resolutely decided to venture in alone to investigate. The hidden dungeon represents the pinnacle of difficulty amongst public dungeons, a level 20 challenge, which, considering my capabilities, should be an assured success. As Li Fan contemplated this, the dungeon key was activated. Notification: the captain has chosen to enter the hidden dungeon Wolf Clan Altar. Notification: the dungeon is time-limited to 60 minutes. With the objective being, defeat the Silver Wolf Clan leader, level 20 legendary creature. Warning: in the current mode, the dungeon atmosphere contains trace amounts of toxins, causing all challengers to lose 4 HP per second. In a fleeting moment, Li Fan found himself in a valley setting. This marked the starting point within the Wolf Clan Altar dungeon. The strongest boss within the dungeon is merely a level 20 legendary, And without further ado, Li Fan proceeded to sweep through the adversaries. Bronze tier Silver Wolves, an instant kill. Silver tier Silver Wolves. Similarly, they met their demise without delay. The Gold tier boss, the Silver Wolf King. Li Fan had previously vanquished it. Now, despite its elevation to level 20, Li Fan's prowess had significantly improved, making the encounter considerably easier. The Dark Gold boss, the Silver Wolf Lord. This one posed a minor challenge, taking Li Fan nearly 10 seconds to defeat, showcasing its formidable strength. And finally, the ultimate boss, the Silver Wolf Clan leader. This foe, indeed, lived up to its status as a legendary boss of a hidden dungeon, exhibiting extraordinary power, making the battle even more arduous than against the Spider Lord, compounded by its irritating damage reflection skills and a shield that absorbs damage. It took Li Fan over 2 minutes to subdue this adversary. Including the time spent traversing and locating the boss, Li Fan completed the dungeon in just over 6 minutes. Notification: you have successfully cleared the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon, with the process rated as SSS. You have received a reward of 1 million experience points and 1 legendary chest, level 20. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is now 21. Notification: your quest The Revenge of Blacksmith Morin Final has been completed. You may proceed to Blacksmith Morin to claim your reward. Notification: you were the first player in the entire server to clear the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon. Congratulations on receiving the first completion reward of 300 free attribute points. The title Wolf Clan Nemesis and 1 epic chest, level 20. A server-wide announcement will soon be made. Would you like to hide your name? Notification: your completion of the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon is classified as a hidden dungeon. After the first completion, it will automatically become an open dungeon for all players, with a 20 increase in drop rates for the next 7 days. As a return, you may charge an entrance fee to players attempting this dungeon. Due to the dungeon's low level, only game currency can be charged, and the amount cannot exceed 1 silver coin. Would you like to charge an entrance fee? Please confirm this setting within 10 seconds. Failure to respond will default to waiving the entrance fee. I shall not hide. I will charge an entrance fee of 1 silver coin. Li Fan made his decision without a moment's hesitation. He had previously experienced the transformation of hidden instances into public ones in his past life, and he was well prepared for the associated costs. Nothing comes without a price. If one wishes to conquer dungeons, they must pay up. With a chuckle, Li Fan began to examine the rewards he had obtained from his instance. In total, he acquired over 60 pieces of bronze and silver equipment, 7 pieces of gold gear, 3 pieces of dark gold, and a legendary item, in addition to 5 skill books of various qualities. Among them, only a pair of dark gold shoes and a pair of legendary pants were of use to him. The dark gold shoes provided a 15 increase in movement speed, a highly beneficial effect, and boasted a peculiar yet practical active skill, Slip Away, which, when activated, doubled his movement speed for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 minutes. The legendary pants, on the other hand, offered exceptional defense, an enhancement to vitality attributes, and a passive skill buff that increased life recovery effects by 40. After all, lifesteal could be considered a form of health restoration, making these items quite suitable for him. Regrettably, none of the 5 skill books were applicable to Li Fan. They were merely items waiting to be dealt with. Now, let me see what treasures this epic chest can bestow. Ah, this is truly a case of wishing for something and having it materialize. Delightful. Upon opening the epic chest, Li Fan beheld a magnificent epic greatsword materializing before him, and he could not help but beam with joy. Chapter 52. Heart of the Warrior acquired. Perfect grade epic two-handed greatsword secured. Server announcement. The hidden dungeon Wolf Tribe altar has been conquered by the brave challenger Tai Suation, level 22 warrior, from the M4399 Novice Village, earning the first completion reward for the entire server. His heroic deeds will forever be enshrined in the annals of Endless Sky history. X3. Server announcement. The Wolf Tribe altar has transitioned to a public dungeon, now accessible to all level 20 players, with a temporary 20 increase in loot drops for 7 days. All players are invited to take on the challenge. X3. Not long after the announcement of the first profession upgrade and the leaderboard refresh, yet another server-wide announcement has begun to inundate the chat. Players are once again left astounded. Another announcement, and yet again, It's about Tai Sui Shin? When will this end? At this rate, I might just be overwhelmed with astonishment. I am utterly astounded. Goodness, this luck is infuriating. Have you all seen the official announcement from the game forum? Tai Sui Shin simply has a stroke of good fortune. We are not envious. For we shall surpass him eventually. Tai Sui Shin, could you possibly take a break? Just log off for a while. Want to? Allow the common folk a moment to breathe. Tai Sui Shin has indeed done well this time, introducing a new dungeon. Now, players below level 20 need not hunt wild monsters anymore. What a relief. Oh, what does this mean? Their SA fee to enter this dungeon? How vexing. For the sake of the 20 drop rate buff, I have no choice but to part with my hard-earned currency. Players are either excitedly or numbly discussing the news. The first server announcement left everyone in shock. The second did as well, but by now, many have grown numb to the astonishment. After a brief exchange, their attention shifts to the newly unveiled dungeon, the Wolf Tribe Altar. Unfortunately, only players of level 20 and above can attempt this challenge. And mainstream players still have a ways to go before reaching level 20. Meanwhile, Li Fan gleefully examines the properties of the epic grade two-handed greatsword he received from the first completion treasure chest. Equipment: Blade of Justice. Durability: 500/500. Quality: Epic. Grade: Perfect. Usage requirements: level 20 or above. Melee class wielding two-handed weapons. Strength exceeding 500 points. Attribute 1. Physical attack 850. Magical attack 700. Strength 210. Attribute 2. Physical attack power 15. Attribute 3. Strength 210. Attribute 4. Attack imbued with light attribute. Attribute 5. Light attribute attack 16. Attribute 6. Power of Judgment, a passive skill that permanently increases the equipment's base attributes by 10 for each kill of an epic tier creature of equal or greater level. After slaying 10 epic creatures, the equipment will automatically evolve to mythical quality. Attribute 7. Judgment of Justice, an active skill that, when activated, locks onto a target enemy, forcibly transporting both the user and the enemy to a secondary spatial arena, siphoning 10 of the core 4-dimensional attributes from the enemy until one party perishes. With a cooldown of 24 hours, the flawless epic grade two-handed greatsword, boasting 7 attributes and exceptionally high base enhancements, holds the potential for future ascension to mythical quality. It is noteworthy that mythical grade equipment is generally only obtainable through the defeat of divine tier bosses. In Li Fan's previous life, he toiled for a decade without ever catching a glimpse of mythical grade gear. Reports indicate that the world's foremost powerhouse, Caesar, possessed merely one such item. In the realm of Infinite Firmament, the disparity between epic and divine bosses, though only a single tier apart, is monumental. This gulf is not only evident in base attributes but is even more pronounced in skill disparities. For instance, mythical bosses wield domain skills that exert an extraordinary level of suppression over beings beneath the epic tier. Even a level 200 epic tier warrior would be fortunate to unleash 60 to 70% of their strength against a level 20 mythical creature. Defeating such foes is conceivable. Yet slaying them is akin to scaling the heavens, as divine bosses possess keen intellect. Even golden tier bosses are aware to flee when outmatched. And divine beings are masters of evasion. Thus, acquiring a piece of mythical equipment is a daunting endeavor. The prospect of the Justice Blade advancing to mythical quality left Li Fan grinning ear to ear. How exhilarating! Once it ascends to mythical quality, this weapon will serve him well until level 100. With joy, Li Fan grasped the Justice Blade and cast a glance at his latest personal panel. Character: God of the Tai Sui. Base attributes: level 21, 2, 480, 0003. 200, 000. Class: Sword and Shield Ranger. HP: 24, 008. MP: 6, 050. Attack: Physical Attack 2, 122, Magic Attack 1, 078. Defense: Physical Defense 1, 490, Magic Defense 1, 415. Attributes: Strength 996, Agility 12, 292, Spirit 378, Stamina 1, 245. Free attribute points: 460. Maximum attack speed: 147. 60 attack second. Maximum movement speed: 294. 21 meters second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 2, SSS quality. Equipment, Skills, omitted. Special, Light Attribute Attack, 16. Before level 20, players found leveling to be a straightforward affair. However, post-level 20, the experience required for advancement skyrockets. This explains why Li Fan's level increased by 1 after his solo completion of the Wolf Tribe Altar, the first completion reward. The title Nemesis of the Wolf Tribe is a special title, while its base attributes may not surpass those of his current title, Conqueror of Nightmares. It provides an additional 13 damage boost against wolf-type creatures, which may prove advantageous in the future. This physical attack power has surged to approximately 4 times that of his pre-class advancement. The defensive capabilities have not significantly improved. Although there has been a slight increase in stamina and 2 pieces of armor have been upgraded, the absence of a shield has rendered the overall defense unchanged. However, should the need arise in the future, I can simply allocate my free attribute points to stamina. Now, it is time to turn in the quest. Li Fan admired his brand new interface for a while, and only then did his emotions settle. Upon exiting the dungeon, he found himself back in the bustling square of the M4399 Novice Village. Fortunately, the magical mask's disguise was still effective, so no one recognized him as the god of Tai Sui. Navigating through the throngs of people, Li Fan swiftly arrived at the blacksmith shop in the Novice Village. Young warrior, I thank you for avenging my daughter. I am at a loss for how to repay such a great deed. Please accept this token of my gratitude. Additionally, this item is something I stumbled upon during my early adventures. I hope you find it pleasing. As the blacksmith, Morin, spoke, a notification appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification: you have received a quest reward of 100,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a special item, Heart of the Warrior. And as a humble blacksmith, I would be willing to exhaust my savings to forge a piece of golden equipment for you. What type of equipment do you require? This was also part of the quest rewards. Li Fan pondered for a moment, realizing that his only remaining piece of equipment was a worthless silver belt. So he casually replied, "The belt, please." "Very well, please be patient for 3 days. I shall ensure its successful creation." "All right," Li Fan nodded nonchalantly. 3 days? I am about to head to the main city. Whether I remember this matter remains to be seen. At this moment, all of his attention was captivated by the Heart of the Warrior. Chapter 53, The Heart of the Warrior, entering the main city of Tianyao City. At last, he had acquired the Heart of the Warrior. Li Fan gazed at the attributes of the item, a smile of joy blossoming on his face. With this artifact, he would no longer fear the control-type skills of bosses. His margin for error in battle had significantly increased. The Heart of the Warrior appeared to be merely a palm-sized square metal piece. Li Fan promptly stored it in his backpack. And a control immunity buff appeared on his personal panel, with an infinite duration. Now that he had secured the item, it was time to develop in the main city. Although many events had transpired today, only a few hours had passed, and it was still early compared to his usual logout time. With this thought in mind, he decisively left the blacksmith and made his way to the entrance of the Novice Village. There stood a magical teleportation array leading to the main city. Once players reached level 20 and stood within the teleportation circle, they could follow the system prompts to travel to their desired main city. Hint: your level meets the requirements to use the magical teleportation array. Please choose from the following main cities to which you wish to travel: Tianyao City, Fengnong City, Heishui City, Yunyu City, Gobi City. In the realm of Endless Firmament, there were no less than 150 main cities. Yet players could not simply go to any city they wished. The selection was contingent upon the Novice Village from which the player originated. Presently, Li Fan faced a total of 32 choices. With the knowledge of his past life, he understood clearly that these 32 main cities were primarily the activity ranges for players from the Dragon Nation, like himself, before reaching level 60. As for venturing to other main cities, that would only become feasible once the National War Battleground opened after reaching level 60. Of course, if one were to encounter a special opportunity, it was not impossible to achieve this in advance. Such matters largely depended on luck and, secondarily, on one's capabilities. These 32 main cities belonged to an NPC faction known as the Eastern Hua Empire, which was but a minor nation among the over 100 countries within Endless Firmament. Fortunately, the cities were sufficiently vast, and there were teleportation arrays connecting them, providing ample opportunities for exploration before reaching level 60. It was a pity, however, that he could not intercept some hidden quests located in the main cities inhabited by Western players. Let us head to Tianyu City. After a few moments of contemplation, Li Fan made his choice. When considering which main city to visit, he first pondered the hidden quests available in that city. He recalled that there were currently 3 hidden quests he could undertake at this stage. These quests, located in different cities, offered rewards that were only slightly inferior to the Heart of the Warrior, making them exceedingly important for Li Fan. Since the 32 main cities were interconnected by teleportation arrays, it mattered little where he went first. The reason for choosing to head to Tianyu City first lies in the possession of a particular item in Li Fan's backpack, the Letter of Legacy from Li Tianhua, which he had previously acquired from the Silver Wolf King. This item necessitates his quest to seek out the legendary swordsman NPC, Li Chongqing, in Tianyu City. Li Chongqing is classified as a high-level NPC and is also associated with the Li Chongqing's Concerns quest, a task that had eluded completion by any player in the past decade of Li Fan's previous life. This piqued his curiosity regarding the specifics of the quest and the rewards it might entail. Notification: you have chosen to travel to Tianyu City. This teleportation requires a fee of 1 gold coin, which can be paid for immediate transfer. Notification: you have paid the fee. Teleportation in progress. Transfer complete. Notification: you have entered Tianyu City, with your current location near the southern teleportation array. The teleportation fee of 1 gold coin equates to several thousand Longhua coins in the current market of the M4399 Novice Village, evoking Li Fan's sympathy for the ordinary players, unlike him, for whom a gold coin is merely a trivial sum. As Li Fan pondered this, a murmur of conversation reached his ears. Brotherchen, it has been decades since a Chosen One has appeared. What significance does our garrisoning here hold? We are merely ordinary soldiers. The higher-ups must have their reasons for this arrangement. Surely, we can follow orders and enjoy our military pay without complaint? Indeed. As long as it does not hinder our pay, there is no issue. But tell me, Brotherchen, do you believe in the legend of the Chosen One? The Chosen One is said to manifest periodically within our Eastern Hua Empire. Legends claim that the Chosen One is immortal and the best defense against monstrous beings. Brother Sun, did someone just emerge from the Chosen One's teleportation array? Am I imagining things? No, your eyes are not deceiving you. There is indeed someone. My heavens. This teleportation array can only be utilized by the Chosen One. They have arrived. Li Fan turned towards the source of the voices and beheld 2 NPC soldiers clad in leather armor, brandishing long spears, staring at him in astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, he smiled knowingly. In the realm of Endless Firmament, the number of NPCs in novice villages is scarce, and their intellect is limited. While those within the main city possess a different essence, they experience emotions, harbor thoughts, and cultivate their own civilization. The primary distinction between humans and NPCs lies in the former's ability to traverse both the real and virtual worlds freely, whereas NPCs are confined to existence within the virtual realm. To the NPCs, the Chosen One is a unique designation for the player community. With a decade of experience from his previous life, Li Fan understood well that this was not the first appearance of the Chosen Ones within the Endless Firmament world. Previous Chosen Ones had been players from other realms, a realization that dawned on him only after the merger of game and reality in his past life. In the eyes of NPCs, the Chosen Ones represent an extraordinary group, immortal, with remarkable potential for growth. The NPCs do not reside in a secure environment. Take, for instance, the current situation in the Eastern Hua Empire. Aside from the major cities that serve as bastions of safety, the wilderness beyond is fraught with peril. It is also home to tribes known as the Intelligent Monsters, which are perpetually engaged in conflict with the NPC forces of the Eastern Hua Empire. The emergence of the Chosen One signifies the arrival of a formidable ally for the NPCs, hence the palpable excitement exhibited by the 2 NPC soldiers. Greetings. I am the Chosen One. I have urgent matters to discuss with Li Chongqing. Would you be able to escort me to him? Li Fan addressed the 2 NPC soldiers before directly broaching the subject. There is no need for superfluous dialogue with NPCs. One may regard them as ordinary individuals amidst a sea of humanity, speaking plainly as the situation demands. You actually know the sword, Saintly? However, that cannot be. You must first accompany us to meet the city lord, one soldier exclaimed. The sword Saintly is the mightiest individual in our Tianyao city. Isn't it said that many chosen ones behave recklessly? I believe it would be prudent to meet the sword saint first. Then you shall take him to see Lord Li while I report to the city lord. My goodness, the chosen one has truly appeared. It feels like a dream. After a brief exchange, one of the NPC soldiers led Li Fan to seek out Li Changxing, while the other departed to find the city lord. Chapter 54, Level 90 Legendary NPC Li Changxing. These two NPCs are stationed to guard the players, specifically the soldiers of the Chosen One's teleportation array. They placed great importance on the appearance of Li Fan, for history has shown them that the emergence of the first Chosen One heralds an endless tide of others to follow. Although they were astonished by Li Fan's knowledge of Li Changxing's name, as the mightiest native NPC of Tianyao City, Li Changxing was indeed worth introducing to Li Fan. After all, the Chosen Ones are notorious for their unruliness, and it is only fitting to present them to notable figures. Tianyao City is home to numerous native NPCs, reminiscent of ancient cities in the Dragon Kingdom. The vibrant marketplace echoed with calls, freshly made mahua, delicious and affordable, only 10 copper coins each. Candied hawthorn, just 12 copper coins. Come and see. Mom, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Is one enough? Yes, thank you, Mom. Navigating through the bustling throngs, Li Fan soon arrived at the grand entrance of a spacious courtyard, guided by the NPC soldiers. The soldiers engaged in brief dialogue with the gatekeeper. After a span of roughly 5 minutes, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long azure sword hurriedly emerged. Indeed, it was a Chosen One. After a 60-year hiatus, the Chosen Ones have finally reappeared. How splendid! Great God of the Tai Sui, I, Li Changxing, on behalf of the Eastern Hua Empire, welcome your arrival. This venerable figure was none other than the legendary swordsman Li Changxing of the Eastern Hua Empire, whose beard trembled with excitement upon seeing Li Fan. Li Fan understood the source of his exhilaration. According to the trajectory of his past life, the Eastern Hua Empire was fraught with peril, with various cunning and magical tribes poised to strike. The arrival of players could prove invaluable in aiding the natives of the Eastern Hua Empire. While ordinary NPCs might not grasp the significance of the Chosen Ones, someone of Li Changxing's stature undoubtedly comprehended it. However, after a brief moment of elation, a flicker of doubt and caution crossed Li Changxing's eyes. The Eastern Hua Empire has a history spanning over a millennium, during which 6 Chosen Ones have emerged. Established protocols concerning the treatment and oversight of Chosen Ones have long been in place. Great God of the Tai Sui, you should first visit the Lord's mansion to meet the Lord, and then proceed to the Chosen Ones department for legal instruction. Why do you wish to see me first? Do you know me? What is this important matter you wish to discuss? Li Changxing unleashed a barrage of inquiries. Upon entering the main city, players are to undergo legal training at the NPC Chosen Ones department. The mention of this brought a pang of sorrow to Li Fan as he recalled his own past. To the natives of the game world, players represent the fourth calamity. Players are akin to ticking time bombs, capable of saving the world or treating it as a mere plaything. They possess the power to construct worlds within the game or to bring about their destruction. From a certain perspective, players' potential for devastation far surpasses that of the game's formidable villains. The indigenous NPCs of the world of Endless Azure Sky have grown quite familiar with the player community, understanding the player's unruly nature. Thus, a well-established system of player management and education has emerged. To illustrate, when an ordinary player first enters the main city from the novice village, the first thing that happens is that NPC soldiers forcibly escort them to undergo management training. Players must memorize relevant laws and pass assessments before being granted the freedom to roam. Although the NPCs demand little in terms of moral standards from players, the laws, despite their brevity, still comprise over 3,000 characters. Li Fan spent several days memorizing them to successfully pass the assessment and gain his freedom. Reflecting on this now, he cannot help but feel a pang of nostalgia. It has been ages since he last memorized anything since graduating. The local NPCs are quite impolite. Fortunately, the events of his past life are behind him, and this time around, things need not be so complicated. This is something I stumbled upon after defeating a golden tier wolf beast. Regarding Li Changxing's curiosity, Li Fan offered no further explanation and directly retrieved Li Tianhua's last letter from his bag to hand it to him. Simultaneously, he took a glance at Li Changxing's brief information. Name, Li Changxing. Strength, LV90 Legendary Tier. Attributes, Skills. Remarks, Legendary Swordsman of the Donghua Empire, one of the strongest. At LV90 Legendary Tier, Li Fan gazed at this panel, unable to suppress his thoughts about what treasures might drop if he were to defeat this opponent. The level disparity was vast. Although he could not see the specifics of the opponent's attributes and skills, the possibility of him defeating Li Changxing seemed exceedingly slim. Furthermore, the repercussions of attacking an NPC were too severe, prompting Li Fan to quickly shake his head and dismiss this perilous notion. On the other hand, upon receiving the letter, Li Changxing glanced at it hurriedly, his expression immediately turning sorrowful. This is Huazi's letter. Huazi is dead. My dear grandson, I never anticipated that I, Li Changxing, would one day experience the sorrow of outliving my own kin. After waiting for a moment and witnessing Li Changxing regain some composure, Li Fan seized the opportunity to speak. My condolences. Is there anything I can assist you with? Great sage, thank you for delivering my grandson's last letter, Li Changxing said, scrutinizing Li Fan for a moment before shaking his head. Your strength is still too feeble. Perhaps I shall. But before he could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment. For Li Fan, without a word, showcased his prowess right before him. He was all too familiar with this scenario. It was merely a matter of NPCs underestimating players. This was akin to how he had triggered a hidden quest with the blacksmith Morin back in the novice village. He could simply repeat the process now. Swish, swish, swish. 150 strikes per second. The frequency left Li Changxing wide-eyed, and he could not finish the latter half of his sentence. I misjudged you. You possess astonishing strength, truly deserving of being the first chosen one to arrive in Tianyao City. In that case, I indeed have a matter that requires your assistance. As Li Changxing's words faded, a notification appeared on Li Fan's panel. Notification. You have triggered the hidden quest. Li Changxing's worry. 1. Quest description. Recently, the nearby monster tribes around Tianyao City have been unusually active, causing Li Changxing some unease. 3 months prior, he dispatched his grandson, Li Tianhua, to investigate. But he has now received the unfortunate news of Li Tianhua's unexpected demise. Overwhelmed with grief and unable to leave his post in Tianyao City, he wishes to enlist your aid in uncovering the truth behind Li Tianhua's death, as well as the cause of the monster's abnormal behavior nearby. However, before proceeding, he requires further validation of your capabilities to undertake this task. Quest content. Venture to the Maple Leaf Valley area outside the southern gate of Tianyao City and eliminate 500 carrion rats, level 25 normal creatures. Quest progress. 0500. Quest deadline. Within 3 days. Required number of participants. 1. Success rewards. 20 gold coins, 250, 000 experience points. And additional rewards based on your performance during the quest. Failure penalty, permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Chapter 55. The shock of the Lord of Tianyao City and the commencement of monster hunting at the very moment Li Fan successfully received a hidden quest from Li Changxing. A group of NPCs, led by a middle-aged man, hurriedly approached the entrance of the Li residence. Upon closer inspection, Li Fan recognized that the foremost figure was none other than the Lord of Tianyao City. Name, Zhao Heng. Strength, level 70 dark gold rank. Attributes, Skills. Notes, Lord of Tianyao City, a direct descendant of the Eastern Hua Empire's royal family. Indeed, he is the chosen one. How splendid. Great Sui God, welcome to Tianyao City. Have you concluded your discussions with the Sword Saint, Li? If so, please accompany us. You are the first chosen one to appear in the Eastern Hua Empire, and I wish to personally inform you of our regulations and rewards concerning the chosen ones. As Zhao Heng spoke, his gaze towards Li Fan was laden with both vigilance and excitement. The vigilance stemmed from his duty as the city lord to maintain order within the city and to properly manage the chosen ones. The excitement, however, arose from the arrival of the chosen one, signaling a formidable new force in the Eastern Hua Empire's struggle against external monstrous threats. Historically, during the epochs when Chosen Ones emerged, the menace of outside monsters was at its nadir. Yet, the notorious tendency of Chosen Ones to defy authority was equally well documented. Thus, Zhao Hang's eyes held a glint of menace, suggesting that he would resort to coercion should Li Fan refuse compliance. However, this threat swiftly transformed into astonishment. First, no one may be slain without just cause. Second, no acts of debauchery or pillaging are permitted within the borders of the Eastern Hua Empire. Third, deception against any resident of the Eastern Hua Empire is strictly forbidden. Any grievances may be reported to the authorities for a fair resolution. Fourth, no. The 201st regulation states that upon slaying a monster, one shall earn a certain number of merit points based on the creature's strength, which can be exchanged for various items within the Eastern Hua Empire. The 203rd regulation permits adventurers intending to venture into perilous regions to spend merit points or pay local residents for assistance in combat. The 204th regulation promises a minimum bonus of 1,000 merit points for the destruction of a monster tribe, alongside an imperial commendation, bestowing the title of Honorary Chosen One. At this moment, Li Fan was reciting the management and reward regulations for the Chosen Ones in the Eastern Hua Empire. This content was etched in his memory, akin to verses from ancient texts such as Jiji, Fu Jiji, or Mulan weaving at the door, allowing him to recall it with ease. The Eastern Hua Empire's regulations on the Chosen Ones are relatively lenient, primarily warning them against bullying ordinary residents while encouraging them to slay monsters, with the Empire offering rewards. The regulations serve to deter potential chaos from the Chosen Ones, while promoting their assistance to local inhabitants in combating monstrous foes. Similar statutes are not exclusive to the Eastern Hua Empire. Other nations within the world of Endless Firmament exhibit a comparable approach towards players. How do you know this? Have you traveled to other major cities within the Eastern Hua Empire and received training there? Indeed, the emergence of a Chosen One is a momentous occurrence for the Empire. Once such an event transpires, all major cities are promptly notified. Is this truly your first visit to the main city? Zhao Hang scratched his head, questioning his very existence. You can recite the regulations without even studying? Is this generation of Chosen Ones truly so exceptional? Regardless of where I have studied. You should simply confirm whether my recitation is accurate, Li Fan replied, shaking his head in response. Are you suggesting I need to explain that I am a reincarnation? Your recitation is impeccable, nearly word for word. Zhao Hang nodded in agreement, then added, since you are already well-versed in the management and reward regulations for the Chosen Ones, we can forego that process. Just keep this with you, and you may roam freely. With that, Zhao Hang retrieved a metal sphere the size of a ping-pong ball from his pocket, its surface intricately engraved with magical patterns. Item: official proof of the Chosen One. Type: magical item, special item. Function: monitors the morality value of the Chosen One. Records merit points. Moral value: 0. Merit points: 0. Note: issued by the Eastern Hua Empire, effective upon placement in your backpack. This proof signifies the passing of assessments for the Chosen Ones. Please carry it with you at all times. If lost, please report it immediately, or you may be pursued by NPC soldiers. This is a special item prepared by NPCs specifically for players. In the eyes of NPCs, the Chosen Ones are indeed formidable. To put it bluntly, this item serves as a temporary electronic leash for each player. However, Li Fan found it inconsequential. He understood the NPC's wariness towards players. Moreover, in just over 90 days, as the game merges with reality, NPCs will essentially become indistinguishable from real people, rendering this item obsolete. After placing the item into his backpack, Zhao Hang continued. As the first Chosen One to enter our Tianyao city, you are entitled to claim a special reward from me. As he spoke, a list appeared on the fan system panel. 1. Exquisite Longsword, LV20 Golden Two-Handed Sword. 2. Exquisite Heavy Shield, LV20 Golden Two-Handed Shield. 3. Obsidian Sword, LV20 Golden One-Handed Sword. 50. Exquisite Grimoire, LV20 Golden One-Handed Spellbook. The list comprised a total of 50 options, all featuring LV20 golden quality weapons across various professions. Li Fan was astonished that being the first player to enter the main city would yield such unexpected rewards. However, he found the LV-20 golden items rather beneath his notice. I shall select this exquisite two-handed heavy shield, he decided casually, recognizing the comparative value of the equipment. After all, in a team, the importance of a frontline tank player is paramount. A proficient tank ensures the stability of the team and the shield, as the core weapon for the tank profession is undoubtedly in high demand. After bidding farewell to Li Changxing and Zhao Hong, Li Fan did not immediately teleport to other main cities to intercept the 3 concealed quests that lingered in his memory. Instead, he ventured into the wilderness. Having upgraded his talents for quite some time, he had not seen the prompt indicating an increase in agility from slaying monsters, and he was eager for it. In the outskirts of Tianyao City, even the weakest creatures were level 21 common monsters, which sufficiently met the requirements for his talent to trigger. Notification: you have slain a Grey Wing Mantis, level 21 common creature. You have gained 640 experience points. Notification: your talent has activated. You have permanently increased your agility by 2 points. This was the prompt he had been waiting for. Ecstatic, Li Fan felt a surge of joy. Subsequently, he continued to grind for over 3 hours in that very spot, ultimately surpassing 15,000 in his base agility attribute. Only then, urged by fatigue, did he remove his helmet to wash up and retire for the night. Thus, the day of the avid gamer, filled with labor and fulfillment, came to a gratifying conclusion. Chapter 56: The Struggles of Chen Ergo and the Covert Mission. Beep beep beep. Upon awakening, Li Fan's phone emitted a notification from WeChat. The message was from none other than his good friend Chen Ergo. Over the past few days, they had exchanged a few words daily, but both had been engrossed in their games, rendering their chat function akin to a message board. Li Fan opened WeChat to read the message. Chen Ergo: hey, Shaoli. I've reached level 20, haha, impressive, right? Chen Ergo: damn, I followed your advice and entered Tianyao City, only to be immediately detained by the NPCs. Can you believe it? I had to memorize the management regulations. Is this game really so torturous? Thankfully, my memory is remarkable. I managed to grasp it all in half a day. Chen Ergo: by the way, you still Haven T told me your game ID. You promised to give me some awesome gear when I got to Tianyao City. I suppose you were just boasting, right? Haha, I forgive you. Chen Ergo: I'm too tired now, heading to bed. I'll probably be online around 9 p.m., so remember to add me as a friend in Tianyao City. I'm among the top 1,000 players, and I'll help you soar. Reading the messages on his WeChat, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. His good friend had shared his game ID on the very first day, yet he had yet to disclose his own. He was eager to see Chen Ergo's reaction when they finally met in the game. Surely, his friend would be taken aback. 9 p.m., is it? Very well. Tonight I shall officially assist you. Li Fan replied with an enthusiastic OK emoji, then casually grabbed a bite to eat before donning his gaming helmet. Waking up to play games and sleeping after logging off, with 95 of his waking hours spent in the virtual realm, Li Fan felt a twinge of anxiety about his gaming habits. If this continued, he feared not only a sudden demise, but also the possibility of diminished vitality. Fortunately, once the game merged with reality and the world became data-driven, his body would synchronize with his character, ensuring a full revival when the time came. Every effort yields its rewards. A little grind now would grant him greater leverage when facing the impending invasion of foreign monstrosities. Notification: welcome back to the world of Endless Firmament. Notification: you have a pending reward of gold coins. Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon Ticket. Notification: your friend Zixiao Fairy sent you a message at 12:10 p.m. I've collected 1,000 gold coins today while in Tianyao City. When are you coming over? I'll give you the coins. As soon as he logged in, 3 notifications appeared on Li Fan's screen. The ticket fees had accumulated to over 9,000 gold coins in just one day. A delightful surprise. Li Fan's smile widened, as the income from the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon was substantial. This was due in part to the large player base and the fact that this dungeon was accessible at level 20, coinciding with players' first career advancement. Many sought to gather superior equipment and powerful skills to conquer high-star difficulty challenges, prompting a surge of participants in the Wolf Tribe Altar. Currently, the number of players who have reached level 20 is relatively small, constituting approximately 10 of the entire server population. It is anticipated that the Wolf Clan altar will continue to contribute a significant amount of ticket fees to Li Fan in the coming days. The Fairy Zixia has heeded my previous suggestion and has arrived in Tianyao City, resulting in an imminent influx of a four-figure sum of gold coins. What a delightful prospect. There is no rush regarding this matter. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, I plan to meet with her Guzi to retrieve the gold coins from her. Now, it is time to seize the 3 hidden quests that linger in my memory. With this thought, Li Fan immediately sprang into action. As more players reach level 20 and complete their class transitions, there is a risk that the 3 hidden quests I have painstakingly recalled may be triggered by others, leading to a substantial loss. Therefore, today, my foremost objective is to promptly secure these 3 hidden quests. Notice, you have been teleported to Fengyang City, consuming 1 gold coin in teleportation fees. The first stop in my quest to intercept the hidden tasks is Fengyang City, one of the main cities of the Eastern Hua Empire. Upon arriving, a cacophony of noise assaulted Li Fan's ears. Why can't we leave? What nonsense is this Chosen One management regulation? I don't care to learn it. Get lost. Damn it, NPC soldiers are attacking. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. NPCs, just wait. We will make you pay for this in the future. Indeed. A small number of players had also gathered around the teleportation array in Fengyang City. These players, brimming with excitement as they transitioned from the novice village to the main city, found themselves abruptly educated by the righteous fist of NPC soldiers before they could even begin to revel in their newfound freedom. Want to leave? Be honest and memorize the Chosen One management regulation first. Those unwilling to comply, hoping to stir trouble, were met with the soldiers' understanding of the players' indestructible nature. Should they cause chaos, they would be swiftly eliminated. The NPCs exhibited an undeniably assertive demeanor. Li Fan witnessed several players causing a disturbance, only to be dispatched on the spot. The NPC soldiers boasted levels above 40, while the players' equipment and skills were on an entirely different tier, coupled with level suppression. The players could only obediently comply. Of course, having passed the assessments, my treatment differs from theirs. Li Fan stepped out of the crowd. Indeed, upon glancing at him, the NPC soldiers did not impede his passage. The players who had been under surveillance looked on in astonishment. What is happening? Why aren't the NPCs stopping that guy? Brother Wusong, do you possess some unique strategy? Please share it with us. Brother Wusong, wait, don't go. Amid the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, Li Fan, disguised as Wusong, nonchalantly made his exit. Navigating through the bustling streets, he took a series of turns and arrived at the doorstep of a hunter NPC. The door stood ajar, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man of approximately 40 years standing before Li Fan. Name, Cheng Xiaoguang. Strength, level 33, ordinary. Attributes, skills. In the courtyard of Fengyang City, Cheng Xiaoguang, an ordinary hunter clad in simple animal fur attire, diligently polished a hornbow. To the casual observer, he appeared no different from the throngs residing within the city. However, possessing the knowledge of a previous life, Li Fan recognized that this individual was far from an ordinary NPC. He bore a significant background. Greetings, I am a well-meaning Chosen One. You seem troubled. Is there anything I can assist you with? With this unremarkable opening line, the hunter, Cheng Xiaoguang, glanced at Li Fan and coldly replied, I do not require your assistance. Furthermore, please leave. I wish to enjoy some solitude. Li Fan sighed, as his recollection of the specific trigger for this hidden quest had become quite hazy, leaving him to experiment haphazardly. Indeed, his mundane inquiry failed to activate the hidden task. Thus, it seemed he had no choice but to escalate the intensity of his approach. Chapter 57, Forgotten Task Trigger Process? Clever as Li Fan. The hidden quest of the hunter Cheng Xiaoguang was revealed to Li Fan through a channel akin to the quest The Revenge of Blacksmith Morin that he encountered in his previous life while perusing game forums where seasoned players shared their experiences. In the realm of Endless Firmament, hidden quests are nearly unique. Once an individual completes such a task, even if the method is meticulously disclosed, no one else can trigger the same hidden quest, perhaps due to this uniqueness. Those esteemed players from Li Fan's previous life took great pleasure in recounting their experiences with hidden quests. The hunter NPC Qing Xiaoguang may outwardly appear to be an ordinary character in Fengnong City, yet Li Fan is acutely aware that his identity is anything but simple. His ancestors belonged to a legendary family renowned throughout the Eastern Hua Empire, revered as the Cheng dragon-slaying clan. In their prime, an ancestor single-handedly vanquished a dragon tribe, earning a place among the mightiest of the Eastern Hua Empire. Alas, fate proved cruel. This ancestor ultimately perished during a siege by monstrous creatures. His demise precipitated the decline of the illustrious dragon-slaying family, and by the time of Cheng Xiaoguang, he was the sole remaining heir, a middle-aged bachelor. Cheng Xiaoguang harbors a profound yearning for the glory of his forebears, yet he is painfully aware of his limited talent. Despite years of diligent effort, he is merely marginally stronger than the average citizen. Compounding his despair, an injury sustained in his youth rendered him incapable of bearing offspring, and he now watches helplessly as his family legacy teeters on the brink of extinction. Cheng Xiaoguang dreams fervently of restoring the Qing dragon-slaying clan's name to its former glory across the Eastern Hua Empire, believing that even in death, he would have no regrets. Lacking the capability to achieve this himself, he places his hopes upon others. In Li Fan's previous life, a fortunate player caught his eye. The reward for this hidden quest was a unique item known as the Stone of Chaos, which could significantly enhance a player's strength attributes. Regrettably, time has dulled his memory of the triggering process, leaving him no choice but to seek alternative methods. Contemplating this, Li Fan pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Cheng Xiaoguang furrowed his brow and inquired. How amusing it is that the illustrious Qing dragon-slaying clan has descended to the status of a destitute hunter in your generation. Is that not laughable? Li Fan exclaimed. Who are you? How do you know this? Cheng Xiaoguang's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew tense. The transformation from a legendary family to a solitary, impoverished hunter is Cheng Xiaoguang's greatest anguish, a pain he has never shared with another soul, leaving him bewildered by how Li Fan possesses such knowledge. I have stated that I am merely a chosen one. Do not concern yourself with how I know. The truth remains that you have brought shame upon your ancestors. Is that not so? What do you understand? Li Fan's words ignited a fierce blush upon Cheng Xiaoguang's face, prompting him to exclaim, Is that truly what I desire? I am merely an ordinary individual, devoid of the extraordinary talents akin to those of imperial powerhouses, nor do I possess the fortuitous luck of my ancestors. My family has not bequeathed me with a worthy legacy. What am I to do? I too am engulfed in despair. I yearn to see the name of the Cheng family, the dragon-slaying clan, shine throughout the Eastern Hua Empire, yet I feel utterly worthless. What can you possibly suggest I do? I am not afraid of urgency, but rather the silence of indifference. Inside, Li Fan felt an overwhelming joy. Though he outwardly maintained an air of contemplation, he then addressed the matter earnestly. Is illuminating the name of the Qing dragon-slaying clan across the Eastern Hua Empire your dream? Fear not, for I can assist you. With your capabilities? Cheng Xiaoguang could not suppress a derisive laugh. A mere level 22 chosen one. Lacking in strength yet brimming with bravado, does he not fear his own hubris? Do you NPCs truly gauge players solely by their levels? In a flash, Li Fan, without allowing his adversary to finish, adeptly demonstrated a staggering attack speed of 150 strikes per second, leaving Cheng Xiaoguang utterly flabbergasted. What is this? Cheng Xiaoguang was astounded. How could a level 22 chosen one possess such formidable prowess? Thus, I am indeed a failure. Now, do you believe I can achieve it? Li Fan inquired. Yao Xiaoguang remained silent, yet his thoughts were sincere. Suddenly, a task prompt appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification. You have triggered the unique hidden quest The Dream of Hunter Cheng Xiaoguang. 1. Quest description. Cheng Xiaoguang dreams of reinstating his family's glory throughout the Eastern Hua Empire. However, he realizes that achieving this alone is beyond his reach and thus seeks your assistance. Before commencing, you must further demonstrate your strength. Quest objective. Defeat 10 golden creatures of level 30 or above. Quest progress. 0-10. Quest deadline. Within 7 days. Number of participants required. 1. Success reward. 10 gold coins, 250, 000 experience points, and additional rewards based on performance during the quest. Failure penalty. Permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Clever as I am, even without remembering the quest process, I have managed to trigger a quest. How delightful. Li Fan silently congratulated himself. Upon accepting the quest, he refrained from further conversation with Chang Xiaoguang and promptly set forth towards his next destination. Notification. You have been teleported to Gobi City, consuming 1 gold coin for the teleportation fee. Upon arriving in Gobi City, one of the main cities within the Eastern Hua Empire, Li Fan essentially replicated the process he had followed in Fengyang City. Even without recalling the hidden quest trigger, through his own cunning, being aware of the quest's content and the NPC's needs, he successfully accepted a second hidden quest. Notification. You have triggered the unique hidden quest The Revenge of the Young Master of Wei Yuan Escort, 1 year ago. The Wei Yuan Escort Agency suffered a devastating attack from the Scorpion Beast tribe in the depths of the Gobi Desert during a collective escort mission, resulting in heavy casualties. The sole survivor, the young master Lin Yuliang, was left destitute, as his entire family fortune was forfeited to the clients. He harbors a profound desire for vengeance on behalf of his family. Before the formal undertaking of this task, he requires further proof of your capabilities. Task. Venture to the area known as Deep Within the Gobi, located outside the southern gate of Gobi City, and eliminate 500 ordinary scorpions, level 32 regular creatures. Progress. 0500 deadline. Within 7 days. Participant requirement. 1 person. Success reward. 500. 000 experience points and eligibility to accept the subsequent task. Failure penalty. Permanent disqualification from this task chain. Alas, poor Lin Yuliang, the first phase of the task offers no coin as reward, yet I, a benevolent soul, am inclined to assist him. Certainly, it has nothing to do with the unique item that grants a cooldown free period for active skills for 60 seconds. A rare treasure exclusive to the entire server. Shaking his head, Li Fan bid farewell to Lin Yuliang and promptly proceeded through the teleportation array to Obsidian City. In his recollections, the third hidden task held a certain uniqueness, yet it promised extraordinary rewards. Chapter 58. The 99 Ring Quest of Master Lu Yanwei begins. In a tavern within the Obsidian City, Li Fan successfully located his target NPC, an inebriated old man. The initiation process for this hidden quest was remarkably straightforward. After a single inquiry from Li Fan, the NPC promptly assigned the task to him. Notification. You have triggered the unique hidden quest The Daily Life of the Drunkard Lu Yanwei, 1. Quest description. Lu Yanwei is a connoisseur of wine, yet he currently finds himself financially constrained, hoping you might furnish him with some coin for libations. Quest objective. Deliver 10 gold coins to Lu Yanwei. Quest deadline. Within 1 hour. Player requirement. 1 person. Successful reward. 10,000 experience points and eligibility to accept the next segment of the quest. Failure penalty. Permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Like Lin Yuliang, whom Li Fan encountered in Gobi City, Lu Yanwei was also a miser, offering scant rewards for his tasks. Fortunately, Li Fan was not particularly concerned about such trifles. Securing the quest was of utmost importance. It was one thing to receive paltry rewards, but to pay the NPC as well? How many players would willingly do such a thing? However, Li Fan understood that this quest held significance, ultimately granting a special item that would allow players to enhance their equipment to match their character levels. For instance, if Li Fan's current weapon was a level 20 epic, upon reaching level 30, this special item would automatically elevate the weapon to level 30 epic standards. As he advanced to level 40, level 50, or even level 200, his weapon would similarly upgrade. Thus, once acquired, Li Fan would be well on his way to amassing a complete set of in-game gear. After delivering the 10 gold coins to Lu Yanwei, a new notification appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification. You have completed the quest The Daily Life of the Drunkard Lu Yanwei, 1, earning 10,000 experience points. Notification. You have automatically accepted the second segment of the quest, The Daily Life of the Drunkard Lu Yanwei, 2. Quest description. Lu Yanwei craves fine wine paired with exquisite dishes, and he yearns for the taste of windstorm rabbit legs. He hopes you can procure 200 pairs of windstorm rabbit legs for him. Quest objective. Proceed to the outskirts of the Endless Mountains north of Obsidian City. Hunt down 200 windstorm rabbits, level 24 ordinary creatures, and upon defeat, automatically obtain the quest item, Windstorm Rabbit Legs. Quest progress. 0200. Quest deadline, within 3 days. Player requirement, 1 person. Successful reward, 500,000 experience points and eligibility to accept the next segment of the quest. Once again, the task was straightforward. Nevertheless, Li Fan was aware that Lu Yanwei's hidden quest encompassed a total of 99 segments, except for the final task, which presents a considerable challenge. The preceding 98 stages can be effortlessly completed, either by vanquishing minor foes or simply providing him with funds for wine and provisions. In Li Fan's previous life, numerous players encountered this quest, yet the vast majority abandoned it midway. This was due to Lu Yanwei's insatiable greed. His monetary demands escalated while the rewards remained miserly, leading players to feel as though they were engaged in a one-sided transaction, ultimately feeling deceived by the NPC. As for the 99th task, it was an arduous endeavor. In Li Fan's prior existence, it took over 2 months after the server's launch for a player to successfully complete it. That individual, through the unique item obtained from this hidden quest, ascended to become one of the top 10 mages in the entire server. Recalling the 3 hidden tasks he had successfully intercepted, he resolved to diligently grind monsters and strengthen himself. He would commence with Lu Yanwei's task. After a brief contemplation, Li Fan established his developmental strategy. Currently at level 22. He found this level to be rather awkward. Should he tackle a dungeon? The only suitable option was the Wolf Clan Altar, as the next public dungeon required level 30 for entry. He had already conquered the Wolf Clan Nest, and further attempts would yield merely equipment skills. While these skills were indeed useful, the level of the Wolf Clan Altar dungeon was too low. It was akin to high-level players farming low-level monsters, which would impose a penalty on his gains. Moreover, the creatures within the Wolf Clan Altar were all level 20, preventing him from utilizing his talents to enhance his agility attributes. As for acquiring equipment skills, there are plenty of dungeons in Endless Firmament, and he could challenge new dungeons when his level was sufficiently high. Time was of the essence, and Li Fan believed it prudent to leverage his talents to grind minor foes and augment his agility, which was the priority. In doing so, he could simultaneously undertake Lu Yanwei's hidden quest, a double-pronged approach that promised delightful results. With this thought in mind, Li Fan promptly made his way to the outskirts of the Endless Mountains, located to the north of Obsidian City. In his previous life, he was exceedingly familiar with the 32 realms of the Donghua Empire, requiring no navigation through the map. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. Species, Gale Rabbit. Level, LV-24 Common Creature. Attributes, 2000 HP, 255 Physical Attack, 220 Magic Attack, 102 Physical Defense, 93 Magic Defense. Skill, the Gale Rabbit gains a temporary 30 increase in attack and movement speed upon receiving damage. True to its name, the Gale Rabbit possesses remarkable speed, a skill crucial for its survival. Nevertheless, this mere LV-24 common creature was as fragile as paper in Li Fan's presence. Swish. -2000. Fatal damage. Notification. You have slain Gale Rabbit, LV-24 common creature, earning 825 experience points, 10 level up bonus. Notification. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. Notification. You have obtained a pair of Gale Rabbit legs quest item. Upon donning the legendary weapon, the Blade of Justice, Li Fan's fundamental physical attack power was sufficient to vanquish the Gale Rabbits with a single strike, inflicting damage that exceeded several hundred points. His movement and attack speed were exceedingly swift, and given that Gale Rabbits were respawning in abundance, Li Fan efficiently dispatched 200 of them in merely 10 minutes. With the task completed, his base agility increased by 400 points, and he returned to town to submit the quest. Notification. You have received the quest reward. Omitted. Notification. You have automatically accepted the 3rd-tier quest. Lu Yanwei's 3rd-tier quest required the extermination of a common creature known as the Crimson Wingbat, a level 24 enemy found on the outskirts of the Endless Mountains. The objective was to satiate his curiosity about the taste of the Crimson Wingbat. Li Fan admired his peculiar palate and was determined to fulfill his request. After another 20 minutes of back and forth, he successfully delivered 200 Crimson Wingbat ingredients. Soon after, the quest progressed to the 4th tier, then the 5th, all the way to the 13th tier. Upon completing the 13th tier quest, Li Fan glanced at the time, realizing it had unknowingly become 9:30 in the evening. Growing weary of the monotonous tasks, he decided to adhere to his agreement with his good friend, Chen Ergu, and head to Tianao City to meet him. However, on his way back to town, Li Fan fortuitously spotted a team of approximately 7 or 8 players not far off, seemingly engaged in battle with a minor boss. A wave of frustration washed over him. He had completed 13 tiers of quest without encountering a single boss, while this group of players, likely fresh from NPC assessments, stumbled upon a minor boss right away. What a stroke of ill fortune. Chapter 59, The Daring Maneuver to Steal the Boss. The bewildered players of the Radiance Guild in a state of frustration. Li Fan could not resist taking a closer look. To his astonishment, it was indeed the Gale Rabbit, a black iron boss. How peculiar. I have visited this place more than once today. Why have I not encountered it until now? It seems I recognize a familiar team. Li Fan identified the players engaged in the boss battle. The leader was a knight player with the ID Yue Hua, a figure Li Fan recalled from his previous life. Known to be among the top 100 knights in the server, he had established the Radiance Guild, one of the older guilds in the realm. Unlike the scoundrels of the Righteous Brotherhood, Yue Hua and his guild were allied with the Human Defenders, representing the virtuous side. Recognizing Yue Hua made Li Fan hesitate to seize the boss. After all, while confronting the vile members of the Righteous Brotherhood felt like a righteous crusade, targeting a noble character seemed somewhat unjustifiable. It is merely a black iron boss. I could let it go. However, the prospect of the first kill reward is tantalizing. After a prolonged inner conflict, Li Fan ultimately resolved to follow his instincts. I shall return all the loot the boss drops to you, but I am in dire need of the first kill reward. In due time, I shall find a way to compensate you. With this thought, Li Fan managed to assuage much of his guilt regarding the impending theft of the boss. Though the act lacked honor, a clever idea soon sparked in his mind. He activated the active skill of his dark gold shoes, Swift Escape. For 10 seconds, his maximum movement speed would increase by 100. With his agility attribute having surpassed 16,500, his standard maximum speed was 389, 25 meters per second. Upon activating the skill, his speed surged to an astonishing 778, 5 meters per second, over twice the speed of sound. As he sprinted with all his might, he truly resembled a bolt of lightning. The Gale Rabbit, being a relatively small creature, stood only half a meter tall even as a black iron boss. Thus, amidst the astonished expressions of Yue Hua and his companions, Li Fan appeared in a flash, seized the boss, and vanished like a streak of lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 1936. Minus 1966. Minus 1996. Against Li Fan, the black iron Gale Rabbit fell within mere strikes. In less than a tenth of a second, a new notification appeared on his interface. Notification: you have slain the Gale Rabbit Elite, LV-24 Black Iron Creature, earning 1650 experience points, 10 bonus for defeating a higher level monster. Notification: this kill marks the first in the entire city. Congratulations, you have gained 12 free attribute points. And an additional item drop for your class equipment skill book 1. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 4 points. You have acquired the boss's dropped items: Dartfire Round Shield, Black Iron Quality, Swift Wind Longbow, Black Iron, Resilient Belt, Common, and 1 gold, 39 silver, and 57 copper coins. Remarkably, you have gained 10 points in free attributes. Next, let us hasten back to deliver the boss's spoils to Yue Hua and the others. Li Fan felt a surge of joy. Swift as lightning, he dashed to the players before Yue Hua, discarded the boss's dropped items, and vanished without a glance back. From the moment he seized the boss to its defeat, and then to the swift return of the spoils to Yue Hua and her companions, the entire sequence transpired in no more than 3 seconds. Li Fan, having accomplished his task, disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. All that remained were the bewildered expressions of Yue Hua and her companions. What just happened? Did something steal our boss? What are these 3 pieces of equipment and over a gold coin doing here? Our boss was stolen, and now the thief returned the loot to us? Did anyone see who took our boss? I didn't catch a glimpse, but that figure seemed almost spectral. For some reason, I recall a friend from the M4399 Novice Village mentioning a similar ghostly presence there, which turned out to be the god of Tai Sui. Could it be that the god of Tai Sui has pilfered our boss? Quite possible. How audacious to steal our boss while topping the leaderboard. They have no shame. But it need not be the god of Tai Sui. That individual was merely a level 22 player. How could they possess such extraordinary speed? I suspect it may be a whimsically malevolent high-level NPC. At this moment, Li Fan, whose identity remained concealed, had already returned to Tianyao City via the player teleportation array between the main cities. Only players who remained in the same city could remotely apply for friendship upon knowing the other's ID, which explained why Li Fan had not added Ergo as a friend earlier. Now that the conditions were met, Li Fan opened his friend list. Enter the ID, this pipe is called Longing, and selected to send a friend request. Meanwhile, at the Resurrection Square of Tianyao City, 4 pallid-faced players suddenly appeared, each wearing a grimace of frustration. Indeed, fame breeds envy. Ergo, you are merely in the top 1,000, yet you have attracted attention. Those so-called righteous individuals are truly insufferable. Rather than recruit us, they opted to eliminate us outright. Damn it, my black iron dagger was dropped as a white name. How could this happen? It's revolting. I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. Those from the Righteous Cloud Guild, mark my words, I will confront you. If you dare not allow me to grow, you shall reap the consequences. Curse the Righteous Cloud Guild. Ergo, speak up. Why do you look so bewildered? Indeed, these 4 individuals were none other than Li Fan's good friend Shin Ergo and his 3 companions. Just a little over 10 minutes ago, they ventured out of the city in search of monsters, inadvertently encountering a group of players from the Righteous Alliance Guild. Upon recognizing Chin Ergu as a player ranked within the top 1,000 in terms of level and equipment, the opposing guild members extended an invitation for him to join their ranks. Despite the ever-changing leaderboard, Chin Ergu had recently fallen outside the top 1,000. However, during the initial days of the ranking system, he had achieved the remarkable feat of holding the 1,000th position in both categories, leaving a lasting impression on many. Upon identifying Chin Ergu, the members of the Righteous Alliance insisted he join them. Given that Chin Ergu and his companions had previously faced hostility from the guild in other games, they naturally declined the offer. Unexpectedly, the situation escalated, and the opposing faction launched a surprise attack. After a valiant but arduous resistance, the overwhelming numbers of the Righteous Alliance ultimately forced Chin Ergu and his team back to the respawn point. At this moment, while Chin Ergu's 3 teammates were vehemently voicing their frustrations towards the Righteous Alliance, they were astonished to find Chin Ergu, usually the most vocal among them, standing in a daze with a bewildered expression. Ergu, what's wrong? Ergu, have you been so enraged that you've lost your wits? Come on, it's just a game. Conflict is commonplace. Don't let it get to you. Keep your spirits up. In response to his teammates' concern, Chin Ergu finally lifted his head after a lengthy pause and, with an unusual tone, remarked, Brothers, the god of Tai Sui has suddenly sent me a friend request. Chapter 60, The Astonishing Revelation of Chin Ergu. My brother is actually the top player in the game? The name Tai Sui Shin resonates throughout the realm of Endless Firmament, echoing in the ears of every player. He was the first in the entire server to successfully lead a team to conquer the Nightmare Spider Cave, the first to advance in class through a single promotion, the one who cleared the hidden dungeon, the Wolf Tribe Lair, and transformed it into a public dungeon. The official game forum even made an announcement validating his exceptional dual ranking atop the leaderboards. Despite numerous players proclaiming that Tai Sui Shin was merely a fortunate individual riding on luck, asserting that they would undoubtedly surpass him in the future, the truth remains that he is undeniably the strongest player in the entire server at this moment. To think that such a formidable figure would be in Tianyao City and even take the initiative to request friendship with him left Chin Ergu utterly astounded. His 3 seasoned teammates wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Wow, Ergu, you actually know the great Tai Sui Shin? Is that for real? You must be joking, right? Tai Sui Shin is the current top player in the game. He would actively add you as a friend? Why would I lie to you? It truly is Tai Sui Shin. Goodness. Ergu. No. From now on, you shall be my brother Ergu. You have been hiding your talents all along. When did you come to know the great Tai Sui Shin? And you kept this from us? Brother Ergu, if you could introduce us to Tai Sui Shin, then you would be our leader. Brother Ergu, why are you just standing there? Quickly accept Tai Sui Shin's friend request. Hurry, hurry. Once the trio of old teammates confirmed the authenticity of Chen Ergu's claims, they became electrified with excitement. They were all quite self-aware, realizing that surpassing Tai Sui-shan was a possibility akin to zero. Not to mention, Tai Sui-shan already possessed 2 pieces of epic equipment. While they believed they might never acquire even a single piece of epic gear throughout their gaming journey, the bosses in Endless Firmament were simply too formidable, even this year. They struggled to defeat Black Iron bosses of the same level. Epic gear typically required vanquishing epic bosses, which, given that epic bosses are approximately 128 times stronger than regular monsters of the same level, was a daunting task that would take them a year and a half, if not longer, to achieve. Moreover, even if they grew stronger, Tai Sui-shan would not be idly waiting for them to surpass him. He possessed resources, strength, and an unwavering dedication to the game, what justified their belief that they could overtake him. Therefore, Chen Ergu's teammates concluded that rather than relentlessly pursuing an unattainable dream, it would be far more prudent to seek ways to ally with Tai Sui-shan. After all, there is a saying, when one ascends, even the chickens and dogs benefit. If they cannot succeed on their own, being close to a great figure is a worthy endeavor. As for Chen Ergu, his feelings of confusion far outweighed his excitement. He could not fathom why Tai Sui-shan would choose to befriend an obscure player like him. Unless, suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Chen Ergu's mind. Could it be that Tai Sui-shan wishes to recruit me? After all, I am among the top 1,000 players in the server. Haha. Could it be that I am in such high demand? Previously, the reason for Iba Yuntian's ambush was an unsuccessful attempt to recruit me. Chen Ergu could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts, a slight, triumphant smile gracing his lips, imbued with a sense of pride at being recognized for his gaming prowess. Simultaneously, he decisively accepted the friend request from the god of Tai Sui. What he did not anticipate was that, immediately after accepting, he had yet to contemplate how to greet the god of Tai Sui in a manner that was both courteous and exuded an air of mastery. When the god of Tai Sui sent him a message first, Tai Sui god private chatter Guzi, guess who I am? What the heck? The god of Tai Sui actually called me your Guzi. Chen Ergu exclaimed in bewilderment. His 3 teammates, however, were not particularly surprised. Having assumed from the outset that the god of Tai Sui and Chen Ergu were already acquainted. What is the big deal? Weren't you already called her Guzi? No, wait. Ergu's ID is clearly this pipe is called Longing, and the god of Tai Sui calls you her Guzi. He must be a friend from your real life. Goodness, Ergu. That's rather unfair. Such an impressive friend, and you kept it hidden from us. What do you know? Chen Ergu retorted, growing anxious. In reality, I'm just a shut-in. I can count my friends on one hand, and their gaming skills pale in comparison to mine. How could I possibly have someone of the caliber of the god of Tai Sui? Ah, could it be him? As Chen Ergu spoke, he suddenly seemed to recall something, his excitement surging. The time was approximately 9:30 in the evening, and I had arranged for a good brother to add me as a friend. With that thought, Chen Ergu could no longer contain his excitement and replied to the god of Tai Sui. This pipe is called Longing Private Chat, is it you? Shali Z? Tai Sui god, private chat, damn it. How many times have I told you not to call me Shali Z? That nickname sounds as ridiculous as calling me a eunuch. This pipe is called Longing, private chat, wow. It really is you, Shali Z. Tai Sui god, private chat, still daring to call me that? Friendship terminated, blocked. This pipe is called Longing private chat 0. No, Fangu, I was wrong. Please take me along. Tai Sui god private chat, ha ha ha. I'm already in Tianyo City. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. This pipe is called Longing private chat, I'm at the Resurrection Square. Tai Sui god private chat, oh my, you're actually there? What happened? Did someone attack you? Who was it? Wait, I'm on my way. As the private chat concluded, Chen Ergu could no longer suppress his fervent desire to express his exhilaration. My goodness. Brothers, I just had a few words with the god of Tai Sui. And he is indeed my friend in real life, my closest brother. I never imagined he had kept this from me for so long. He is coming over soon. With my Shaoli Fangu around, we finally have a powerful ally to shield us. Perhaps we won't even need to wait for revenge against Iba Yuntian. Ha ha ha. Chen Ergu shouted in excitement. His 3 old teammates, whom he had met in the game, were unfamiliar with Li Fan. However, witnessing his excitement, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Is the Tai Sui god a brother of Ergo? If we are also brothers of Ergo, does this imply that the Tai Sui god is, in essence, our brother? To think that our brother is the strongest player in the entire server. Incredible, we are about to soar. You dare to attack us, Iba Yintian? Just wait. For soon you shall pay in blood for your transgressions, Humph. Li Fan's speed was astonishing. Within a minute, he arrived at the Resurrection Square. The exhilaration of Chun Ergo and his 3 friends requires no further elaboration. Upon confirming that they had indeed been slain in the wild, and realizing that their assailant was a member of the Ibayution Guild, Li Fan could no longer contain his fury. Very well, Ibayution. You have chosen the path to your demise. Chapter 61. Avenge my brother and strike down the righteous. In this life, Li Fan encountered Chun Ergo's 3 old gaming comrades for the first time, although he was quite familiar with them from his previous life. Their usernames were Harry Potter D, Level 8 Gale, and Master Artisan, which indicated their shared affinity with Chun Ergo. However, Li Fan understood that their reckless behavior in the game belied their shy and earnest natures in the real world. In his past life, they too had joined the guild created by Chun Ergo, known as the Temple of the Gods, albeit with slightly inferior abilities, rendering them rather ordinary. Of course, their capabilities did not diminish the bond of friendship they shared. With a good brother like Chun Ergo by his side, Li Fan considered the 3 of them to be close friends. In this new life, how could he allow his friends to be harmed without seeking vengeance? Particularly since the perpetrators were members of the Righteous Brotherhood, retribution was not merely necessary, it demanded a tenfold response. Where are the ones who attacked you? Do you know the usernames of the leaders? Li Fan inquired. Upon hearing this, Chun Ergo and the others were instantly exhilarated. Indeed, Brother Fan, our new leader, is willing to help us seek revenge. Previously, they had been ambushed at a leveling spot west of Tianyao City, where 8 Twisted Treant regularly spawned. However, they were uncertain if the assailants remained in that location. They might have already departed. There were 2 leaders, one called Righteous King and the other Righteous Overlord. They had about 15 or 16 people in total. Brother Fan, isn't it a bit dangerous for you to go alone? Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow when we regain our strength, and then we can accompany you for a greater chance of success. Righteous King and Righteous Overlord? Aren't they the familiar faces I encountered in the novice village? What a twist of fate to cross paths with you again. Truly unfortunate for you. Is it dangerous for me to go alone? Huh. You know nothing of my strength. Li Fan chuckled. Just wait here for a moment. As long as they haven't logged off, within 10 minutes, I shall return them to their respawn point. Without waiting for Chun Ergo and the others to respond, Li Fan turned and strode away. Initially, Chun Ergo and the others were filled with concern. After all, no matter how formidable Li Fan was, he was still but one against a group of 15 or 16. However, when they witnessed Li Fan move like a bolt of black lightning, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Where has Brother Fan gone? He was just here. Goodness, what speed is this? This is utterly absurd. Could it be that Brother Fan truly does not cheat as stated in the official announcements? Chun Ergo and the others were astounded. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. They had often heard tales of the mighty Tai Sui Shun and the sensational feats he accomplished, and they thought they had sufficiently overestimated his combat prowess. However, witnessing it firsthand made them realize they had still underestimated him. Although one can currently only observe Li Fan's remarkable movement speed, the aspects of attack power and skills that ultimately determine a player's combat prowess remain unseen. Yet, this speed is utterly astounding, almost akin to teleportation. Reflecting on this, Chun Ergo and his companions realize how naive their earlier concerns were. The strength of individuals such as Iba and Renwang is not significantly different from their own quartet. They were able to overpower them primarily through ambush tactics and sheer numbers. However, in the face of Li Fan's extraordinary velocity, does the advantage of numbers truly hold any merit? They might very well be eliminated one by one. Notification: you have successfully spent 20 gold coins to locate the coordinates of players Ibora Wang and Iba Duang. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. In Tianqing City, at the local bounty office, Li Fan gazes at the notification that has appeared on his interface, nodding with satisfaction. The NPC natives of the Eastern Hua Empire harbor considerable apprehension towards the disruptive capabilities of players. To safeguard their local populace, they go to great lengths to mandate educational training for all players entering the main city for the first time. However, when it comes to player versus player conflicts, the NPCs tend to remain uninvolved. After all, they understand the wisdom of letting things unfold rather than imposing restrictions. As players direct their energies towards internal strife, they naturally have little time to trouble the NPCs. Given that players are immortal, no harm comes from fierce confrontations. In fact, engaging in PK enhances combat skills and experience, which is ultimately a positive development deserving encouragement. Thus, every bounty office in the Eastern Hua Empire's main cities offers a service that allows players to pay to lock onto another player's location. The fee is 1 gold coin per minute, and one must already possess the ID of the player whose location is to be tracked. This arrangement not only aids players in enhancing their combat experience through PK, but also generates revenue for the Empire, a mutually beneficial scenario. Li Fan initially intended to make a direct approach by searching for the location of the Ebayution guild leader from memory. What merit is there in seeking revenge against mere subordinates like Ruan? If the Ebayution members dare to harm his brothers, he shall retaliate directly against their leader. However, to his dismay, the bounty interface indicates that the guild leader, Ibo Zhao Ritian, is not within the main city limits but rather in the novice village, presumably attempting to achieve a high-star rating for job advancement. Consequently, he is left with no choice but to settle for a secondary target, eliminating the scoundrels who harmed Chen Ergu and his companions, which aligns with his original plans. They are still in the leveling area of the Twisted Tree Spirits? How bold of them to believe that attacking my brothers Chen Ergu and others would go unpunished. Li Fan smirks, and simultaneously, he accelerates swiftly towards the coordinates of Renwang and Dewang. At the Twisted Tree Spirits leveling point, his brothers rally together. Let's strive to reach level 22 today. We might even make it into the top 1,000 of the server's leaderboard. We have claimed this leveling spot, and we are sure to hit level 22. The rewards for the leaderboard await us. Let's give it our all. At this very moment, the Valiant group, led by Ibo Yuntian, was fervently engaged in monster hunting. Their band had grown to approximately 30 members. The newly spawned area of the Twisted Tree was a rather confined leveling zone, and Ibo Yuntian's entourage had swiftly expelled all solitary players from the vicinity. Listening to their brazen discussions, the nearby lone players seethed with indignation yet remained silent. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment swept over them. They were taken aback as a bolt of black lightning appeared from afar, piercing through the gathering of Ibo Yuntian's group as if the space were uninhabited. In the next instant, every member of Ibo Yuntian transformed into radiant beams of white light. Chapter 62. Blocking the Resurrection Point. What in the world has transpired? A ghostly shadow appeared, effortlessly dispatching that group of scoundrels from the Righteous Brotherhood in the blink of an eye. Good heavens, how formidable! Is that shadow a player or an NPC? The shadow halted. Am I seeing things, or does the ID truly display the name Tai Sui-shen? No. You are not hallucinating. It is indeed Tai Sui-shen. Tai Sui-shen is attacking the members of the Righteous Brotherhood? Is he merely a vigilante aiding us? Or does he harbor a grudge against them? The Righteous Brotherhood is a well-established guild in the gaming world. How dare he take on so many of them alone? Isn't that tantamount to slapping the guild's face? Is he not afraid of retaliation? Fear? Nonsense. Did you not witness the prowess Tai Sui-shen exhibited moments ago? Over 30 individuals were eliminated in an instant. Could he possibly fear the Righteous Brotherhood? Absurd. I have never encountered a player with such terrifying combat prowess. After dispatching the members of the Righteous Brotherhood, Li Fan paused momentarily before departing amidst the astonished murmurs of the surrounding players. His intention was clear. He wanted everyone to recognize that he was responsible for this act. The killings were merely an act of vengeance for his brother, Chen Ergu. Furthermore, revealing his identity was a strategic move to leverage his newfound fame to suppress the development of the Righteous Brotherhood. Consider this. When all players across the server become aware of his targeting the Righteous Brotherhood, how many would be inclined to join their ranks? By revealing his true identity and amplifying the situation, the Righteous Brotherhood would be unable to suffer in silence. Such a humiliating incident would surely provoke retaliation from their higher-ups. Precisely what Li Fan desired. He could systematically demonstrate the downfall of the Righteous Brotherhood post-targeting, ensuring that this despicable guild could never replicate its former grandeur. There is also an added advantage to spending money at the NPC's bounty office to lock onto a target during the duration of the lock. The targeted player remains in a state of enmity, allowing one to eliminate them, even within the main city, without disturbing the NPCs. By paying a small fine in gold coins, then he could return to the resurrection point and eliminate the likes of Wang Dowang and others. With this in mind, Li Fan immediately set off at full speed towards the Resurrection Square in Tianyao City. In the world of Endless Firmament, players automatically resurrect after 120 seconds following their demise. At the Resurrection Square in Tianyao City, the Righteous Brotherhood's group had just revived and encountered Chen Ergu and his companions, resulting in a verbal confrontation. You scoundrels have finally received your comeuppance. One taunted, how dare you four little trash celebrate? We were not slain by you. Another retorted, indeed. It was Tai Suishan who dealt with you. Let me be frank, Tai Suishan is our ally. He is our leader. Now you understand why you were attacked. Don't you? What? Damn it. You four little pests better watch out. This isn't over. Alas. I find myself pondering the erratic behavior of the deity Tai Sui as he observes us. This is not a mere occurrence reminiscent of the Novice Village incident. He eliminated us solely to seize the boss. How intriguing it is to discover that he was, in fact, acting as an avenger for your sake. That wretched Tai Sui. That tormenting longing, level 8, skillful, akin to a grand figure from Harry Potter. You lot, await your reckoning. Those who have offended the valiant members of the Ibayution Guild shall surely come to regret their actions. The members of Ibayution were both astonished and furious. From the system notifications regarding their demise, they learned that Tai Sui was the one responsible. Those hailing from the M4399 Novice Village, including Wang and Dowang, possessed some knowledge of Tai Sui, having encountered him on the very first day of the server's launch. However, a small faction among them was utterly bewildered. We were diligently leveling up, not engaged in any boss confrontations, and had never crossed paths with Tai Sui. Why then did he strike us? The realization dawned that he was exacting vengeance on behalf of Chen Ergu and his cohorts. This thought ignited their fury, not from the revenge itself, but from the perceived lack of chivalry exhibited by Chen Ergu and his companions. How frustrating it is that these individuals failed to mention their connection to Tai Sui earlier. Had they done so, would we have dared to confront them? At the very least, we ought to have considered whether such an encounter would be worthwhile. In this world, how can one not disclose their backing? Is this how one conducts themselves? Nevertheless, their outpouring of indignation was destined to be short-lived, for at that moment, Li Fan arrived back at the Revival Square just in time. Without uttering a word, he brandished his sword and struck. Swish, swish, swish. Notification. You have slain the player Ibodawang. Your evil value has increased by 1. You have committed murder within the safe zone of the city, violating Article 9 of the Eastern Hua Empire's Chosen One's Code. However, as the slain had been registered at the wanted office prior, your criminal penalty is waived, though you must pay a fine of 10 gold coins for disturbing city peace. Please settle the fine at the magistrate's office within 3 working days. Notification. You have slain. Omitted, X32. With Li Fan's current speed, traversing from the twisted Trant leveling area to the Revival Square in Tianyao City took him hardly 2 minutes. The reason for his timely arrival was to ensure that all members of the Ibayution Guild were registered at the wanted office. Each individual was listed for a mere 5 minutes, and with 2 previously registered, coupled with the fines incurred, Li Fan found himself needing to pay a total of 495 gold coins. This sum nearly matched the price of a legendary item he had previously sold to the fairy Xia. Such is the steep cost of committing homicide within the safe zone of the city. Yet, Li Fan relished this expenditure. Such joy is priceless. And he was even willing to incur additional fines. Otherwise, he would not have opted for a 5-minute listing. He believed that under such pressure, the Ibayution group would not endure for the full 5 minutes before logging off. After witnessing the aftermath, Li Fan chose to remain, standing boldly at the revival point, awaiting the return of the Ibayution Guild members. This spectacle left nearby players in awe. Who is that? So audacious as to commit murder within the main city. Does he not fear retribution from the NPCs? Lo and behold, it is the god of Tai Sui. My goodness, it truly is the god of Tai Sui. No wonder he dares to be so audacious. He must have obtained some form of privilege from the NPCs. The god of Tai Sui wields his blade with such prowess, delivering a satisfying blow to those scoundrels of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. The players were left utterly astonished. Never did we imagine that someone would have the audacity to commit such an act of violence in the domain of the NPCs. We once believed the god of Tai Sui to be invincible, yet here appears someone even more valiant. Who is this commander? Oh, it turns out to be the god of Tai Sui himself. Then all is well. 2 minutes later, the members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild resurrected once more. God of Tai Sui, what are your intentions? Do you wish to stand against our guild? I advise you to reconsider your actions. Blabbering nonsense. You bunch of worthless trash. From now on, whenever I see you, I shall strike you down until you forsake this game. The leader of the Righteous Brotherhood, Ren Wang, wore a grim expression, ready to issue a threat. Yet in the next moment, he was once again slain by Li Fan. Chapter 63, The Heart of Murder. A declaration of war. Li Fan had little patience for those incessantly chattering fools. He preferred to take decisive action. Thus, the self-righteous group fell once again, unable to even muster a verbal retort. This scene left all nearby players in astonishment. Goodness! Those scoundrels blocking the resurrection point. How formidable is the god of Tai Sui? Did you witness the swiftness of Tai Sui? He moved like a bolt of lightning, darting through the ranks of the self-righteous group and swiftly eliminating over 30 of them. My word, what overwhelming combat prowess! Observe why the NPC soldiers in the main city are indifferent to the slaughter. Isn't the main city a safe zone? Foolishness. Haven't you studied the Chosen One's code? The 42nd clause clearly states that while players may engage in combat within the city, it must not affect NPCs. I was once a mere passerby, bullied by the self-righteous guild, and now I feel an exhilarating sense of vindication. Tai Sui has avenged me. Players buzzed with excitement, many contemplating approaching Li Fan. After all, it is common to seek the favor of the strong in games. Li Fan's prowess was undeniable. Merely standing in his shadow could significantly enhance a player's combat abilities. However, at present, he seemed too fearsome, deterring any nearby players from daring to engage him. Li Fan exchanged casual banter with Chen Ergu and others, and before they knew it, 2 minutes had elapsed since the demise of the self-righteous group. Yet, after waiting a while longer, he noticed none had resurrected. It was all too predictable. They must have logged off. Ha ha ha, how cowardly. With Brother Fan around, who would dare to resurrect? After all, they had been slain twice at the resurrection point. To dare to return would be to court death. Brother Fan is incredible. Brother Fan is invincible. Chen Ergu and the others could hardly contain their jubilant cheers. The frustration they had felt was entirely dissipated, replaced by admiration for Li Fan and a sense of fortune in having aligned with such a powerhouse. Is this what it feels like to be protected by a great figure? Absolutely exhilarating. On the other hand, the self-righteous group's retreat had been anticipated by Li Fan. Otherwise, he would not have issued a mere 5-minute bounty on them. In fact, during his third strike against them, he had noted a reduction of about 10 members. Though they may be scoundrels, they possessed enough intelligence to recognize that resurrection would only lead to further demise, prompting their decision to log off and avoid confrontation. Logging off as a turtle retreating into its shell may seem prudent, but do they think this is the end? No, this is merely the beginning. When it comes to taking lives, one should either refrain entirely or act with absolute resolve. To show mercy is a weakness unfit for one such as he. Li Fan had no intention of engaging in petty skirmishes with the self-righteous group. In this bustling crowd, you should wait for me on the side of Obsidian City. I will join you shortly. Before that, I must publicly declare war on the Brotherhood of Righteousness on the game forum. After quietly instructing Chen Ergu and the others, Li Fan swiftly made his escape. Before long, he found a secluded corner and opened the game forum to begin crafting his post. Soon, his message was successfully published. Title: Declaration of War Against the Brotherhood of Righteousness. Author: Tai Sui Shen. Content: just half an hour ago. A group from the Brotherhood of Righteousness attempted to recruit my brother. To my surprise, after he declined their offer, they shamelessly launched a surprise attack. Coupled with their numerical advantage, this ultimately led to my brother and his teammates meeting their demise. I have long heard of the Brotherhood of Righteousness as a notorious gathering of scoundrels within the gaming community, deserving of eradication. Today, I have witnessed this firsthand. From this day forth, should anyone from the Brotherhood of Righteousness cross my line of sight, I, Tai Sui Shun, will ensure their defeat. This proclamation shall remain in effect until the dissolution of the Brotherhood of Righteousness. The game forum ID is identical to each player's gaming ID. Thus, upon the release of Li Fan's post, it immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. 1L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior Sofa. 2L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior WoW. I can't believe I'm seeing the living Tai Sui Shun. 3L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior Tai Sui Shun. Listen well, in Endless Firmament, I, the Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, am the mightiest. One day, I shall surpass you. 4L, Sheep Tai Sui Shun, please take me along. 5L, Great Tai Sui Shun to the sister above. Do you truly think I, the #1 player in the entire server, would take you along just because you're a girl? Follow the proper procedures. First, send me a picture so I can consider it. 6L, come with Huazi, please note. 5L is not the real Tai Sui Shun. Moreover, Tai Sui Shun has publicly declared war on the Brotherhood of Righteousness. Excellent. Now we have a spectacle to witness, the top player against the Season Guild. I eagerly anticipate their thrilling performances. 7L, dog your god, the 6th floor is correct, sister. Please DM me, for I am the true Tai Sui Shun. 19L, retired war god Luo boy, just now. Tai Sui Shun has engaged in battle with the Brotherhood of Righteousness. I was present. Tai Sui Shun truly lives up to the title of the top player in the server, so domineering. Blocking the resurrection point and slaying over 30 members of the Brotherhood of Righteousness who dared not log back in. 20L, I'm bald but not stronger. I can confirm what the above said is true, as I was also there and recorded it. Interested parties can click on my profile to view my new post, which includes the uploaded footage showcasing Tai Sui Shun's terrifying combat prowess. 21L, I am Whitebeard. What speed is this? This efficiency is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, over 30 individuals were eliminated. The formidable prowess displayed by the Tai Sui deity is truly terrifying. One cannot help but be awed. His speed and attack rate are astonishingly swift, with agility attributes likely exceeding 10,000. It appears that the might exhibited by the Tai Sui deity renders even the strategy of overwhelming numbers ineffective. The members of the Iba Yuntian Guild may find themselves in dire straits. However, one must not forget the Tai Sui deity's own dubious nature. What right do you have to criticize us? You, who on the very first day of the server's launch, wielded your sword against us in the M4399 Novice Village under the pretense of avenging your brothers. Such claims are mere facades for your inherent bloodlust. It seems the minions of Iba Yuntian have emerged to defend themselves. Take heed, everyone. Chapter 64. The Forum's War of Opinions. Is the Tai Sui God and the Iba Yuntian Guild engaged in a dog-eat-dog conflict? To speak candidly, the members of the Iba Yuntian Guild exhibit behaviors akin to those of brutes, embodying the tyrannical forces within the gaming realm. Since the launch of Endless Firmament, countless ordinary players have suffered at the hands of Iba Yuntian. Numerous victims have taken to the forum to express their grievances regarding the guild's misconduct. Although a few posts declaring war against Iba Yuntian have emerged, they seldom receive responses. Most players perceive the authors of such posts as insignificant, deeming their battle declarations mere bluster. However, one post stood apart, crafted by the renowned Tai Sui God. Within mere minutes of its publication, it garnered attention, swiftly rising to a prominent position on the forum's homepage, piquing the interest of the eager onlookers. Disregarding its reputation and operational style, the Iba Yuntian Guild ranks among the elite in the gaming community. Consequently, the guild members soon took notice of Li Fan's battle post. Before long, a plethora of replies from Iba Yuntian members appeared, including one from the guild's president, Zhao Hao. 200L. Iba Zhao Ritian, I have just come to understand the events that transpired. In essence, our guild members encountered a minor conflict with 4 friends of Tai Sui God, which escalated into a skirmish. 201L. Iba Zhao Ritian, I must assert that such disputes, battles, and vendettas are rather commonplace in any game. Tai Shui God has relentlessly pursued my subordinate. Brother number 32, slaying him 2 or 3 times. I believe this matter would conclude here, yet Tai Shui God seems insatiable. 202L, Iba Zhao Ritian to my knowledge. On the very first day of the game's launch, Tai Shui God killed several of my brothers over a contested boss, thus positioning our guild as the initial victims of his bullying. 203L, Iba Zhao Ritian regarding Tai Shui God's assertion that our guild is a den of scoundrels. I vehemently protest this slander. Our members are filled with camaraderie. They simply possess a fiercer spirit than the average individual. We warmly welcome any players who exhibit courage to join our guild family. We shall not turn anyone away. 204L, Iba Zhao Ritian lastly, Tai Shui God. If you wish to take down one of us, so be it. I acknowledge your strength. However, should one of us fall, there exist countless others. With 20,000 brothers and sisters in the Iba Yuntian Guild, we can engage you at our leisure. Even should our 20,000 comrades fall, many more shall rise to confront you, the madman. As the president of Iba Yuntian, Zhao Ritian's ability to expand the guild to such an extent is indicative of his remarkable qualities. His words instantly transformed the spectators' perceptions of this declaration of war. Initially, many viewed Tai Shui God as a heroic figure among the commoners, with his challenge against Iba Yuntian perceived as a quest for vengeance on behalf of his comrades. Upon reflecting on Zhao Ritian's words, many onlookers have profoundly altered their perception of the Tai Shui God. On the very first day of the server launch, engaging in boss theft and violence within the novice village, this undoubtedly characterizes a player of the bully archetype. His declaration of war against Iba Yuntian is merely akin to dogs fighting over scraps. Furthermore, some spectators, after reviewing Zhao Ritian's responses, have found their impression of Iba Yuntian surprisingly favorable. In the realm of gaming, isn't engaging in combat rather commonplace? In the real world, one may lead a modest and honest life, yet why should one not revel in freedom within the game? If the pursuit of righteousness within the game is the standard, then it indeed lacks any semblance of valor. Iba Yuntian merits inclusion. As another individual subsequently posted in agreement with Zhao Ritian's sentiments, the ranks of those considering Iba Yuntian as the victim of bullying swelled. 250L, AOC Emperor. I am the leader of the AOC Chuanxiang Guild, and I hereby express my agreement with President Zhao. Tai Shui God is indeed a bloodthirsty maniac who has attacked players from our guild in the novice village. 251L, AOC Emperor. Although our AOC Chuanxiang Guild may not rival the size and influence of Iba Yuntian, we stand resolutely alongside them in resisting Tai Shui God. Let him come forth if he dares. Victory will undoubtedly belong to our righteous cause. The AOC Chuanxiang Guild is a venerable establishment. While it may not compare to Iba Yuntian, it was once ranked 10th among the top 10 guilds in Longwood during its peak. Upon the utterance of AOC Emperor's words, public sentiment towards Tai Shui God deteriorated further. Some even remarked in replies that both AOC Emperor and Zhao Ritian are true men of valor. If one cannot join Iba Yuntian, then joining AOC Chuanxiang is equally commendable. This also elucidates AOC Emperor's rationale for supporting Zhao Ritian. In his view, Tai Shui God has become an enemy of his guild. Support or opposition would not alter this relationship. After all, Tai Shui God must first contend with the members of Iba Yuntian, and seizing the opportunity to bolster one's presence and enhance the guild's reputation is advantageous for its growth. Of course, another significant reason is his prior communication with Zhao Ritian. Having known each other for some time, they share a mutual camaraderie, thus naturally warranting support. However, with support comes opposition. Although Li Fan had not made introductions, the heiress of the Phoenix Guild, Zixia Fairy, became displeased upon receiving the news. What is this? Is it a case of many bullying the few? Our Phoenix Guild has a profound collaboration with Tai Shui God. Do we not exist in this narrative? Consequently, Zixia Fairy decisively made her presence known in the thread. 328L, Zixia Fairy. Our Phoenix Guild stands firmly with Tai Shui God. If Tai Shui God declares war on Iba Yuntian, then we too hereby announce our unwavering opposition to Iba Yuntian. 329L, Zixia Fairy. Moreover, the conduct of Iba Yuntian is well known to all. I fail to comprehend how bullying casual players can be deemed valorous. The deity of Tai Shui strikes them down with righteous fervor, truly serving as a purgative force for the people. 330L Princess Zixia, and what of the arrogant emperor? It is your foolish little uncle who has bullied others and has now encountered a formidable opponent. What do you mean by claiming that the deity of Tai Sui has inexplicably slain members of your guild? Who are you attempting to deceive with such a disingenuous narrative? It appears you two are a fool. Upon hearing Princess Zixia's words, the onlookers erupted with excitement. A single combat post has entangled 3 venerable guilds within the gaming community. What a spectacle! Naturally, many players, influenced by the remarks of Zhao Ritian and the arrogant emperor, suddenly realized they had been misled. Although the true nature of the deity of Tai Sui remains ambiguous, seasoned players with a sense of righteousness have certainly heard whispers of his reputation. Regardless of whether Tai Sui is a bloodthirsty maniac, the members of your guild, known for their noble camaraderie, truly deserve their fate. Let the conflict unfold. The more tumultuous, the better. Chapter 65, Continuing the Task, Skillbook Shielding Posture. Fan, you truly need not exert yourself on our behalf so much. After all, the Yiba Yuntian Guild is a significant organization. Isn't it a bit hasty for us to declare war on them now? Perhaps we should establish a guild ourselves, with more members. We won't be so passive in a confrontation. Indeed, with your current reputation, Fan, if you were to create a guild, you would undoubtedly attract numerous players. When the time comes to engage in a guild war against Yiba Yuntian, we would not suffer from a lack of manpower. Oh? The AOC Chuanxiong Guild is aligning with Yiba Yuntian? My goodness, Fan, your life in the novice village is truly exhilarating. In the Obsidian City, after Chen Ergu and the others joined Li Fan, they immediately began to chatter excitedly. They felt deeply moved. Believing that Li Fan's declaration of war against Yiba Yuntian on the game forum was entirely motivated by a desire to support them. To take on a massive guild for the sake of avenging his friends? Such audacity is remarkable. However, having such a leader shielding them is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Please don't misunderstand. I have largely avenged you all in Tianyao City. This declaration on the forum is purely due to my personal disdain for the Yiba Yuntian Guild. I simply wish to see this wretched guild dismantled. Li Fan shook his head, urging Chen Ergu and the others not to indulge in overly sentimental notions. Indeed, dismantling the Yiba Yuntian Guild was already one of his forthcoming plans. It was merely the unfortunate demise of Chen Ergu and his companions at the hands of Yiba Yuntian that prompted him to expedite the matter. As for the AOC Chuanxiong Guild stepping in, that was an unforeseen development. However, it mattered not. If they dared to align with Yiba Yuntian, they were likely not virtuous themselves. Should he encounter anyone from AOC Chuanxiong, he would gladly eliminate them as well. It wouldn't require much effort. As Li Fan spoke, Chen Ergu and the others were left in awe. One man, taking on 2 formidable guilds without hesitation. Brother, you are truly extraordinary. Yet, upon reflection, it was not mere bravado. After all, large guilds cannot perpetually remain in formation. They must venture forth to level up and engage in monster hunting. Li Fan had stated that any player within his line of sight would meet their end. Should he occasionally encounter them on the road, he could dispatch them without concern, as he estimated that fewer than 100 players posed no threat to him. Dismantling the Yiba Yuntian Guild was a long-term endeavor, but for now, that was not the focus. At this moment, Li Fan continued, next, I must undertake a hidden quest and will be quite busy. I cannot accompany you. I have contacted Zixia Xianzi from the Phoenix Guild for the next few days. You should join her raiding team to avoid drawing the ire of Yiba Yuntian if they cannot defeat me and instead turn their frustrations on you. All right. Chen Ergu nodded, his expression tinged with regret. Although he had considered being carried by Li Fan, he did not wish to be a mere leech. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Phoenix Guild. Zixia Xianzi? Is she the enchanting beauty from that guild? Excellent. Fan, please attend to your own matters. We no longer require your assistance. Li Fan, your change of heart is rather swift. He shook his head in bemusement and decided to disregard the matter entirely. As a typical male player, who wouldn't yearn for the opportunity to engage with the enchanting members of a guild, Li Fan could comprehend Chen Ergu's shift in demeanor. However, he was also aware that Chen Ergu was merely a timid homebody, lacking the courage to act upon his desires. And he only dared to be audacious in front of familiar faces. When confronted by women, he became bashful and earnest. In his previous life, The game Endless Firmament had been operational for a decade, and Chen Ergo's romantic prospects were limited to mere fantasies, rendering his allure to the opposite sex rather dismal. With that thought, it was time to return to the daily quests. He needed to confront members of the Righteous and Peerless Guild and diligently pursue the hidden tasks at hand. At the very least, he aimed to complete Lu Yanwei's 99-ring hidden quest, seeking liberation from it. With this in mind, Li Fan bid farewell to Chen Ergo and the others. Following his plan, he made his way to the tavern to locate the NPC, Lu Yanwei. This fellow still bore a drunken expression, and upon glancing at Li Fan, his lips curled into a grin. "You're back. This time, I'd like to try something different. Could you bring me a pair of black iron level fiery chicken wings? I am so eager to taste them." Hint: you have automatically accepted the quest The Drunken Lu Yanwei's Daily 14. Quest requirements: defeat 1 fiery chicken, LV-23 black iron creature, and deliver the automatically obtained quest item, fiery chicken wings, to Lu Yanwei. Quest duration: 3 days. Quest reward: 210,000 experience points and automatic access to the next ring of the quest. For Li Fan, vanquishing a mere LV-23 black iron boss posed little challenge. However, considering his luck, it was uncertain when he might encounter such a creature. Damn it. Why is this drunkard so particular? He insists on consuming wings from a black iron boss, treating me as though I am his free labor. In that moment, Li Fan felt an overwhelming urge to slay the NPC Lu Yanwei, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Impulsiveness is a devil. Alas, for the sake of the ultimate reward of the quest chain, he had no choice but to obediently toil away. Creature: Elite Fiery Chicken. Strength: LV-23 Black Iron. Attributes: HP 4466, Physical Attack 520, Magical Attack 440, Physical Defense 198, Magical Defense 234. Skills: gazing at the imposing creature before him, a fiery rooster standing over half a meter tall, Li Fan couldn't help but wipe away non-existent tears. It had been a laborious endeavor. After grinding for over 4 hours against ordinary fiery chickens, he had finally encountered this black iron mini-boss. What a time-consuming ordeal. Li Fan rushed forward, swiftly delivering several strikes to bring it down. Just as he prepared to return, he was taken aback to discover that the elite fiery chicken had dropped a skill book of great utility to him. Skill book: blocking stance. Quality: black iron. Learning requirements: above LV-23, applicable for melee classes using shields. Level 1 active effect: by focusing on blocking with a shield, one enters a state of full defense, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 75 for the next 5 seconds. This ability consumes 120 MP and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. With this skill book in hand, Li Fan felt an increase in his margin for error when facing challenging bosses. He eagerly learned the skill. Under the effect of his title, the skill level automatically ascended to level 2. The duration and cooldown remained unchanged, but the MP cost rose to 150, while the damage reduction improved to 77. 5. The sole drawback was that during the skill's duration, he was unable to perform any attacking actions. Otherwise, the skill would be interrupted. Although this life-saving skill was seldom utilized, it was better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. With a murmur, Li Fan redirected his focus back to the task at hand. Chapter 66, Agile Breaks 20,000, an Ambush. Alas, it is the Taisher deity. Brothers, flee swiftly. Outside the Black Obsidian City, while undertaking a quest, Li Fan encountered a misfortunate group of members from the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. Without uttering a word, he swiftly annihilated them. Such occurrences have not been rare this night. After all, the Righteous Brotherhood is an esteemed, long-standing guild with a multitude of players, having representatives in each of the 32 main cities of the Dragonhua Empire. Li Fan is resolute whenever a member of the Righteous Brotherhood appears before him. It signals certain death. Moreover, due to the allegiance of the overbearing Emperor faction with the Righteous Brotherhood, he would not spare players from the Overbearing Legion either. However, the Overbearing Legion, being somewhat less expansive, had yet to cross his path. Of course, it is also possible that he had encountered them without recognizing them. In the realm of Endless Firmament, players must possess an official guild certification to establish a guild, a document that typically drops only from legendary bosses of level 30 or higher. Currently, guilds such as the Righteous Brotherhood and the Overbearing Legion are essentially private player-organized factions, primarily composed of members who have transitioned from other games. In this context, unless Li Fan recognizes someone or the player's ID bears prefixes like Righteous or Overbearing, he cannot discern whether a random player falls within his lethal range. Once they obtain the official guild certification, their members will possess badges and other insignia, allowing Li Fan to easily identify them. However, the ability to recognize them is of little consequence, for Li Fan has never targeted ordinary guild members. His sights are set on the elite management and veteran core of the opposing faction. By instilling fear in the core members and eliminating them, the guild's potential for growth would be significantly hindered. Regrettably, Zhao Ritian has yet to arrive in the main city. Otherwise, today I would have reduced him to a quivering wreck. Li Fan shook his head. Earlier, while submitting his quest, he took the opportunity to visit the administrative office in Black Obsidian City to attempt to locate Zhao Ritian, the leader of the Righteous Brotherhood. Unfortunately, the results indicated that Zhao Ritian remains at level 20 and has not yet entered the main city area. Clearly, Zhao Ritian is still engaged in challenging high-star difficulty professional dungeons. This is understandable. With wealth and influence, leveling up is a breeze for him. He simply recruits a few underlings to weaken the monsters and then reap the rewards, an expedient method for a player of his stature to ascend swiftly. Thus, while he strives to attain a high-star evaluation for his professional advancement, Li Fan can empathize. Were he in Zhao Ritian's position, he would likely employ the same strategy. Yet, once a player meets the level 20 requirement, regardless of their professional advancement, they can utilize the teleportation array to enter the main city. Zhao Ritian, having reached level 20 last night, has likely delayed his arrival out of fear of my relentless pursuit. Let it be. If he wishes to remain a timid turtle, so be it. It is unlikely he will avoid the main city for eternity. The time is nearly ripe. I shall complete a few more tasks before logging off to rest. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing the thought of violence, and redirected his focus towards his own progression. Subsequently, he devoted over 2 hours to diligently pursuing Lu Yanwei's hidden quests, before succumbing to fatigue and exiting the game for a respite. Upon logging off, he would awaken refreshed and resume his gaming pursuits. Li Fan maintained a consistently healthy routine. Today, nothing particularly noteworthy unfolded. He continued to tackle Lu Yanwei's hidden tasks while simultaneously dispatching the unfortunate members of the guild. Thus, before he knew it, night transitioned into the early hours of the following day. After hours of relentless effort, Master Li took a moment to glance at his newly updated personal status panel. Character, Tai Sui Shun. Basic attributes, level, LV 27, 4040 0005 400 000. Profession, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 24 608. MP, 6 180. Attack, Physical Attack 2, 126, Magic Attack 1, 078. Defense, Physical Defense 1, 495, Magic Defense 1, 420. Attributes, Strength 1, 000, Agility 21, 996, Spirit 378. Stamina 1, 250. Free Attribute Points, 850. Maximum Attack Speed, 275. 95 hits second. Maximum movement speed, 494, 91 meters second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light, second stage, SSS quality. Equipment, to be determined. Skill list, LV9 Shield Block, LV9 Heavy Slash, Beginner Forging, LV8 Shield Counter. LV7 Phantom Dance, LV5 Rage of Desperation, LV5 Charge, LV5 Master of Sword Energy, LV5 Twilight of the Gods, LV4 Sword and Shield Technique, LV4 Fatal Cleave, LV4 Storm Swordsmanship, LV3 Blocking Stance. At this juncture, Li Fan's personal status panel revealed minimal changes since he had recently acquired the epic weapon, Justice's Judgment Blade. This was primarily due to his lack of equipment upgrades in recent days, as he had opted to conserve the free attribute points earned from leveling up and defeating minor bosses. However, his agility attribute had nearly doubled. In a state devoid of any buffs, Li Fan's maximum attack speed had already reached 275 hits per second, with a movement speed approaching 500 meters per second. Such levels of attack speed and mobility were astonishing. He recalled that in his previous life, he only attained similar capabilities at level 180. Advancing to the third stage of his talent would require vanquishing 100,000 monsters of level 20 or higher, implying that his agility attribute could potentially exceed 200,000 at the second stage. There was ample time to achieve a breakthrough of over 1,000 attacks per second. He would strive for it. Gazing at his latest panel, a radiant smile spread across Li Fan's face. Concurrently, another accomplishment materialized in the form of NPC Lu Yanwei's quest, of which he had now completed 60 rounds. Today and tomorrow, with a little more effort and determination, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to secure the final reward for the task by tomorrow. Once accomplished, I shall be liberated from this exasperating chain of tasks. The 61st ring requires the extermination of carrion rats in the Red Leaf Valley outside Tianyao City? The first task I received from Li Changxing also involved the eradication of carrion rats. Li Fan murmured with delight. The materials required by NPC Lu Yanwei have long since extended beyond the vicinity of Obsidian City, since the 40th ring. Li Fan has frequently had to venture to other main cities to hunt monsters and gather ingredients. To his surprise, this 61st ring coincided with the requirements of the task he previously accepted from Li Changxing. Accomplishing one endeavor while fulfilling two tasks? How delightful! With this thought, Li Fan promptly prepared to depart. Just as he approached the teleportation array in Obsidian City, before he could select a main city, an ominous notification of a malicious PK appeared on his panel. Notification: Player Gold Medal Killer Sahara, LV-23 Assassin, has activated the talent skill round space against you. You have passively entered the round space. Chapter 67. The unique talent of the round space, the Gold Medal Assassin of the Assassin Alliance. Notice: the opponent has temporarily acquired the same numerical enhancement of your highest attribute, agility. Notice: within the round space, you may only return to your original position after successfully eliminating your opponent. Notice: in the round space, both parties will engage in turn-based combat. With each attack restricted to a single strike, the opponent will initiate the attack first. Notice: in the round space, neither party can utilize supplies or change equipment. Notice: Player Gold Medal Assassin Sahara, level 23 Assassin, has struck first, dealing backstab damage. You have lost 1 HP. Notice: please retaliate within 5 seconds. Failure to do so will be regarded as forfeiting your opportunity to counter, and both parties will proceed to the next round. In an instant, several notifications appeared on Li Fan's interface. His surroundings blurred, and he was abruptly transported from the bustling teleportation portal in the main city to a unique, isolated space. Aside from the approximately 20 square meter area occupied by himself and the opposing assassin player, the vicinity was engulfed in a swirling white mist. The talent skill? Round space? It dawned on me that this is the signature move of the Assassin Alliance's top enforcer. Li Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, and suddenly recalled the background of the notorious Gold Medal Assassin Sahara from his past life memories. Sahara hails from a player organization known as the Assassin Alliance. Unlike typical player guilds, this organization consists almost entirely of assassin-class players. Its members are few but exceptionally skilled. The Assassin Alliance, akin to venerable guilds such as the Brotherhood of Heroes, was established long before the launch of Endless Firmament. Their modus operandi, as the name suggests, involves engaging in covert assassination endeavors, accepting commissions to eliminate targets. The Gold Medal Assassin Sahara is, to Li Fan's recollection, one of the most renowned assassins within the Assassin Alliance. With the unique talent of round space, his assassination exploits are nearly infallible, boasting a success rate that approaches 100. As the name implies, round space allows the user to lock onto a target and transport them to a distinct, isolated arena for turn-based combat. Within this space, despite how rapid your attack speed may be, the combat unfolds alternately, with each participant taking turns to strike. It bears a resemblance to the combat mechanics of the classic game, Dream of the Westward Journey, in Li Fan's memory. The distinction lies in the fact that the Gold Medal Assassin Sahara can replicate the highest attribute of the player drawn into the space. Thus, if Li Fan's agility stands at 21, 996 points. Sahara's agility in the round space will also mirror that figure. Attributes such as strength, spirit, and constitution, however, remain unaffected by this replication, although his damage output is insufficient to breach Li Fan's defenses. The revelation of Li Fan's agility data through this talent must have left him astonished. This talent indeed proves advantageous for one-on-one confrontations. Li Fan's brow knitted in concern. After much contemplation, the fleeting 5 seconds for a counterattack was rapidly coming to an end, prompting him to swiftly deliver a basic strike in response. The rationale behind this counterattack being a basic strike lies in 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Li Fan lacked any particularly formidable single-strike skills. His legendary skill, Sword and Shield Technique, along with Fatal Slash, could be categorized as supportive or continuous damage output skills with buff properties. Upon careful consideration, the skill with the highest damage potential for a single strike was the initial skill, Heavy Slash, which had now reached level 9. Boasting a staggering 475 physical attack power and inflicting greater damage as the enemy's health diminished. The second reason was that although his opponent had replicated his agility talent, they could not duplicate other attributes or equipment. Li Fan could easily discern that the renowned assassin, Sahara, possessed only a singular golden dagger of superior quality, a stark contrast to his own dark gold legendary epic gear. As anticipated, Sahara's backstab skill failed to breach his defenses. Conversely, Li Fan's basic strike resulted in a significant reduction of Sahara's health bar, an impressive minus 2,296. This substantial figure floated above the head of the renowned assassin. With over 2,100 in physical stats, combined with the real damage attributed to his talents, a single basic attack had claimed nearly half of Sahara's life. What level of attack and defense is this? That agility value, it's utterly absurd. Sahara gasped in disbelief. As an assassin, he was typically cautious about maintaining his composure, preferring to let his actions speak rather than his words. However, he was unable to remain unfazed at this moment. Despite having anticipated a low probability of victory, primarily aiming to gather intelligence, he found himself utterly astounded. Could a player at level 27 truly possess an agility attribute of 22,000? My own physical attack power, exceeding 500, combined with the double damage from my backstab, failed to penetrate your defenses? What kind of outrageous defense do you possess? Your basic attack inflicted 2,300 damage on me. A player with over 100 in physical defense? Is your attack power nearing 2,500? By the gods, you claim you aren't cheating. Meanwhile, Li Fan paid little heed to the astonishment of the renowned assassin, recognizing that had their roles been reversed, he too would have been taken aback. What captured his attention was the realization that in his previous life, he had never encountered Sahara. However, based on the descriptions from the powerful foes who had fallen to him, Sahara was known for his silence during every encounter. So, he was not mute after all. The ability to communicate was indeed a fortuitous development. Sahara, I am aware you belong to the Assassin Alliance. Who commissioned you to eliminate me? Sahara's expression shifted dramatically. Taken aback that Li Fan had discerned his affiliation, an unexpected revelation. From what he understood, there had never been a formidable player known as Li Fan in the gaming community, based on his investigations over the past few days. Aside from the Phoenix Guild's slight interactions with Li Fan, he was presumed to be an unorganized, independent player. An independent player who had heard of the Assassin Alliance and recognized him as an assassin sent from their ranks was no ordinary player. A decisive response was required. -1. Observing the formidable force of his attack yield a mere pitiful point of damage, Sahara felt his murderous intent dissipate. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. This was a gap that could not be bridged by mere skill. It was akin to an infant facing off against the formidable Mike Tyson. Even if the child could perform a flawless 360-degree Thomas spin, it would be utterly futile against Tyson's casual punch. Hey, Sahara, tell me who sent you to target me? Li Fan inquired once more. As a competent assassin, I will not divulge my employer's identity. Sahara replied coolly. Oh, Li Fan nodded. Then you shall meet your demise. With those words, it was time for him to strike. A powerful slash. Notification. You have slain the player gold medal assassin Sahara, level 23 assassin. As you were the retaliating party, you do not gain any evil points. Notification. You have automatically exited the turn space. Chapter 68. The vengeance of the powerful never waits for nightfall. Even without the gold-ranked assassin Sahara revealing the information, Li Fan could surmise who had contracted the Assassin Alliance. The game, Endless Firmament, had only just launched a few days prior, and the only entities he had antagonized were the Righteous Brotherhood and the Overlord Guild. The Assassin Alliance, renowned for its commitment to the art of assassination, undoubtedly commanded a hefty fee, especially for targeting the current top player in the game. Given his status as a player from the Dragon Kingdom, it was plausible that foreign forces might hire them to undermine him. But it was far more likely that the orders came from Zhao Ritian or the leader of the Overlord Guild. Therefore, whether or not the gold-ranked assassin disclosed the identity of his employer was inconsequential to Li Fan. If it was indeed Zhao Ritian or the Overlord Emperor, then exacting revenge upon the two was certainly justified. Moreover, even if they were not the ones who hired the assassins, Li Fan had every intention of eliminating them. In any case, targeting them was a sound decision. He had just checked with the NPC, confirming that Zhao Ritian was still lingering in the novice village. Surely, the Overlord Emperor had not ventured into the main city either? To his dismay, he discovered that the Overlord Emperor had also not entered any major city. Typically, once players entered a main city, they could not return to the novice village, as previously mentioned, with both Zhao Ritian and the Overlord Emperor hiding in the novice village. Li Fan was at a loss as to how to approach them. Never mind, he resolved to deal with the Assassin Alliance first. If he could not catch the mastermind, he would not spare the tools of the mastermind either. Thus, he decided to target the Assassin Alliance. No matter how formidable Sahara was, he was merely an employee. If there were to be a reckoning, it should be directed at the leader of the Assassin Alliance. The identity of the leader was shrouded in mystery. Known to few players, but for Li Fan, a reincarnated soul, it was no secret. Notification: you have successfully spent 10 gold coins to locate the coordinates of player passerby A, level 23 Shadow Assassin. Effect lasts for 10 minutes. Indeed, this unremarkable ID belonged to the leader of the Assassin Alliance. This individual had disguised himself well, but unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Li Fan. Destined for misfortune today. Moonshadow City. This city stood on the edge of the Endless Mountains, representing the westernmost territory of the Eastern Hua Empire. Due to the encroachment of demonic energy, the city was perpetually ensconced in gloomy weather, with poor lighting, ideal conditions for assassin players. At this moment, at a common leveling spot in the outskirts of Moonshadow City, the leader of the Assassin Alliance, Passerby A, was engaged in a remote conversation with the gold-ranked assassin Sahara. What? The agility attribute of the god of Tai Sui is a staggering 21,996 points? What? Your attacks fail to penetrate his defenses. And his basic attacks can strip away 300 of your health? This is utterly outrageous. This individual now stands as a singular presence among the player community. We shall pause this contract for now. Later, I will negotiate a higher price with the employer and demand your compensation. That being said, it is already commendable that you have obtained such intelligence. Take a few days to rest. Consider it a holiday. After ending the private conversation, the bystander fell into contemplation. The contract to assassinate the Tai Sui had, in fact, already been received by the Assassin Alliance a few days prior. It was initially placed by the Emperor of Pride from the M4399 Novice Village. Unfortunately, during those days, the two assassins from the Assassin Alliance had not even laid eyes on Tai Sui. Now, an additional order had come from Zhao Ritian of the Brotherhood of Righteousness. Considering that Tai Sui was now the undisputed strongest player across both leaderboards, Zhao Ritian and the Emperor of Pride offered a reward of 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins for each successful kill. With such a sum, the Assassin Alliance certainly could not afford to miss out. In the eyes of the bystander, with his top enforcer, the gold-ranked assassin Sahara, involved, the mission appeared nearly guaranteed. However, unexpectedly, after just one attempt, Sahara's confidence shattered. The attributes of Tai Sui were simply outrageous. The most alarming part was that the official representatives of Endless Firmament claimed he was neither cheating nor exploiting any game bugs. Indeed, there is a reason for high prices. The assassination of Tai Sui must be carefully deliberated. Zhao Ritian and the Emperor of Pride would need to wait a bit longer, and perhaps an increase in the price would be in order. Just as the bystander was lost in thought, a sudden gust of malevolent wind approached. Instinctively squinting, he beheld a shocking sight. A warrior player wielding a massive two-handed sword had appeared before him like a bolt of lightning. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was none other than Tai Suishan himself. Tai Suishan? Wow, I have actually encountered Tai Suishan? Oh, great one. May I add you as a friend? Momentarily taken aback, the bystander quickly reacted with the excitement and surprise typical of an ordinary player, eagerly expressing his desire to add Li Fan as a friend. Li Fan himself was momentarily stunned, then began to chuckle. Continue the act. I refuse to believe that the esteemed leader of the Assassin Alliance is unaware of my intentions. Upon hearing this, the bystander's expression froze, with his identity exposed. There was no longer a need for pretense. He gazed at Li Fan, his eyes filled with contemplation. Tai Suishan, who exactly are you? How do you know of me? His ID was known to only a select few within the Assassin Alliance, and his communications with the outside world were strictly through various agents under his command. After all, he was engaged in clandestine activities. Today's client might become tomorrow's assassination target, necessitating a low profile for someone in his position. Do not concern yourself with how I came to know. For now that I have found you, I have my own channels of information. Your gold-ranked assassin Sahara has not divulged who hired you to kill me. So now that he is deceased, I shall ask you again, who contracted you to assassinate me? Li Fan inquired directly, although he did not care much about this matter. It would certainly be preferable to ascertain the specific individual involved, given the opportunity. Eliminating Zhao Ritian and Aoshi Di Wang required little effort, yet one's time is precious. Thus, it would be ideal to determine precisely who it was. Knowing who I am, you should understand that the Assassin Alliance has never betrayed its employers. So I shall not provide an answer. The bystander replied slowly. Very well, then you must be prepared to face the consequences of my blade. Prepare yourself. As Li Fan spoke, he gradually raised his longsword. The shadow of a person, reminiscent of the renowned gold-tier assassin Sahara, cast an imposing aura in the eyes of the bystander. However, he would not simply wait for his demise. I anticipated that you would strike. And you did not think I was unprepared, did you? Farewell. With those words, the bystander abruptly vanished from sight. Employing the signature skill of an assassin. Chapter 69. The tenacity of Bystander A. The auction event commences. In the current predicament, Bystander A felt a sense of confidence. Admittedly, I cannot contend with you, Lord Tai Sui. However, if I were to vanish without a trace, how would you, Lord Tai Sui, respond to such a situation? In light of this, Li Fan merely chuckled. Vanishing is not synonymous with invincibility. You are celebrating prematurely. With that, Li Fan commenced his assault, cleaving through the air with precision. Swish, swish, swish. Under the passive effect of the dark gold skill, Swordmaster, each of his ordinary attacks unleashed a sword aura extending several meters. With over 200 strikes per second, waves of white sword energy surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Bystander A, cloaked in invisibility, was utterly unprepared for Li Fan's audacious strategy. Typically, one would rely on tracking techniques to unveil the traces of an invisible foe. Yet, employing an area of effect barrage with sword energy was truly devoid of martial ethics. Bystander A wished to flee, but even with a slight increase in speed from his invisibility, evading Li Fan's range of attack was an impossibility. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by several waves of sword energy. Minus 2,259. Minus 2,309. Minus 2,359. Minus 1,648. Fatal damage. After enduring 4 consecutive sword strikes, Bystander A's health was entirely depleted. As the leader of the Assassin Alliance, his overall combat prowess was not inferior to that of the renowned killer, Sahara. He possessed several life-saving trump cards. However, he understood that utilizing these cards against Li Fan would prove futile. At best, it would merely afford him a few extra moments before his demise. With an agility of 22,000, those few moments amounted to mere fractions of a second, rendering the use of precious life-saving measures meaningless. The disparity in raw strength was truly disheartening, yet undeniably exhilarating. In a state of despair, he watched Li Fan sprint towards Moonshadow City, a flicker of unsettling excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lord Taisui, from this moment forth, it is personal. Regardless of whether Zhao Ritian and the Emperor of Pride cancel the order to eliminate you, I shall consider your downfall as one of my primary objectives in this game. Let us hope your strength does not become accessible to me too swiftly. Otherwise, I shall soon find myself devoid of the game's enjoyment. Muttering to himself, Bystander A chose to log off before his resurrection. He was aware of Li Fan's reputation for dispatching foes at the resurrection point in Tianyao City. He surmised that Li Fan was heading to Moonshadow City to intercept him. Despite having made the elimination of Li Fan a significant goal, the overwhelming disparity in their strengths meant that recklessness would only lead to a futile demise. Logging off to evade the onslaught was the most prudent choice. Goodness, he logged off after just one strike. This fellow truly knows how to survive. Li Fan lingered in the Resurrection Plaza of Moonshadow City for a while, shaking his head in resignation once he confirmed Bystander A had disconnected. In such circumstances, he had no effective recourse. It was hardly feasible to venture offline to confront his opponent, was it? Only with the integration of gaming and reality can such feats be accomplished. Presently, he is a law-abiding citizen, refraining from any violent acts in the real world. After all, even his girlfriend from his previous life is thriving. If he were to engage in violence, he would be forced offline, which he finds tedious. Thus, he resolves to undertake a quest instead. Li Fan teleports to Tianyao City and soon finds himself in the Red Leaf Valley region. There, he encounters the carrion rat, a level 25 common creature. Its size is approximately 20 to 30 times that of an ordinary house mouse, adorned with vast irregular patches of red and white. Its small eyes shimmer with an eerie crimson hue, rendering it quite unsightly. These creatures are social in nature, appearing in groups of 3 to 5 upon respawning. However, in the presence of Li Fan, even 100 of them pose no threat whatsoever. The combat is devoid of enjoyment and concludes swiftly. Notification: you have killed X500. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. X500. Notification: you have leveled up, and your current level is LV28. Notification: your quest drunkard Lu Yanwei's daily routine, 61, has been completed. Please collect your reward from NPC Lu Yanwei. Notification: your quest Li Changshan's concerns, 1, has been completed. Please collect your reward from NPC Li Changsheng. With the task completion notifications flashing on his screen, Li Fan's endeavor to exterminate the carrion rats comes to a close. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he decides to first visit Li Changsheng to claim his reward. Notification: you have received 20 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, and 10 merit points within the Eastern Hua Empire. The task duration was 3 days. And today marks the 3rd day, thus no additional rewards are granted. Common creatures and bosses near the main city do not qualify as intelligent monsters, so defeating them yields no merit points. Nevertheless, accumulating 10 merit points is commendable. Every little bit counts, and they can be exchanged for rewards at the official NPC. Li Fan glances at the task rewards and dismisses them. His focus lies on the newly triggered second phase of the quest. Quest: Li Changsheng's concerns, 2. Quest description: in the past year, the activity levels of certain intelligent monster tribes near the Eastern Hua Empire have been unusually high, causing concern for Li Changsheng. Your exemplary performance has earned his recognition, and he hopes you can assist him in investigating the reasons behind this abnormal activity of the intelligent monster tribes. Quest objective: visit the intelligent monster tribes and investigate the reasons for their unusual activity. Quest progress: 0. Quest deadline: 60 days. Required number of participants: 1 to 10. Success reward: unknown. Failure penalty: permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Upon reading the latest details, Li Fan is momentarily taken aback. The requirements of the second phase quest do not involve the specific slaying of a particular boss. Rather, they present a more challenging task, leaving Li Fan uncertain about where to begin. Fortunately, the quest duration is ample, 60 days. Worst case, he can thoroughly explore all the intelligent monster tribes surrounding the Eastern Hua Empire. He refuses to believe he cannot complete this quest. As Li Fan contemplated this, his heart became considerably calmer. He held the singular hidden task associated with Li Changsheng in high regard. unlike the other 3 hidden tasks, for which he was aware of the final rewards prior to acceptance. This particular task related to Li Changsheng had never been completed in his previous life, igniting his curiosity about the possible rewards. The hunter, the orphan of the escort agency, and the drunkard had all provided remarkably impressive rewards, surely. As one of the most formidable figures in the Eastern Hua Empire, the legendary swordsman Li Changxing would offer even greater incentives. Li Fan eagerly anticipated this. For the time being, he set aside thoughts of this task and resolved to complete the 99-ring quest for the drunkard Lu Yanwei as planned. He withdrew his wandering thoughts and returned to his daily activities. Notification: you have accepted daily tasks of the drunkard Lu Yanwei, 81. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV 31. Before he knew it, noon of the following day had arrived. Li Fan had been quite diligent, losing track of time until past 12. When he finally felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, just as he was about to log off and take a break, a private message from a friend suddenly flashed on his screen. This message is called Longing Private Message. Wow, Fan Ge, quickly check the auction house. 7 legendary skill books have just appeared. Chapter 70, the 7 legendary skill books and the great financial competition across the server. The emergence of 7 legendary skill books on the leaderboard? Upon hearing this, Li Fan's face instantly displayed a look of realization. The first god-making event of Endless Firmament has finally arrived. As a reborn individual and a former level 200 warrior player, Li Fan was well aware that the game Endless Firmament serves as a means for humanity to combat the origins of foreign demonic creatures. These creatures belong to a cosmic-grade invasive civilization, with Earth being merely a surface-level civilization. The disparity in their combined strengths is akin to that of a single drop of water compared to an expansive ocean. How does Endless Firmament assist humanity in fending off the terrifying foreign demonic civilization? Beyond merging with reality to bestow Earth's inhabitants with the full powers of game characters, it has conducted numerous god-making events. Through such activities, individual human champions emerge, ultimately becoming the vanguard against the foreign demonic entities. Now, the 7 legendary skill books represent the first wave of these god-making endeavors, while other players remain oblivious. Li Fan understands that these 7 skill books are disseminated by the core intelligence system of Endless Firmament, or rather, the game's heavenly mandate. Each of the 7 legendary skill books possesses formidable effects. Any player who acquires one holds the potential for soaring to great heights. In my previous life, I entered the game too late and missed this event. I shall not let this opportunity slip by in this life. With great enthusiasm, Li Fan opened the auction house. On the main page of the auction house categorized for players above level 20, the 7 skill books, radiating a purple glow, were prominently displayed. The auction house is accessible only to players of level 20 and above, and the transaction fee amounts to a staggering 30, which deters most players from utilizing it. They typically opt to sell items in the main city's market area or use the main city auction house with a mere 5 fee. Indeed, these 7 skill books are distributed by the heavenly mandate of Endless Firmament. After muttering to himself, Li Fan's gaze shifted to the descriptions of the 7 skill books. Skill book: Eye of True Sight. Quality: Legendary. Learning requirement: level 20 and above. Applicable to all classes. Level 1 active effect: lock onto a target to gain detailed attributes, skill information, and weak points of the opponent. Effect diminishes against beings of a higher level and legendary tier. Each use consumes 1 MP, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. The first skill book belongs to a universally applicable support type skill. When players face creatures of a higher level and tier, their attributes and skills appear as question marks, rendering such challenges perilous and often necessitating multiple deaths to gather information on the boss before a successful challenge becomes possible. The Eye of True Sight allows players to bypass the information-gathering process, enabling them to understand the boss's abilities and weak points prior to their first encounter. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. The importance of intelligence gathering cannot be overstated. The Eye of True Sight is undoubtedly a divine skill. For Li Fan, although the Eye of True Sight at level 1 can only be effective against legendary bosses, its reconnaissance capabilities diminish when faced with epic or higher-tier bosses. However, he is aware that the skill can be upgraded, and he knows of a method to enhance the quality of skills after reaching level 40. This skill book is of paramount importance. I must acquire it. Li Fan silently resolved, while simultaneously examining other skill books. Skill book. Meteor Shower. Quality. Legendary. Learning requirement. Above level 20, for classes wielding staff-type weapons. Level 1 active effect. Summons a mini meteor shower that inflicts magical strikes on enemies within a front-facing area of 80 square meters, with each mini meteor dealing 200 magic attack damage. A total of 20 mini meteors descend per second. The skill lasts for a maximum of 5 seconds. Consumes 500 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Skill book. Aerostorm. Quality. Legendary. Learning requirement. Above level 20. For classes wielding bow-type weapons. Level 1 active effect. Upon release, unleashes a barrage of 100 arrows within the span of 4 seconds. Inflicting physical damage on enemies within a front-facing area of 70 square meters, with each arrow dealing 150 physical attack damage. The skill consumes 500 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Skill book. Sword of Extinction. Quality. Legendary. Learning requirement. Above level 20, for classes wielding longsword-type weapons. Level 1 active effect. Instantly releases a colossal sword energy in a fan-shaped area extending up to 30 meters, which possesses piercing capabilities, inflicting 1,000 physical damage on all enemies within the range. The skill consumes 400 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 100 seconds. Skill book. Venomous Strike. Quality. Legendary. Learning requirement. Above level 20, for classes wielding dagger-type weapons. Level 1 active effect. Applies a potent venom to the dagger, causing enemies to suffer 300 points of true damage per second upon attack, lasting up to 7 seconds. With a maximum of 2 layers of effect stacking on a single target. The weapon's venom effect lasts for 10 seconds, consumes 500 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Skill book. Divine Prayer. Quality. Legendary. Learning requirement. Above level 20, for classes wielding staff-type weapons. Level 1 active effect. Summons a cascade of holy light that envelopes oneself and allies within a 15 by 15 meter radius, restoring 30 of maximum HP 2000 every second for the next 5 seconds. The skill consumes 500 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 150 seconds. Skill book. Berserk. Quality. Legendary. Learning requirement. Above level 20, applicable to all classes. Level 1 active effect. For the next 10 seconds. Reduces base physical magic defense by 20, while increasing base physical magic attack by 30 and base attack movement speed by 50. Upon unleashing the skill, 500 MP is consumed, granting a 10 omnipotent lifesteal effect with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Among these 6 skill tomes, for our offensive skills, 1 is a healing skill, and 1 serves as a universal buff for all classes. Meteor Shower and Aerostorm are both expansive AoE offensive skills, inflicting devastating damage and proving to be formidable tools for crowd control, especially effective against larger bosses. The Sword of Annihilation, while not delivering exceptionally high damage, benefits from a shorter cooldown, functioning as an instantaneous skill with commendable AoE effects. Poisoning, a skill of the assassin, inflicts terrifying damage. Although it lacks AoE capability compared to the other 3 offensive skills, it can deal up to 200 points of true damage to a single target at level 1, which is truly formidable. Divine Prayer, a collective healing skill, provides a fixed output coupled with a substantial percentage recovery, ensuring its timeless relevance and establishing it as an essential technique for priest players. Rampage, on the other hand, is a buff skill for all offensive classes. Although it entails a slight reduction in defense during its activation, the enhancement in offensive capabilities makes the 20 defensive reduction a minor price to pay. Chapter 71. Li Fan's Game Assets. A surge of activity from all sides. The Eye of Truth and Rampage. These 2 skill books are essential for me. Their utility is undeniable. Li Fan pondered quietly. The Eye of Truth would significantly aid him in challenging high-difficulty bosses, while Rampage would greatly enhance his output during explosive states. As for the warrior's AoE skill, Sword of Annihilation, in Li Fan's estimation, it takes a backseat to both the Eye of Truth and Rampage. A 100-second output skill offers little discernible enhancement to his current combat capabilities. With a 1000 output, considering his base attacks and the innate true damage from his talents. The damage dealt by Sword of Annihilation would equate to approximately 8 or 9 of his regular attacks. In other words, it amounts to a mere 0.5 seconds of his regular attack output. Such output is negligible. Yet, acquiring it would undoubtedly be advantageous. After all, once he completes the quest for revenge against the young master of the Wei Yuan escort, obtaining that unique special item with a 60-second active skill and no cooldown, the Sword of Annihilation would prove invaluable. I shall also strive to acquire Divine Prayer. This skill could be allocated to my future support teammates, ensuring preparedness. As for Meteor Shower, Arrow Storm, and Venomous Strike, should my finances permit, I will endeavor to secure them, as they are all commendable skills not to be missed. Li Fan glanced at his gold reserves. In recent days, with the continuous repayment of debts from the Fairy of Purple Mist, coupled with the ticket fees for the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon, his gold had now surpassed 40,000, especially the ticket sales for the Wolf Clan Altar, which had yielded substantial profits, averaging nearly 10,000 gold daily. The 7 skill books have no upper limit on auction prices, with a bidding period of 12 hours, concluding precisely at midnight tonight. There is no rush to place a bid. It would be wiser to wait until the end, perhaps to seize a bargain. With this thought, Li Fan withdrew his focus and decided to log off for a rest. Meanwhile, while Li Fan was immersed in slumber, the entire player base of Endless Firmament was in an uproar over the sudden emergence of these 7 legendary quality skill books. Who on earth is selling these skill books? How did they acquire them, and what would compel them to part with such treasures? The auction house does not reveal the seller's identity, leaving everyone in the dark. Regardless of the seller's motives, we must not miss out on such remarkable skills. Wow, Meteor Shower. As a mage, my desire to obtain it is insatiable. I borrowed a bit of gold from my friends, gathering nearly 100 gold coins. I wonder if that will suffice to purchase it? Thinking you can buy a legendary skill book with just 100 gold? Dream on. Let me share some news. The president of a major guild in our novice village has reportedly amassed close to 1,000 gold coins. With the same target in mind, the Meteor Shower skill book. Collecting gold coins now. The exchange rate for Dragon Kingdom coins to copper coins is 110. With unlimited collection. Selling at 110? Only a fool would sell at that rate. Our village's tycoon has already declared a rate of 1.7 for copper coins. In our village, it's 1.6. Wow, since the launch, I have saved nearly 2 gold coins, which could fetch approximately 3,000 units of currency, far more enjoyable than working. Haha. In the game and on the forums, players are excitedly discussing this. These are legendary quality skill books, even if one cannot purchase them. Merely feasting one's eyes upon them is delightful. Meanwhile, affluent players have begun to frantically collect gold coins. In every novice village and city, merchants shouting for gold coins have appeared in droves, and the price of a game currency has surged. Due to this frenzy, only a select few will stand out. Quoting the latest prices for coveted skill books. The prices for the 7 skill books have begun to soar with the passage of time. With so many players in Endless Sky, even regular players have limited gold earning capabilities, typically accumulating only a few dozen silver coins daily, coupled with expenses such as equipment repairs. The market for saleable items remains relatively sparse. However, it isn't long before some manage to gather a 4-digit amount of gold coins. Within an hour of the 7 skill books being listed, the lowest priced book has already surpassed 1,000 gold coins. After 2 hours, the price has exceeded 1,500 gold coins. 3 hours. 10 hours later, the lowest priced book has reached over 5,000 gold coins. In terms of real-world Dragon Kingdom currency, 5,000 gold coins equates to over 30 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Such a price leaves countless ordinary players astounded. After all, it is merely a legendary skill book, just a game item, yet it commands such a high price. What an easy profit. Little do they know. The true big players have yet to make their bids. Old Wei, how much gold have we gathered? President, we have over 6,000. Not enough. Urge the guild members to put in more effort. By around 11 tonight, we must gather 8,000 gold coins to secure 1 skill book. 8,000 gold coins for a single book? Isn't that a bit much, President? The highest current bid is only 4,500 gold coins. Trust me. I have received word that Endless Sky has recently attracted many affluent players. The competition is fierce, and we must be fully prepared. Entry Heart City. The president of the Junlin Tianxia Guild, Changxing Jun, converses with the chief shield warrior, Old Wei. Ha ha ha, with 7,000 gold coins. That poison skill book will surely be mine. Tai Suation? Humph. Once I acquire the poison skill book and pass the 10-star profession advancement assessment, you shall no longer have your way with my guild. In M5566 Novice Village, the president of the Yiba Yuntian Guild, Zhao Ritian, gazes at the 7,022 gold coins in his backpack, lost in beautiful daydreams of the future. Lawrence, how much gold have we gathered? Boss. We have approximately 7,000 gold coins. Indeed. Splendid, yet further efforts are required. We must intensify our endeavors. We must secure at least one of the 7 legendary skill books. In the misty city of the CF Federation, a slight, square-faced mage player is instructing his steward to continue collecting gold coins. Although he is a novice in the game, in the real world, he stands as one of the most formidable capitalists in the beautiful nation, wielding significant influence in both political and business spheres. His entry into the realm of Endless Firmament was prompted by whispers from higher authorities suggesting that this game symbolizes the future of humanity. Unbeknownst to him, this information was deliberately leaked by those in power. The communication time between the heavenly path of Endless Firmament and the leaders of the 5 Constants was brief, and they had previously cautioned against revealing the future to the outside world. However, humans are inherently complex beings, despite their subsequent agreement to safeguard this secret. The leaders of the 5 Constants collectively intensified their promotion of Endless Firmament within their respective nations and devised a series of plans. Many prominent figures have sensed the shifting winds and have subsequently increased their investments in Endless Firmament. This butterfly effect, instigated by Li Fan, is destined to render this iteration of Endless Firmament even more captivating than in his previous life, just as various factions are ardently amassing game currency. Li Fan has finally logged back into the game. Chapter 72, Intense Bidding, secured 5 books. Li Fan logged on after 11 o'clock at night. The reason for his late arrival was twofold. Primarily, he had only logged off for a rest at noon, but more significantly, he had just moved. He was confident that no one could glean his true identity from the vast information database of the game Endless Firmament. However, after recognizing Chen Ergu in the game, there was a potential risk that someone with ulterior motives might obtain his real-world identity through Chen Ergu. This was not due to a lack of trust in Chen Ergu. After all, they had been companions for a decade in his previous life, which had proven their loyalty, making betrayal highly improbable. Nevertheless, having experienced treachery in the past, his demise resulting from the betrayal of a girlfriend and a friend, Li Fan had resolved to prioritize his safety in this life. As long as he remained powerful enough, he would not fear betrayal from anyone. In light of the possibility that someone could discover his connection with Chen Ergu in the game and trace it back to his identity as the Tai Sui god, he had taken precautions by moving. After logging off yesterday, he procured a false identity through a forger and contacted a real estate agent under that guise. After viewing several properties today, he hastily moved into a new residence. Currently, he resided in the renowned Kancheng community in the bustling metropolis, a place not known for its luxury but rather for its dense population, with a false identity and a crowded living environment. It would generally be quite difficult for anyone to locate him swiftly. Li Fan contemplated renting several more apartments in the coming days. Better safe than sorry, after all. He also planned to change his phone and bank cards. In essence, he intended to indulge in gameplay while remaining cautious in the real world, waiting for the time when the game and reality would converge. Indeed, today, the ticket fees for the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon had accumulated to over 11,000 gold coins, which brought him great joy. Upon logging in, a notification appeared on his interface regarding the ticket fee storage. After extracting the gold coins, he checked his inventory and noted that his total gold amounted to 52,077. Next, he turned his attention to the server-wide auction house. True Sight Eye. Current highest bid for 800 gold coins, 40 minutes and 35 seconds remaining until auction end. Meteor Shower. Current highest bid for 706 gold coins, 40 minutes and 35 seconds remaining until auction end. Rampage. Current highest bid for 752 gold coins, 40 minutes and 35 seconds remaining until auction end. The prices for the 7 skill books were hovering around 4 to 5,000 gold coins. The highest price was for the True Sight-Eye. It appeared that many players shared Li Fan's sentiment, deeming the True Sight-Eye the most practical and versatile. Hence the fierce competition for it. With 40 minutes remaining until the auction concluded, there was no rush. He decided to complete some quests first. Li Fan focused his mind and began his daily tasks for Lu Yanwei. Notification. You have automatically accepted the daily quest of the drunken Lu Yanwei, 85. Before he knew it, nearly 40 minutes had elapsed. Glancing at the notification for a new task on his panel, Li Fan disregarded it and directly opened the server-wide auction house. At that moment, only 60 seconds remained until the auction for the 7 skill books concluded. At this moment, someone could no longer contain their excitement. The bidding for True Vision had reached an astounding 200 gold coins, with only 59 seconds remaining until the auction's conclusion. Just a second prior, the highest bid stood at 5,000 gold coins. Although the competition was fierce, the price had been rising as slowly as toothpaste being squeezed from a tube. Suddenly, it surged by 200 gold coins. This was akin to a signal, prompting the wealthy bidders, who had prepared ample funds, to respond in an instant. The latest bids for the other 6 skill books began to escalate rapidly. The price fluctuated almost every second, each increase surpassing 100 gold coins. This spectacle left numerous onlookers exhilarated. Wow, the true magnates are finally making their move. It was astonishing how little regard they had for money, raising the stakes by 100 gold coins each time. Given the current exchange rate, that amounted to over 600,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. The audacity of these tycoons was truly intimidating. I had barely accumulated 3 gold coins since the server launched. Amidst the chatter of the spectators, the auction countdown quickly dwindled to the final 10 seconds. At this point, the highest bid for True Vision had escalated to 7,500 gold coins, while the lowest bid for Meteor Shower reached 7,300 gold coins. These prices remained stable for several seconds, indicating that the participating bidders were beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue. However, true power players like Li Fan were finally entering the fray. With just 5 seconds left on the countdown, the highest bid for True Vision soared to 8,000 gold coins, while Meteor Shower reached 7,900 gold coins. The countdown continued. With 4 seconds remaining, True Vision climbed to 8,500 gold coins, and Meteor Shower matched that price. As the seconds ticked away, True Vision surged to 9,104 gold coins, while Meteor Shower hit 9,000 gold coins, followed by Frenzy at the same amount. With just 2 seconds left, True Vision reached 9,233 gold coins, Meteor Shower 9,167 gold coins, and Frenzy 9,199 gold coins. After the frenzied bidding of the first 3 seconds, the latest prices for each skill book had become whole numbers, signaling that the affluent competitors had unleashed their full potential. At this juncture, even a single additional gold coin could determine the final sale price. And it was at this critical moment that Li Fan, having restrained himself for so long, finally made his move. With less than a second remaining, the bid for True Vision skyrocketed to an impressive 10,000 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest price 10,000 gold coins. Arrow Storm, current highest price 9,317 gold coins. Extinction Sword, current highest price 10,000 gold coins. Toxicity, current highest price 9,301 gold coins. Divine Prayer, current highest price 10,000 gold coins. Berserk, current highest price 10,000 gold coins. In the final seconds, the prices of the 7 skill books fluctuated multiple times. All bids of 10,000 gold coins originated from Li Fan. At last, the auction concluded. Notice, transaction successful. Congratulations on acquiring the auction items I have True Sight, Meteor Shower, Extinction Sword, Divine Prayer, and Berserk. Notice, you have received the daily reward for the server's level ranking. Your level has risen to LV32. Notice, you have received the daily reward for the server's equipment ranking. You have obtained a dark gold quality treasure chest. Gazing at the 5 skill books that had appeared in his inventory, Li Fan wore a smile that reflected both satisfaction and regret. Chapter 73, The General's Confidence. Soon, I shall surpass the Supreme Deity. Goodness, was I merely imagining things just now? 5 out of 7 skill books priced at a staggering 10,000 gold each? I thought my eyes were deceiving me, but it appears that was not the case. 10,000 gold is roughly equivalent to over 60 million Dragon Kingdom coins. All for a single skill book within the game. How utterly insane. Where on earth did all these affluent players in Endless Firmament come from? Just the other day, I was contemplating how I could scrape together over 200 gold to purchase one, and now I realize how laughably naive that notion was. Gentlemen, I have observed a significant detail. Of the 7 skill books, 5 were sold at precisely 10,000 gold each. Could it be that one player acquired all 5? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. That amounts to 50,000 gold. Who could possibly amass such a fortune? It must be mere coincidence. Yes, indeed, just a coincidence. It is utterly preposterous to think anyone could produce 50,000 gold at this time. Numerous players are keenly watching the auction prices of these 7 skill books. In the final seconds, the latest prices could no longer be concealed from anyone's gaze. 5 of the 7 skill books were sold for an astonishing 10,000 gold each. This scene left countless players utterly disheartened. As diligent and earnest ordinary players, we toil tirelessly to accumulate gold. And yet we have only managed to save 2 or 3 gold at most. How could one purchase a skill book priced at 10,000 gold? It is maddening. Amidst our jealousy, countless players also feel an overwhelming sense of envy. Each of these 7 skill books possesses extraordinary capabilities. And even an ordinary player fortunate enough to acquire one could soar to great heights. How envious I am. What the devil? How did so many wealthy individuals suddenly emerge in Endless Firmament? After painstakingly gathering over 7,000 gold, I find myself unable to purchase even a single skill book. This is utterly infuriating. The president of the Junlin Tianxia Guild, Changxing Jun, could not suppress his exasperation. He had spent a considerable sum acquiring gold and rallied his guild members to pool their resources, ultimately amassing over 7,000 gold. He had hoped to secure at least one legendary skill book, only to discover that the lowest sale price for a skill book had exceeded 9,300 gold. This left Changxing Jun feeling profoundly defeated. It would be one thing if I had not made an effort to gather funds. But having tried so hard only to fall so short compared to others is disheartening. One can easily infer the immense financial clout and influence of several prominent players within Endless Firmament. Looking at it this way, can my guild, which has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the Dragon Kingdom gaming scene, still hope to reclaim its former glory in the world of Endless Firmament? Changxing Jun found himself questioning this. Simultaneously, Zhao Ritian and other veteran guild leaders shared in his sense of defeat. Realizing that Endless Firmament is vastly different from the games they previously played, many new titans have entered this realm, heralding a seismic shift in player dynamics. Ha ha ha. I have successfully acquired the skill book, Poisoning. It won't be long before I surpass the Tai Sui God and become the foremost player in the entire realm. Will I? Indeed, Your Excellency, the Tai Sui God is merely a fortunate soul who has stumbled upon luck. His prowess cannot possibly compare to yours. With the formidable might of the beautiful nation behind you, you are destined to become the strongest in the entire server. Ha ha ha. Advisor Carter, I appreciate your candor. In the West Moon Federation, in the city of Holy Water, a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes was engaged in jovial conversation with his subordinates. Indeed, he is the one who has procured the skill book, Poisoning. Hailing from the beautiful nation, he is a military major general, belonging to the upper echelons of the nation's military-industrial complex. Although not widely known, he holds significant influence throughout the beautiful nation. From a young age, the Major General has enjoyed the finest luxuries, brimming with confidence, and believes that the Poisoning skill book, acquired through the combined wealth of multiple conglomerates, will propel him to become the new #1 in the realm. Notification: you have used the skill book and learned the new skill True Sight. Notification: you have used the skill book and learned the new skill Sword of Annihilation. Notification: you have used the skill book and learned the new skill Rampage. Of the 5 skill books purchased, 3 have now vanished, and Li Fan's skill list has been updated with 3 new skills. Under the effect of his title, all 3 skills have been elevated to level 2. At this moment, the effects of the skills have also undergone corresponding changes. True Sight. LV2 active effect. Lock onto a target, acquiring detailed attributes, skill information, and weak points of the opponent. Effect diminishes against beings with a level exceeding your own by 10 levels or of legendary rank and above. Each use consumes 1 MP, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Note: upgrading the skill requires 1,000,000 experience points and a character level of no less than LV30. As a reconnaissance skill, the advancement to level 1 does not yield a drastic improvement, yet Li Fan is quite satisfied. Against beings of epic rank below, within a 10-level advantage, I am now capable of discerning their strength, skill information, and weak points. This is already remarkable. The effects of both the Sword of Annihilation and Rampage at level 2 have also manifested some changes. The attack range of the Sword of Annihilation has increased by 5, with damage escalating to 1100 of physical attack. The cooldown remains at 100 seconds, while the mana consumption has risen to 480 points. The duration of the Rampage buff has extended by 1 second, and during its effect, both attack and speed are augmented by 35 and 55 respectively, truly impressive. Advancing the level of these two skills also necessitates 1,000,000 experience points. Having just leveled up, Li Fan currently lacks sufficient experience and decides to postpone upgrading them to level 3. There is no rush to elevate his own level, after all. A higher level would diminish the benefits of monster hunting. Previously, Li Fan expended a considerable amount of experience points to elevate skills such as sword and shield technique and storm swordsmanship to their maximum potential. Otherwise, he would not currently be at level 32 but rather at least level 35. The inaugural Divine Creation event of Endless Firmament has concluded, and I managed to acquire 5 skill books, which I consider a goal achieved. Alas, had I known the competition would be so fierce, I would have dedicated some time to grind through the nightmarish dungeons, gather superior equipment, and amass gold. Ultimately, I missed out on 2 of the books. This is the source of Li Fan's regret. The memories of his previous life regarding this event have grown quite hazy. He only recalls the approximate timing and cannot remember the details of the 7 skill books or their final transaction prices. Initially, he had contemplated that with the substantial amount of gold he had sold to the Fairy of Purple Mist, he would have enough to purchase at least one of them. Fortunately, the entry fee for the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon was available. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford even a single book. Spending 50,000 gold to acquire 5 books seems to underestimate the capabilities of the world's inhabitants, which is not acceptable and must change. Li Fan silently admonished himself against arrogance. At that moment, a private message from a friend suddenly illuminated the screen. Upon closer inspection, it was the Fairy of Purple Mist and the Flower Butterfly sending him a message. Chapter 74. Returning to the everyday, completing the 98th ring task. Beep, beep, beep. Xixia Fairy, private chat. Do you have any intention of selling the Meteor Shower and Divine Prayer skill books? After all, you have no use for them. Earlier, when logging into complete tasks, Xixia Fairy promptly sent gold coins to Li Fan. As the overall strength of mainstream players has increased, the in-game gold production has surged correspondingly. Today, Xixia Fairy generously presented Li Fan with over 3,000 gold coins, settling all debts. According to her, she intentionally stayed online later than usual today to ensure that Li Fan received the gold in time to participate in the auction. This thoughtful gesture was greatly appreciated by Li Fan, who responded, Taisui God, private chat not for sale. Xixia Fairy, private chat, wow. So you really did purchase those 5 skill books? How did you amass so much gold? Li Fan could not help but frown upon reading her message. How clever of you to extract information. Why must you be so mischievous? Taisui God, private chat, I must have misread earlier. I do not possess the Meteor Shower or Divine Prayer skill books. Xixia Fairy, private chat, Taisui God. Do you think I am a fool? I roll. Taisui God, private shadow, not for sale. I intend to keep these skill books for my future teammates. Taisui God, private chat is for the gold. You understand the ticket fees for the Wolf Tribe altar, right? All mine, so you might as well seek a hidden dungeon, and upon completion, it can become a public dungeon, allowing you to collect ticket fees as well. This was not something to be ashamed of. Li Fan readily acknowledged it when discovered. Given their previous amicable collaboration, he even kindly reminded Xixia Fairy of how he acquired such a fortune in gold. Xixia Fairy, private chat, future teammates? How about our Phoenix Guild's leveling team? If you fancy someone, just say the word, and I'll arrange it for you. Tai Sui God, private chat. Busy, let us talk later. Li Fan voluntarily interrupted the conversation. While the Phoenix Guild's leveling team was appealing, they were ultimately not his allies. Why squander his resources on training members of another guild? Li Fan was not that foolish. As for teammates, there were many renowned players from his past life. He just had not encountered many of them yet. What message did Huadai send? Let me check. Recalling the renowned players from his past life, Li Fan noticed that one was indeed on his friend's list. Regardless of her personality, Huadai was among the strongest mages in his previous life. Ever since he declined her proposal to team up in the M4399 Novice Village, they hadn't exchanged a single word. Li Fan was curious about the private message she had just sent him. Huadai private chat Tai Sui God. Did you buy the 5 skill books that sold for 10,000 gold coins at the auction house? Tai Sui God private chat, why do you ask? Huadai private chat, just answer whether it's you or not. I have a feeling it is, and I want to know how far apart we are. Li Fan instantly understood. After previously rejecting the invitation to team up, she inadvertently wounded his pride, igniting a fierce desire within her to surpass him. Perhaps she envisioned a future where, having eclipsed his abilities, she could return to mock him and relieve her frustrations. Li Fan glanced at the leaderboard information, and as expected, the name Butterfly appeared at the 88th position in the level rankings and the 71st in equipment. Surely, such accomplishments must have required tremendous effort. That insatiable thirst for victory. Tai Sui private message, it was I who purchased it. Butterfly private message, where did you acquire so many gold coins? Tai Sui private message, guess. Butterfly private message. Speak as you wish. Just wait. One day, I shall be beyond your reach. Tai Sui private message, meteor shower, skill book. Screenshot. Smile. Butterfly private message, what does that mean? Are you trying to provoke me? Tai Sui private message, keep it up. Once you enter the top 10 of the overall level rankings, I shall gift it to you. But you must join the guild I establish. In this life, Li Fan also harbored aspirations of founding a guild. The energy of an individual is limited. And as they prepared to confront the otherworldly beast in the future, he would require allies. Moreover, with his own guild, he could delegate the mundane tasks that hinder his progress to the guild members. He planned to initiate the guild creation once he acquired the official guild certificate. This time, he did not seek a large number of members, but rather aimed for an elite approach. Butterfly, with her skills and potential, was one of the teammates he desired, prompting him to extend an invitation early on. On the other hand, Butterfly, upon seeing Li Fan's message, remained silent. Is he inviting me? Should I accept? How infuriating. Are we even that familiar? I wanted to surpass you first before mocking you. Why offer me such an opportunity? Should I accept his invitation? Conflicted thoughts swirled in her mind. She felt a peculiar sentiment towards Li Fan, not admiration, nor hatred, but a complex blend of subtle admiration and defiance. From her perspective, they had only met twice. He had both harmed and saved her, only to subsequently reject her request to form a team. Thus, for several days, she had been determined to grow strong enough to render him incapable of reaching her level. Yet, despite her efforts, the gap between them only widened. It was not merely a matter of strength. She suddenly realized that their financial statuses were worlds apart. Her backpack contained a mere 100 gold coins, whereas he could easily produce 50,000 gold coins for an auction. How could he possess such wealth? Furthermore, why would he gift me a skill book worth 10,000 gold coins? Is it merely to entice me to join his future guild? This is strange, such lavish spending. Could he possibly be seeking a passionate online romance with me? As the whimsical thoughts swirled within her, the butterfly of flowers found herself increasingly flustered. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, she responded with a message. Butterfly of flowers, private message, all right. Meanwhile, upon receiving her affirmation, Li Fan ceased to ponder the matter further. With the auction event concluded and the coveted skill book successfully acquired, he intended to return to his usual routine. Notification. You have completed the daily tasks of the Drunken Lu Yanwei. 98. Notification. You have earned a reward of 280,000 experience points. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had slipped into the early morning, past 5 o'clock. At long last, Li Fan had completed the final phase of Lu Yanwei's daily tasks. Chapter 75, The Final Step, Annihilation of the Troll Tribe. In the preceding 98 tasks, The requirements ranged from providing Lu Yanwei with food and drink expenses to defeating minor foes for ingredient collection, with rewards consistently being mere experience points. After expending substantial financial and physical resources, I have finally reached the most critical juncture. Celestial Chosen, the god of Tai Sui. I express my gratitude for your care towards this wretched drunkard. I have but one final wish. I hope you will assist me in my quest for vengeance. The NPC Lu Yanwei, shedding his usual inebriated demeanor, earnestly inquired of Li Fan. Simultaneously, Li Fan's interface revealed the prompt for the 99th task. Daily Life of the Drunkard Lu Yanwei, Final. Task Description. Lu Yanwei was once a member of the Glory Mercenary Corps. During an adventurous expedition, they were ambushed by a troll tribe, resulting in devastating casualties. Since that fateful day, Lu Yanwei has languished in despair, becoming a mere alcoholic. For many years, he has yearned for someone to avenge his fallen comrades. Aiding him will yield substantial rewards. Task Objective. Journey to the depths of the Endless Mountains located north of Black Obsidian City and annihilate at least 1,000 trolls, LV-35, LV-45 bronze creatures. Task Progress. 0-1000. Task Deadline. Within 15 days. Required participants. 1. Success Reward. 1, 200, 000 experience points. Fragment of the Chaos Core 3, Special Item. Failure Penalty. Permanent disqualification from accepting this task chain. Celestial Chosen, the god of Tai Sui. I am aware this task presents a formidable challenge. The Fragment of the Chaos Core is a rare item I fortuitously acquired during my perilous youth. I hope it proves beneficial to you. I am but a destitute drunk, and this is the sole recompense I can offer. To Li Fan's astonishment. Before he even embarked on the task, NPC Lu Yanwei proactively retrieved the task reward from his inventory. Item. Fragment of the Chaos Core 3. Type. Unique Special Item. Description. A unique item produced at the dawn of the world of Endless Firmament. Simply carrying it in your inventory activates its effects, elevating all equipped items levels to match that of the character. Note. This item is a prepayment for the task. Should the task remain incomplete by the deadline, you will incur a penalty of 10,000 evil points for deceiving the NPC and become the target of pursuit by all NPCs of the Eastern Hua Empire. Indeed. It is that. How splendid to receive the task reward in advance. Lu Yanwei, this drunkard, is quite commendable. Li Fan felt elated. As for the penalty mentioned in the item note regarding task incompletion, it barely registered in his considerations. Li Fan secured the Fragment of the Chaos Core 3 into his inventory, and concurrently, a series of new prompts appeared on his interface. Notification. Your epic weapon Blade of Justice's verdict has been enhanced by a special item, increasing its base level to LV-32 and augmenting its attributes. Your epic accessory, the Silver Ring of the God of Hunting, has been enhanced by a special item, elevating its base level to LV-32 and augmenting its attributes. Similarly, your Dark Gold Shoes, the Coward's Rocket Boots, have also experienced a transformation, with their base level raised to LV-32 and their attributes improved, as indicated by the description of the Chaos Core Fragment 3. All of Li Fan's equipment has been upgraded to match his level. Delightful. In this moment, my combat prowess has surged dramatically. Li Fan gleefully cast a glance at his newly acquired weapon. Equipment. Blade of Just Judgment. Durability. 326, 750. Quality. Epic. Grade. Perfect. Usage requirement. Above LV-32, melee classes wielding two-handed weapons, strength above 880. Attribute 1. Physical attack 1420, magical attack 1100, strength 320. Attribute 2. Physical attack power 21. Attribute 3. Strength 320. Attribute 4. Attack imbued with light attribute. Attribute 5. Light attribute attack 21. Attribute 6. Power of judgment. Slight. No change. Attribute 7. Just judgment. Slight. No change. Compared to its original LV-20 attributes. The Blade of Just Judgment at LV-32 has experienced an increase of nearly 1.5 times in all attributes, aside from the 6th and 7th, which remain unchanged. Merely wielding this weapon, Li Fan estimated his combat strength had enhanced by approximately 20. Furthermore, the other equipment had also seen considerable improvements. Li Fan opened his brand new personal panel. Character. God of the Great Year. Basic attributes. Level. LV32, 4, 320, 00012, 800, 000. Class. Sword and Shield Ranger. HP. 35, 608. MP. 8, 480. Attack. Physical Attack 3, 323. Magical Attack 1, 761. Defense. Physical Defense 2, 150. Magical Defense 2, 082. Attributes. Strength 1, 314. Agility 24, 660. Spirit 497. Stamina 1, 499. Free attribute points. 1, 160. Maximum attack speed. 296, 88 times second. Maximum movement speed. 553, 52 meters second. Title. Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent. Blessing of Light, second stage, SSS quality. Equipment, skills, etc. Omitted. What bliss. In the days spent in the main city, my equipment has hardly changed, yet upon acquiring the Chaos Core fragment, my attack and defense have increased by approximately 30 to 40. Among these, the epic weapon and epic rings can now be considered as items for graduation. Gazing upon my latest personal panel, Li Fan could not help but feel elated. The enhancement provided by the Chaos Core fragment was exceedingly evident. Li Fan was left pondering how a down-and-out drunkard like Lu Yanwei could possess such a remarkable item. However, it matters little. This is the allure of the soul-hidden quest in Endless Firmament. If the rewards were not enticing, who would undertake hidden quests? Even the novice village blacksmith, Morin, possesses a legendary item, the Heart of the Warrior, while it seems entirely reasonable for the city's NPCs to possess fragments of the Chaos Core. By the way, I have accumulated a sufficient number of free attribute points, reserving 500 for future use, and I shall allocate the remainder entirely to strength. After distributing the points, Li Fan gazed at his newly displayed strength of 1974 and physical attack power of 4,122, a satisfied smile gracing his face once again. Such a formidable attack power, combined with his nearly 300 base attacks per second, is nothing short of terrifying. Li Fan himself feels a twinge of fear at his own combat prowess. Enough of these thoughts. It is time to focus on the quest. Lu Yanwei has generously provided the quest rewards in advance, and Li Fan is naturally eager to reciprocate. Although the quest has a generous duration of half a month, he resolutely decides to embark on this journey now. Is it not true that levels between 35 and 45 are all at least of the bronze tier? If all goes as planned, I shall complete this quest before logging off today. Li Fan is brimming with confidence. There is no denying it. He is indeed exceptionally powerful. Chapter 76, The Troll Patrol and Li Fan's Explosive Output. In the world of Endless Skies, the creatures players encounter are categorized into three types: ordinary monsters, dungeon monsters, and intelligent magical beings. Ordinary monsters primarily consist of the smaller creatures and minor bosses that spawn in various leveling zones, serving as the main avenue for players to gain experience. Similarly, dungeon monsters respawn with each restart of the dungeon, regardless of how many times they are slain. In contrast, intelligent magical beings, akin to NPCs, face true death without the possibility of respawning unless under special circumstances. These beings can be perceived as non-human NPCs, possessing significant intelligence and their own societal structures. The Troll Tribe, located deep within the Endless Mountains to the north of Blackyo City, represents a diminutive civilization among the intelligent magical beings of the troll race. Li Fan had minimal recollection of them. In his previous life, he had engaged in numerous fierce battles against trolls, yet those trolls hailed from more formidable tribes and did not include low-quality beings below level 45. Nevertheless, this lack of familiarity was inconsequential, as Li Fan's combat prowess had surged dramatically, instilling him with utmost confidence. A mere peripheral tribe of trolls should pose no challenge. I can easily annihilate them. With this thought, Li Fan bid farewell to Lu Yanwei and sprinted towards the northern expanse of Blackyo City. The Endless Mountains stretched vast and wide, and it took him over 10 minutes to traverse just the outer regions at his speed. Throughout his journey, Li Fan paid little heed to monster farming, casually dispatching any ordinary creatures around level 30 that obstructed his path. These skirmishes were hardly noteworthy. However, as he ventured deeper into the Endless Mountains, the strength of the monsters markedly increased, with many surpassing level 35. Some displayed a notable level of intelligence, even attempting to flee when they perceived they could not win. Yet, regrettably for them, their power was still far too inadequate. Escaping from Li Fan's grasp was akin to scaling a mountain. Notably, during his quest to locate the troll tribe, Li Fan enjoyed a stroke of fortune, encountering several minor bosses along the way. Notification: you have slain the golden-winged mantis, LV-36 black iron creature, and earned 19,200 experience points, 20 bonus for defeating a higher-level monster. Notification: this kill is the first in the entire server. Congratulations, you have received 30 bonus attribute points and a 1 item drop for your class equipment skill book. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 16 points. Notification: you have slain the mutated crocodile elite, LV-36 black iron creature, and acquired omitted. These minor bosses proved to be quite formidable, yet they paled in comparison to Li Fan's current capabilities. As the first player to arrive in this area, he was rewarded with first kill bonuses for these bosses. However, he was taken aback when the level 35 black iron boss named Carrion Hyena Chief did not trigger a first kill notification upon its defeat. The scavenging hyena leader is not the sole point of refreshment here, and the absence of a first kill reward indicates that other players have already engaged it. To my surprise, there are indeed players capable of defeating such a formidable minor boss. One cannot underestimate the prowess of the world's inhabitants. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing the matter from his thoughts. He then continued his journey, seeking traces of the troll tribe. After spending over half an hour, Li Fan finally stumbled upon a small squad of trolls. This contingent consisted of 3 trolls, seemingly on patrol. They were upright creatures, towering over 3 meters in height, with dark brown skin and misshapen eyes that glimmered with an eerie red light. Each troll was clad in tattered animal hides, wielding a massive club approximately 2 meters long. Li Fan casually activated his true sight on one of the more robust trolls. Creature: Troll Patrol Soldier. Race: Troll. Level: LV-36 Bronze. Attributes: Physical Attack Power 1560, Magical Attack Power 200, HP 78,000, Physical Defense 726, Magical Defense 700. Stats: Strength 630, Agility 400, Spirit 200, Stamina 500. Normal attack: swinging the club, clawing, kicking. Skill 1: Sweeping Thousands. The Troll Patrol Soldier powerfully swings its club, dealing 300 physical damage to targets in a frontal cone area. Skill 2: Roar. The Troll Patrol Soldier emits a heart-stirring roar, inflicting 150 physical attack damage on targets within a 10-meter radius and causing a stun effect lasting 1 to 3 seconds. Skill 3: Frenzy. The lower the troll's health, the higher its attack power and attack speed, with a maximum increase of 30. Skill 4: Alarm. Upon realizing it cannot defeat its enemy, the Troll Patrol Soldier will flee, emitting a loud roar to alert nearby trolls of an invading foe. Vulnerable areas: head, rear. The effect of True Sight was remarkably powerful, revealing all information about the Troll Patrol Soldier before him. As a LV-36 Bronze Tier creature, the Troll Patrol Soldier possessed considerable strength. However, it was unfortunate for them that they encountered Li Fan, who was quite formidable himself. Their normal attacks could not even breach Li Fan's defenses. With a swift motion, Li Fan manifested himself and struck at one of the trolls with his sword. The LV-5 Sword Chi Master skill allowed each strike he unleashed to deal a combined output of 70 physical attack and 70 magical attack. Given the troll's massive size, Li Fan did not need to aim carefully to hit its vulnerable spot, the head. Minus 2,828. Minus 6,290. Critical damage to the vulnerable area. Minus 6,322. With an exceptionally high base panel and a 21 enhancement to light attribute attack, coupled with the true damage from agility and nearly 2,000 points of strength that grants an additional 20 damage bonus upon striking weak points. Li Fan's every sword energy that strikes the head of a troll patrolman inflicts damage exceeding 6,000. Furthermore, as the passive defense reduction from Storm Swordsmanship activates and the increased damage effect from Toxic Earrings triggers against poisoned enemies, Li Fan's output escalates exponentially. The total health of the troll patrolman is merely over 70,000. There is no way it can withstand such terrifying damage from Li Fan. Under normal circumstances, with an attack speed of 300 per second, the three-headed troll patrolmen scarcely have time to react before they all collapse in an instant. Although it was not a single blow that dealt their demise, the entire duration of the battle did not exceed 1 second, truly deserving the title of annihilation. Sweeping through the ranks? Frenzy? Roar? Alarm? Apologies, but all were swiftly eliminated. The troll patrolmen could not unleash a single skill and met their end in utter frustration. Simultaneously, a kill notification appeared on Li Fan's panel. Notification: you have slain troll patrolman, LV 36 bronze creature, earning 38. For 100 experience points, 20 additional bonus for defeating a monster of higher level. X3. Notification: this kill marks the first in the entire server for this boss. Congratulations on receiving 72 free attribute points and a 1 on the dropped items for your class equipment skill book. X1. Notification: you have slain an intelligent creature, earning 30 merit points. X3. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 18 points. X3. Chapter 77. Arrival at the Troll Tribe, a prelude to carnage. Part 2. The rewards for vanquishing the Troll Patrol soldiers are exceedingly generous. Not only does Li Fan receive a substantial amount of experience points, but he also acquires a total of 90 merit points. These merit points can be exchanged at the NPCs of the Eastern Hua Empire for exquisite gear, skill books, consumables, and other valuable items, serving a function akin to that of gold. Li Fan is elated. But what brings him even greater joy is the increase in his agility attribute points due to his innate talent. A single level 36 bronze tier troll patrol soldier contributes 18 points of agility. The troll tribe likely harbors numerous creatures of such caliber. If he can eliminate 1,000 of them, would that not yield a staggering increase of over 30,000? The second tier of his talent, Blessing of Light, will automatically upgrade to its third stage after he slays 100,000 monsters above level 20. It is anticipated that, much like the transition from the first to the second stage, the third stage will impose level requirements on the monsters he must defeat. Thus, why not utilize the remaining slots from the second stage to hunt intelligent creatures? With this thought in mind, Li Fan silently commends himself. His impulsive decision to undertake the final task for Lu Yanwei has proven fortuitous. The appearance of troll patrol soldiers here indicates that he has indeed entered the territory of the troll tribe. He must promptly locate the area to commence his relentless slaughter. With unwavering determination, Li Fan sets his plan into motion. His intuition proves correct, as he soon encounters a second wave of troll patrol soldiers. This time, the squad consists of 3 trolls, 2 at level 35 and 1 at level 37. This variation in strength among the troll patrol soldiers is evident. Nevertheless, regardless of whether they are level 35 or level 37, their fate remains unchanged in the face of Li Fan's might. Instant annihilation. Notification: you have slain. Omitted. Notification: you have acquired the spoils, Troll Club, Troll Cloak, recipe for low-level strength potion, for gold, 6 silver, and 71 copper coins. Ah, a recipe for consumables has dropped. How splendid. In the realm of endless skies, potion-related consumables are relatively rare treasures, despite his extensive efforts since the game's launch. Li Fan has yet to discover any recipes for crafting consumables. In traditional games, health potions are typically procured from NPC merchants. Yet the efficacy of the potions sold by NPCs is dismally low, leading him to refrain from purchasing them, as he does not lack for basic supplies. As for the various temporary attribute-enhancing elixirs, NPC merchants do not carry them at all. Initially, he had anticipated that once his merit points accumulated sufficiently, he would be able to exchange them for such items at the NPCs of the Eastern Hua Empire. Little did he expect that defeating a troll patrol soldier would yield a recipe. What a delightful surprise. Li Fan cast a glance at the recipe in his inventory. Item: recipe for low-level strength potion. Type: crafting blueprint. Effect: upon learning, grants the ability to craft low-level strength potion. Learning requirement: must possess the secondary profession skill alchemy. The synthesis of the low-level power elixir requires the use of silver flower, golden silver grass, and white spoon essence. The elixir bestows a remarkable effect, enhancing one's strength attribute by an impressive 100 points, alongside a 5 increase in strength for the next 60 seconds, with no cooldown period. The efficacy of the low-level power elixir is indeed commendable, allowing for a continuous augmentation of strength if one possesses an ample supply of these potions. Regrettably, Li Fan lacks the secondary profession skill of alchemy. While he could learn from an NPC, the arduous task of crafting elixirs consumes considerable time, which he cannot afford. Thus, he decides to save them for the future, intending to hand them over to a suitable individual for study, ensuring a steady stream of finished elixirs for himself. With his thoughts refocused, Li Fan resumes his exploration of the troll territory. As for the 2 bronze equipment pieces dropped by the 3 troll lords, he dismisses them. Although bronze equipment holds decent value, and most players have yet to acquire even a single piece since the game's launch, his limited backpack capacity offers no room for such inferior bronze items. Continuing his exploration, Li Fan soon encounters the 3rd wave of troll patrols. After swiftly dispatching several groups of trolls, he finally arrives at the troll tribe's stronghold. This stronghold is nestled within a valley surrounded by mountains, with a singular entrance measuring 5 to 6 meters wide. Stealthily, he eliminates 2 bronze trolls guarding the entrance and steps into the valley. Inside, the valley spans approximately 10 hectares, offering a broad field of view. The terrain is flat, dotted with conical dwellings made of branches and thatch. At the far end stands a colossal palace constructed of stone, in front of which lies an expansive square platform. At the center of the platform, a massive brown troll statue stands majestically, lifelike in detail, with a campfire flickering before it. Countless trolls traverse the valley, both young and old. Were it not for their grotesque appearances and the sight of some feasting on raw flesh, one might mistake this for a peaceful, stable civilization. The lives of these trolls are undeniably harsh. Yet fortune has favored them with my presence. I shall grant them liberation. Li Fan gazes upon the trolls with a twinge of sympathy, his innate kindness unable to bear witness to their suffering. In the next instant, he raises his longsword. With swift movements, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, minus 9,248 critical damage, minus 9,320, minus 4,174, minus 9,248. As the numbers soar into the air, the one-sided massacre begins. Whether elderly trolls or infants, each is at least of bronze rank, born into the bronze tier. This intelligent troll tribe civilization is what Li Fan's previous life referred to as the Bronze Tribe. Beyond the Bronze Tribe lie the Silver Tribe, Gold Tribe, and others. The bronze tier trolls before Li Fan stand utterly defenseless, often falling to his strikes in a single encounter. Roars echo throughout the valley. Faced with the onslaught of formidable foes, the trolls erupted into chaos. The female trolls fled in a panic, clutching their young, while the robust young trolls roared in fury, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards Li Fan. Simultaneously, well-equipped troll soldiers began to intercept Li Fan's path, intent on halting his rampage. These soldiers represented the mightiest of the troll tribe, all boasting levels exceeding 38, with many serving as silver-ranked squad leaders among them. Regrettably, before Li Fan, these trolls met a singular fate. It was a massacre orchestrated by him alone against the entire troll clan. System notification: you have slain. Omitted. Time became a blur as Li Fan descended into a frenzy of slaughter. Suddenly, a thunderous war drum resonated through the valley, quickening his heart with anticipation. For golden-ranked troll centurions stormed towards him, their anger palpable. Chapter 78, The Golden-Ranked Troll Centurion, Crushing Down. Part 3, Battle Information. The Troll Clan has activated the skill war drums of courage, enhancing the combat power of all trolls in the valley by 20. A Legion skill. This extensive enhancement of allied units' combat prowess exemplifies the quintessential nature of Legion-type abilities. Fortunately, such a modest Legion skill has little impact on Li Fan. Even with the troll's combat power augmented by 20, the slaughter remains decidedly one-sided before him. Li Fan's gaze fixated on the 4 rushing troll centurions, and he deftly unleashed the skill true sight upon the foremost one. Creature: Troll Centurion. Race: Troll. Level rank: LV 42 gold. Attack and defense: physical attack power 6800. Magic attack power 1020, HP 360, 000, physical defense 3010, magic defense 2890. Attributes: strength 2315, agility 1600, spirit 1020, stamina 2520. Normal attack. Swings the massive club with tremendous force, clawing and kicking. Skills 1-3 sweeping the army. Roar. Frenzy. Details omitted. Skill 4 war tread. The Troll Centurion stomps the ground forcefully, generating a shockwave that inflicts 500 physical attack damage on nearby enemies within a 60-meter radius, accompanied by a brief, stunning effect. Skill 5 resilience. The Troll Centurion gradually recovers 2 of its maximum health every 10 seconds. Skill 6 desperate struggle. When the Troll Centurion's health drops to 10, its attributes increase by 50 for 30 seconds. Vulnerable areas. Eyes, posterior. The raw strength of the Troll Centurion is indeed formidable, boasting higher attack and defense than Li Fan himself. This is due to the mechanics of the world of Endless Firmament, where the strength of bosses is determined by the power of similarly leveled minions. Common LV-42 minions possess an attack power of approximately 350 points. A black iron boss is twice as strong, a bronze 4 times, a silver 8 times, while a golden ranked boss is 16 times stronger than an ordinary minion. During the initial stages in the Novice Village, the game presented a simpler difficulty level, allowing players to level up easily against weaker monsters. Thus, even an LV-20 epic boss like the Hellhound pales in comparison in terms of attack and defense to the current Troll Centurion. Moreover, the Troll race is predominantly melee-oriented, characterized by high strength and stamina. This accounts for the terrifying physical attack attributes of the Troll Centurion. Nevertheless, Li Fan remains unfazed. What uses high attack power? With agility merely at 1600, can you truly touch me? Swish, swish, swish. Without waiting for the Troll Centurion to close in, Li Fan proactively launched his assault. Minus 1,426. Minus 1,457. Minus 3,345. Weak point damage, minus 5,521. Critical slash. Despite the Troll Centurion's high physical and magical defenses, compounded by level suppression, Li Fan opted for straightforward melee attacks rather than utilizing the sword energy of his Sword Energy Master for maximum output. During the preceding massacre of the ordinary trolls, Li Fan's epic ring, imbued with the passive ability Hunting Instinct, had already reached its maximum stack, resulting in a 30 increase across all 4 primary attributes. The diminished physical defense from the Storm Swordsmanship, coupled with the damage amplification from the Toxic Earrings, elevated Li Fan's basic attack output significantly. Out of respect for the Golden Boss, he extravagantly employed the legendary skill Fatal Cleave against the 4 Troll Centurions. At level 4, each execution of the Fatal Cleave inflicted damage exceeding 5,000 points, featuring a piercing effect. A total of 20 sword energies, swifter than his standard attacks, converged into a brilliant column of white light, piercing through all 4 Troll Centurions. In a mere encounter, their collective health plummeted by a third, with a thunderous roar. The Troll Centurions, reeling from the heavy blow, bellowed in fury. However, wielding weapons indiscriminately is not the forte of intelligent monsters, unlike the ordinary minions that respawn repeatedly. They possess intellect. Thus, before their kin could retreat, they hesitated to unleash widespread area of effect skills to avoid collateral damage. The tide of battle surged as one Troll Centurion initiated a counterattack. The reason only one Centurion retaliated was due to the following combat notifications. Combat information. Your passive ability from the Silver Ring of the God of Hunting has activated, causing the Troll Centurion to enter a 6-second stun state. Combat information. Your passive ability from the Silver Ring of the God of Hunting has activated, causing the Troll Centurion to enter a 6-second paralyzed state. Combat information. Your passive ability from the Paralysis Necklace has activated, causing the Troll Centurion to enter a 4-5-second paralyzed state. Indeed, after Li Fan's rapid strikes, 3 of the 4 Troll Centurions succumbed to control effects, while 1 remained fortunate enough to act freely. The massive mace swung through the air with a whooshing sound. Yet Li Fan effortlessly evaded it with a slight sidestep. The Troll Centurion's roar inflicted damage upon Li Fan, a price he deemed unworthy of evasion. Minus 9,622. A substantial number erupted above Li Fan's head, signifying the overwhelming physical output of the Troll Centurion. Nevertheless, Li Fan refrained from dodging due to his Warrior's Heart, which granted him immunity to control effects and lifesteal capabilities. Any lost health could be swiftly regained with sufficient output. Before long, this frenzied troll centurion followed in its companion's footsteps, succumbing to the stunning effect of the silver ring of the god of hunting. The stun, lasting at least 4-5 seconds, along with the paralyzing control, afforded Li Fan ample opportunity to dispatch them with ease. -1864. -1864. -1864. With the passive ability of the ring fully stacked, this represented Li Fan's maximum output during basic attacks. At this moment, with an attack frequency surpassing 380 strikes per second, his theoretical damage output against the troll centurions could exceed 700,000. Naturally, the health of the troll centurions was far less than that. In less than 2 seconds, Li Fan systematically eliminated them with his basic attacks. Notification: you have vanquished the troll commander, LV-42 Golden Beast, and earned 915,000 experience points, with a 50 bonus for defeating an enemy above your level. X4. Notification: this kill marks the first in the entire server for this boss. Congratulations. You have received 160 free attribute points, along with a 1 for your class equipment skill book drops. X1. Notification: you have slain a wise creature, earning 160 merit points. X4. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 168. X4. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is now LV-33. Notification: you have collected the spoils dropped by the boss. Golden Wolf Fang Club, Ancient Beast Leather Armor, Multiple Fireball, Skill Book, Roar, Skill Book, along with 26 gold, 33 silver, and 2 copper coins. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. The mightier the boss, the higher the risks and rewards. The 4 golden tier troll commanders have propelled Li Fan to a new level. Delightful. However, there is no time to revel in the spoils, for the death of the troll commander has incited panic among the trolls in the valley, causing them to flee in all directions. The tribe comprises fewer than 2,000 trolls, and Li Fan must act swiftly to slay them. Otherwise, the thrill of the hunt will be lost if they escape. Just as he raised his long sword, a thunderous roar echoed through the valley, capturing his attention. Chapter 79. The Dark Golden Troll Shaman and the Legendary Troll Lord. A deep, resonant roar echoed throughout the valley. Li Fan lifted his gaze towards the source of the sound. Within the palace of the troll tribe, a towering figure over 8 meters in height emerged, radiating an eerie red glow. In one hand, it wielded a colossal curved blade, imposing enough to instill fear in any onlooker. Upon closer inspection, a peculiar troll stood beside it, clutching a jet black staff and draped in a verdant robe. This troll, hunched in stature, appeared significantly smaller than an average adult troll, measuring approximately 1.5 meters. From their displayed information, it was evident that the towering figure was none other than the most formidable creature of the troll tribe, the level 39 legendary troll lord. The hunched figure was the tribe's shaman, the level 40 dark golden boss troll shaman. As the troll shaman manifested, it produced a golden miniature trollstone sculpture from seemingly nowhere, holding it in its left hand. In an instant, all trolls in the valley, save for the shaman and the troll lord, transformed into streaks of black light, vanishing into the miniature trollstone sculpture. Prompt: Troll Shaman, level 40 dark golden creature, has used Troll Totem, sheltering all ordinary trolls within the totem's internal space. This spectacle caused Li Fan, who initially intended to deploy his Eye of Truth on the Troll Lord after a 30-second skill cooldown, to swiftly reconsider. The totem: though you are of the dark golden tier, you seem even more perilous than the legendary tier Troll Lord. Li Fan directed the Eye of Truth at the Troll Shaman. Creature: Troll Shaman, Tuba. Race: Troll. Level: level 40 dark golden. Attack and defense: physical attack 2600, magic attack 10100, HP 700, 000, physical defense 5569. Magic defense 5874. Attributes: strength 2100, agility 3580, spirit 6000, stamina 4800. Normal attack: launches an arcane energy bolt. Skill 1: Repelling Poison Ring, a powerful repelling spell that inflicts 400 magic attack damage to enemies within a 30-meter radius. causing 1,000 points of true damage per second as poison for 5 seconds. Skill 2 Poison Ring casts a spell to create a circular poison ring with a radius of 15 meters, dealing 250 magic damage per second to enemies within the area, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill 5 Venom Nova. After a 2-second chant, detonates toxins within a nearby poisoned enemy, inflicting 99,999 points of true damage. Skill 6 Magic Shield. Casts a shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 50 of maximum health, lasting for 30 seconds. Skill 7 Enlightenment. When health drops to 80, 50, 30, 20, 10, randomly resets the cooldown of 1 to 3 skills when health reaches 5. All skills, except for the Magic Shield, enter a no cooldown state for 15 seconds. Skill 8 Troll Shaman. As a shaman of the troll race, one can wield the power of the troll totem. Weak points: eyes, throat. The effect of the True Sight Eye is remarkably powerful within a mere glance. Li Fan discerned the trump card of the troll shaman. A plethora of expansive area of effect attacks, substantial locking damage. Coupled with the enigmatic abilities of the troll totem, my conjecture was not in vain. You are indeed a formidable adversary. Li Fan's expression grew grave. The information gleaned from the True Sight Eye was invaluable, yet some details eluded his detection, such as the cooldowns of the troll shaman's various skills. In this regard, he would have to rely on his own observations during the battle. First, eliminate it, then confront the troll lord. With this resolution, Li Fan charged toward them. Before he arrived, the blade's aura surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy, like moonlight, enveloped the troll shaman. Simultaneously, dense numbers indicating damage appeared above its head. -219. -493. Weak point damage. -237. -237. Each strike of Li Fan's sword energy dealt minuscule damage. This was due to the troll shaman's exceptionally high defenses, along with a 35 reduction in his damage inflicted. Each attack yielded a mere 1 point of force damage, supplemented by 218 points of true damage derived from his talent, as well as the poison earring's effect on poisoned foes and an 8 increase. The Storm Swordsmanship's reduction of physical defense had no effect whatsoever. In truth, this is a typical occurrence when players challenge high-difficulty bosses beyond their level. In the world of Endless Firmament, cooperation among players is paramount. Li Fan's Storm Swordsmanship reduces physical defense, and if he were to collaborate with a teammate possessing a similar ability, reducing the boss's physical defense to a level inferior to their own, or if a teammate's buff could elevate his attack power above that of the opponent's defense, then his physical attack prowess would play a significant role in battle. However, in this life, he had already outpaced all other players. Against a boss of the troll shaman's caliber, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, the true damage augmented by his talents was remarkably formidable, providing him the means to challenge high-difficulty bosses. Previously, during the Novice Village phase, he had been able to defeat various Dark Gold and Legendary bosses for the same reasons. Otherwise, no matter how swift his attack speed, even a dulled weapon would struggle against the troll shaman, setting aside its magical shield. If he were to unleash his full power, he would likely require only 3,000 strikes to deplete its 700,000 health. 3,000 attacks, at his current attack speed, would take at most 8 or 9 seconds. If he activated Phantom Dance in the Epic Ring's active skill, it might even take just a little over 4 seconds. Alas, in the heat of battle, such an optimal output environment was not available. Li Fan shook his head. Just as he had begun his assault, within less than a second, the poisonous shaman, upon reaching 80 health, commenced unleashing its area of effect skills. Combat information: Troll Shaman Tuba, LV40 Dark Gold creature, has cast the skill Resist Poison Ring. You are outside the skill's effective range and remain unharmed. Combat information: Troll Shaman Tuba, LV40 Dark Gold creature, has unleashed the skill Poison Ring. You are outside the skill's effective range and remain unharmed. Li Fan, with remarkable swiftness, noticed the troll shaman's staff beginning to emit a dazzling light and instantly darted in the opposite direction. The casting of the troll shaman's skills was remarkably swift, with an incantation time of less than 0.3 seconds and a target area coverage of under 1 second. Nevertheless, this brief interval was ample for Li Fan to cover a distance of 800 meters. Consequently, the The shaman's skills failed to connect. Li Fan's physique was rather fragile in the presence of the Troll Lord. Thus, he chose to evade when necessary and adopt a defensive stance. As he awaited the expiration of the Troll Lord's skill duration, he redirected his firepower to attack the Troll Lord once more. Unsurprisingly, his strikes landed upon the Troll Lord, yet were incapable of penetrating its defenses. Fortunately, Li Fan remained unperturbed. The Troll Lord, being large and cumbersome, could be worn down gradually, eventually. It would succumb to his relentless assault. Chapter 80. Slaying the Troll Shaman and Seizing the Troll Totem. 5th update. Roar. The Troll Lord seethed with fury. It could sense the fragility of the human's life before it. A mere stroke of its blade could extinguish it. The sight of that moment was a craving it yearned to witness. As the leader of the local troll tribe, it felt compelled to cleanse the disgrace brought upon its kin through the human's blood and life. However, such aspirations were mere illusions, masking its impotent rage. As a legendary tier Troll Lord, even without the aid of the true sight eye, Li Fan could surmise that its attack power might have eclipsed 18,000. Such a formidable boss at this stage undoubtedly qualified as a world-class adversary for all players. Yet, before Li Fan, the massive Troll Lord seemed to be nothing more than a jester toying with it. Its attack speed appeared dreadfully slow in Li Fan's eyes, for his agility attribute was likely 5 times greater, if not more. This meant that the Troll Lord could only manage approximately 60 to 80 attacks per second, a normal figure in the gaming realm that disregards the laws of physics. Regardless of whether one's form resembled a towering mountain or a diminutive ant, a sufficient agility attribute would yield an extraordinary attack speed. Even if the Troll Lord were to increase in size 10-fold or 100-fold, its attack speed would remain unchanged. Its size merely augmented its attack range. In the face of such sluggishness, the Troll Lord's every action appeared to Li Fan as though it were performed in slow motion. The disparity in attack speed was stark, and the difference in movement speed was even more pronounced. Thus, Li Fan could effortlessly toy with it, occasionally hindering his output time only due to dodging maneuvers. Swish, swish, swish. -261. -261. -261. Unbeknownst to them, several seconds slipped by. During this time, the Troll Lord unleashed an AoE skill reminiscent of a war stomp. But alas, Li Fan anticipated it and deftly evaded the skill's range. The vast terrain permitted him the luxury of evading the boss's formidable abilities. Meanwhile, the Troll Shaman's Poison Ring skill had dissipated. Without hesitation, Li Fan redirected his firepower towards it. Swish, 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 swish. Roar. In no time, the Troll Shaman's health dwindled to 60, triggering a new skill. Regrettably for the shaman, Li Fan had discerned its intentions. Any skill it attempted to unleash proved futile. Notably, during this encounter, Li Fan faced the combined onslaught of both the Troll Lord and the Troll Shaman, successfully reducing the shaman's health to 60. It would be inaccurate to claim he emerged unscathed. However, he had not lost even a drop of health. The battle progressed as Li Fan had envisioned in his strategy. He would indulge when possible, remain evasive when necessary, and retreat at the first hint of peril, steadfastly avoiding greed for damage output. When the Troll Shaman cast a skill, he would pivot to assault the Troll Lord. Once the shaman's skill concluded, he would refocus his efforts upon it. What use is high attack power, after all? No matter how overwhelming the skill damage or how extensive the range. What purpose does it serve if it cannot strike Li Fan? The only fate awaiting them is a slow demise. The battle unfolded without any peril, and soon, the health of the Troll Priest plummeted to a mere 5. Battle information. Troll Priest Tuba, LV 40 Dark Gold Creature, casts the skill Resist Poison Ring. You are out of the skill's range and are unaffected. In that fleeting moment, the Troll Priest unleashed every skill in its repertoire, save for the Magic Shield, which was immune to the Inspiration skill, as though casting them without any regard for mana consumption. A barrage of skills erupted forth, deep blue toxic rings spreading across the valley like a multitude of Olympic rings. Meanwhile, the astute Li Fan had already retreated beyond the valley's confines. This was not a dungeon. There were no restrictions on terrain, and he could go wherever he pleased, maintaining control of the situation. The Troll Priest and the Troll Lord, seemingly desperate, chased after him out of the valley. The open space beyond suited Li Fan perfectly. After 15 seconds, As the onslaught of the troll priest's skills concluded, he advanced to deal damage once more. However, unexpectedly, in a moment of carelessness, he nearly faced disaster. The troll priest swiftly retrieved the troll totem, channeling its power at lightning speed. A translucent barrier, roughly 100 meters in radius, began to rise around the totem. Battle information. Troll Priest Tuba, LV-40 Dark Gold Creature, casts the Troll Totem skill confinement barrier. You are out of the skill's range and are unaffected. Had I been a fraction of a second slower, I would have been ensnared within that barrier. Realizing the peril, Li Fan quickly withdrew and sprinted away. Casting a wary glance at the barrier 10 meters away, his heart racing with anxiety. The battle information did not indicate how long the barrier would last or what consequences awaited those trapped within. If it were to endure for over half a minute and proved unbreakable, his demise would be all but certain. After all, the confined space offered limited mobility, and without a flying boss like the Scorpion King to lift him to safety, he would be at the mercy of the AV attacks from the Troll Priest and Troll Lord, leading to inevitable disaster. If he could not eliminate the two bosses in a burst of power, his fate would be sealed in death. That troll totem is indeed a valuable item. I hope it drops for me, Li Fan murmured in anticipation. On the other side, witnessing that the barrier failed to ensnare Li Fan, the troll priest waved its hands, voluntarily dispelling the barrier, and then, with renewed fervor, resumed the chase alongside the troll lord. This time, Li Fan exercised much greater caution, attacking while retreating, refusing to be greedy for damage. After a brief 10 seconds, with the fall of the troll priest, relevant notification information finally appeared on his panel notification. You have defeated Troll Priest Tuba, LV-40 Dark Gold Creature. You gain 875 experience points, 35 additional bonus for defeating a higher level monster. Notification: this kill marks the first in the entire server against this boss. Congratulations. You have been awarded 320 points in free attribute points, and the dropped items include equipment and skill books for your Class 1. Notification: you have slain a wise magical creature, earning 320 merit points. X4 notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 324. Notification: you have collected the spoils dropped by the boss, Venomous Staff, Dark Gold, Boots of Agility, Dark Gold, Antidote Ring, Golden Skill Book, and Troll Totem, Special Item, along with 38 gold, 22 silver, and 18 copper coins. The loot dropped by the Troll Shaman was quite impressive, and Li Fan stole a quick glance. He was particularly eager about the Troll Totem. This item did not vanish with the death of the Troll Shaman. Li Fan, swift and deft, seized it before the Troll Lord's arrival. At this moment, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Hiss! No wonder the Troll Shaman and the Troll Lord were unaffected by the control of my necklace and ring. It was all due to this totem. Chapter 81. The Power of the Troll Lord. Skill: the Attention of the Evil God. Item: Troll Tribe Totem. Type: Special Item. Effect 1. Increases the reproductive rate of the Troll Tribe, ensuring that all newborn trolls possess the bronze rank. Effect 2. Totem Space. Allows nearby trolls to be teleported into the totem space, lasting up to 24 hours. Effect 3. Confinement Barrier. Releases a barrier that ensnares nearby enemies. With a radius of 80 meters, the barrier has 10 million HP and boosts the combat power of allied units within it by 20, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Effect 4. Protection of the Evil God. Grants oneself and nearby allies an uncontrollable state. Effect 5. Sacrifice to the Evil God. By slaying 10,000 sentient beings and collecting the power of the deceased to offer as a sacrifice to the evil god Sauron, one will receive the mysterious blessings of the evil god. Usage requirement: mental power above 5,000 points, wisdom monster race. Note: this item can be submitted to the Donghua Empire for substantial rewards. The Troll Tribe Totem held little significance for Li Fan, as he could not utilize it. However, it is noteworthy that as the Troll Priest perished, the trolls previously absorbed into the totem space re-emerged in a flurry of black light near Li Fan. Upon their appearance, some trolls rushed towards the Troll Lord, while others fled in sheer terror. With over 700 trolls remaining to fulfill his task, he needed to act swiftly. Should they escape, Locating them again would prove arduous. Li Fan stowed the troll tribe totem in his backpack, then drew his longsword and began his relentless assault. Notification: you have slain. Omitted. He halted his challenge against the troll lord to seize the opportunity, ruthlessly exterminating the ordinary trolls. His speed granted him an unparalleled advantage, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly. While the troll lord seethed in rage, helplessly witnessing the continuous demise of its subjects. On average, he could dispatch an ordinary troll within 20 strikes, showcasing a horrifying efficiency in his slaughter. His figure darted through the throng of trolls like lightning, leaving a trail of ordinary troll corpses in his wake. The efficiency of his massacre caused his experience points to soar, and soon, radiant white light signaled his level-ups. Level 34. Level 35. Concurrently, his base agility attribute surged at an alarming pace. The carnage persisted, and his agility continued to escalate. 27,000, 28,000, 29,000, 41,000. Ultimately, Li Fan's base agility attribute halted at 41,996 points. At this moment, the daily tasks of Lu Yanwei, final, had long been accomplished. Li Fan ceased his assault upon noticing that all the ordinary trolls had fallen, leaving only the solitary troll lord, still impotently furious. In a short span, the rapid increase in agility from slaying numerous sentient beings of bronze rank and above showcased the truly monstrous nature of his innate abilities. Regrettably, nearly half of the ordinary trolls managed to escape. Otherwise, reaching a value exceeding 45,000 would have been a mere formality. Li Fan murmured, a mix of excitement and regret in his voice. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. The jarring experience of his subject's demise had galvanized him, and he noticed that the troll lord's attack speed and power had intensified significantly compared to before, compelling him to adopt a more serious demeanor. At this moment, the cooldown for his true sight skill had long since refreshed, prompting Li Fan to decisively unleash it upon the troll lord. Creature: Troll Lord Scold, Giant Bear. Race: Troll. Level: LV39 Legendary Creature. Attack and Defense: Physical Attack Power 19, 504, Magical Attack Power 3, 100, HP 1, 466, 0001, 500, 000. Physical Defense 12, 885, Magical Defense 12, 004. Attributes: Strength 12, 000, Agility 6, 540, Spirit 2, 330, Stamina 11, 000. Normal attack: wields a great sword. Slashes with claws, delivers kicks, sweeping through foes. Skill 1 Roar, 2 Berserk, 3 War Trample. Omitted. Skill 4 Mountain Crash. The Troll Lord slams his giant sword into the ground, generating a shockwave that inflicts 500 physical damage to nearby enemies within a 150-meter radius, accompanied by a temporary stun effect. Skill 5 Iron Body. The Troll Lord gradually recovers 2 of his maximum health every 5 seconds. Skill 6 Giant Bear. When the Troll Lord successfully attacks, he deals an additional 200 strength in physical damage. Skill 7 Wrath. Upon the death of nearby trolls of the same race, the Troll Lord's power increases. For each fallen troll, attack and movement speed rise by 1, capping at a maximum of 100, dissipating after the battle ends. Skill 8 Rampage. When the Troll Lord's health drops below 10, he becomes immune to taunts. His defense reduces by 30, while all attributes increase by 40. He becomes immune to all control skills. Skill 9 Evil Goddess Attention. The Troll Lord attracts the attention of the evil deity Sauron. When his health falls below 5, a manifestation of the evil god descends to aid him in battle. Weak points: eyes, posterior. Such power. Truly, the Troll Lord lives up to his title. The once formidable skill of the ordinary trolls is merely a standard attack for him. 9 skills, each more formidable than the last. Skill 7 Wrath. It is no wonder I perceive this creature to be significantly swifter. It possesses this sacrifice of allies for boundless power skill. The attention of the evil god. Hisses in anticipation. During previous confrontations, Li Fan believed he had comprehended the full extent of the Troll Lord's abilities. Yet, he was astonished to discover the Troll Lord possessed the grotesque ability to summon an avatar of the evil god in the realm of Endless Firmament. Only creatures of divine rank are deemed worthy of the title of evil god. Even epic creatures do not qualify. What might the strength of the evil god's avatar be? Li Fan pondered, a sense of eager anticipation swelling within him as he contemplated his current odds against the divine tier boss. Suddenly, a novel system prompt interrupted his contemplation. Prompt: you have detected an anomaly regarding the intelligent magical creatures near the Eastern Hua Empire. The task Li Chongqing's worries, 2, has progressed. Currently at 2. The advancement of the task, could it be attributed to my use of the Eye of True Sight? Witnessing the god's attention, skill of the Troll Lord? Li Fan's expression revealed a trace of contemplation. However, this was not the moment to ponder such matters. The Troll Lord was still very much alive, and just moments ago, he had slaughtered ordinary trolls, nearly replenishing their health entirely. Regardless of what plans lay ahead, the immediate priority was to eliminate the Troll Lord. Chapter 82: The Descent of the Malevolent Goddess Avatar, the Terror of the Divine Level Boss. Swish, swish, swish. The air was filled with sword energy, cascading down upon the Troll Lord, as damage numbers perpetually emerged above its head. -437. -438. -472. -1062. Critical damage. Previously, while slaughtering ordinary trolls, Li Fan's base agility attribute soared to 41,996 points. With the passive enhancement from the Epic Ring, his agility increased by 30, reaching a total of 54,594 points. The damage added by his talent amounted to a true damage of 545 points. However, due to the level suppression from facing the Troll Lord, his output was reduced by 20, resulting in a mere 437 points of damage from his basic attacks. Yet, this was more than sufficient. Although the single damage was modest, the attack frequency was astonishing. With 54,594 points of agility, Li Fan's attack speed reached an impressive 656 strikes per second under normal conditions. When utilizing the Phantom Sword Dance buff, it soared to an astonishing 874.78 strikes per second. This remarkable frequency meant that Li Fan's comprehensive output could exceed 380,000 per second. Of course, in the heat of battle, due to the necessity of maneuvering to evade skills, Li Fan could not achieve such a high output. Nevertheless, maintaining an average of over 100,000 per second was still feasible. Unlike the Troll Priest, whose skills lingered for several seconds after being cast, the Troll Lord's abilities were primarily instantaneous, appearing and vanishing in rapid succession. After dodging the skill range, Li Fan could swiftly return to continue his assault throughout the confrontation. Despite the Troll Lord's passive skill, Fury, which doubled its attack speed and movement speed, it could not even brush against the hem of Li Fan's attire with its 6,500 points of agility. Li Fan executed a flawless output without incurring any damage. He found the encounter with the Troll Lord remarkably easier than facing the Dark Gold boss, the Troll Priest. Moreover, due to acquiring the Troll Tribe's totem, the chances of stunning and paralyzing control from the Epic Ring and Legendary Necklace proved effective against the Troll Lord. Combat information: the passive attribute of your Silver Ring of the God of Hunting has activated, causing Troll Lord Scold to enter a 1-second stun state. Having incapacitated his foe, Li Fan wasted no time. Unsurprisingly, the Troll Lord's health plummeted like a punctured balloon. 80, 60, 40. 10, 5. It is noteworthy that when its health dwindled to 10, the Troll Lord entered a berserk state. Its 4 attributes doubled, and it became immune to control effects, unaffected by taunts and other threat-inducing skills. Yet, what did it matter if its attributes doubled in front of Li Fan? To strike him, it must match his attack speed. Otherwise, even the highest attack power would merely strike the air. Immune to control? It mattered little, for Li Fan possessed no control skills of his own. Immune to the effects of threat-inducing skills? The stakes have never been higher. It is now a one-on-one duel. And Li Fan no longer needs to fret about the boss's wrath endangering his fragile allies. Thus, even in its frenzied state, the Troll Lord was steadily suppressed by Li Fan, its health dwindling to a mere 5. The moment he had been eagerly anticipating had finally arrived. Battle information: Troll Lord Scold, LV39 legendary creature, has unleashed the skill Divine Attention, summoning the avatar of the malevolent deity, Sauron. Suddenly, a swirling vortex materialized in the air. The portal opened automatically, and the next instant, a figure the size of an adult human emerged. This individual, the avatar of the malevolent deity, was shrouded in a black robe, rendering its features indistinguishable. In its right hand, it wielded a bizarre staff resembling a twisted branch, topped with a blood-red gem, while its left hand clutched a weathered tome. The moment it appeared, Li Fan felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping his body. The panel displayed a notification elucidating the source of this sensation. Battle information. You are affected by divine pressure, undergoing a rank assessment. Your current rank is ordinary, and your attributes are suppressed by 90. Divine pressure. In the realm of endless firmament, creatures of divine rank possess a unique aura that suppresses those beneath them. This was precisely why, in his previous life, Li Fan had reached LV 200 yet had never faced a divine boss. Damn, even an avatar exudes divine pressure. How am I supposed to contend with this? Furrowing his brow, Li Fan employed his Eye of True Sight on the malevolent deity's avatar, Sauron. Creature, Sauron, avatar. Rank, LV 33 divine rank. Attack and defense attributes, 4-dimensional attributes. Skills? Note, an avatar of the wise and magical creature, the malevolent deity Sauron, possessing 50 of its true strength, existing for a maximum of 20 seconds. As he scrutinized the attributes of the Sauron avatar, Li Fan's gaze suddenly blurred, and a colossal crimson energy sphere materialized above his head. Battle information. Sauron, avatar, LV 33 divine creature, has unleashed the skill, inflicting 115 points of damage. You have sustained lethal damage. Your equipment, Old Helmet of War God Allen, has activated its passive skill Will of War God Allen, granting you a 3-second invulnerability state. Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. Sauron's skill was not cast particularly swiftly. Had it not been for the divine pressure, he would have undoubtedly evaded it. But there are no what-ifs. The reality was that he could not defeat a divine rank boss before attaining a higher rank himself. Fortunately, Li Fan had anticipated this scenario. His decision to remain rather than flee in the face of the impending avatar was because he had a trump card, targeting the Troll Lord. He invoked the Justice of Judgment. With a mere thought, he locked onto the Troll Lord and activated the active skill of his epic weapon. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to a unique space, reminiscent of the turn-based realm previously encountered through the golden-ranked assassin Sahara's innate talent. Albeit on a larger scale. Combat information. You have activated the weapon skill Judgment of Justice. You have absorbed 10 of the Troll Lord's power attributes, increasing your strength by 2,400 points while decreasing the Troll Lord's strength by 2,400 points. The corresponding prompt appeared on the panel. An increase and a decrease, however. The actual effect was rather negligible. After all, even with a 2,400-point increase, Li Fan's strikes against the Troll Lord, whose defense exceeded 10,000, would still fail to breach it. His damage output relied primarily on the innate true damage granted by his talents. Indeed, although the avatar of the evil god was a skill of the Troll Lord, it did not qualify as a summoned entity but rather as a third party, thus remaining outside the realm of Judgment of Justice. The spatial range was quite expansive. He could afford to delay for 20 seconds, waiting for the avatar to dissipate before launching his attack. With this thought, Li Fan decisively began to circle around the Troll Lord. Having been struck repeatedly, the Troll Lord had long lost its wits, completely oblivious to the surrounding changes, focused solely on pursuing Li Fan's movements. 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Phantom Blade Dance. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan granted himself a minor attack speed buff, and he didn't even need to resort to his last resort skill, Desperate Rage, or the active ability of the Epic Ring, Hunting Moment, as he was more than capable of securing victory against the critically wounded Troll Lord. Everything proceeded smoothly, without any setbacks. Moments later, as the Troll Lord's health was entirely depleted, a series of post-kill notifications appeared on his panel. Chapter 83, First Kill of the Troll Lord. Generous rewards, server announcement. Notification. You have slain the Troll Lord Skuld, LV 39 legendary creature, earning 12,280,000 experience points. 20 additional bonus for defeating a higher level monster. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV36. Notification: this kill marks the first server-wide defeat of this boss. Congratulations. You have received 600 free attribute points and an additional item drop of 1 for your class equipment skill book. Notification: you have defeated a wise creature, earning 600 merit points. X4. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 600. Notification: you have collected the spoils dropped by the boss. Golden Armor, Legendary. Azure Dragon Great Sword, Dark Gold. Iron Body, Legendary Skill Book, along with 79 gold, 22 silver, and 18 copper coins. Notification: a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? A series of notifications appeared on Li Fan's interface. Just as he thought this was the extent of his rewards, an unexpected surprise awaited him. Notification: you have destroyed the troll tribe in the Endless Mountains. Congratulations, you have earned 10,000 merit points in the new title Troll Executioner. Notification: a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? Oh, there are rewards for this as well. Delightful. Li Fan's lips curled into a smile. Despite having reached the top 10 in the warrior class during his previous life at level 200, he had never single-handedly taken down a wise creature tribe due to joining the game late and lagging behind. Thus, he was unfamiliar with such rewards. 10,000 merit points would surely be sufficient to exchange for numerous valuable items at the Eastern Hua Empire. How splendid. Now, let me examine the equipment and skill books dropped by the boss. Li Fan began to inspect the loot dropped by the Troll Lord. Meanwhile, for the 2 server-wide announcement prompts, he instinctively clicked yes as he had done before. In the next moment, the long-awaited server-wide announcement began to flood the screen. Server announcement: player Taisuation, LV36 Sword and Shield Ranger, has slain the Troll Lord Scold, LV39 legendary creature, deep within the Endless Mountains, earning the first kill reward. His heroic deeds will forever be etched in the annals of Endless Firmament history. X3 server announcement: player Taisuation, LV36 Sword and Shield Ranger, has destroyed the wise creature troll tribe in the Endless Mountains, earning additional rewards. His heroic deeds will forever be etched in the annals of Endless Firmament history. X3 A stone cast into a lake creates ripples. In the quiet of the latter half of the night, players were suddenly stirred. What is happening? Taisuation is level 36? If I recall correctly, he was only level 32 a little over 2 hours ago. In less than an hour, he has ascended to level 36? The level is not the focal point. What truly matters is that he has vanquished a level 39 legendary boss. Astonishing. Here I am, having toiled relentlessly since the server launch, only reaching level 27. Struggling to claim victory even against a mere common creature. The wise magical creature tribe. Hiss, siblings, I have received a hidden quest, which revealed to me the terrifying nature of the wise magical creature tribe. The formidable Tai Sui god must have defeated numerous lesser bosses of bronze and silver tiers prior to this, which accounts for the meteoric rise in levels within such a brief span. So far, it seems that only the Tai Sui god has achieved this remarkable feat. As indicated by the server announcements, this is utterly outrageous. Indeed, there is a top 10 player in our city who, with the combined strength of thousands from his guild, managed to defeat a level 26 Dark Gold boss, yet there wasn't even a city-wide announcement, let alone a server-wide one. The Tai Sui god is exceptional. With each passing moment, brothers, the Tai Sui god is far ahead of us. Do you believe we will truly have the chance to surpass him in the future? Whether we can or cannot is of little consequence. At this moment, I simply wish to cling to the Tai Sui god as coattails. Tai Sui god, Great One, I humbly request your guidance. In the game, nearly every online player is engrossed in discussions about this event. On the forums, a plethora of related new posts have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Just a few days ago, when Li Fan was diligently working on the NPC Lu Yanwei's quest, he was rather low-key, only drawing attention for his encounters with the members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. His equipment had not been significantly updated, and due to the experience gained from monster hunting being invested in enhancing skill levels, Li Fan's level had not surpassed that of the second-place player by much. remaining around level 2. Many perceived him as faltering, unable to maintain the lead he once enjoyed in the Namis village. Little did anyone anticipate the earth-shattering thunder that struck late last night. Players were left in utter disbelief. A level 39 legendary boss. How on earth did you manage to defeat it? What sorcery allowed you to obliterate a wise magical creature tribe? It is simply inconceivable. Players were astounded, and simultaneously, Li Fan concluded the consumption of the loot from the Troll Lord. Fortune smiled upon him, as he found that the legendary equipment and skill books dropped by the Troll Lord were indeed usable. With a gleeful glance at his newly updated armor, Li Fan beamed with delight. Equipment, gilded armor. Durability, 500/500. Quality, legendary. Grade, exceptional. Usage requirement, level 36 or above. Stamina, 400 or above. Attribute 1, HP 15, 200. Physical defense 328. Magical defense 299. Strength 215. Stamina 265. Attribute 2, increases maximum HP by 20. Attribute 3, when receiving damage, restores 3,000 HP over the next 5 seconds. Attribute 4, reduces the duration of abnormal status effects by 30. Attribute 5, Bloodthirst, a passive skill that enhances your maximum health by 150 points upon attacking an enemy after engaging in battle for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds for each target. A growth-type equipment. By attacking foes, one can augment their health limit. It must be said that this piece of equipment brought immense joy to Li Fan. In the eyes of other players, it might merely be regarded as a relic of the past. After all, the equipment's inherent level is not high, and while the health cap may increase, its defensive attributes remain unchanged, inevitably leading to its obsolescence. However, Li Fan possesses the Chaos Core Fragment 3. This signifies that in his hands, it can be considered a graduation-level equipment. The higher my health, the greater my margin for error when facing formidable bosses. Excellent. Alas, this skill tome is unaffected by the Chaos Core Fragment, rendering it impossible for me to learn. Li Fan cast a glance at the legendary skill tome within his inventory. Skill tome, Iron Body. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, level 39 or above. Warrior Priest class. Level 1 effect, passive skill, restores 2 of maximum health every 5 seconds. It is indeed one of the skills possessed by the Troll Lord. Chapter 84, Preparing to Conquer the Public Copy, The Arrival of the Emperor. In addition to these 2 legendary quality loot items, the Troll Lord also dropped a dark golden blade for Li Fan. This piece of equipment, categorized as a 2-handed weapon, is usable by warriors and possesses commendable attributes. However, in Li Fan's eyes, it is no different from the previously acquired silver and golden gear. It is merely an item awaiting processing. It is noteworthy that the effect of the title granted by destroying the Troll tribe is quite impressive. Title, Troll Executioner. Attributes, HP 10, Physical Magic Attack 8, Strength. Agility, Spirit, Constitution 5. The attributes are rather unpretentious. Compared to the title Li Fan has been utilizing, Conqueror of Nightmares, the foundational attribute enhancement is significantly greater. The only downside is that it does not confer any increase to skill levels. Nonetheless, since my primary damage output relies on basic attacks, with only occasional use of skills, I shall adopt this title of Troll Executioner. Furthermore, I will allocate all my free attribute points into Vitality. Li Fan suddenly felt that his previous decision to hoard free attribute points was somewhat foolish. Initially, he had planned to distribute these points as needed based on circumstances. Insufficient damage output, then add to strength. Inadequate defense, then increase vitality. However, through his battles with the Troll Priest and the Troll Lord, Li Fan gained insight. What is there to hoard? Simply allocate all points to vitality. After all, in high-difficulty boss encounters, my damage output relies entirely on the innate true damage granted by my talents. The strength attribute merely serves to enhance critical damage, increasing the extra damage dealt to weak points. As my agility from talents continues to rise, my attack speed accelerates, and each strike's accompanying true damage increases. I am not lacking in damage output. Previously, I had been dazzled by the attributes of the Sword of Justice, which led me to invest heavily in strength. Fortunately, The situation is not dire. Enhancing critical damage is still beneficial. Henceforth, I shall allocate all free attribute points to vitality. As long as my defense is sufficiently high and my health is robust, I can face the boss head-on. Having made up his mind, Li Fan decisively allocated all his free attribute points to vitality and then cast a glance at his newly updated personal panel. Character, Tai Sui-shan. Basic attributes, level, LV36 4, 040, 00014, 900, 000. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 62, 330. MP, 8, 848. Attack, Physical Attack 4, 817, Magic Attack 1, 928. Defense, Physical Defense 4, 600, Magic Defense 4, 343. Attributes, Strength 2, 261, Agility 44, 725, Spirit 522, Vitality 3, 416. Free Attribute Points, 0. Maximum Attack Speed, 537, 66 hits second. Maximum Movement Speed, 994, 95 meters second. Title, Troll Executioner. Talent, Blessing of Light, second stage, SSS quality. Equipment, skills, etc. omitted. At this moment, since more than 10 seconds had elapsed since disengaging from combat, the passive benefits of the Epic Ring had entirely dissipated. The attributes displayed were merely Li Fan's base stats without any buffs. The effect of allocating all points to stamina was remarkable. Li Fan's physical defense nearly surpassed his physical attack value. The rewards from farming the Wisdom Monster Tribe were exceedingly high, and from now on, my primary focus would be directed towards this endeavor. By the way, the hidden quest from NPC Lin Yuliang seemed to mention a race called the Lion Scorpion within the Wisdom Monster Tribe. Several days had passed. It was time to complete the first stage of that quest. Before that, I should tackle the level 28 public dungeon, Lava Cave. After finishing the absorption of spoils and allocating my free attribute points, Li Fan began to contemplate his forthcoming strengthening strategy. There was a level 28 public dungeon he had not yet attempted, as he had been preoccupied with Gan Lu Yuanwei's tasks. Now that Lu Yuanwei's quest was fully completed and he had reached level 36, delaying any further would result in a rather steep experience penalty for the dungeon. Thus, Li Fan resolved to first partake in this public dungeon before embarking on NPC Lin Yuliang's quest, aiming to secure some loot and, hopefully, the first completion reward for Nightmare Mode. Tai Sui-shan, Private Chat Zixia, including you, select 14 individuals to gather at the Tianyao City Dungeon Plaza. I will lead the team to achieve the first completion in Nightmare Mode shortly. Tai Sui-shan, Private Chat Air Guzi, summon your 3 teammates. See you at the Tianyao City Dungeon Plaza in 20 minutes. I'll guide you to victory. Tai Sui-shan, Private Chat Butterfly, still awake? Quite rare. Come to the Tianyao City Dungeon Plaza. I'll help you secure the first completion in Nightmare Mode. As a medium-sized public dungeon accommodating 20 players, the Lava Cave did not impose restrictions on the number of challengers Li Fan could enter alone. However, considering his level 36 status, engaging in a level 28 dungeon would incur a significant experience penalty. Thus, assembling lower-level teammates would effectively enhance the dungeon's yield. Moreover, Li Fan was not particularly concerned about the dungeon's rewards. He only valued the first completion reward and the legendary chest from completing the dungeon. As long as he entered the dungeon with a full party but soloed the monsters, the rewards in both aspects would remain unchanged, although grouping would divide the experience gained. He was indifferent to such minor experience points. After all, nurturing future teammates justified the expenditure of some resources. With these thoughts in mind, Li Fan proceeded on his way back to the city. Tianyao City, Dungeon Plaza. Look, aren't those the members of the Phoenix Guild's raid team? My goodness, I can't believe I encountered them. I wonder if Zixia would want to be their fan. Additionally, there were the top-ranking female players like Miao Juanshiji and Chi Chi. How enviable it was to join them. But what a dream. The Phoenix Guild primarily recruits female players, and unless male players are exceptionally skilled, entry is nearly impossible. Who are those female players? Are they called Nostalgia? Alas, such a nefarious ID. How could they associate with the members of the Phoenix Raid team? Truly despicable, even in the dead of night. The dungeon square of Tianyao City remains bustling with activity. This is hardly surprising, as it boasts the Lava Cave, dungeon accessible to players of level 28, alongside the Wolf Clan Altar dungeon available for those at level 20, for the majority of players newly arrived in the main city. Completing the Wolf Clan Altar dungeon 5 times daily is an essential task. The rewards are plentiful, the risks minimal, and it is far more pleasurable than battling wild monsters. Consequently, as Zixia Fairy and her companions arrived, nearby players cast envious glances in their direction. At that moment, an unexpected group approached Zixia Fairy and her companions. The leader among them bore the ID of AOC Emperor. Zixia Fairy, let us negotiate, he began with an indifferent expression. After all, you would not wish for your guild members to be hunted down by our AOC Chuanxiong Guild and the Ibai Yution Guild, would you? Chapter 85, The Threat of the Overlord and Li Fan's Murderous Intent. The Celestial Maiden, Zixia, had previously expressed her support for Li Fan's declaration of war against the Guild of Righteousness in the gaming forum. True to her word, she instructed the members of her guild to confront the Righteousness and the Overlord Guild. During the days when Li Fan was preoccupied with his own affairs, the Phoenix Guild saw hundreds of its members fall daily. Naturally, the losses for Righteousness and the Overlord were even greater. After all, Li Fan had transferred all his unused equipment to Zixia, resulting in the average strength of the Phoenix Guild members being significantly superior to that of ordinary players. On the other hand, the Overlord and Righteousness guilds were beginning to feel overwhelmed. The Overlord Emperor and Zhao Ritian were not as reckless as Zixia. They were utterly unwilling to witness the daily demise of hundreds of their own guild members. It is essential to understand that early game time is incredibly precious. Engaging in player versus player combat is fine if victory is achieved. However, a loss incurs severe penalties. During the period of weakness, one cannot effectively farm even the same level monsters, leading to a waste of precious time. Thus, for the sake of their guild's growth, the Overlord Emperor, after conquering the challenging 7-star vocational trial, hastened to Tianyao City, seeking a truce with Zixia. Currently, we cannot contend with the madman, Tai Suishan, but why should your Phoenix Guild engage in such folly alongside him? The early game time is invaluable. Why resort to conflict? Zixia, I implore you, this matter concerns our guilds, the Overlord and Righteousness, and Tai Suishan. You truly need not involve yourself. Today, I stand here representing Zhao Ritian, the president of the Righteousness Guild, to propose peace. Otherwise, if this continues, we shall have to take the matter with your Phoenix Guild seriously. Our two premier guilds in the gaming world cannot currently face Tai Suishan. Yet we cannot contend with your Phoenix Guild either, can we? Zixia, you surely do not wish for your guild members to be pursued by us, hindering your own development, do you? So, I beseech you, cease this foolishness alongside the madman, Tai Suishan. The Overlord Emperor employed both soft and hard tactics in addressing Zixia. He had delayed his leveling time to complete the high difficulty class change task, and thus he had only reached level 20. However, he dared to appear here because NPC soldiers were stationed nearby. Anyone who engaged in player combat would face punishment from the NPC soldiers. It had become clear to him why Li Fan had the audacity to attack others within the main city, but such tactics would be futile before the NPC soldiers. Therefore, the Overlord Emperor was entirely unconcerned about his safety. Conversely, in response to the Overlord Emperor's threats, Zixia merely smiled coldly. Tai Suishan is a friend of our Phoenix Guild. His stance is our stance. Threaten us? You and Zhao Ritian, who have been cowering in the novice village for several days, dare to issue threats like mere clowns? Pursuing us? How utterly laughable. I declare this. As long as the endless firmament stands, our Phoenix Guild will stand against you. The two remarks made by Zixia Fairy darkened the countenance of the Sovereign of Pride. Have you lost your mind? Are you truly willing to self-destruct alongside our two guilds for that lunatic, the god of Tai Sui? I fail to comprehend what benefit this holds for you. Zixia Fairy retorted with disdain. In the realm of the powerful, you, a mere jester, would naturally not grasp such nuances. As the saying goes, one woman is worth 500 ducks. When it came to verbal sparring, the Sovereign of Pride had undoubtedly chosen the wrong adversary. In just a few exchanges, He was utterly overwhelmed by the barrage of retorts from Zixia Fairy and her companions. Concurrently, Li Fan's presence finally grazed the square of this dungeon. He did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he gleaned the intentions of the Sovereign of Pride from the murmurs of the surrounding players. Upon understanding the situation, Li Fan's gaze ignited with intense murderous intent. In truth, his familiarity with the Sovereign of Pride and the Guild of Pride was rather superficial. In his previous life, this guild had not even thrived to witness the 10th anniversary of the game, having been dismantled by Butterfly Flower after merely 3 or 4 years. The Sovereign of Pride had since vanished without a trace, likely meeting a dismal fate in life. Now, in this new life, the conflict with Pride stemmed from a minor incident when he had eliminated the Silver Wolf King, leading to disparaging remarks from their members. Initially, it seemed trivial, a fleeting matter that Li Fan had dismissed from his mind. However, he was astounded to discover that Pride had allied itself with the infamous Guild of Righteousness. The Sovereign himself had appeared on the forums, supporting Zhao Ritian's claims and slandering Li Fan profusely. Thus, Li Fan, though unfamiliar with the Sovereign of Pride, perceived him to be as despicable as Zhao Ritian. In his past life, Zhao Ritian had guided the Righteousness Guild into infamy as a notorious anti-human organization. Therefore, had Pride continued to exist, it would have likely followed a similar trajectory. Fearing for his life, the Sovereign had cowered in the novice village for several days before daring to approach the main city. Upon arriving, he immediately sought out Zixia Fairy to issue threats. Such behavior was a clear demonstration of a bully taking advantage of the weak. "You are doomed today," Li Fan thought. "Not even Jesus could save you." With this in mind, he stealthily departed from the dungeon square. Did the Sovereign of Pride believe that the presence of NPC soldiers nearby would shield him from danger? How naive! Li Fan felt compelled to impart a lesson. In the Lord S. Manor of Tianyao City, the god of Tai Sui remarked, "You truly deserve the title of the first chosen one to enter the main city. I was correct in my judgment. You single-handedly vanquished the Troll tribe. As the Lord of Tianyao City and a member of the Eastern Hua Empire's royal family, I hold your actions in high regard. As a token of encouragement, you may exchange for a merit item at half price from me." The Lord of Tianyao City regarded Li Fan with admiration. As his words concluded, a list of merit points appeared before Li Fan's interface. Merit points exchange list for the chosen of Eastern Hua Empire. Item 1. Helmet of the Brave. Quality, level 30 silver helmet. Grade, fine. Attributes, HP 900, dual defense 35, stamina 30. Attribute 2, physical damage reduced by 5. Attribute 3, physical damage reduced by 30 points. Redemption price, 200 merit points. Item 2, Brave Light Armor. Quality, level 30 silver tunic. Grade, excellent. Attributes, omitted. Redemption price, 200 merit points. Item 16, Sword of Glory. Quality, level 30 golden two-handed weapon. Grade, excellent. Attributes, omitted. Redemption price, 500 merit points. Chapter 86, Exchange for Advanced Metals, Slaying Before NPC Soldiers. Item 51, Blink, Skill Book. Quality, Gold. Learning Requirement, level 40 or above, Mage Class. Exchange Price, 1,000 merit points. Item 103, Intermediate Life Recovery Potion. Effect, consuming it instantly restores 510 of maximum HP. Cooldown of 20 seconds. Exchange Price, 30 merit points. Item 399, Honor Medal of the Chosen of the Eastern Empire, Advanced. Effect, increases all attributes by 500. Allows command of up to 10 ordinary soldiers of the Eastern Empire for 1 hour per day. Grants legal privileges within major cities for the group of the Chosen. Effective when carried in the backpack. Exchange price, 20,000 merit points. Item 500, Wind Bladesword Master, Inheritance Scroll. Category, Special Item. Effect, upon use, grants the profession inheritance of the 3rd transfer 9-star rated class Wind Bladesword Master. Note, crafted by the legendary sword master Li Changsheng of the Eastern Empire. Only one available. Exchange price, 200,000 merit points. The exchange list provided by Zhao Hong, the Lord of Tianyao City, comprised a total of 500 various items, including equipment of the highest quality, dark gold, skill books, and an array of special items and consumables. Among them were numerous enticing items that stirred Li Fan's desire. Initially, he had planned to accumulate more merit points before returning, but circumstances had changed. Now that he was here, besides exchanging for the killing license, honor medal of the Chosen of the Eastern Empire, advanced. He also acquired a set of intermediate agility secret potions as consumables. Item: intermediate agility secret potion. Type: consumable. Effect: upon use. Temporarily increases base agility by 510, duration of 30 seconds, no cooldown. A set consists of 9 vials, each priced at 1,000 merit points. Fortunately, when exchanging for the medal, Zhao Hong granted a 50 discount, allowing Li Fan to have sufficient merit points to purchase them. Merit points, much like gold coins, are truly easy to expend. In the future, he must endeavor to eliminate several wise monster tribes. Li Fan shook his head, having completed his exchanges. He bid farewell to Zhao Hong, the lord of Tianyo City, and turned back towards the dungeon square. Fairy Xixia, could you not manage your people? If this continues, we shall not be polite. Humph, our guild leader wouldn't heed your jester's words. Ha ha ha, jester. Oh, we are discussing matters with Fairy Xixia. Who do you think you are to interrupt? Hey, I was merely speaking. What of it? Do you have the ability to bite me? Fool, jester. In the square of the Tianyo City dungeon, a heated quarrel persisted. Li Fan's good friend, Chen Ergu, had thrown caution to the wind. Over the past few days, he and 3 veteran teammates had been mingling with the Phoenix Guild's pioneering team, reveling in the company of beautiful women while leveling up. The only flaw in this otherwise delightful experience was that, overshadowed by Li Fan's brilliance, the ladies showed little interest in him. Furthermore, his old habit of stumbling over his words resurfaced in the presence of these enchanting women, leaving them with a rather mundane impression of him as merely a fortunate sycophant clinging to Li Fan's coattails. This thought often left Chen Ergu feeling quite aggrieved. At this moment, confronted with the derogatory remarks from the arrogant emperor and the newly arrived Zhao Ritian and his entourage, Chen Ergu stood before the captivating Xixia Fairy and her companions, unleashing a torrent of words with fervor befitting a master of the art of insult. Within moments, he had managed to breach the defenses of the emperor and Zhao Ritian's group. Curse you, I've taken note of you. Regardless of whether the Phoenix Guild heeds our call for a truce, you must perish. We, the Brotherhood of Righteousness, shall reduce you to level 0. Zhao Ritian bellowed in anger. His choice of an ID signified a commitment to cultivating a guild of scoundrels, revealing his lack of decorum and his propensity for foul language. Zhao Ritian had initially intended to remain behind the scenes, delegating the negotiations with the Phoenix Guild to the emperor. However, he had not anticipated the unwavering stance of the Xixia Fairy, nor the emperor's incompetence in managing a mere woman. Reluctantly, he arrived with his followers to engage directly with the Xixia Fairy. Yet, before he could utter more than a few words, he found himself on the receiving end of Chen Ergu's scathing retorts. You're nothing but a cowardly turtle, a fool. Chen Ergu's insults struck deep. It was a rare occasion for Zhao Ritian, since his ascension as the guild leader of the Brotherhood of Righteousness, to be so openly ridiculed. The irony lay in the fact that he had indeed been evading Li Fan's relentless pursuit, which was a quintessentially cowardly act. Being insulted was not the issue. It was the fact that the barbs hit home that caused Zhao Ritian to lose his composure so swiftly. You are finished, I vow, in the honor of my position as the leader of the Brotherhood of Righteousness, to drive you from the game. Zhao Ritian threatened Chen Ergu with venomous intent. I too. The emperor chimed in, his expression fierce. This is merely a prelude. My guild will not let you escape unscathed. Chen Ergu let out a cold chuckle, his demeanor unyielding as he retorted, Huh, who are you trying to intimidate with that fierce expression? My leader is the god of the underworld. If you possess any courage, wait until my leader arrives before uttering such words. This spectacle provided a feast for the eyes of the numerous onlookers, who were captivated by the display. Wow, what a real man. Such bravery, I admire. They murmured. The ancient saying, beauty brings disaster, rings true. This brother, in his quest to stand out before the ladies, has made himself a target for 2 formidable guilds. Truly an irrational choice. Irrational, you say? Have you not heard what Brother Xin Yin proclaimed? His superior is the god of Tai Sui. If my superior were also the god of Tai Sui, I would not fear the formidable Iba Tian Guild and the Aosi Chuanxiang Guild. After all, they are merely leaders within the game. How much favor can they truly bestow? In any case, I believe that this faction known as Sinian is about to face dire misfortune. The major forces like Iba Tian and Aosi Chuanxiang in the gaming realm are not to be trifled with. The players engaged in animated discussions. Some admired Chen Ergu's audacity, while others deemed him irrational for standing up for a beauty, thus provoking the enmity of two powerful guilds, a quintessential display of mindless devotion. Yet, there were those who thought, Chen Ergu's superior is the god of Tai Sui. Who is the god of Tai Sui? He is the foremost player in the game. With such a protector, one can certainly revel without restraint. Meanwhile, upon hearing Chen Ergu's words, Zhao Ritian and the Emperor of Yosi paused momentarily. Your superior is the god of Tai Sui. Huh. I do not believe it, unless you. Zhao Ritian began to mock. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was enveloped in a flash of white light. Indeed, Li Fan, who had just arrived at the dungeon square, struck without uttering a word. Chapter 87. Zhao Ritian dares not log in, challenges the lava cave dungeon. Li Fan, without uttering a word, directly engaged in combat. Minus 5,082. Minus 7,764. Weakness damage, fatal damage. Two colossal numbers ascended above Zhao Ritian's head. With just 2 strikes, Zhao Ritian was dispatched to the resurrection point. The damage overflowed. The sudden turn of events rendered all nearby players speechless. And as Li Fan refrained from action, once he did strike, he showed no signs of hesitation. After instantly eliminating Zhao Ritian, his sights were set on AOCD Huang. Minus 9,842. Weakness damage, fatal damage. AOCD Huang was even weaker than Zhao Ritian, with health barely exceeding 10,000. Li Fan's basic attack struck him squarely on the head, and he vanished in a flash of white light. Subsequently, Li Fan began to eliminate the 10 or so guild members that followed them. Among these individuals, the sturdiest could withstand only 3 of Li Fan's basic attacks. Li Fan's attack speed and movement speed were astonishing. From the moment he appeared to the instant he dispatched all his opponents, it took less than a second. It was a breathtaking display, where formidable enemies were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the multitude of onlookers finally reacted. My heavens! The god of Tai Sui. Wow, what is this? He moves like lightning, far too fast to comprehend. Is this the true power of the god of Tai Sui? Witnessing this firsthand was 100 times more shocking than any video. How terrifying. Slaying foes in the dungeon square was exceedingly fierce. Some in the forums began to assert that Tai Sui was indeed a deity of slaughter, and his moniker was well earned, though some may have called it incorrectly. Look, the NPC soldiers are moving. Now we have a show to watch. To slay before the NPC soldiers is quite audacious. Surely, this time the god of Tai Sui is finished. Can he truly be stronger than the NPC soldiers? I refuse to believe it. Players were utterly astonished. They then exchanged knowing glances, observing the 4 NPC soldiers rushing over. The expressions of Xi Xiaxian Zi and others drastically changed, filled with concern for Li Fan. This situation was starkly different from a few days prior, when he had slain Yibo and De Wang at the resurrection point. At that time, there were no NPC soldiers present, but now this unfolding scene was witnessed directly by them. The NPC soldiers represented not just themselves, but the entire NPC faction of the Donghua Empire. What would Li Fan do now? This is problematic. Just as Xi Xiaxian Zi, Chen Ergo, and others were growing increasingly anxious, Li Fan retrieved a palm-sized medal from his backpack. In the next moment, the demeanor of the 4 imposing NPC soldiers shifted dramatically. Their fierce expressions transformed into reverence. After bowing and greeting Li Fan, they obediently departed as if the earlier events had never transpired. What on earth just happened? Why did the NPC soldiers ignore the god of Tai Sui? Is it permissible to slay in the dungeon square? If so, I should join in. Oh. My brother is impressive. May you walk well without seeing you off. Pay attention to what the god of Tai Sui just produced. It was that item that changed the NPC soldiers' attitude. To them, the god of Tai Sui is unlike us. What on earth is this? The players gathered at the dungeon square were utterly astonished. The same inquiry was echoed by the curious fairy Zixiao and her companions. We'll discuss this later. I must first make a visit to the resurrection point. After Li Fan spoke, he vanished from the spot like the wind, leaving Fairy Zixiao and the others exchanging bewildered glances. From the perspective of combat, it was somewhat justified that Zhao Ritian and others spread rumors in the forum that Li Fan was a deity of slaughter. Damn, have these people conspired? They logged off after I struck them once. Truly irritating. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, Li Fan sighed in frustration as he returned to the dungeon square. Though the duration was brief, he had confirmed that Zhao Ritian and the others had indeed logged off. With the players absent from the game, it was pointless to block the resurrection point. No worries, there is plenty of time. I shall carve my way through you daily until you inevitably withdraw from the game. Having made this silent resolution, Li Fan quickly rejoined Fairy Zixia and her companions. Erguzi, well done. Your performance just now was commendable. Li Fan gave a thumbs up to his good brother Chen Ergu, yet the latter could only smile awkwardly. The bravery he had displayed earlier now felt painfully embarrassing. Upon reflection, his previous conduct resembled that of a sycophant. The worst part was that it was one thing for him to know, but to have his good brother witness it was truly mortifying. Thank you for standing with me against the guilds of Ibai Tian and Aosi Chuanxiong. In return, I shall offer you these pieces of equipment at half price. They should significantly bolster your combat prowess, Li Fan said to Fairy Zixia. Simultaneously, he traded all the equipment he had recently acquired, but found no use for to Fairy Zixia. A player's backpack can hold 100 items, and Li Fan was no exception. His backpack was filled to the brim, aside from essential items like the Heart of the Warrior and Holy Prayer skill books. He traded approximately 85 pieces of equipment and skill books to Fairy Zixia, the least of which was of silver quality. Wow, these will greatly enhance our guild's capabilities. Thank you. Fairy Zixia's eyes sparkled. Was this not the very reason she allied with Li Fan against Ibai Tian and Aosi Chuanxiong? However, while a discount is appreciated, these are invaluable treasures, and I shall ensure you do not suffer a loss. I will certainly offer you a satisfactory price. Fairy Zixia continued. Then you shall soon owe me a considerable sum of gold. Li Fan chuckled. Truly, she was a renowned wealthy player, free to indulge. Let us proceed. We must hasten to complete the dungeon. All right, let us do it. Li Fan formed a party, and soon all of Fairy Zixia's team members joined. Chen Ergu and his 3 old teammates also entered the party one by one. Finally, the tardy butterfly of flowers successfully claimed the last spot in the party. I heard you took down the president of the Aosi Chuanxiong Guild earlier? Well done. This fellow has been relentlessly pursuing me. By defeating him, you have earned my gratitude. The butterfly spirit puffed out her chest and spoke with an air of pride. She cast a sidelong glance at the purple mist fairy, seemingly intent on conveying that she had long been acquainted with the god of Tai Sui. The purple mist fairy smiled gently. As a woman herself, she sensed that the butterfly spirit regarded her as a rival. How amusing. She merely admired the god of Tai Sui's character and respected his prowess in gaming, having never entertained any romantic notions. Little girl, you are overthinking this. Owe me a favor? Indeed, you do. And I anticipate that I shall strike him down numerous times henceforth. Li Fan chuckled, deftly sidestepping the topic, and proceeded into the dungeon. Chapter 88. The announcement goes viral, leaving all players stunned. Notice, you have entered the lava cave, nightmare mode. Notice, in nightmare mode, the dungeon is time limited to 60 minutes. Exceeding this time results in a challenge failure. Notice, the completion requirement is to defeat the lava behemoth level 32 legendary creature. Notice, under the current difficulty, the intense heat in the air is unbearable. You lose 5 HP per second. As the notifications appeared on the screen, Li Fan's vision blurred, and he found himself within the dungeon. The lava cave, designed for a 20-player team challenge, is set in a cavernous environment. Although the space is relatively expansive, the ground is riddled with small, uneven pits, each filled with molten lava shimmering in a reddish-yellow hue. Li Fan's recollection of this dungeon is rather faint. After all, the Spider Cave Trial was the inaugural dungeon for every player in Endless Firmament, leaving a lasting impression on all. However, as the second public dungeon, the lava cave did not evoke the same sense of familiarity, and with the passage of time, it is entirely understandable that Li Fan's memory of it has faded. Nevertheless, This lack of recollection bears no consequence. Without a guide, Li Fan's current prowess is sufficient to bulldoze through. Notice, you have defeated. Omitted. Notice, your talent has activated. You have permanently gained 15 agility. Much like when he led the team during the Spider Cave trial, Li Fan boldly ventured into the depths of the dungeon. The initial wave of adversaries consisted of Bronze Tier, level 31 mutated fire elementals. Notably, these creatures are diminutive and spherical, resembling flaming basketballs as they float in the air, posing a challenge to players' accuracy with their attacks and skills, all while unleashing fire-based spells. However, for Li Fan, this challenge is trivial. He could strike them with his eyes closed. In no time, he vanquished the first wave of dungeon monsters. Following this, he faced the second, third, and up to the seventh waves of adversaries. The weakest foes remained Bronze Tier, featuring not only fire elementals, but also a humanoid creature known as the Blazing Zombie. These fiery zombies boast formidable defenses and excel in close combat, springing from the lava pits unexpectedly to catch players off guard. Yet, in Li Fan's presence, such ambushes are mere comedic performances. Within the lava cave, there are still 3 boss guardians to confront. After defeating the 7 waves of minions, Li Fan stood before the first boss. This colossal mutated fire elemental dwarfed its ordinary counterparts, which are typically the size of a basketball. Its diameter exceeded 1 meter. Possessing an array of fiery skills and a balance of offense and defense, it could summon minions to assist in battle. However, its strength was merely that of a level 32 golden tier creature, and before Li Fan, it posed no real threat, swiftly succumbing to his assault. Soon after, Li Fan stepped into the second boss level of the dungeon. Before him stood a colossal level 32 dark gold tier flame minotaur, its massive form cloaked in a deep, dark hue, fiery eyes ablaze, wielding a gigantic battle axe that charged wildly across the arena. However, to Li Fan, this fearsome creature was merely an intimidating fade. The actual combat experience could only be described as uneventful and devoid of peril. Ultimately, Li Fan confronted the final boss of the dungeon, the level 32 legendary creature, the Lava Behemoth. Its body glimmered in shades of reddish-brown, with skin resembling a mosaic of countless stones, towering over 5 meters in height. Its attacks were forceful and sweeping, causing the very cave to tremble as it charged. The Lava Behemoth's ordinary attacks were indeed imposing, boasting a vast range, along with various area of effect damage and control skills, not to mention a shield capable of absorbing damage for self-preservation. Yet, fortune was not on its side. The cavernous arena spanned approximately 7 or 8 football fields, allowing Li Fan ample space to evade its skills. Battling it was considerably easier than facing the Troll Lord, as it was Li Fan's first encounter since his rebirth. The experience felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet he navigated the combat with relative ease. It was a close call, though, as the Lava Behemoth nearly landed a hit on him. After 5 minutes and 39 seconds, the Lava Behemoth fell. Notice, you have defeated the Lava Behemoth, level 32 legendary creature, earning 23 million experience points. Team experience sharing 20. Team bonus 200, level penalty minus 20. Notice, you have successfully cleared the Lava Cave dungeon on Nightmare difficulty with a completion time of 5 minutes and 39 seconds. Notice, dungeon evaluation in progress. 1. Your contribution during the challenge was 99 of the team's efforts. 2. The team cleared the dungeon in under 20 minutes. 3. You did not die. Congratulations, you have received an SSS level dungeon evaluation. Notice, you have received a dungeon settlement reward of 6 for million experience points, experience penalty minus 20, and a legendary treasure chest, level 32, X1. Notice, your team is the first in the entire server to clear the lava cave on Nightmare mode. As the captain, and with a contribution of 99 during the challenge. Congratulations, you have earned a first completion reward of 400 free attribute points, the title Slayer of the Lava Behemoth, and a epic treasure chest, level 32, X1. Notice, a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your ID? A flurry of notifications appeared on Li Fan's panel, and he began to gleefully review his dungeon rewards. Meanwhile, the server-wide announcement commenced, flooding the chat. Server announcement. The Lava Cave trial on Nightmare mode has been conquered by a valiant team of challengers, led by Captain Tai Sui Shun, level 36 Sword and Shield Ranger. With team members Zixia Xianzi, level 31 Storm Warrior, Miao Zhuanxi Ji, level 30 Gale Archer. Their heroic deeds shall forever be etched in the annals of Endless Firmament history. X3. The server-wide announcement flooded the chat once more. At this moment, it is approximately 4 o'clock in the morning in the real world of the Dragon Kingdom, a time generally characterized by profound silence. Yet, on the forum of the game Endless Firmament, players have erupted in excitement. Goodness, not again. The esteemed Taishui deity, please restrain your powers. I am already in a state of shock and numbness. Just moments ago, I was astonished to witness the Taishui deity slay Zhao Ritian and the Emperor of the Proud World right before the NPC of Tianyao City. Has it been merely a few minutes? And already, the nightmare difficulty of the lava caverns has been conquered? I am certain it has not exceeded 10 minutes. My goodness, to eliminate the lava caverns within 10 minutes, and on nightmare difficulty no less, can it become any more outrageous? Players on the forum are utterly astounded. The series of server-wide announcements today has left many feeling desensitized. Meanwhile, Li Fan has successfully absorbed the rewards from the first completion of the Nightmare Dungeon. Yet this bounty has left him feeling quite conflicted. Chapter 89. The Backup Epic Greatsword, Legendary Set Belt. Equipment, Sword of the Ripper. Durability, 500/500. Quality, Epic. Grade, Ordinary. Usage requirement, level 36 or above. Melee class wielding two-handed weapons, strength above 800. Attribute 1, physical attack 1600, magic attack 1230, strength 355. Attribute 2, increases damage from physical magical attacks by 8. Attribute 3, active skill level 2. Attribute 4, 10 lifesteal. Attribute 5, upon a successful attack, there is a 2 chance to inflict the target with advanced bleeding status, causing them to suffer one of their maximum health as bleeding damage per second for 5 seconds, non-stacking, with a 60-second cooldown per target. Attribute 6, Tier, a passive skill, upon a successful attack, reduces the enemy's physical defense by 5, stacking up to 6 layers on the same target, lasting for 30 seconds, with no cooldown time. Indeed, yet another epic quality two-handed greatsword. Li Fan found himself in a quandary, as he already possessed the controversial Blade of Justice. While this sword is esteemed as epic, it seems somewhat superfluous. The increased base attack power and strength are commendable, comparable to the Blade of Justice. However, the latter, now at level 36, enhances both dual attack stats by 23 and light attribute damage by 22, significantly amplifying my overall capabilities. Furthermore, the Blade of Justice is of perfect quality and can be upgraded to mythical status, making it nearly irreplaceable. Nevertheless, the Sword of the Ripper offers damage amplification, lifesteal, and bleeding effects, in addition to potentially reducing physical defense by up to 30. This makes it a formidable asset when confronting Dark Gold and legendary tier bosses of high difficulty. Surpassing the Blade of Justice in terms of combat effectiveness, Li Fan began to calculate silently. In the realm of Endless Sky, the method of calculating the final output values when players engage with bosses is as follows. Step 1, the player's attack power minus the boss's defense power. The resulting figure is then multiplied by attribute percentage boosts and skill normal attack damage percentages. Step 2. This number is further augmented by various equipment skills and additional damage values, followed by multiplying it by any percentage increases from poison bleeding statuses inflicted on the boss. Step 3. This value is then multiplied by the reductions or amplifications due to level suppression in the boss's defensive skills. The final outcome reveals the specific damage dealt by the player to the boss. Previously, when Li Fan's attack struck the Troll Priest and Troll Lord, his physical attack barely penetrated their defenses, with output relying solely on the innate true damage from his talents and the 8 additional damage from the poison earrings against poison bosses. This means that the first step in the output calculation was consistently fixed at just 1 point. There was no alternative. The defenses of Dark Gold and legendary bosses were far too formidable, rendering his attack power significantly lower than their defensive values. Now, With the 30 reduction in physical defense provided by the Ripper's Sword, combined with my own passive skill that reduces physical defense through Storm Swordsmanship, I should be able to penetrate the defenses of a Troll Priest level boss when I face it again. Thus, at this stage, the Ripper's Sword is indeed of great significance to me. Oh, I can also change my equipment. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Li Fan's mind, who said one can only wield a two-handed greatsword during combat. I can strike 6 times with the Ripper's Sword to weaken the boss's physical defense and then immediately switch to the Blade of Justice. This way, I will have diminished the boss's armor while simultaneously benefiting from the high damage output of the Blade of Justice. Perfect. Equipment is inanimate, but players are dynamic, to adapt to increasingly complex battles. It was common in Li Fan's previous life for a player to wear one set of gear while carrying 2 or 3 spare sets in their inventory. When faced with bosses that excel in spell bombardment, brutal melee, or cunning agility, players must employ appropriate gear to enhance their chances of victory. In this new life, the game has only been live for a short period, resulting in a limited selection of high-quality equipment that catches Li Fan's eye. Moreover, the explosive enhancement of combat power granted by his SSS talent has led him to overlook the necessity of changing gear. Now that this has come to mind, it is only natural to revive this traditional player tactic and regard the Ripper's Sword as my backup weapon. Besides this epic weapon, I was pleasantly surprised to find a legendary quality belt in the legendary treasure chest awarded at the end of the dungeon. Equipment: Magic Belt of the Lava Behemoth. Durability: 360/360. Quality: Legendary. Grade: Excellent. Usage requirement: Level 36 and above. Stamina: 400 and above. Attribute 1. HP 8000. Physical Defense 216. Magic Defense 240. Spirit 155. Stamina 166. Attribute 2. Magic Defense 12. Attribute 3. After being attacked, reflect 200 points of true damage to the attacker, placing them in AHB Recovery Forbidden State for 10 to 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds for each target. Attribute 4. Fire Resistance 7. Attribute 5. Magic Shield of the Lava Behemoth. A passive skill that grants you a shield capable of negating any skill effect. With a cooldown of seconds, the cooldown begins once the shield is broken. Among the 5 components of the armor set, head, upper body, lower body, belt, and shoes, the upper body armor contributes the most to base attributes, followed by the lower body, then the head, and finally the belt and shoes. This magic belt of the Lava Behemoth does not significantly increase basic defense, health, or stamina attributes, amounting to roughly 2/3 of what the gilded armor provides. The first surprise that Li Fan felt was indeed the passive skill of the 5th attribute of this equipment, with the ability to resist any skill through a magical shield. My margin for error during high difficulty boss challenges has dramatically increased. Initially, given my movement speed, it was already quite challenging for the boss's skills to land a hit. Now, with this magical shield in place, even if I inadvertently fail to evade and occasionally get struck by a boss skill, I will not sustain any damage. Another delightful surprise comes in the form of this belt. It is not merely an ordinary piece of legendary equipment, but rather a component of a legendary set, complete with set bonuses. Effect of the Lava Behemoth's magical armor set. Wearing 2 pieces grants Strength, Agility, Spirit, and Vitality 150. Wearing 3 pieces grants Physical and Magical Defense 10. Wearing 4 pieces grants Attack Speed 10, Movement Speed 15. Wearing 5 pieces grants Maximum HP 15, Strength, Agility, Spirit, and Vitality 8. Each of the 5 components of this legendary set bears the name Lava Behemoth's XX, and the set bonuses are truly impressive. Thus, Li Fan resolved to seize the opportunity and repeatedly conquer the nightmare mode of the Lava Cave Dungeon. Chapter 90. Rapid Dungeon Runs, Latest Stats, Off to Gobi City. In pursuit of the legendary set and to enhance his level, Li Fan, accompanied by his team, utilized all 4 remaining attempts for dungeon runs in one go. The first completion took merely 5 or 6 minutes, and subsequent runs were even swifter, with an average duration of 4 to 5 minutes per run, and accounting for treasure chest openings and the tallying of equipment and skill books. It took Li Fan approximately half an hour to finally conclude his dungeon activities for the day. Notification: you have slain. Omitted. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV38. Notification: you have unlocked a legendary treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining. Omitted. As the saying goes, what is difficult to some is not difficult to those who are capable. In his past life, during this level range, Li Fan was merely an ordinary player among the masses, struggling to complete a hard mode dungeon even with a full team. However, in this life, the nightmare mode dungeons presented themselves as mere procurement runs. Completion? With his overwhelming attributes, it was as simple as having hands. Although these 4 completions yielded no epic treasure chests from first-time rewards, Li Fan achieved an SSS rating each time, thus earning a legendary quality chest after every run. Coupled with the loot dropped by the Dungeon-S bosses, within half an hour, Li Fan amassed 13 pieces of legendary quality equipment and 2 legendary skill books. While the majority of players scrambled for a single piece of bronze gear, he had grown desensitized to the thrill of acquiring legendary equipment. Regrettably, from the Lava Behemoth's armor set, he had only received 1 helmet. Of the 2 legendary skill books, only one was applicable for his use. Shaking his head, Li Fan deemed his luck for the day to be rather average. He cast a glance at the legendary helmet adorning his head and the new skill that had appeared in his skill list. Equipment: Iron Helmet of the Lava Behemoth. Durability: 520/520. Quality: Legendary. Grade: Ordinary. Usage requirement: above LV38, stamina over 550. Attribute 1, HP 13327, Physical Defense 300, Magic Defense 285. Strength 180, Stamina 230. Attribute 2, Strength 200. Attribute 3, Fire Resistance 9. Attribute 4, increases life recovery effect by 20, including healing skills, life-stealing damage, and any means of restoring health. Attribute 5, Rock Solid, a passive skill that increases your physical and magic defense by 400 points, and grants a shield that absorbs 20 of your health and damage, refreshing after 10 seconds of disengagement from combat. Combo: Legendary Quality. LV2 Active Skill. In combat, if you inflict damage 20 times within 5 seconds on an enemy, it triggers a combo effect that increases your physical attack power by 5, stacking up to 10 layers. The effect resets upon interruption of the combo. Note: to upgrade to the next level requires 2 million experience points, and your level must not be lower than LV41. The attributes of the Lava Behemoth's steel helmet are quite commendable. It overlaps with the slot of Li Fan's original old helmet of the God of War, Alan. However, just as he chose to retain the epic 2-handed sword obtained from the first completion treasure chest, Li Fan also intends to keep this new legendary helmet for personal use. It is part of a set with the legendary belt, activating the first set effect and enhancing all of Li Fan's attributes by 150 points. The old helmet of the God of War, Alan, pales in comparison in terms of practicality, yet it possesses the invaluable passive buff of 3 seconds of invincibility. Thus, Li Fan has stored it in his backpack for potential future use. The passive skill book combo is, in Li Fan's view, a delightful surprise. He has just learned it and has consumed experience points to elevate its base level to LV2. With 20 attacks every 5 seconds, it is exceedingly effortless for him. He can even stack the buff of the combo skill in a second. This grants a total increase of 55 in physical attack power, which is immensely beneficial. The free attribute points from the first completion rewards have all been allocated to health. And with the advanced honor medal of the Chosen One adding 500 points to his attributes, coupled with the upgraded equipment and the enhancement from the fragments of Chaos Stone 3, his latest base attributes are. Li Fan contentedly admired his brand new personal panel. Level: LV38, 3, 150, 00018, 600, 000. Class: Sword and Shield Ranger. HP: 90, 440. MP: 13, 160. Attack: Physical Attack 5, 566. Magic Attack 2, 714. Defense: Physical Defense 6, 480. Magic Defense 7, 072. Attributes: Strength 2, 902, Agility 49, 558. Spirit 1, 233, Stamina 4, 716. Free attribute points, 0. Max attack speed, 594, 29 hits second. Max movement speed, 1, 0, 51, 72 meters second. Titles, etc. omitted. It has only been a little over half an hour since the first completion, and Li Fan's attributes have already seen a modest increase, particularly in health and both defenses. Normally, his dual attacks are lower than his dual defenses. This is the result of fully investing in stamina attributes. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Fan feels if he were to encounter a troll priest again, with his formidable defense and lifesteal output, he could attempt to engage in a direct confrontation. Just you hit yours, I hit mine, neither backing down. The thrill of dungeon loot is exhilarating. The second highest level on the server leaderboard is only LV32, while I am already LV38. Alas, I wish to remain low-key, but my prowess does not permit it. Li Fan muttered contentedly. After completing the dungeon, before departing, he casually distributed all the loot gathered within the dungeon to the likes of the Purple Cloud Fairy and others. Approximately 200 pieces of bronze equipment, perhaps? A total of 87 pieces of silver equipment, 29 pieces of gold equipment, 12 pieces of dark gold equipment, and 7 pieces of legendary equipment, along with various skill books. Even with a discount, the price would surely not fall below 18,000 gold coins, would it? Zixia, you owe me quite a sum of gold. The legendary shield is yours. Guzi, strive to become the foremost shield warrior in the game. I have faith in you. As for the dark gold staff and the legendary quality mage sub-weapon, the puppet is temporarily lent to you. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Butterfly. Once I establish my guild, you shall be the chief mage player within it. Before long, Li Fan had allocated all the spoils from the dungeon runs. Zixia, who received the lion's share, felt both elated and troubled. The joy stemmed from acquiring such a wealth of high-quality equipment and skill books, which would undoubtedly elevate the prowess of the top players in her guild. However, the burden of the considerable debt left her with a sense of working for Li Fan, as if her entire guild was laboring under his command. On the other hand, Chen Ergu and the others were purely exhilarated. Li Fan had never been stingy when it came to investing resources into nurturing his allies. The dark gold and legendary equipment could fetch high prices. It mattered little to him, for he could procure them effortlessly. Having received my equipment, they must now heed my commands and serve as my subordinates. Will we venture into the lava cavern tomorrow? I should reach level 40 or above by then. At such a high level,